A kaleidoscope of radiant colors cascades upon the earth as the populace traverses into the realm of the celestial path, contending against myriad races of the cosmos. The journey commences with a stone axe, a hoe, and 3 bags of assorted seeds. Surrounded by ferocious beasts and rampant natives, survival necessitates the acquisition of greater resources. Amidst the collective dread of existence, Tian acquires a lottery wheel. Ding! 5-star lottery completed, obtaining a divine-level spiritual item, the 7-colored Gourd Seed. Ding! 4-star lottery completed, acquiring an SSS-level talent, the strength to move mountains and lift pillars. Ding! 3-star lottery completed, receiving an SS-level spiritual item, the Water of Life. Tian mused. It turns out that the Gourd brothers are not brothers at all, but sisters. Chapter 1. The Celestial Path Realm. Damn, has my conscience been devoured by a dog? Tian lamented, clutching a stone wheel, on the verge of tears. After graduating from university, he had painstakingly saved up 10,000 yuan, only to be swindled into purchasing this wheel, under the pretext that it was once used by the ancient Li Chunfeng. Upon visiting the antique shop today, the appraisal revealed it to be a crude stone artifact, of apprentice-level craftsmanship, utterly worthless, and he had wasted 100 on the appraisal fee. Logically, Tian was quite astute and should not have fallen for such a ruse. Yet, an inexplicable desire compelled him to acquire the wheel. In a fit of anger outside the antique shop, he raised the stone wheel to smash it. Just as Tian lifted the stone wheel, the earth was suddenly illuminated in a spectrum of colors, a breathtaking spectacle, and then he lost consciousness. Am I still dreaming? Tian rubbed his forehead and rose from a patch of grass. Upon surveying his surroundings, he instinctively leaped up. A cerulean sky, fluffy white clouds, and a verdant lawn. Not far off lay 10 acres of woodland, a serene lake, and a majestic mountain range. At his feet rested a stone axe, a hoe, and 3 small bags the size of his palms. Tian discovered he was grasping a white stone the size of an egg. Inscribed upon the stone was a message. Region 10086, Subregion 66, ID 99999, Tester. Tian, race, human, place of origin, Earth, Huaxia, galaxy. The white stone emitted a beam of light, striking Tian's forehead, still in a daze. Welcome to the Celestial Path Realm. In the Celestial Path Realm, the strong are revered, and survival is for the fit. The Lord must safeguard the celestial stone, as it is the most precious possession of the tester. Losing it means forfeiting the identity of a tester. Trade, relay information, inquire, forge weapons, construct buildings, compete among the myriad races, hire mercenaries, and enhance oneself. Possessing the celestial stone grants one a fragment of divine power. This is no mere game. The Lord must exert their utmost efforts to survive and evolve. The price of failure shall be life itself. In the Celestial Path Realm, testers of comparable strength are allocated to the same region. The disparity in power, agility, and constitution among lords within each region shall not exceed 50 points. Within each lord's domain, mountains, woodlands, and lakes conceal a ferocious beast. To claim the resources therein, one must first slay the beast. Eliminating the ferocious beast will yield rewards. The top 3 testers who slay beasts within the region and subregion shall receive generous accolades. Each lord's mountainous territory contains a mine, which may be the only occasion for lords to compete based on luck. Additionally, a deluge of information flooded Tian's mind, as he spent a full 2 hours absorbing the voice's elucidation of the Celestial Path Realm. As an orphan with no familial ties on Earth, he rapidly acclimated to this new reality. The stone in Tian's hand is the Tao Stone, which he controls through the power of thought. As he focuses on the chat channel, a surge of energy emanates from the Tao Stone, and a luminous screen materializes before him. World channel, regional channel, sub-regional channel, private channel, friends list. Tian clicks on the world channel, and the screen displays. Not yet open, please stay tuned. He then opens the regional channel. Countless messages leap frantically upward, and Tian's naked, I cannot possibly capture the flood of information, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He hurriedly clicks on the sub-regional channel. Where's this? Can someone tell me? Wah, I'm just a child. I want to go home. Has the world perished? Why am I here? Hello everyone. I am from the Celestial Horse Clan. Are there any kin among you? I am from the forest of Sunluo, a forest elf. Are there any companions from Sunluo? Little elf, could you add me as a friend and pay me a visit? Haha, I can no longer thrive in my world. This is my stage. I am from the Gifted Clan. Does anyone have wine? I am willing to exchange a cup for corn seeds. Hello everyone. I hail from Earth Huaxia. Observing the myriad of messages, Tian also sends out a message. Sending messages is a simple task. With just a flicker of thought, he can convey his words. However, it is not an unbounded barrage. In the regional channel, each ID is limited to 3 messages per day. In the sub-regional channel, each ID may send 10 messages daily. Chatting requires real name authentication, and when Tian sends a message, it displays Tian of the Earthling clan. If one were to click on Tian's message, they could see his region, subregion, and ID. Tian quietly observes the subregional chat for 10 minutes. The diversity of languages, likely enhanced by the Dao Stone, is comprehensible to Tian. Suddenly thrust into this world, each individual experiences a unique emotional response. There is confusion, despondency, fear, excitement, and exhilaration. The gifted clan, the denizens of various planets, numerous elven tribes, the blue-eyed clan, the purple-eyed clan, the deer folk, the pig folk, the four-armed clan, the centaur clan. The vast array of intelligent races ignites a fervent passion within Tian. He closes the chat channel and opens his personal information. Lord, Tian. Race, Earthling. ID, 10086. Regional, 66 subregion, 99999. Strength, 14. The average for Earthlings is 10, while the average for cosmic intelligent life is 50. Agility, 10. The average for Earthlings is 10, while the average for cosmic intelligent life is 30. Constitution, 12. The average for Earthlings is 10, while the average for cosmic intelligent life is 40. Mental power, 10. Talent, none. Skills, none. Territory level, level 0. After reviewing the basic information, Tian's mindset becomes somewhat imbalanced. He simultaneously realizes that within other regions of the Dao world, there may very well exist monstrous races that elevate the universal average to such heights. Undoubtedly, the advantages of these monsters far surpass those of intelligent life that has evolved through technology and wisdom. According to the Dao Stone's guidance, the weakest and strongest lords in the region will not exceed a dimensional threshold of 50. Tian speculates that the strongest race in region 10086 will not surpass 55 in strength, agility, or constitution. Mental power, as described by the Dao Stone, is unnecessary when one is weak. Talent is innate, while skills are acquired through learning. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Tian suppresses the urge to act impulsively. He first aims to understand his territory. The Dao Stone directs him to a stone axe, and a message appears in his mind. An ordinary stone axe. Felling trees is arduous, ineffective against large beasts, and prone to damage. Cabbage seeds, growth cycle of 15 days. Watermelon seeds, growth cycle of 18 days. Bok choy seeds, growth cycle of 15 days. Development is the hard truth. Tian wishes to pause for not even a moment. He strides to a patch of land 300 meters south of the lake, preparing to cultivate a small plot to sow the vegetable seeds. Tian discovered that the soil in this area was a deep crimson hue, perhaps the reason behind the rapid growth of vegetables. Orphaned from a young age, he was raised by his grandfather in the countryside, where he toiled in the fields extensively. In just a single morning, he cultivated a small plot of land, casually sowing over 100 seeds of watermelons, greens, and cabbages. According to the guidance of the Heavenly Path Stone, crops planted in the red soil thrive with remarkable ease. Just as Tian approached the lakeside, preparing to draw water, the Heavenly Path Stone issued a warning. Caution, danger ahead. Warning, a lightning python lies in wait within the lake. D-class ferocious beast, lightning python. Agility 100, strength 50, stamina 50. A non-sentient creature. The trial taker must rely on wit and strength to vanquish the lightning python. Hiss. Upon observing the prowess of the lightning python, Tian gasped in astonishment. Without comparison, there is no harm. What sort of intellect could surpass a speed of 100, and strength is an obvious consideration. Subsequently, Tian ventured into a small grove, approximately 10 acres in size, boasting over 400 towering birch trees. He glanced at the stone axe in his hand, then at the embracing timber. This was far more laborious than the morning spent sowing. Warning, a brown bear lurks within the grove. D-class ferocious beast, brown bear. Strength 100, agility 50, constitution 50. A non-sentient creature. The trial taker must rely on their wits and strength to slay the brown bear. The grove is situated to the east of the lake. With no other options, Tian proceeded to a few small hills located to the west of the lake. Warning, wild boars are present within the mountains. D-class ferocious beast, wild boar. Constitution 100, strength 50, speed 50. A non-sentient creature. The trial taker must rely on their wisdom and strength to eliminate the wild boar. The lake, grove, and mountains serve as sources of water, timber, and mineral resources respectively. The lightning python, brown bear, and wild boar obstruct the trial taker's path to progress. Beyond the territory lies a shroud of gray mist, rendering escape impossible for the trial taker. To develop the territory, the three threats must be dealt with first. However, this now seems rather presumptuous. The Heavenly Path Stone suggests that with strength, constitution, and agility below 100, one may spend Heavenly Path coins to enhance these attributes. The first 50 attribute points require 1,000 heavenly path coins for each increment. From 51 to 100, each attribute point requires 10,000 heavenly path coins. Tian pondered as he opened the auction house, discovering that the balance of heavenly path coins was 1. The balance of spirit coins was 100. One heavenly path coin is equivalent to 100 spirit coins, meaning that every lord in this world is gifted 200 spirit coins by the heavenly path. According to the heavenly path stone, this auction house caters to all trial takers across the universe. Resources were classified, and a quick search was possible. Tian was suddenly astonished, as the auction house was already filled with freshwater, wild boar meat, lightning python meat, and brown bear meat. There were even timber, vegetable seeds, and tree seeds available. A plethora of blueprints. A group of profiteers, Tian muttered under his breath. In less than a day, so many had already slain the 3 formidable beasts. Tian surmised that this trial resembled a snowball effect. The strong grow ever stronger, while the weak are left far behind. A bunch of unscrupulous merchants. Seeing the prices of freshwater and meat at the auction, Tian cursed once more. A single liter of freshwater demanded 100 spirit coins, and it seemed as if everyone had conspired to set the prices uniformly. No price fell below 95 spirit coins, and swiftly, the items were purchased. 100 grams of wild boar meat cost 2 heavenly path coins, clearly designed to drain the trial taker of their last spirit coin. This reminded Tian of the antique dealer who had deceived him out of 10,000. Buzz! As he recalled the stone wheel, a jolt suddenly surged through his mind. The Great Way is 50, and the heavenly cycle is 49, escaping the 1. Congratulations, trial taker, you have acquired the heavenly path roulette. The master of the heavenly path roulette earns 1 point automatically each natural day. Ding! You have earned a lottery point. The heavenly path roulette lottery is divided into 1-star to 5-star categories. Ding! 1-star lottery has commenced. Tian was once again bewildered. In the next moment, a black roulette appeared before him, akin to a lottery wheel from a game. At the top of the wheel was a star, while the shadowy area at the bottom displayed 1 point. There were a total of 36 segments. Random weapons, random farming tools, random vegetable seeds, random fruit saplings, random daily necessities, random E-grade vegetable seeds, random E-grade fruit seeds, random E-grade metals, random D-grade items. 1-star lottery required 1 point. Achieving 10 1-star lotteries unlocks the 2-star lottery wheel. Ding! You are awarded 1 initial draw for a 1-star lottery, 1 for a 2-star lottery, 1 for a 3-star lottery, 1 for a 4-star lottery, and 1 for a 5-star lottery. Chapter 2. The Lottery Wheel. Ding! Shall we commence the lottery? The prompt echoed once more in Tian's mind, snapping him back to reality. Could it be that I too am favored? Suppressing the exhilaration bubbling within, Tian commanded slowly, initiate the 1-star lottery. As soon as his words fell, the pointer at the center of the wheel began to spin. After a few seconds of rapid rotation, it gradually slowed down. During this interval, Tian surveyed the items on the wheel. Thankfully, there were no disappointments, nor were there any traps set for him. Among the 36 segments, the most substantial prize appeared to be a D-grade item. According to the introduction of the Heavenly Tao Stone, heavenly materials and treasures are categorized into 9 grades: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and divine level. The strengths of fierce beasts and living beings are also divided into these 9 levels. Power, agility, and constitution are significant standards for evaluating strength, though they are not absolute measures. Within the limits of one's constitution, consuming heavenly materials and treasures can enhance the attributes of the challenger. Ding! Congratulations to the master of the wheel for obtaining 1,000 units of iron. The pointer gradually indicated a random metal. With a resounding thud, dozens of iron pieces of varying sizes tumbled to the ground at Tian's feet. Splendid! Tian clenched his fist. Given that the Heavenly Tao Stone possesses the ability to instantaneously fabricate tools, drawing 1,000 units of iron is infinitely more advantageous than acquiring a mere weapon. Onward to the 2-star lottery. Ding! The master of the wheel has not activated the 2-star wheel. Thus, the entire lottery process cannot be witnessed. Ding! Congratulations to the master of the wheel for receiving 10,000 units of wood. After approximately 30 seconds, the lottery concluded, leaving Tian surrounded by a small mountain of wooden planks. Unable to see the prize list, Tian remained uncertain whether he had profited or lost. Wood is a fundamental material for constructing houses. With his meager strength, he would struggle to procure such a quantity. With this in mind, Tian felt no sense of loss. Quickly, onto the 3-star lottery. His anticipation grew. Ding! Obtained an SS-grade spirit item, Water of Life. A large glass vial, approximately 10 liters, floated in the void, filled with a vibrant green liquid. Tian attempted to scan it with the Heavenly Tao Stone, and a stream of information flooded his mind. Water of Life shortens the growth cycle of crops. Each drop can reduce a plant's maturation by 1 month. This vial contains approximately 230,000 drops. The water of life is non-tradable. Hiss. Does this mean that half a drop can cause my cultivated vegetables to mature? With such a sizable vial containing over 200,000 drops, I have struck gold. Let us proceed to the 4-star lottery. Tian's face was alight with expectation. Ding. Obtained an SSS grade talent, mountain shaking and dinging. Alongside this extraordinary talent, another voice resonated in his mind, not that of the heavenly Tao wheel, but that of the heavenly Tao stone. Detection indicates that the challenger has awakened the SSS grade talent. Mountain shaking and dinging. The challenger's strength permanently increases by 100 points, bringing his current strength to 114 points. Mountain shaking and dinging. Upon activation, base strength doubles for 30 minutes. After the mountain shaking and dinging state ends, it cannot be activated again for 3 hours. Tian felt as though his blood was on fire, his face flushed with exhilaration. 10 minutes later, he brimmed with strength, glancing at his fist, which now seemed capable of striking down a bull with a single blow. Hiss. He struck the air, feeling his muscles strain painfully, gritting his teeth in discomfort. Oh, the pain. It felt as if even his bones ached. In that moment, Tian comprehended the situation. His strength was too high, and his constitution too low, an imbalance. In such a state, he could only engage in light tasks, not combat. He must find a way to bolster his constitution. Resisting the urge to duel a grizzly bear, he mentally directed the final 5-star lottery. If the 4-star prize was so magnificent, surely the 5-star would be extraordinary. The master of the wheel has not activated the 5-star wheel. Therefore, the entire 5-star lottery process cannot be witnessed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Ding. Congratulations to the master of the wheel for acquiring a divine-grade heavenly material, rainbow gourd seed. Thump, thump, Tian's heart raced. Divine grade. Is that not the highest reward? Before him, a seed radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors descended slowly from the air. The rainbow gourd seed, a divine-grade heavenly material, yields 7 gourds upon maturation, each representing a color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Each gourd contains a divine liquid, and consuming any one will grant the user a unique talent. If watered with the water of life, there is a chance that a gourd spirit may emerge. The growth cycle spans 200,000 months. Tian stood transfixed, suddenly recalling the cherished memories of his childhood. Gourd. Of course, it is merely a possibility. Although 200,000 months seems a long time, Tian possesses over 200,000 drops of water of life. There is hope. The heavenly Tao world has but 4 months in a year, each signifying a season: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each lasting 1 month. The rainbow gourd seed shimmered with an ethereal glow, absorbing the rules of the heavenly Tao world. The glow must dissipate before it can be planted. The divine light will vanish within 8 hours. Just as Tian was preparing to plant the gourd seed, the heavenly Tao reminded him. The heavenly Tao serves as an auxiliary tool for the Lord, functioning in a highly systematic manner. It assists the Lord in resolving numerous issues in the early stages. Temporarily setting aside the idea of planting, Tian decided that waiting a few hours was acceptable. He placed the gourd seed down and approached a small patch of land nearby, where iron and wood were piled not far off. Tian envisioned his dwelling, intending to position it to the south of the lake. He needed to enhance his constitution. At this moment, the fastest way to earn money was through vegetables and fruits. As the auction house lacked any vegetable offerings, all meat. First, he used the water of life to hasten the ripening of all vegetables, utilizing less than 100 drops. To his astonishment, the yield of vegetables in this world was 3 times that of superior seeds from Earth. Take the watermelons, for instance. Each weighed at least 20 pounds, and a single vine bore around 10 fruits. Due to Tian's miscalculations, the watermelon vines overshadowed the greens and cabbages. With 60 watermelon patches, he harvested over 600 large watermelons. As for the greens and cabbages, he decided to wait a few days until they bloomed and seeded before collecting them. Judging by the auction house's situation, even aged greens and cabbages could be sold. Tian took out the heavenly Tao stone, opened the level 1 tool table, and as the light flickered, various ordinary tools appeared. According to the heavenly Tao stone's introduction, ordinary tools can be directly constructed using the level 1 tool table without the need for blueprints. However, any item of higher quality requires a blueprint. Ordinary watermelon knife, 1 unit of iron. Casting cost, 10 spirit coins. After confirming the crafting, a hefty watermelon knife materialized in his hand. Eagerly, he sliced open a large watermelon, which was incredibly sweet and juicy. Tian felt his appetite swell, consuming nearly half in no time. The watermelon quenched his thirst and satisfied his hunger. Upon opening the auction house, he still found no fruits for sale. Eyeing the amassed watermelon seeds, a clever idea struck him. After extracting all the seeds from the other half of the watermelon, he placed them on the auction block. This variety of watermelon only had a small amount of seeds at its core for replanting. Seedless watermelon, 5 kilograms, priced at 10 heavenly Tao coins. Note, the fragrance is refreshing, both sweet and thirst-quenching. Tian believed that those who could effortlessly slay wild boars, brown bears, and lightning pythons must be quite affluent. In a world where rarity begets value, it was likely that within a mere 10 to 15 days, fruits would lose their worth. With a mindset of experimentation, he placed his wares online, and within 3 seconds, the watermelons were sold. At that moment, Tian felt he had discovered a lucrative path. This time, he retained over 60 watermelons and listed all 600 intact ones, each priced at 30 Dao coins. Quality watermelons weighing 10 kilograms were marked at 30 Dao coins. Note, they are large and sweet, suitable for consumption and cultivation. Acquiring them is a profit. Quantity 600, first come, first served. In under a minute, 18,000 Dao coins were credited to his account. 18,000 Dao coins equated to 180,000 spirit coins. The water of life was not merely a divine item, it surpassed such. I must now be the richest in the 10086 district. Let me set a modest goal of earning 100 million. Subsequently, Tian halved the remaining watermelons, removing the seeds, and then listed them for auction. The task of selecting seeds was cumbersome, a considerable undertaking, even when focusing on just a small section of the center. During the process of seed selection, Tian opened the chat channel to observe the movements of other survivors. Have you all seen? There's someone selling watermelons at the auction house. The flesh is red, but his heart is black. Damn it, a profiteer. 3,000 spirit coins for a watermelon. He's not even selling them individually, otherwise, I would buy one. Where did he procure those watermelons? I have watermelon seeds too. They take at least 18 days to mature. In this world, nothing is impossible. There are so many selling 3 harmful meats at the auction house. The Tao is so unfair. By the way, is there anyone in the district dealing with the 3 pests? I've heard that the first to eliminate them will receive grand rewards. Upon seeing this, Tian felt a stir in his heart. With such a significant advantage, there was no reason he should not secure first place. The main issue was his current specialization, which left him feeling somewhat insecure. After listing the watermelons, he planned to work overtime tonight to construct a wooden house. As night approached, Tian hastened his pace. Originally, a single watermelon could yield 30 seeds. Tian symbolically selected 10. Each watermelon contained hundreds of seeds, yet most were unsuitable for planting. Observing the chat among various races, 2 out of 3 sentences were curses directed at the unscrupulous merchant, with half aimed at the watermelon seller. Unable to restrain himself, Tian sent a message. What has everyone eaten today? Earthling Qin Fanhuang replied. Though surrounded by 3 pests, the Tao grants us a reprieve. There are some wild fruits and vegetables on the northern grassland. They can barely stave off hunger. I took a look, and the grassland has quite a few resources available for use. It was evident that Qin Fanhuang noticed Tian's name was of Earth's Huaxiao origin and responded accordingly. The entire territory encompassed 10 square kilometers, with 2 square kilometers occupied by lakes, 2 square kilometers by mountains, and 2 square kilometers of arable land situated south of the lake, the grassland, including the area north of the lake and northeast, spanned nearly 4 square kilometers. The forest was merely a small patch adjoining the southern flatlands. Due to being occupied for most of the day, Tian had not explored the grassland. Wind Clan leader Foam, speaking of the grassland, I had good fortune today and caught 2 wild rabbits. To chase down 1 rabbit on the grassland might be luck, but to catch 2 requires real speed. My agility must exceed 30. Heavenly Gift Clan Skag, does anyone have alcohol? I wish to trade with an axe. This is my last message, once expired. It will not be repeated. This message was actively ignored. They could hardly afford water, let alone alcohol. Pigman Clan Jubiao, I'm so thirsty. Any big shot. Please be kind and share some water. Forest Elf Mu Qingqing. The Tao Stone speaks of both opportunities and dangers arriving. Relying solely on the grassland makes it difficult to eliminate the 3 pests. My agility exceeds 50, and while gathering firewood in the forest, I was nearly pursued by a brown bear. Fortunately, after stepping out of the woods for 10 meters, the bear ceased its chase. If anyone in the district has agility over 70, they can easily harvest resources from the woods and mountains. Turtle Clan Goajia, my agility is merely 3 points. According to the rules, the highest agility in my view within the district is 53 points. To the esteemed individual above, authentication complete. Tian had long been aware that the attributes of trial participants in the district would not exceed 60. The elf clan was likely one of the dominant forces in the area. Previously, he had seen both light and dark elves, who should not be inferior to the forest elves. After darkness fell, Tian was left with just 1 watermelon. He now possessed nearly 20,000 Dao coins. The most crucial task was to construct a dwelling. With a thought, the Tao Stone's light screen illuminated. Level 1 tool station, Level 1 construction station, Level 1 weapon station, Level 1 smelting station, technology station, unlocked. The 5 Tao Stones could upgrade functions. Tian noted that the cost of upgrading was substantial, even for the 2nd level. The Level 1 weapon station could only craft ordinary knives, guns, swords, halberds, and basic bamboo bows. Upgrading required 1,000 units of iron, 100 units of copper, and 10,000 Dao coins. The Level 2 tool station required significantly less, needing only 1/10 of the weapon station's upgrade cost. Meanwhile, the level 2 construction station required unlocking the technology station, along with an additional 50,000 Dao coins for upgrade. Unlocking the technology station necessitated 10,000 Dao coins. Tian decided to temporarily forego technological pursuits. Upon browsing the level 1 construction options, Tian discovered he could only build wooden and stone houses. Stone houses required a vast amount of stone, which he found exorbitantly priced at the auction house, clearly taking advantage of the situation. The mountains to the west were laden with stones, and he refused to squander money unnecessarily. Simple thatched huts, simple wooden houses, sturdy wooden houses. Tian clicked on the sturdy wooden house option. 200 units of wood and 50 iron nails were required. The iron nails could be forged at the level 1 tool station, with each requiring only 1 unit of iron and 1 spirit coin. Once all preparations were complete, he chose a building site on a flat area south of the vegetable patch. Constructing. He clicked the button on the light screen and witnessed a miraculous moment. An invisible force manipulated the building materials, and within a mere minute, a 30-square-meter wooden house emerged before Tian. Following this, he crafted a wooden bed, wooden table, wooden chair, wooden basin, and wooden barrel. Though small, it was fully equipped. Subsequently, Tian constructed 2 sturdy wooden houses adjacent to the bedroom, one serving as a warehouse and the other as a kitchen. He then built a toilet behind the bedroom, costing only a third of the wooden house. Chapter 3. The Gourd Girl Dao Stone. Convert 15,000 Dao coins into physical strength. Soon, Tian's physical strength reached 27 points. Upon completion of the wooden house, the glow of the Gourd Seeds faded. The duration of the ethereal time was shorter than Tian had anticipated. It began, the 7-colored gourd. May it give birth to the spirit of the gourd. In front of the small wooden house, Tian set up a gourd rack and selected the loosest soil to bury the colorful seeds. A large bottle of life water sat beside him. Tian first poured some into a prepared wooden bowl. Lifting the wooden bowl, he began to witness the growth of the 7-colored gourd. As the life water dripped into the soil, wisps of vital energy were absorbed by the gourd seeds. In an instant, the gourd seeds glowed brightly in the earth. 1 drop, 10 drops, 100 drops, rapidly absorbed, small sprouts emerged, breaking through the soil. Tian, with a tremor of his hand, poured the remaining life water all at once, and the gourd vine visibly grew by a foot. He filled another bowl with life water, watering as he guided the gourd vine to climb the gourd rack. As the first bowl was poured, half of the gourd frame became entwined with the gourd vines. By the time the third bowl was completed, the gourd trellis had become entirely overrun. Upon finishing the 4th bowl of the water of life, 7 buds of flowers, in an array of colors, began to blossom on the gourd vines, poised to unfurl. With the 5th bowl, the vibrant flowers, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, bloomed, illuminating the night sky around them. When the 6th bowl was emptied, the flowers withered, leaving 7 small gourds hanging in succession, no longer aglow. After the 7th bowl was poured, the 7 gourds gradually grew, each reaching 2 feet in length. Fortunately, Tian had not skimped on wood while constructing the trellis. Otherwise, it might have buckled under their weight. After the 8th bowl was poured, the gourds did not increase much in size, but began to shimmer. The colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, flickered in a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. The entire courtyard was awash in colorful luminescence, as if a divine miracle had occurred, harmonizing with the starlit sky. The gourds had ripened, entering the final moment of drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. At last, the heavenly Dao stone alerted Tian, who noticed that the water of life had dwindled to less than 1/10 of its original amount, roughly amounting to over 20,000 drops. Yet, in Tian's eyes, every drop was worth it, whether for birthing the spirit of the gourd or for acquiring 7 innate talents. However, the heavenly Dao stone warned, "The camp may be beset by wild beasts at any moment. I must construct a wall." With an ample supply of timber, Tian felt confident in his building endeavors. Securing sturdy railings on the construction platform, the robust railings, towering 2 meters high, would suffice to fend off ordinary beasts. Requiring 2 units of wood and 2 units of wire per meter, Tian re-evaluated his plans, intending to expand the vegetable garden tenfold, enclosing it within the railings to prevent destruction by wildlife. Ultimately, he marked out approximately 1,000 square meters, with about 150 meters of railings to be built. Despite the assistance of the construction platform, transporting the wood took a significant portion of the night. As he closed a rough wooden door behind him, Tian returned to his light board bed, collapsing in exhaustion. His immense strength was offset by a physique that could not keep pace. Each time he carried multiple units of wood, he was left with aching muscles. He had not carried much wood. A physique of 27 still left something to be desired. While his strength was 4 times that of his physique, if his physique were 4 times his speed, it would not adversely affect his body, at most allowing him to endure a few more blows. This prompted Tian to resolve that once he amassed 50,000 Dao coins, he would first enhance his physique to 50, a A man did not require such swiftness. It had been a fantastical yet exhausting day, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he beheld a group of small children calling him grandfather. Suddenly, a python lunged into the enclosure, coiling around him. The Gourd children sprang into action to rescue their grandfather, one after another. The python had already attained sentience, aiming to devour all the Gourd children and transform into a divine beast. At the moment the python evolved into a godly creature, Tian became its final feast. With a gasp, Tian awoke, drenched in cold sweat. Father, it's time to rise. Don't sleep any longer, the sun is out. Haha. Father is such a lazybones. Humph. Be quiet, and don't disturb your father's slumber. I'm nearly on the ground. Can you be quiet for a moment? The incessant chattering echoed throughout the courtyard as Tian hastily opened the small wooden door. Several 2-foot-tall gourds bounced and hopped, causing the gourd vines to creak as if they might fall apart at any moment. The yellow gourd, green gourd, cyan gourd, and purple gourd were the most exuberant. Father is here, they all exclaimed in unison. The birth of the gourd spirits filled Tian with elation, though something felt amiss. Why did they all sound like girls? Were not the gourd children all boys? Father, come hug me. The cyan gourd wobbled persistently, its voice soft and feminine. Are you girls? Tian approached the gourd frame, gently touching the cyan gourd. On Earth, Tian was a standard virgin, and being called father evoked a peculiar sensation. Why would you ask that, father? We are certainly girls. The eldest, the red gourd, gently swayed in response. Why do you call me father? Tian did not dwell on the question. After all, this was a world where anything was possible. He recalled a legend from Earth, wherein the gourd divine mountain birthed 2 divine gourd seeds filled with spirituality. When a pangolin accidentally pierced through the mountain, during its explosion, the female gourd seed was cast to the shores of the East Sea, while the male seed sheltered an old man back home. Father created us, so we feel a closeness, replied the blue gourd. Good children, obedient children. I am also delighted that you have come into existence, Tian said earnestly. With each new being, there is an additional strength. The gourd children are certainly not mere ornaments. Little ones, you have matured. Why haven't you descended to the ground? With the aid of the heavenly Tao stone, Tian knew the gourds had reached maturity. Father, once we give birth to true spirits, the gourd vines will cease to bear more gourds. We must absorb the divine essence of the vines to compensate for our innate shortcomings. I am the most complete. In another day, I will be ready to descend. The eldest red gourd explained methodically. Tian recognized that the eldest was the most reliable among the gourd children, her voice sweet yet assertive. Upon closer inspection, Tian discovered that while the gourds appeared to be of equal size, subtle differences existed. The eldest red gourd was the largest, measuring 2 feet 5 inches, while the youngest purple gourd was the smallest at 2 feet 3 inches. Only when all the gourd children reached around 2 feet 5 inches would they be able to descend. Humans are social creatures. Being alone in a confined space can lead to feelings of isolation. Although the chat channel could alleviate Tian's loneliness, it could not fully bridge the psychological gap. Having a gourd child as a companion would not only banish loneliness, but also bring joy. Tian eagerly anticipated the arrival of the morrow. Father still has work to do. I will chat with you later tonight. This is the world of the heavenly Tao. Without labor, I cannot support you. The gourd children lamented his departure, each expressing their reluctance. Once we descend, we shall certainly help father with his work, the eldest assured him. Tian smiled as he left, determined to plant watermelons, more watermelons. It was evident that in half a month, as the first batch of crops matured, the prices of fruits and vegetables would plummet dramatically. Intelligent life is indeed intelligent. Tian learned from the chat yesterday that the trial seekers had discovered how to extract freshwater from the lakes. Someone had summarized that as long as one kept a distance of 3 meters from the lake, the lightning python would not attack. By crafting a wooden bucket and a rope, even a moderately strong individual could draw fresh water. On the grasslands, materials for weaving grass ropes and crafting wooden buckets were readily available. Glancing at the auction house, the price of freshwater had already dropped from 100 spirit coins to 10. With nearly inexhaustible freshwater resources from the lakes, it was foreseeable that, as time passed, freshwater would become worthless. This world had never contemplated using freshwater to ensnare trial seekers. Tian still possessed over 20,000 drops of the water of life, of which he only intended to use a little over 10,000. He felt that the remaining 10,000 drops might serve other purposes. In the future, the acquisition of rare celestial treasures will necessitate the elixir of life for maturation. This elixir is a fortuitous find, rather than something one can pursue. It is highly probable that this opportunity may only arise once. Tian, delving deeper into the auction house, discovered that the majority of bidders remained anonymous, while a few had chosen pseudonyms. The auction house is governed by strict regulations, mandating that all auctioned items must be accurately described, lest one face punitive measures for misinformation. Auctioneers possess the liberty to set exorbitant prices, provided they can secure a sale. They may also engage in private negotiations for transactions, as the auction house imposes no fees for these dealings. However, once a bid is placed, The auction amount cannot be altered, and should one wish to withdraw an item, a 5% fee will be deducted. For instance, if Tian intends to list a watermelon for 1,000 Dao coins and it remains unsold, withdrawing it will incur a fee of 50 Dao coins. Theoretically, there is no time limit for listing items, yet watermelons do have a shelf life. When a premium watermelon decays, it will be forcibly removed from the auction. The same principle applies to other meat products and vegetables. The Dao regulations serve to indirectly penalize those who set unreasonable prices. Therefore, each item listed requires careful contemplation. The auction house tests the insight and resolve of the trialists. Tian is also aware that excess can be detrimental. He is not so unscrupulous as to price a watermelon over 100 Dao coins. What name should he choose? Tian resolved to abandon anonymity and establish his reputation. After inputting the phrase conscientious merchant on the holographic screen, he promptly deleted it. While he considers himself ethical, being overly ostentatious seems inappropriate. Honesty to all, he hesitated to remove. Wealthy beyond measure. Well, that sounds fitting. Ultimately, Tian confirmed the name for his auction house, while still concealing his regional and sub-regional information, only introducing himself as a human from the Earth in the galaxy of Huaxia. In the auction house, Tian noticed a special section for trading unique items. Here, one could input information to create a manual, which trialists would have to pay a fee to access. Contemplating this feature, Tian was struck with an idea. Currently, the most significant challenge faced by the major regions is the 3 plagues, which hinder the development of trialists. As long as these plagues persist, trialists will inevitably find themselves trapped. If I could devise a method to combat the 3 plagues and publish manuals such as the Wild Boar Strategy Manual, Brown Bear Strategy Manual, and Lightning Python Strategy Manual, or even create strategic tools, how could I not become immensely wealthy? Tian mused. However, he was self-aware. At present, he is severely unbalanced in his skills, struggling to eliminate the 3 plagues, let alone exploit their weaknesses. Selling watermelons is my path. Tian formulated a plan and set to work. In 8 hours, he cultivated a vast expanse of land, planting over 1,000 watermelon pits. At this moment, the courtyard was filled with tens of thousands of premium watermelons. Nearly reaching the gourd trellis, the gourd children bounced around, clamoring to eat the freshly harvested watermelons. The swift efficiency of his work stemmed from his discovery that there was no need to dig pits, simply tossing the watermelon seeds onto the ground. Adding a drop of elixir of life allowed them to take root automatically. Within 3 minutes, the watermelons blossomed, bore fruit, and ripened. Attention, Lord. Fortune from the Dao has arrived. 3 Dao treasure chests will appear within your territory. Please collect them promptly. The countdown to the disappearance of the treasure chests showed 11 hours and 59 minutes remaining. Tian, intent on continuing to plant watermelons, was drawn in by this announcement. The Dao world was commencing its first act of generosity. However, despite the territory's modest size, locating the treasure chests within this 10 square kilometer area would prove challenging, especially as they were likely situated in the domain of the 3 plagues. Moreover, darkness would soon fall in 2 hours, making the search for the treasure chests even more arduous. First, he would sell the ripe watermelons, and then pursue the treasure chests. The Dao stone scanned the watermelons, listing 10,000 watermelons at 30 Dao coins each. Such a substantial number of watermelons being auctioned, even during the period of Dao fortune, caused quite a stir. Discussions erupted across the major regions, rife with speculation. Even the higher races began to express interest in Tian's burgeoning wealth. Watching the watermelons in his courtyard vanish one by one, Tian felt elated. In less than 3 minutes, only 100 watermelons remained, which he intended to reserve for seeds. Although the watermelons in this world are large, obtaining watermelon seeds is quite a challenge, as most contain white seeds that are not viable for planting. Dao coin balance, 305,000. Without hesitation, Tian allocated points to enhance his physique and agility to 50, costing a total of 63,000 Dao coins. Dao coin balance, 242,000. All 3 dimensions now exceed 50, allowing for subsequent upgrades of 10,000 points at a time. Chapter 4. Eliminating the Brown Bear Lord. Tian. Race, human. ID, District 10086, Subdistrict 66, Number 99999. Strength, 114. Agility, 50. Physique, 50. Mental power, 10. Talent, Mountain Toppling Strength, SSS grade. Skills, none. Territory level, Level 0, 9100. The territory level. Tian pondered momentarily. According to the Dao Stone, a major assessment occurs at the end of each month. The higher the territory level, the more beasts and indigenous creatures will invade. Naturally, completing the assessment rewards higher-level territories with richer rewards. Failing the monthly assessment signifies death. Conversely, the strong grow ever stronger. Each wooden hut adds 10 points. The toilet adds 10 points, while wooden fences surprisingly add 50 points. The makeshift tables and chairs are too rudimentary to contribute any points. With the Gourd children set to arrive tomorrow, he planned to construct another wooden hut to elevate his territory's level. Once the idea took root, Tian gathered wood and forged iron nails. In less than 10 minutes, another wooden hut was erected side by side. Congratulations, Lord. Your territory has reached level 1. Next upgrade, 100-500. During the territory's maintenance phase, any destruction of buildings or fences will result in a downgrade. Congratulations, Lord. You are the first Lord in Subdistrict 66 to reach level 1, rewarded with a water element core and 10,000 Dao coins. Congratulations, Lord. You are the first Lord in District 10086 to achieve level 1, rewarded with permanent increases of 10 to strength, agility, physique, and mental power. Along with 100,000 Dao coins, a surge of power descended upon Tian, akin to a baptism, leaving him feeling invigorated and his mind clearer. Dao coin balance, 342,000. Spirit coins, 10,000, change from Dao coins. Strength, 124. Physique, 60. Agility, 60. This Dao world is indeed a game for the powerful. By preemptively raising my agility and physique to 50, I have truly demonstrated my wisdom. Increasing attributes above 50 now costs a staggering 10,000 Dao coins each. This means that the district rewards have directly generated a profit of 400,000 Dao coins. Not to mention, my mental power has also increased. Tian felt an overwhelming sense of strength, filled with unwavering confidence to confront any of the 3 plagues. Though the lightning python is swift, it relies on strength to constrict its prey. With the mountain-toppling strength activated, Tian's strength surged to 248, enabling him to subdue the lightning python before it could complete its lethal embrace. Moreover, humans are inherently intelligent beings. Tian would not be foolish enough to venture forth without a weapon. With a mere thought, Tian activated the lottery compass. Having accumulated 2 lottery points from yesterday and today, he was eligible for 2 draws. Without hesitation, he initiated the 1-star lottery twice. Ding. Congratulations to the master of the wheel for acquiring a semi-automatic clothing machine. Ding. Congratulations to the master of the wheel for obtaining a D-rank weapon. The purple steel mountain cutter. In a flash of brilliance, a massive machine, reminiscent of a wooden cottage, materialized before Tian. Utilizing the heavenly Dao stone to scan the semi-automatic clothing machine, he discerned that it represented advanced technology for Earth. This super-precise machinery only required a hand crank to produce garments from raw materials. Among the diverse races, human, celestial gifted, titan, angel, minotaur, four-armed, turtle, and catfolk, Tian observed hundreds of manufacturing buttons. These races varied in stature, some towering, others diminutive, some possessing wings, others tails, and some with 4 arms. Furthermore, the machine offered adjustable sizes. The clothing produced was universally suitable for nearly all intelligent beings across the cosmos, including elves, purple-eyed, snowfolk, blue-eyed races, and humanity alike. In Tian's estimation, this machine rivaled even S-rank rewards in value. As all beings traversed realms, they possessed but a single garment, having lost all adornments. Thus, the ability to fabricate clothing for various races held immense potential. The sole drawback was the need for an individual of considerable endurance and strength to continuously operate the crank. A Gourd child had already found his employment. Alas, the heavenly Dao still maintained an air of dignity. Were all intelligent beings to traverse worlds in their natural state, I could command exorbitant prices for clothing. Even watermelons would lose their allure. Everyone possesses at least 1 garment, and the current pursuit is sustenance rather than material wealth. Tian lamented. This blade is exceptional. A D-rank reward, and I was fortunate enough to draw it with a 36th probability. The manufacturing technology also shares the same odds. Grasping the hefty purple steel mountain cutter, it was evident that it was a weapon of divine caliber. I must construct a wooden warehouse. The semi-automatic clothing machine is of significant utility to me and should be sheltered from the elements. Opening the construction interface, I selected a medium-sized wooden warehouse, requiring 100 square feet, 500 units of wood, and 1,000 nails. Upon completion, Tian exerted considerable effort to push the semi-automatic clothing machine into the warehouse. Checking the territory score, he found it had increased by 50 points. Currently, he was unable to manufacture clothing, as raw materials such as fabric, thread, fur, plastic, and copper were all necessary for garment creation. Tian opened the wooden door, shouldering the mountain cutter. In the distance, he spotted a metal box approximately 100 meters away. Luck was on his side. Upon reaching the metal box, Tian utilized the heavenly Dao stone to scan the treasure chest, which shimmered with white light before disintegrating. The Lord opened the black iron treasure chest to find 5 iron, 100 heavenly Dao coins, 10 cotton cloths, 5 willow saplings, and 500 G of compressed biscuits. Following the heavenly Dao's prompts, Tian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. With his current worth in the tens of millions of spirit coins, such meager resources held little value. Yet, for other survivors, opening a black iron treasure chest was akin to salvation. After transporting the items back within the protective barriers, Tian set out once more in search of additional resources. Enhancing one's physique not only bolstered defense, but also augmented stamina. Running swiftly, he hardly felt fatigue. With an agility score of 60, Tian easily traversed the grasslands, discovering another black iron treasure chest. Inside were 5 iron, 100 heavenly Dao coins, 5 willow saplings, 1 flint, 500 grams of packaged beef, and 1 liter of bottled milk. This treasure chest bore little distinction from the previous one. After an extensive search, Tian could not locate the final heavenly Dao treasure chest. He speculated it was either in the woods or atop a mountain. As darkness approached, he ventured into a small grove. Within moments, he caught sight of the heavenly Dao treasure chest at the center of the grove, though it was not black iron, but rather a bronze chest. Undoubtedly, the rewards from a bronze chest would be far more abundant. Roar. Barely 3 seconds into the grove, a colossal roar reverberated through the air, the source being a brown bear with a power level of 100. Tian beheld the bear for the first time. It measured over 3 meters in length, its entire body clad in brown fur, with robust forelimbs and sharp teeth. It bore a striking resemblance to Earth's brown bear, yet exuded a more formidable presence. In terms of physical dimensions, Tian had the advantage. However, that did not guarantee victory over the bear. The Heavenly Dao's assessment of strength involved more than mere measurements. Tian mentally calculated the bear's attributes, pondering its length, estimated weight, tusk length, and claw span. The bear charged towards Tian, who noted its agility score of 50, though its size limited its running speed. Tian felt confident in defeating the bear, but refrained from immediate confrontation, opting instead to retreat swiftly, preparing to exit the grove. As Tian emerged from the grove, the bear continued its pursuit. Upon reaching a distance of 10 meters from the grove's edge, the bear halted, mere 3 meters away from Tian. Gripping the purple steel mountain cutter tightly, he observed the bear rise to its hind legs, relentlessly pounding its chest. Ineffectual rage. The term came to Tian's mind. The constraints of the Heavenly Dao's rules prevented the bear from straying more than 10 meters from the grove. Fortunately, these regulations existed, otherwise, none in the entire region would survive the initial encounter. Faced with food so tantalizingly close, the bear was rendered powerless. Tian took a step forward, intent on leveraging the Heavenly Dao's rules to strike the bear. Logically, his blade should strike the bear while remaining out of its grasp. However, at the moment of the blade's descent, the bear sidestepped and advanced, swiping at Tian. Remaining vigilant, Tian retreated a step, narrowly avoiding the attack. At this point, the bear was now 11 meters beyond the grove. Tian realized that although the bear was constrained, the challengers could not exploit this loophole to attack it. A reckless assault could lead to dire consequences. To confirm his hypothesis, Tian swung his blade at the bear once more. As anticipated, the bear advanced again. Tian continued to retreat until he was 100 meters away from the forest, at which point the bear ceased its roaring and quietly retreated into the woods. After contemplating for a moment, Tian decided to probe the grove again. However, this time he did not enter but remained within 10 meters of its periphery. He discovered that even being a mere meter away, as long as he did not step into the grove, the bear would remain undisturbed. With clarity of thought, Tian realized that despite the bear's immense strength, it was not insurmountable. The vast majority of intelligent life forms in the cosmos possess dimensions below 100. The 3 trials presented by the Heavenly Dao world served as the first test for challengers. With courage and wit, one could easily vanquish the bear. Moreover, the bear, alongside the lightning python and savage boar, did not exhibit the invincibility their data suggested. Returning to the camp as night descended, Tian proceeded to craft a shovel. Once again, 10 razor-sharp, long-handled daggers were forged at the weapon platform. Returning to the woods, Tian dug a 2-meter deep pit 5 meters from the tree line. His extraordinary attributes enabled him to complete the task in just over an hour. The pit, measuring 3 meters in diameter, was arranged meticulously with the dagger handles embedded in the soil, leaving 1 meter of the sharp blades exposed. Subsequently, Tian scoured the grasslands for vines and grass, covering the pit's entrance with a layer of foliage and a light sprinkling of fine soil. Having completed this, he hefted his mountain-cutting knife and stepped into the woods. With a thunderous roar, a brown bear charged towards him within mere seconds of his presence. Although the bear's night vision was poor, rendering it nearly blind beyond a dozen meters, it adhered to its instincts. As the formidable creature drew nearer, Tian retreated methodically. While other challengers might have succumbed to panic in such a situation, Tian remained composed. Upon the bear's emergence from the forest, he circled behind the trap and stood still. However, influenced by the laws of the realm, the bear became increasingly agitated, although its strength surpassed that of bears on Earth. Its intelligence and alertness were significantly diminished. It lunged at Tian, driven by its primal instincts, heedless of the consequences. As the bear's forelegs landed on the trap, it plummeted suddenly. The force of its descent, coupled with its immense weight, caused the daggers to pierce effortlessly through its abdomen. The sickening sound of flesh being pierced was accompanied by a pained groan as 4 daggers struck true. In a frenzy of struggle, the daggers sank deeper, and it was only after a minute that the bear's life began to ebb away. Under the moonlight, Tian beheld the pit, now awash in crimson. Chapter 5. The pinnacle of technology from the lifeless bear, Tian harvested 1,000 kilograms of bear meat, 1 bear pelt, 1 sinew, 1 D-grade beast core for bear paws, and various internal organs. The voice of the heavenly Tao stone resonated in Tian's mind, congratulating him on slaying the bear and offering a silver treasure chest. Without hesitation, he chose to open it. Aware that this was a reward for his triumph, he anticipated something superior to the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Inside, he found silver coins, fresh beer, heavenly Tao currency, silk, 1 technological crystal for a powerful crossbow, usable upon unlocking the technology platform, and 1 technological crystal for steel, also unlockable at the technology platform. As it was his first time opening a silver treasure chest, Tian was uncertain whether he had profited or lost. Upon consulting the heavenly Tao stone, he discovered that unlocking the technology platform required 10,000 units of heavenly Tao currency. Without a second thought, the affluent Tian proceeded to unlock it. Unlike the tool platform, building platform, weapon platform, and smelting platform, the technology platform bore no levels. To acquire technology, one must possess technological crystals, and even heavenly Tao currency could not be used for this purpose. Many weapons from the tool and weapon platforms required the technology platform to be activated. For instance, the steel knife from the weapon platform necessitated the unlocking of the steel technology at the technology platform. Tian scanned the 2 technological crystals with the heavenly Tao stone. As they vanished, the previously barren technology platform transformed, revealing the crystals for crossbow technology and steel technology. Upon inspection, Tian noted that even with the crossbow technology crystal, the weapon platform still needed to be upgraded to level 2 to forge the crossbow. Currently, he lacked sufficient brass for the upgrade. Congratulations to the Lord for becoming the first challenger in Zone 66 to slay a brown bear, earning a reward of 10,000 heavenly Tao currency and unlocking the hunting skill at level 1. Congratulations to the Lord for being the first challenger in District 10086 to slay a brown bear, receiving a reward of 100,000 heavenly Tao currency and an increase of 3 levels in hunting. His current hunting level was now level 4. The rewards were abundant, and his balance of heavenly Tao currency stood at 440,000. He resolved to tackle the other 2 threats tomorrow, postponing the watermelon cultivation for now. The heavenly Tao not only rewarded him with currency, but also with skills, leading to many thoughts swirling in Tian's mind. He had not forgotten about the bronze treasure chest still hidden in the woods. The chest contained silver coins, 300 heavenly Tao currency, 5 apple saplings, 20 units of plastic, 20 units of glass, 2 kilograms of chocolate, and 2 liters of bottled orange juice. Task completed. Tian first transported all rewards back to the warehouse before processing the brown bear. Given the daytime temperature, bear meat could only be stored for 3 days at most. He worked swiftly, placing the bear pelt, sinew, and beast core into storage, reserving 2 pounds of bear meat while auctioning off the rest, including the heart, liver, kidneys, and bear paws. In a universe teeming with diverse species, there were always those with a penchant for exotic flavors. The prices were fair, continuing the legacy of the previous and scrupulous merchant. To expedite the sale, Tian slashed the prices by 5%. Initially, he had intended to sample the legendary bear paw himself, but lacking the culinary skills and necessary seasonings, he opted to sell them instead. Knowing the auction prices for bear paws were tenfold that of bear meat. Daddy's back. Daddy must be so tired. Once we land, we must help Daddy. It was the voice of the 6th child, Blue Gourd. Always the well-behaved child, she preferred tranquility over chaos. At this hour, only the eldest, 2nd, and 6th were awake. The other 4 had already succumbed to slumber. In Tian's heart, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th were the mischievous ones, often causing a ruckus within the gourd. Today, while planting watermelons, those 4 children had been chattering and jumping about. Had Tian not reinforced the gourd vines during the break, the gourd children might have fallen prematurely. Shoo, kids, get some rest early, Tian gently admonished, unwilling to disturb the 4 mischievous ones. Instead of heading to the kitchen, he crafted a simple barbecue grill at the tool platform, igniting a fire in the yard to prepare roasted bear meat. The flint he acquired today finally ignited the flames of civilization. Opening the auction house, as a conscientious merchant, he set slightly lower prices, and soon enough, all the bear meat was sold, netting him 25,000 heavenly Tao currency. His balance now stood at 467,000. Scanning the auction house, Tian was greeted by a dazzling array of items. This night, the food acquired from the treasure chests was meager, thus the prices of meat had not yet plummeted. Tian predicted that once the strategies against the 3 threats were unveiled, meat prices would plummet dramatically. What was once priced at 20 heavenly Tao currency per kilogram could drop to rock bottom, 20 times less, or even more. Only after the meat from the 3 threats was consumed would meat prices gradually recover. That night, he was in no rush to release the brown bear strategy manual, intending to unveil all 3 manuals simultaneously. Closing the auction house, he opened the district channel. Like many others, watching the district's barrage of comments at night was the sole source of joy in his solitude, providing much-needed comfort. As Tian had anticipated, most challengers had not rested, engaging in lively discussions via their heavenly Dao stones as they searched for treasure chests late into the night. The last chest is atop the mountain, but no matter how I try, I cannot lure the wild boars away. I give up, lamented the forest elf, Moo Ching Ching. I'm doing all right. I've found 3 black iron chests, but I see many others with bronze chests. I'm just unlucky. I haven't encountered any bronze chests, sighed the earthling, Qin Fans Huang. Doesn't the person above know that the bronze chests are guarded by the 3 threats? Sigh. I ran all night just to find a black iron chest. Once I have enough heavenly Dao currency, I'll invest it all in agility. I want to be the fastest tortoise on our planet, declared the tortoise man, Goajia. Inhabitants of Earth, Meichuan Nei Ku, Baka. The great Dao is truly malevolent. Can anyone elucidate why there are 3 bronze chests adrift on the lake? This defies the laws of science. The winged clan's Kongming. Haha, the rewards from the bronze chests are indeed plentiful. The food alone could sustain me for 2 days. I even acquired this crossbow design diagram one. Kongming's boast ignited a flurry of chatter in the chat channel. Some congratulated him, while others expressed envy. Questions arose. Did you, esteemed one, vanquish the 3 scourges? Kongming, not at all. I merely soared above, seizing the chests while the wild boars were distracted. Many envied his ability to fly. The esteemed crossbow he crafted would make slaying wild boars a trivial task. Kongming, it will still take some time. Crafting the crossbow requires a level 2 weapon station, and the cost is exorbitant. Tian felt no envy, quietly observing Kongming's showmanship. Unlike design diagrams, which are consumable, as long as the raw materials are sufficient, Tian could produce crossbows in infinite quantities. Design diagrams, however, serve only personal ambition. From the Celestial Gift Clan. Skag, refined salt 500g. Who is wine to exchange for a bottle? Instantly, numerous wise beings expressed interest in the refined salt, yet Skag sought only wine. Earthling Tian. Draft beer 1. Is that acceptable? Tian had once sampled draft beer on Earth and found the taste unbearable. He had opened a silver chest and obtained 100 bottles. He had seen this Celestial Gift Clan's ID several times before. While he knew not what they looked like, he was aware of their insatiable thirst for alcohol, initially exchanging even seeds and stone axes for wine. Silence reigned in the public channel. Yet Tian received a private message, proposing a trade. Refined salt 500g for draft beer 1. The public chat began to commend Tian. Though few were truly interested in draft beer, their priority remained filling their bellies. Roasted meat seasoned with salt significantly enhanced the flavor. While indulging in his meal, Tian received another private message, 1 Dao coin for draft beer 1. Without hesitation, Tian declined. Although he disliked draft beer, it did not imply a lack of economic acumen. In this otherworldly realm, beverages were undoubtedly a luxury item, with prices varying from that of ordinary drinks to exorbitant sums. Moreover, at this juncture, even ordinary beverages were worth more than a Dao coin. This individual harbored unrealistic expectations. The humble human, trade your draft beer to me, and the great Blueskin clan will protect you, threatened Sam from the Blueskin clan. The Blueskin clan was a 3rd-level civilization in the universe. They were inherently weaker than humans, but their advanced technology had long led them to develop genetic potions. Regrettably, they had long been stunted genetically. Level 49 marked the boundary between ordinary beings and E-class warriors. The Blueskin clan consistently maintained a level of 49, dominating the 10,086 region. Ugly in appearance, yet delusional in thought. Tian, while savoring his roasted meat, responded, humble humans. According to the logic of the Dao, we shall inevitably cross paths one day. Are you not afraid of death? Sam from the Blueskin clan remained haughty. He was aware of his status as a top-tier warrior in the region. You better survive until the Dao rules are unveiled. Tian did not deny it, but retorted. He had always preferred soft approaches over harsh ones. Not only did he dare to confront the Blueskin clan, but he also stood firm against any monstrous races that spoke with disdain. After uttering his words, Tian swiftly blocked Sam from the Blueskin clan. Sam should be grateful that the arena had not yet opened. Otherwise, Tian would have taught him a lesson in no time. As Sam prepared to retaliate, he saw a prompt appear, making him grit his teeth in frustration. In the regional channel, Earthling Tian, wait for me. One day, I shall turn you into a slave. The once arrogant Blueskin clan, self-important, had never engaged in conversation with lesser beings in the regional channel. Tonight, he would unleash his fury upon Tian. Sam from the Blueskin clan, even if seeking a slave, I would never choose one so grotesque and worthless as you. Tian scoffed. 99999 is it? Just wait, I will find you. In the realm of insults, the Blueskin clan was far inferior to the Earthlings. Shut your mouth. You pauper wanting to buy a bottle of wine for 1 Dao coin. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to speak in public. In the world of the Dao, everyone was but a plaything of the Dao. Who among them was truly noble? The human race has stolen your rice. Yet you call yourselves humble humans. Although Tian was not a professional provocateur on Earth, He occasionally joined the ranks of the many who voiced grievances against the injustices of the world. In public, Tian truly wished to refrain from employing foul language and to exercise restraint. Indeed, as soon as Tian's remarks fell, hundreds of individuals from various planets rallied in support of him, unleashing a torrent of invectives that left Sam questioning his existence. The farce reached its peak with Sam's outburst. After finishing his bear meat, Tian also devoured half a watermelon. He did not sleep, but took the opportunity to sell his fire seeds. The price for fire seeds was meager, merely 1 spirit coin. Tian opened the price trend chart for fire seeds. In the evening, it had peaked at 200 spirit coins, yet regrettably, he had missed the opportunity. After 2 hours of selling seedless watermelons, Tian finally laid down to rest. The following day, at the hour of the dragon, a single-star lottery. Upon waking, Tian's first action was to test his luck for the day. Chapter 6. The Firstborn Descends Ding. Congratulations to the Wheel of Fortune Master. You have received 100 bronze coins. Rather unremarkable, Tian transferred the bronze coins to his warehouse. Welcoming the new day. Father, I am about to descend. Tian approached the gourd vine to check on the little ones. The eldest, the red gourd, radiated a crimson glow, remarkably conspicuous even in daylight. The gourd children, aside from the proud second child, rallied to cheer for the eldest. Bang! The red gourd fell from the vine. The crimson light became even more pronounced, akin to a small sun, rendering it difficult for Tian to gaze directly at it. Bang bang! With 2 resounding thuds, the brilliance dissipated, and the red gourd shattered. A small girl, perfectly proportioned with neither long nor short hair, stood atop the gourd fragments. Exuding a radiant glow, the gourd shards emitted a faint red light, flowing toward the girl. Moments later, the divine light vanished, and the gourd fragments turned to ash. Father, the firstborn leaped into Tian's arms. At this moment, she resembled a 3-year-old girl. Tian held the firstborn tightly, unable to believe the reality before him. Until the Tao stone in Tian's mind prompted him. Name, firstborn. Race, Gourd Spirit Clan. Strength, 200, divine level potential, capable of growth. Constitution, 150, divine level potential, capable of growth. Agility, 100, divine level potential, capable of growth. Spirit, 100. Magical power, 100. Talent, innate divine strength, divine level talent. Activates innate divine strength, tripling strength for 100 seconds. Cannot be used again for 3 hours after activation. Mountain Splitter, divine level talent. Combining with magical power, instantaneously unleashes a surge of strength, then 3 times the strength. Entering a weakened state after use. Skills, none. By the heavens. Tian's jaw dropped. The seemingly unassuming firstborn was, in fact, a powerhouse with explosive potential. Each eruption was more formidable than the last. Endowed with extraordinary strength, one can unleash a force of 600 within a mere 100 seconds. When cleaving mountains, an instantaneous surge of 900 can be achieved. These 2 talents, one with a limited duration and the other with an immediate burst, exhibit evident drawbacks. However, their strength lies in their unpredictability, capable of bewildering even the mightiest of beasts. Upon detecting a being of godly potential within the Lord's domain, the territory's points surged by 10,000. Congratulations to the Lord for advancing the territory to level 2, 500, 2000, level 3, 2000, 5000, and level 4, 1015, 02000. Kudos to the Lord for becoming the first challenger in District 66 to attain levels 2, 3, and 4, earning rewards of 10,000 wood and 20,000 Tao coins, 10,000 iron and 30,000 Tao coins, 10,000 copper and 40,000 Tao coins. Furthermore, congratulations to the Lord for being the pioneer in the 10086 region to reach levels 2, 3, and 4, with rewards including 5 earth element cores and 200,000 Tao coins, 1 large water purifier technology crystal, and 300,000 Tao coins, and 1 S-class spiritual material, the Qingling fruit tree, along with 400,000 Tao coins. The balance of Tao coins now stands at 1.46 million. Suppressing his excitement, Tian's first course of action was to sell all his wood, along with the majority of his iron and copper. His mind was clear. He understood that once the 3 plagues were eradicated, the prices of wood and minerals would plummet. At this moment, wood was selling for 10 Tao coins per unit, iron for 15 Tao coins, and copper for 30 Tao coins, all amidst a shortage of supply. However, this scarcity stemmed from countless survivors failing to tap into available resources. The consequences of a resource boom were self-evident. Despite the seemingly modest growth, the wood produced would allow challengers to construct 20 wooden houses without difficulty. Tian already possessed a substantial stock of wood. Thus, he sold 18,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of iron, and 10,000 units of copper, totaling 630,000 Tao coins. This also cleared space in his yard for planting watermelons. Upon checking his Tao coins balance, Tian noted it had risen to 2.09 million. Though not the wealthiest in the world, he was undoubtedly the richest in his region. Subsequently, he planted the qingling fruit tree in his backyard. The Dao reward was not a sapling, but rather a mature tree capable of bearing fruit immediately. The qingling fruit requires 300 months to blossom, bear fruit, and mature, yielding 24 fruits each time. Each spiritual fruit enhances the consumer's strength, constitution, and agility by 10 points, with a maximum of 1 fruit per individual. After acquiring the basic information about the qingling fruit, Tian unhesitatingly used 300 drops of life water to hasten its ripening, refraining from immediate consumption. First, he allocated 800,000 Dao coins to elevate his agility to 100, a decision that meant he could no longer use Dao coins to enhance his attributes thereafter. Both Tian and the big baby consumed a qingling fruit, leaving the remainder for the other children, with any excess earmarked for future sales. Lord, Tian. Race, Earthling. Number, 10,086 Region, District 66, 99999. Strength, 134. Agility, 110. Constitution, 110. Mental power, 20. Talent, mountain lifting and pillar carrying. Skill, hunting LV4. Territory level, 4, 1015, 02000. Technology platforms, large water purifier technology, steel technology, crossbow technology. Dao coins, 1, 29 million. 1 water element core and 5 earth element cores. The Dao stone explains that these are the power sources for energy weapons, the super core of technology. None are available at the auction house. They shall be kept. He planted 5 apple saplings in the backyard. Tian toyed with the elemental cores for a while before placing them in his cluttered warehouse. The space was too limited, making organization a challenge. The apple saplings would mature in 30 days and then take another 20 days to bear fruit. Tian refrained from using his limited life water, having realized its significance after the appearance of the qingling fruit. Initially, he planned to reserve 10,000 drops, but now he decided to keep the remaining 20,000 drops intact. He abandoned the idea of planting watermelons, having identified a more lucrative opportunity. Moreover, wasting life water on watermelons was far less advantageous than accelerating the growth of the qingling fruit, which, while valued at 30,000 Dao coins for ordinary individuals, was a treasure for those exceeding 100 in all 3 dimensions. Tian gazed at the willow saplings and resolved to plant them by the lakeside. However, first, he needed to deal with the lightning python. Tian accessed the tool station, spending 1,000 Dao coins, 100 iron, and 10 copper to upgrade it to a level 2 tool station. He then invested 10,000 Dao coins, 100 copper, and 1,000 iron to elevate the level 1 weapon station to level 2. He further spent 50,000 Dao coins to upgrade the level 1 construction station to level 2. The level 2 construction station could create more complex yards and rooms, unlike the small wooden houses that resembled boxes at level 1. Building a farmhouse or a 2-story house required design plans. The level 2 construction station also enabled the construction of sturdy stone walls. Tian utilized a tailoring machine to craft a silk outfit for the big baby, initially reluctant to wear clothes. The big baby eventually donned the garment after Tian's persistent encouragement. As for shoes, the big baby's feet were too small to find any in the auction house. It is essential to note that in the universe, only young adults are transported. According to Earth standards, individuals aged 15 to 40 are conscripted by the Dao. Various races in the universe have their distinct age groups. Nevertheless, with a constitution of 160, the big baby would be difficult to injure, even if there were knives on the ground. Tian upgraded the tool stations in preparation for tackling the wild boar and the lightning python. Possessing a level 4 hunting skill grants him a certain acuity regarding prey. Dealing with the wild boar was straightforward. Merely digging a pit trap over 2 meters deep would suffice, as the wild boar could not escape, making knives unnecessary. Unlike the brown bear, the wild boar could not climb. After falling into the trap, fire attacks and spears provided ample means of assault. Tian brought the big baby to a small hill to test the wild boar's behavior. As he had anticipated, the wild boar could only stray 10 meters from the mountains. It was more brainless and violent than the brown bear. Even agile individuals could lure the wild boar to crash against the rocks. With a loud crash, the wild boar met its demise against a large boulder below the hill. This was the result of Tian's numerous trials. With an agility of 30, it was possible to kill the wild boar without relying on traps. In the Wild Boar Strategy Manual, Tian detailed the various attributes of the wild boar and categorized the methods of tackling them into 2 types, one relying on agility and the other on traps. From each wild boar, he could obtain 1,000 kg of meat, 1 wild boar hide, 2 beast fangs, 1 beast tendon, 1 D-class beast core, and several internal organs. He also received 5 silver, 1,000 Dao coins, 100 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of flour, a design blueprint for an advanced water pipeline, and an alloy steel technology crystal. Upon seeing the technology crystal, Tian knew he had struck gold. especially since rice and flour were unavailable in the auction house. Congratulations, esteemed Lord, on becoming the inaugural challenger in Zone 66 to vanquish the Savage Boar, thus unlocking the beast taming skill at LV1, capable of taming beasts subdued by spellcasters, with a success rate of 10. Additionally, congratulations are in order for becoming the first challenger in the 10086 region to slay the Savage Boar, resulting in an increase of 3 levels in your beast taming skill, bringing it to LV4, with a success rate of 40 for taming beasts under the spellcaster's influence. In terms of beast taming, a spellcaster may cast spells on the same beast a maximum of 3 times. Should all attempts fail, it results in a relentless struggle. With a sigh of relief, Tian noted that the absence of rewards in the form of heavenly coins was not unexpected, as the brown bear was the first of the 3 calamities to fall in the 10086 region, thus yielding substantial heavenly coins. For challengers, the lightning python poses the most formidable challenge among the 3 calamities. Given that the water is inherently an unfavorable domain for most creatures, coupled with the lightning python's remarkable speed and ambush tactics, it becomes a daunting adversary. Yet, with Tian's current prowess, he could easily slay the lightning python. While the thrill of the kill is fleeting, it contradicts his strategic plans. This time, Tian devised a plan to fish for the python. He began by utilizing a level 2 tool station to craft a 10-meter-long iron chain, 2 fingers wide, followed by the creation of 5 hooks. He meticulously wrapped a sizable chunk of savage boar meat around the hooks with iron wire. Next, he drove a sturdy tree stump into the ground 5 meters from the shore, securing one end of the chain to it. Tian calculated that anyone with a strength exceeding 20 could stand before the stump and successfully cast the 5 hooks, laden with boar meat, into the lake. With everything prepared, he gently tossed the iron chain into the water 3 meters from the shore. In a mere breath, the chain was taut, revealing the location of the hooks as the water churned incessantly. Tian clasped the large child and retreated swiftly, distancing himself 10 meters from the stump. After approximately 10 breaths, a massive black python surged from the depths, the surrounding water cascading like rain. The lightning python measured 6 or 7 meters in length. With a girth akin to a human thigh, it had already swallowed a segment of the chain. Despite Tian being 15 meters away from the lake, the lightning python charged toward him recklessly, as the heavenly rules dictated that Tian was the aggressor. On land, the lightning python was equally swift. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance to Tian. However, the unthinking lightning python was destined to fail. In a moment of frantic speed, the hook it had swallowed lodged firmly within its vulnerable insides. With each failed attempt, more hooks, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, embedded into it. The python, in its tumultuous struggle, disregarded all instinct, obeying only the celestial laws. Tian watched as the lightning python writhed and ultimately succumbed. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. He boldly speculated that the 3 calamities were not products of natural evolution, but rather creations of the celestial order, devoid of wisdom, governed solely by rules. Congratulations to Lord Tian for becoming the first challenger in the celestial realm to employ intellect to slay the savage boar, the brown bear, and the lightning snake. The reward, a divine passive talent, 7 apertures exquisite. A voice resonated within him, profound and unlike the celestial stone's tone. Before Tian could fully comprehend, the celestial stone's voice chimed in, announcing the activation of the divine passive talent 7 apertures exquisite. Chapter 7, Divine Talent, 7 apertures exquisite. The activation of the passive talent 7 apertures exquisite was confirmed. Congratulations to the challenger for possessing a mental strength of 200. 7 apertures exquisite, a divine passive talent. Grants immunity to curses, hypnosis, confusion, and sleep-induced mental attacks, as long as the spellcaster's mental strength does not exceed 3 times that of the talent. If the spellcaster's mental strength does not exceed 6 times that of the talent, the potency of mental attacks is halved. A surge of power enveloped Tian, leaving him exhilarated. Although the passive ability seemed of little immediate use, it provided significant leverage in a perilous world. Following this, Tian commenced harvesting the fruits of his labor by opening a silver treasure chest. The contents revealed 5 silver coins, 1,000 heavenly coins, 100 seedlings of yellow sandalwood, 1 exquisite fishing rod, and a design blueprint for an ice storage unit. While the haul appeared modest, Tian understood its true value. Wood is categorized into 4 types: ordinary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The celestial stone indicated that yellow sandalwood is classified as advanced wood, which, when used to craft furniture, enhances territorial ratings. Although the maturation period for yellow sandalwood spans 8 months, 4 times that of ordinary wood, this is inconsequential for Tian, who possesses the life-giving water. Congratulations, Lord, for becoming the first challenger in Zone 66 to slay the lightning python, thus unlocking the water mastery skill at LV1. Additionally, congratulations for becoming the first challenger in the 10086 region to defeat the lightning python, resulting in an increase of 3 levels in water mastery, bringing it to LV4. Tian reviewed the introduction to water mastery, discovering it, like hunting, to be a passive skill. Initially, he had assumed that skills related to farming, swimming, singing, dancing, running, cooking, and handicrafts were recognized as skills. However, he soon realized that such life skills were not acknowledged by the celestial order. Water mastery encompasses enhancements in combat effectiveness in water, swimming proficiency, and more. At LV4, the enhancement is 40. Originally, with Tian's physique, he could hold his breath underwater for 10 minutes. With the passive enhancement of water mastery, he could extend this to 14 minutes. The morning had been exceedingly satisfying. The divine talent was no longer simply an unexpected boon, but rather a manifestation of celestial favor. Tian knew that had he not possessed the celestial roulette, accumulating numerous advantages from the outset and upgrading his tool station, such rewards would have eluded him. Countless experienced hunters existed, yet they were unprepared. Next, Tian began processing the snake and wild boar meat. He retained only the wild boar hide, 2 beast cores, 2 beast fangs, 1 beast tendon, and 3 gene of pork, selling off the rest of the snake and boar meat. The market for these meats would soon decline. For lunch, he prepared roasted meat accompanied by watermelon. The large child drank milk, and to Tian's surprise, the child consumed a hearty combination of milk, roasted meat, and watermelon, nearly matching Tian's own appetite. Well fed and invigorated, Tian anticipated an influx of heavenly coins that would be impossible to exhaust. Upon opening the auction house, he first garnered 40,000 heavenly coins from the sale of snake and wild boar meat. It took him a full 2 hours to complete the Savage Boar Strategy Manual, Brown Bear Strategy Manual, and Lightning Snake Strategy Manual. Tian's descriptions were meticulous, detailing the movement speed, explosive power, various distances, timing, trap width, depth, and more, ensuring challengers would not be daunted. He even meticulously marked the distances required to maintain from the ferocious beasts at different agility stages. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, he priced the manuals affordably. Selling all 3 together, access to the trio could be obtained for just 1 heavenly coin. Most individuals had already opened their chests, and retrieving a single heavenly coin was within reach. Note 1. For just 1 heavenly coin, one could slay the savage boar, brown bear, and lightning snake, yielding profits exceeding 100,000 heavenly coins. Given the current market prices, this was indeed truthful. Note 2. The savage boar, brown bear, and lightning snake were creations of the celestial order, devoid of wisdom and governed solely by rules. Confirmation, listed. Tian rubbed his hands together, gazing eagerly at his earnings. 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins. Yet, no one was buying. Everyone, hurry to the auction house. A person named Fu Jiatianxia is selling a guide on the 3 harmful beasts. This manual is exceptional. I have already slain a brown bear and earned 100,000 Dao coins, opened a silver treasure chest, and acquired numerous rare resources. The manual is incredibly affordable, priced at merely 1 Dao coin. Tian opened the regional channel, sending out 3 messages in quick succession. A stone cast into a pond creates ripples. Tian paid no mind to the responses, then proceeded to post in the sub-regional channel. Based on the numbering, he estimated that there were a total of 100,000 individuals in the sub-region, with fewer than 10 being Earthlings. At that moment, not many were chatting. Tian sent a message every minute, exhausting his quota of 10 messages for the day. He quietly awaited a reaction. Soon, he noticed someone private messaging him, a fellow Earthling named Qin Fanhuang. The name sounded feminine, yet Tian was uncertain. Did you truly slay a brown bear? Qin Fanhuang inquired directly. D-grade Beast Core 1, Beast Muscle 1, Crossbow Technology Crystal 1, Steel Technology Crystal 1. Tian refrained from elaborating, simply sharing a copy of his inventory with Qin Fanhuang. She then asked for further details and precautions. Out of camaraderie for his fellow Huaxia clan member, Tian lent her 10 sharp knives. After adding each other as friends, they could utilize a borrowing feature that would automatically return the items upon expiration. Meanwhile, hundreds of individuals sent private messages to Tian. He simply copied the technology for them, offering no further commentary. He had no time to engage with these extraterrestrials. He decided to plant watermelons throughout his yard, this time without the life water, allowing them to grow freely. After noticing that the vegetables and cabbages had produced seeds, he harvested all of them. The aging vegetables and cabbages pained Tian's heart, prompting him to list them for auction at 2 Dao coins for 500 grams. Goodness. After bustling about for 4 hours, Tian inadvertently checked his Dao balance and leapt with astonishment. 100 million Dao coins. The auction house prohibited the posting of false information, and the news spread like wildfire. After perusing Tian's strategy, all challengers experienced an epiphany. Across the cosmos, countless beings understood that 100 million was merely the tip of the iceberg. Tian stared at the 9-digit balance displayed, momentarily stunned. This cannot be right. Why hasn't it increased? Have the Dao rules penalized me? He had envisioned a lifetime of sustenance from the strategy manual. Frustrated, Tian opened the special auction section, unable to contain his expletives. Initially, only his strategy manual was listed in this category. But now he discovered that the number of items up for special auction exceeded his Dao coins by an additional digit. Moreover, this quantity was skyrocketing at a rate of millions per second. The most infuriating aspect was that everyone's notes mirrored his own. Tian pulled up the trend chart to observe the prices dropping from 99 spirit coins to 1 spirit coin. Dao rules, I must report this. After searching for quite some time, he failed to locate a report button. He sat despondently on the ground, as if he had missed out on countless billions. Eventually, Tian regained his composure. While the auction prices were unalterable, his strategy manual remained ranked first due to the substantial Dao coins it had garnered. Yet, no one was willing to spend 100 spirit coins on his manual anymore. The second position continued to fluctuate, but Tian's first place remained steadfast. Quietly, Tian created a new strategy, setting the price at 1 spirit coin. Just as he was about to confirm, he reconsidered and cancelled it. It seemed futile. If he could adjust the price, he believed he could still profit significantly. Alas, it was not possible. Once an auction item was listed, it could never be retracted. Tian realized he had been overly greedy. If he had priced the strategy manual at 1 spirit coin, it would have remained at the top. Would that not lead to further complications? He mused on his position, feeling as though he stood on the 5th layer while the Dao operated from the stratosphere. With a balance of 10,450,000 Dao coins, Tian finally smiled as he contemplated the future. This wealth would suffice for constructing luxurious villas and fortifications. Although not immediately, he intended to wait for a significant drop in the prices of wood, stone, and iron or before commencing construction. However, it was disheartening to realize that while the walls could be upgraded at the construction platform, the villas required design blueprints. Without them, even the tallest walls would only shelter stone houses. Tian searched the auction house for villa manufacturing blueprints, but found none, not even for a humble farmhouse. Despite his wealth, toil remained inevitable. Dawa, go check the grasslands for any wild vegetables, fruits, or rabbits. We could use a change in our diet tonight. Tian instructed as he prepared to plant trees. Though Dawa was a being of supreme intelligence, he was still young and knew little about many things. Planting trees and vegetables required learning. Father, what is a rabbit? Dawa asked curiously. Just catch anything that runs on 4 legs. It doesn't matter what it is. But don't catch too many, just one will suffice. Tian ventured into the grasslands, finding that even medium-sized mammals were scarce. Aside from rabbits and insects, he spotted some blueberries, strawberries, wild melons, and other wild fruits and vegetables. In a few sparse thickets, there were also some edible plants. Father, I will definitely catch one. Dawa chirped enthusiastically, then wobbled off toward the grasslands. Tian felt no concern. With Dawa's prowess, even a tiger with wings would be no match for him. Arriving at the lakeshore, Tian first jumped into the water for a refreshing bath. Afterward, planting the willow saplings he had obtained the previous day on the eastern bank of the lake. The Wangwali saplings were not planted alongside the small grove. He separated ordinary trees from superior ones. On the eastern side of the lake, Tian planted ordinary trees adjacent to the woods, while reserving the western side, near the mountains, for higher-grade trees. Surely, wild beasts would not be so deranged as to destroy the timber. After planting 100 Wangwali saplings, Tian clapped his hands in satisfaction. The Dao stone indicated that every lord's territory contained a vein of ore, and there were significant differences among them. Coal and gold mines were worlds apart. Seizing the last rays of sunlight, Tian ascended the mountain range. There were 5 small connected hills, 4 of which were rocky and nearly devoid of vegetation, while the last one was overgrown with shrubs and wild fruits. Utilizing the Dao stone to scan, he easily located the ore vein's position. It detected a rich deposit of purple yashri within this mountain, which could be excavated from above. Though most of the purple yashri lay buried deep underground. The prompt from the Dao stone left Tian momentarily taken aback. Or mine, with 4 stone mountains here. Could I possibly be short on stone? Although these 4 rocky hills contained only the unknown purple stone, they were composed primarily of common stone, bluestone, and limestone. Purple yashri, however, was a premium material, known for its hardness, beauty, and difficulty to cut, making it one of the primary materials for crafting energy weapons and forging arms. As the Dao stone continued its exposition, Tian's spirits lifted. This is no mere stone, it is gold. Just as timber is categorized, so too is stone. Classified into 4 tiers: ordinary, intermediate, advanced, and premium. Even among ordinary stones, there exists a hierarchy of quality. Tian observed in the auction house that marble and granite were deemed ordinary materials. On Earth, both marble and granite yield substantial economic benefits, standing in stark contrast to the commonplace stones found in the mountains. In Chapter 8, the stormy white tiger. Should one be able to construct a villa or city walls from purple, ordinary beasts would stand no chance of breaching such defenses. However, this purple yashri requires a formidable strength of 300 to be cleaved. The Golden Mountain remains a tantalizing sight, yet it cannot be mined. Tian's longing is futile. While a strength of 300 may suffice to split it, it does not guarantee sustained labor. Tian surmises that a minimum strength of 500 coupled with a physique of 300 and the possession of specialized mining tools, is essential for prolonged extraction of purple yusher. He had initially intended to assign a task to a small child, but that plan must now be temporarily shelved. Attention, Lord. A beast tide will surge in District 10086 in 1 hour, with creatures emerging from the mist to assault the trialist camp. Please prepare accordingly. Tian, still on the mountain, received this warning from the Heavenly Tao Stone without hesitation, rushing down to the camp. The trials set forth by the Heavenly Tao are not limited to the monthly assessments. Each day and night may present various crises. This is explicitly stated by the Heavenly Tao Stone. Tian was well prepared, though he had not anticipated the first assault occurring under the cover of night. A misfortune for those survivors lacking appropriate weaponry. Tian noted the Heavenly Tao Stone's warning concerning District 10086, implying that other districts may not face similar threats, or they might encounter different challenges. For instance, in monster districts, a typical beast tide is merely an opportunity for obtaining Heavenly Tao coins. Tian speculated that the rules of the Heavenly Tao would not allow them such ease. He first scanned the prairie, finding no sign of the large child, concluding that the child had likely returned. Upon arriving at the camp, he saw the large child cradling a hefty rabbit, likely weighing around 10 pounds. "Father, I caught one," the child exclaimed, raising the rabbit in delight. "Haha, tonight, I shall roast it for you," Tian replied, ruffling the child's hair, contemplating how to braid the child's hair into horns by morning. Unlike the television character, the child had no gourds atop their head, and if the hair remained unkempt, it would reflect poorly on his parental responsibilities. Tian had initially planned to establish a large water purifier upon his return, yet the beast tide disrupted these plans. He possessed the technological essence for a large water purifier, capable of infinite production. The advanced plumbing design encompasses sophisticated water towers, filters, and a plethora of high-grade pipes. Using this design within their current modest cabin would result in a significant loss, thus he opted to refrain from employing it for the time being. He also possessed a design for an ice house, but the absence of ice rendered it useless, so it too was set aside. In the chat channel, someone lamented, "Alas, the 3 plagues remain, and now the beast tide approaches. The Heavenly Tao is a cruel master. I'm so hungry. Can someone spare me some food to sate my hunger?" Another cried out, "Did the upper level not find any boxes? Are they still deceiving us for food and drink? Even if we cannot catch rabbits on the prairie, surely the wild fruits could suffice for 10 days? Yet, the wild fruits of the prairie were both astringent and bitter, quite difficult to consume. Fortunately, one had managed to trap a rabbit. I envy the winged tribe. When beasts arrive, they can soar into the skies." Surely the upper levels do not naively believe that the Heavenly Tao world is devoid of avian predators? Brothers, is there a possibility that the beast tide consists of goats, fawns, or piglets? Deer tribe, we disdain those who eat deer. Sheep tribe, we disdain those who eat sheep. Pigman tribe, anyone without a pig's head is an ugly creature. Pig tribe, add me as a friend. By the way, has the manticore above attacked you? Tian observed the lively discussions, realizing he had no opportunity to contribute. He understood the sentiments expressed by the deer and sheep tribes, akin to humans' innate aversion to primate flesh. Celestial horseman tribe, I hear wolves howling. Brothers, who has a powerful crossbow to lend me? My spear is inadequate. Forest elves tribe, fear not, wolves are merely ferocious. With courage, even unarmed, we can defeat wolves. Our abilities surpass theirs. Cowardice will only diminish our fighting spirit. Heaven's gift tribe, facing wolves for the first time, is there any wine to bolster my courage? Soon. Numerous comments echoed the sounds of wolves howling, indicating the presence of a lone wolf. Tian mused that the Heavenly Tao was merely a small test, not intending to drive anyone to despair. As the forest elf had stated, with courage, even an adult woman could conquer a wolf, especially since everyone possessed stone axes and hoes. The Heavenly Tao had issued its warning an hour in advance. All were prepared. A deafening roar reverberated through Tian's territory, followed by a chorus of 4 more roars. This was no wolf, it was a tiger, and not just one. Stepping outside, Tian instantly recognized that, due to his 4th-level territory, the beasts that approached were unlike those of others. Initially, he had considered confronting a wolf unarmed, but upon realizing it was a tiger, he retreated to the yard to retrieve his purple steel mountain cleaving knife. It was not cowardice, but rather a sign of respect for the tiger. The tiger roared from the mountain of purple yusha, emerging from the misty hillside and crossing over. Tian understood that if he did not seek out the tiger, it would surely seek him. The wooden fence offered no defense against the tiger, and these creatures were likely stronger than the Siberian tigers of Earth. As Tian approached the mountain's edge, the tiger had already descended. In the darkness, 5 pairs of eerie blue eyes glimmered. Tiger, a level beast, strength, 60, physique, 60, speed, 60. The Heavenly Tao Stone revealed that the attributes of the 5 tigers were identical, far inferior to the 3 plagues. Tian and the large child possessed attributes that overwhelmingly surpassed those of the 5 tigers. "Father, I want to ride," the large child implored, eyes wide with excitement. "Very well, you take on one," and I shall handle the other 4. With the child's average attributes being 3 times that of a tiger, Tian felt no concern. As the 5 tigers confronted Tian, they lunged at him and the large child. Tian intended to test his taming skills, refraining from using lethal force. At the moment the tigers leaped towards him, he sidestepped and struck the first tiger on the head with the back of his blade. The immense force was beyond what the tiger could withstand, and it fell onto the grass, rolling and remaining still. In a flash, 2 more tigers charged forward. Tian delivered a powerful kick, sending one tiger flying 3 meters away, howling in dismay. Simultaneously, he struck another tiger on the head with the back of his blade, leaving it dazed. The disparity in strength was more than a factor of 2. Without innate talent, such a gap was insurmountable, especially considering the additional differences in speed and physique. Unless 10 more ferocious tigers descend upon him in unison, it would be impossible to inflict any harm upon Tian. Tian cast a glance toward Dawa, feeling a sense of shame. He had promised to share one of the tigers with Dawa, yet here Dawa was, confronting 2 tigers alone. At that moment, Dawa leapt onto the back of one tiger, and despite its frantic thrashing, it could not dislodge him. The second tiger, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, found itself on the receiving end of a swift kick from Dawa, sending it sprawling several meters away. As it attempted to regain its footing, it discovered that its bones felt like they were in disarray, leaving it utterly bewildered. Just when Tian thought the ordeal had come to an end, a sudden surge of alarm coursed through him. A white figure shot forth from the darkness, moving with such rapidity that the night concealed its approach. Tian instinctively dodged, but it was a fraction too late. A sharp sound echoed as his shirt was torn, leaving a faint scratch upon his chest. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Tian assessed the wound, noting it was merely superficial. Before him stood a white tiger, a mere 10 meters away. Despite the dense night, Tian could discern its features with clarity. This tiger bore no stripes, its fur an immaculate white, resembling a large feline. It stood only about 2 to 1, 3 meters tall, merely a third of the size of the larger tigers. This was a wind and cloud white tiger in its juvenile phase, possessing D-grade strength, power, 100, constitution, 100, agility, 150. It possessed an S-grade bloodline talent, the king of beasts, allowing its roar to diminish the combat efficacy of ferocious beasts by 20. Additionally, it had an S-grade combat talent, Wind Chaser, enabling a temporary burst of 50 agility for a duration of 100 seconds, after which it could not be invoked again for an hour. The Tian Dao stone indicated the presence of this white tiger, leaving Tian utterly astonished. An unexpected boss had emerged. At that moment, Dawa, perceiving Tian's peril, prepared to leap down and mount the white tiger. Meanwhile, Dawa's original steed lay motionless, its legs in the air. The white tiger, sensing the impending danger, deftly evaded Dawa's grasp just before he could land on its back. Both Tian and Dawa excelled in strength, yet their speeds were both at 110. A significant disparity compared to the white tiger. Due to his innate talents, Tian had always favored strength, but for the first time, he recognized the paramount importance of speed. Dawa, step aside, Tian urged, acutely aware that Dawa would struggle to inflict any damage upon the wind and cloud white tiger, and that she might even face fatal consequences. He swiftly approached Dawa, advising her to retreat. The wind and cloud white tiger could only be subdued through cunning, not brute force. It was crucial to subdue it before it unleashed its talents. Yes, to tame it. Tian had set his sights on this juvenile wind and cloud white tiger, which could fill the speed deficiency within his territory. Go, father. Dawa obediently stepped back. Tian's gaze sharpened as he focused on the white tiger. The wind and cloud white tiger, in turn, regarded Tian with a hint of provocation, possessing a modicum of intelligence akin to that of a 5-year-old human. Ouch, that hurts, Tian exclaimed suddenly, clutching his chest as he sank to the ground, panting heavily, as if on the verge of collapse. Of course, this was merely an act. Tian could not allow the wind and cloud white tiger to sense any danger. If it activated its bloodline talent, he would be unable to evade its assault. Noticing that the white tiger remained unperturbed, Tian tossed his purple steel mountain opening blade far away, feigning surrender. Throughout the encounter, the wind and cloud white tiger's attention remained fixed on Tian, disregarding Dawa entirely. It felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this human, who exuded a certain aura. Seeing Tian seated on the ground, the wind and cloud white tiger could no longer restrain itself, transforming into a streak of white light as it lunged toward Tian, aiming for his neck. With his hunting skills, Tian instinctively understood the tiger's intention. He could scarcely make out the tiger's form, but the moment it lunged, he turned his head to the side. Utilizing his overwhelming strength, he activated his talent. Almost instantaneously, as Tian turned his head, the white tiger miscalculated its leap, landing upon Tian instead, its hind legs pressing against him while its forelegs aligned parallel to Tian's body. In that fleeting moment, Tian seized the opportunity. With a disparity of 110 to 150 in speed, it was not an insurmountable gap when the wind and cloud white tiger had yet to activate its talent. Tian executed a swift roll, leveraging his strength of 268 to seize the tiger's neck and, using the momentum, tumbled several times on the ground to dissipate the tiger's ferocity. After all, the wind and cloud white tiger was still in its juvenile phase, standing roughly 1.3 meters tall. With a few rolls, Tian managed to rise and pin the wind and cloud white tiger onto the grass. The tiger writhed violently, one paw poised to strike Tian, but he deftly utilized one hand to grasp the tiger's claw, rendering it immobile. At this juncture, even activating its combat talent would prove futile. Chapter 9. The transaction from the monster district activating the beast taming skill. Once Tian subdued the white tiger, he prepared to tame it. LV4 beast taming skill detected a master's spiritual power of 220 against the wind and cloud white tiger's spiritual power of 50. For every doubling of the beast master's spiritual power, the success rate increases by 10, thus raising the success rate to 40. The current success rate stands at 80. Taming successful. Detection of the wind and cloud white tiger's S-grade potential. Territory points increased by 1,000. Species, wind and cloud white tiger. Power, 100. Constitution, 100. Speed, 150. Spirit, 50. Talent 1, Wind Chaser. Talent 2, King of Beasts. Loyalty, 85. Loyalty below 60 poses a risk of departure. Note, beasts tamed by the Beastmaster cannot leave the territory. Congratulations, Lord, on taming an S-grade ferocious beast, increasing spiritual power by 30 points. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully repelling the beast tide attack. Reward of 20 points of free attribute allocation. After Tian tamed the white tiger, it affectionately nudged him with its head. Tian noted that taming felt more akin to a form of spiritual control. You little tiger, you've certainly given me quite the workout, he remarked with a laugh as he stroked the wind and cloud white tiger's head. Roar. The wind and cloud white tiger growled softly, puzzled as to how it had suddenly found itself here, having been happily frolicking in the forest before being captured. Tian then checked on the other 5 tigers, discovering that 3 had fainted but were not in any danger, while the remaining 2 lay feigning death, nursing minor injuries. These 5 adult tigers possessed only 20 points of spiritual power, and with Tian's level as a beastmaster, he could tame them with absolute certainty. Congratulations, Lord, on taming 5 tigers. Spiritual power increased by a total of 10 points. Congratulations, Lord, on leveling up the beast taming skill to LV5 with a success rate of 50. The potential of the 5 tigers is D-grade, and territory points have increased by a total of 250 points. The Tian Dao Stone continued to announce rewards. These tigers now possess F-grade strength. There is still room for growth. Tian nodded in satisfaction. The potential territory points for Grade E have increased by 30, Grade D by 50, Grade C by 100, Grade B by 200, Grade A by 500, Grade S by 1000, Grade SS by 2000, Grade SSS by 5000, and the divine potential territory points have surged by 10,000. With 20 attribute points to allocate, Tian unhesitatingly invests them all into agility. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Tian aspires to be the swiftest man alive. Unable to resist, he checks his personal profile. Lord, Tian. Race, human from Earth. ID, region 10086. Subregion 66, number 99999. Strength, 134. Agility, 130. Constitution, 110. Mental power, 260. Talent, mountain moving strength, 7 apertures exquisite, divine. Skills, beast taming LV5, water mastery LV4, hunting skill LV4. Technology station, large water purifier technology crystal, steel technology crystal, alloy steel technology crystal, heavy crossbow technology crystal. Level 2 building station, level 2 tool station, level 2 weapon station. Level 1 smelting station. Territory level, 41140020000. Heavenly Dao coins, 10 for 150,000. Spirit coins, 10,000. From this day forth, you shall be named Xiaobai. You shall be referred to as Hu Yi, Hu Air, Hu San, Hu Si, and Hu Wu. Tian instructs the 6 tigers upon returning to the camp. Dawa sits atop the wind and cloud white tiger, swinging her little feet. The wind and cloud white tiger, feeling quite disgruntled, casts a look of grievance towards Tian, as if dissatisfied with its name. Tian can think of no other names. Even the names of the gourd babies are quite haphazard. Ihonger, Ichunger, Ihuanger, Iluer, Ichinger, Ilaner, Izier. Tian rarely calls the gourd babies by their names, instead referring to them simply as Dawa or Erwa. Conversely, the 5 tiger generals have no objections to their names and comply readily. What troubles Tian is that these 5 tiger generals require a minimum of 20 kilograms of meat daily. There are hardly any prey within the territory. A dozen rabbits are insufficient even to satisfy a few tigers. In the future, he shall not easily tame fierce beasts. If he does, they shall be auctioned off. For live beasts are certainly worth more than the deceased. According to past meat prices, 100 kilograms of meat daily costs 2,000 heavenly Dao coins, a substantial sum indeed. Fortunately, following this recent raid, the price of meat is expected to plummet. The primary concern lies in the lack of visible economic returns from the tigers, who merely consume and drink. Such a waste. Dinner has long been planned. Roasted rabbit. For dessert, watermelon, as he still has a dozen left uneaten. Tian teaches Hua how to roast the rabbit, instructing her to turn it periodically. Seizing the opportunity, he plants vegetables, specifically cabbage. Once the seeds are sown and watered, Tian munches on a slightly charred rabbit while accessing the auction house. He intends to prepare materials for a large water purifier to provide drinking water. Large water purifier, level 3 tool station, plastic 100, wood 5, iron 10, silver 200. Glass 2, charcoal 5, copper 10, beast core 1, heavenly Dao coins 2000. Upgrading to a level 3 tool station requires 1000 iron, 100 copper, and 10,000 heavenly Dao coins. With tears in his eyes, Tian purchases some plastic from a heartless merchant, then upgrades the tool station. In total, he has spent 30,000 heavenly Dao coins. Just as Tian prepares to exit the auction house, he suddenly receives a private chat request. The auction house operates differently from the chat room. Both parties must agree and be online to communicate privately, or even leave a message is impossible. Phoenix Clan S.Z. Huangyu. Could it truly be a phoenix? Tian muses, uncertain, as the auction is not subject to real name verification. Anyone could claim to belong to a divine race to elevate their status. Tian clicks to agree. Wealthy beyond measure. Are you of the human race? The other party also questions Tian's identity. Without a doubt. Speak plainly, Tian replies impatiently. Humans possess nothing but a modicum of cleverness. The other side mocks Tian's demeanor with disdain. Tian takes a bite of rabbit meat. Witnessing the arrogance of his interlocutor, he prepares to exit. However, he notices a subsequent message. S-grade celestial treasure, Zhugua tree 1, A-grade celestial treasure, Yuling Tao tree 1. Interested? My goodness. This individual may indeed be the legendary phoenix. They have annihilated the entire territory from the outset, and they are a paragon among the monster territories. The two celestial treasures leave Tian in awe. He himself possesses a lottery wheel, granting him a significant advantage, thus accumulating a single Qingling fruit tree. The Phoenix clan, however, boasts two celestial treasures of such high caliber. Zhugua, S-grade celestial treasure, flowering to maturity in 300 months, bearing 24 fruits. Consuming it grants 20 mental power, 10 strength, and 10 constitution. Upon a second consumption, it only enhances mental power, no longer augmenting strength or constitution. And the effects diminish progressively. Yuling Tao, A-grade celestial treasure, flowering to maturity in 100 months, bearing 36 fruits. Consuming it grants 15 mental power and 10 constitution. Upon a second consumption, it only enhances mental power, ceasing to augment constitution, and the effects also deteriorate. Stay calm. A shrewd glint flashes in Tian's eyes. He must acquire these two treasures. Why have you sought me? Can the human race truly compare to your Phoenix clan? Tian feigns indifference as he jests. Who is unaware of your immense wealth? Selling watermelons, trading abundant resources, and profiting handsomely from strategy manuals. Do you wish to negotiate or not? Huangyu replies. Though it's an old tree with tempting fruits, the 300-month maturation period leaves me fearing I may not live long enough. Tian responds ambiguously. Many in our region have tapped into wood's spirit liquid, which can shorten the maturation period by 3 days per drop. I believe your region will soon have wood's spirit liquid, Huangyu counters. That comes at a steep cost and may not be worth it. Tian chuckles softly. He will not be deceived by Huangyu's persuasion. While celestial treasures command high prices, their greatest drawback lies in their lengthy growth cycles. Tian is convinced that within the monster territory, few would be willing to pay a hefty price for such ancient trees. Moreover, the monster territory may not even value these attributes. Though the S-grade celestial treasure is of high rank, the Zhugua bears too many fruits, diluting its medicinal potency. It is said that some S-grade spiritual fruit trees yield only a single fruit, possessing potent medicinal properties. Just one can elevate a human's attributes beyond 100. And one more thing, money. Having barely entered the heavenly Dao world for 3 days, most individuals remain at the subsistence level. Who would purchase such unattainable ancient trees? Spare me the superfluous talk. Yes or no? Huangyu grows impatient. Both of these celestial treasures enhance mental power, yet we humans lack mental power. Here's the deal. You propose a fair price, and I shall buy them as ornamental trees, for I have no expectation of consuming the spiritual fruits. Tian subtly attempts to devalue the Zhugua tree and Yuling Tao tree, in his words. 3 million Dao coins. Huangyu. I might consider 1,000 Dao coins. The Dao is capricious. 2 ancient trees could very well be mere firewood. They may indeed be worth 3 million Dao coins. But Tian believes that Huangyu is asking for too much. Theoretically, a Zhu fruit, which grants 10 points in vitality and strength, is valued at 300. 0.000 Dao coins, or even more. Moreover, a single Zhu fruit can yield 24 fruits. However, in the Dao world, the path ahead is fraught with uncertainty. 300 months is an interminable span. Even if one is wealthy beyond measure, I would never sell for a mere 1,000. At the very least, it must be 200,000 Dao coins. There are plenty of beings willing to pay that price. Zhuangyu Wu is infuriated by the first part of his statement, but her tone shifts in the latter half. 30,000 is all the Dao coins I have. Tian, being astute, does not believe her words. When one asks for an exorbitant price, they often end up compromising. If these two ancient trees were in the hands of an ordinary being, Tian would be confident in securing them for 30,000. Yet, the dynamics of the monster race are different. Tian knows where to draw the line and maintains his composure. Do you take me for a fool? You wouldn't sell watermelons for less than 300,000. 100,000 is my bottom line, replies Zhuangyu Wu. I shall refrain from further pleasantries. 200,000 Dao coins is my limit. I indeed possess a significant amount of Dao coins, but I refuse to squander them on meaningless endeavors. You cannot refute this. We both understand the implications. If I purchase these two ancient trees, it is merely for the hope they represent. Should they flourish, splendid. Should they fail, so be it. We have a saying in Huaxia: if a transaction does not succeed, let there still be goodwill. I hope for a pleasant collaboration next time. Tian's words are both tactful and resolute. 200,000 Dao coins is a substantial sum for ordinary intelligent beings, yet for the monster race, it feels insufficient. Yet not entirely lacking. Zhuangyu Wu is genuinely swayed by Tian's rhetoric, believing that if she raises the price, he will adhere to the notion of goodwill in failed transactions. Zhuangyu Wu does not dare auction the two treasures, fearing they might become burdensome. 300 months is indeed a daunting figure. Zhu fruit, tree 1. Yuling peach, tree 1. Transaction for 200,000 Dao coins. Zhuangyu Wu does not respond, merely sending a transaction notification. Tian smiles with satisfaction and confirms the transaction. Chapter 10. Planning the forest area, large alloy steel warehouse, design blueprint, 200,000. Zhuangyu Wu seems preoccupied, likely short on funds, and initiates another transaction. This blueprint is of no use to anyone at present. I shall offer you 100,000 Dao coins. If you agree, we shall proceed. This time, Tian does not attempt to deceive Zhuangyu Wu, for he knows that around 100,000 will surely fetch a good price at the auction house. Tian inspects the warehouse design and finds it capable of withstanding level 12 winds. This description is not without merit. Indeed, Tian is in need of a large warehouse. Large alloy warehouse, design blueprint 1, transaction for 100,000 Dao coins. Perfect. Lastly, Tian adds, do contact me if you come across any valuable items in the future. Should your region have treasures that cannot be disposed of, feel free to reach out. Zhuangyu Wu does not reply, and Tian does not feel the need to elaborate. His strategy of amassing wealth makes it easy for others to find him. A large water purifier is now in production. The raw materials are prepared and arranged in the kitchen. In a flash of light, a 2-meter-tall water purifier materializes. Its capacity to store 100 liters of pure water is more than adequate. Tian fetches several buckets of water from the lake to fill the purifier. After 3 full days, he finally takes his first sip of pure water. Behind the wooden cabin, the presence of Qingling fruit imbues the air with a delightful ambience. The Zhu fruit tree and Yuling peach tree are planted on either side of the Qingling fruit tree. 400 drops of life water are ready, blooming, fruiting, and ripening. The yard glimmers with ethereal light at night, with every spiritual fruit exuding a pleasant fragrance. Once matured, Tian plucks a Zhu fruit and devours it in a few bites. A warm sensation envelopes him, and he feels a subtle tingling in his dantian. Tian distinctly senses an increase in his strength, while the wound on his chest visibly heals at an accelerated rate. Seizing the moment, he consumes a Yuling peach as well. He prepares to dry and preserve the seeds of these spiritual fruits. As it is said that the survival rate of the seeds of rare treasures is exceedingly low, with some requiring special conditions to grow. With the life water in limited supply, cultivating these spiritual fruit trees may not be worth the cost. For instance, the Qingling fruit takes 500 months from seed to maturity, followed by another 300 months to blossom, bear fruit, and ripen. It would be better to have a single tree yield infinitely. Furthermore, if the seeds lack spiritual energy, the life water would be wasted. Life water is finite. Gazing at these 3 spiritual fruits, Tian suddenly envisions a grand villa in the future, surrounded by an abundance of diverse spiritual fruit trees. In the Dao world, lacking aspirations renders existence rather dull. Strength, 144. Vitality, 130. Agility, 130. Spirit, 260. Spiritual power, 35. Could the anomaly in his dantian be the source of his spiritual power? Similar to the qi described in novels? Yet, I lack martial arts manuals and do not know how to utilize it. Dawa also possesses spiritual power. How does she wield it? Tian plucks a Zhu fruit and a Yuling peach, finding Dawa beneath the gourd rack, gnawing at a large watermelon. The other little ones watch enviously, eager to descend. Sanhwa is uncertain of his own descent, but Erwa claims he will absorb enough divinity to descend within 5 days. Dawa, have you eaten the spiritual fruit? Dawa sets the watermelon aside and grasps a spiritual fruit in each hand, taking bites alternately. After finishing, Tian uses a Dao stone to examine Dawa's attributes. Strength, 220. Vitality, 180. Speed, 110. Spiritual power, 135. Dawa, how do you utilize your spiritual power? Tian inquires. It's quite simple. Just a thought, and I can harness spiritual power. However, I'm not adept at it. Mei, Si Mei, Wu Mei, and Lu Mei all use spiritual power in combat. Dawa cannot articulate it clearly, as she has no understanding of any incantations. Tian does not dwell on it. Clearly, the training methods of the spirit race differ from those of the human race. A Wu, Xiaobai strides gracefully through the door, letting out a low growl. It is evident that she is hungry. I thought you would not be eating tonight. Tian had intended to keep a low profile this evening, but Xiaobai's insistence complicates matters. Giving food to Xiaobai, how could he possibly neglect the 5 tiger generals? Upon checking the auction house, Tian suddenly discovers that the price of meat has plummeted drastically. What once cost 20 Dao coins per kilogram now only requires 2 Dao coins. With prices continuing to fall, particularly, wolf meat can be purchased for just 150 spiritual coins per kilogram. Although the beast tied tonight poses dangers for most, it presents opportunities. Those who survive will feast. Tian directly purchases 110 kilograms of wolf meat. The 5 tiger generals, each weighing 20 kilograms, alongside Little White, who weighs 10 kilograms, concluded a day filled with labor and finally reclined on the bed. Dawa lay beside her, unwilling to sleep alone. The bed was modest in size, yet Dawa occupied little space. Perhaps due to the substantial gains of the day, Tian did not yet feel fatigued. He thus opened the chat channel to observe the situation of the district. Upon entering, the barrage of messages was inundated with reports of who had perished and which IDs had vanished. The disappearance of an ID could only denote 2 scenarios. Either the trial taker had succumbed, leading to the sealing of the heavenly Dao stone, or the stone had been seized, and the trial taker had failed to reclaim it within 24 hours. The heavenly Dao stone is indestructible. Once taken, the trial taker could sense the stone's location. The current circumstances pointed solely to the first possibility. It was reported that in District 66 alone, over 1,000 individuals had perished during this wave of beasts. Countless messages recounted personal injuries. This was merely a minor trial. For the majority, death loomed perilously close, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness regarding fate. The forest elf, Mu Ching Ching, declared, I believe that with this victory, we are all courageous souls. The heavens have bestowed upon us strength and speed. A badge of honor for the brave. Should we encounter fierce beasts again, we shall surely triumph. Tian, a human from Earth, responded, well said, let us strive together. He had encountered this elf several times. She remained optimistic even when others were despondent. As a new day dawned, Tian seized the opportunity to speak. Responses poured in, imbued with a palpable sense of confidence for the future. Through the messages, Tian discerned that he alone had received 20 free attribute points, while the majority had only gained 5. The conversations were quite amusing. For instance, Turtle Man, Goei Jia, lamented his lack of speed, allocating all his rewards to enhance it. How is it that the humble Tian has survived? Amidst the joviality, the blue-skinned Sam of the blue-skinned tribe interjected with an ill-timed remark. If you Haven T died, how could my grandfather? It would be best if you lived a little longer. Tian retorted instantaneously, inciting considerable ire in Sam. Tian was not alone in his battles. Sam had drawn too much enmity. Although there were few Earthlings in the district, and those present were rather lackluster, the human population from other planets was substantial. Tian, thank you for your sharp blade. It was with its aid that I easily vanquished the wolf today. At that moment, Qin Fanshuang sent Tian a private message. Although the sharp blade was originally intended for bear hunting, its long handle and extended blade rendered it a formidable weapon against wolves. Did you manage to eliminate the brown bear? Tian inquired casually. He had previously outlined the order for eliminating the 3 pests, the wild boar first, then the brown bear, and finally the lightning serpent. Only by slaying the wild boar could one gather the resources to forge a sharp blade. Only by defeating the brown bear could one acquire heavenly Dao coins to enhance strength and eliminate the lightning serpent. Not that quickly. It takes at least 2 days to set the traps. Initially, I was too afraid to approach the woods, but once I confirmed that the brown bear wouldn't emerge, the wolves arrived. Hence, I only managed to dig a little today. I allocated all my heavenly Dao rewards to strength and constitution. So I should be able to increase my speed tomorrow, Qin Fanshuang replied. All right, good luck. Let me know when you confront the lightning serpent. I will lend you my chains and hooks. Tian felt sympathy for Qin Fanshuang, but refrained from excessive sentiment, offering merely a word of encouragement. He contemplated that once Qin Fanshuang had utilized her hunting tools, he would auction off the sharp blade and the snake-catching hook, for they would be unsellable thereafter. After observing the chat for a while, Dawa yawned and soon fell asleep. Tian, feeling drowsy as well, closed the chat regarding the heavenly Dao stone, and planned his tasks for the following day before shutting his eyes. 3 days later, on the 7th day of Tian's arrival in the heavenly Dao world, most trial takers had been diligently working to eliminate the 3 pests. While Tian had been primarily focused on one endeavor, planting trees, he realized that his territory contained too few trees. The entire forest boasted only 400 trees, allowing for the procurement of merely 4,000 units of timber. Considering the costs associated with various constructions, weaponry, and tools, if each trial taker possessed only 4,000 units of timber, it would only meet immediate demands. Initially, Tian was also deceived by the allure of those 400 trees. This was the heavenly Dao world. The consumption of timber could not be measured by common logic. Moreover, Tian noted that during the last heavenly Dao fortune event, nearly everyone had acquired various saplings. Additionally, during the recent effort to eliminate the 3 pests, a considerable number of individuals had obtained intermediate and even advanced tree saplings. The implications of the heavenly Dao were exceedingly clear. Tian had been attentively monitoring the auction house, but had found no villa blueprints, leaving him unable to plan the encampment. Thus, he commenced planting saplings. Currently, Tian had planned 3 forest areas, 2 orchards, for mountainous regions, and 1 lake area. The forest previously occupied by the brown bear to the east of the lake was a common woodland. It contained 400 fragrant birch trees, and Tian intended to plant 30,000 ordinary trees, including fragrant birch. Ordinary trees require 45 to 60 days to mature, medium trees take 3 months, and high-grade trees take 8 months. In the grassland to the north of the lake, Tian cleared a vast expanse, preparing to plant 30,000 medium trees. To the west of the lake, where it connected to the mountains, he planned to plant 20,000 high-grade trees. Adjacent to the lake, he would plant water-tolerant willows, medium-grade water pine trees, high-grade purple banyan trees, and high-grade white dragon fir trees, with a plan for 1,000 of each. To the south of Tian's encampment, flat land extended from the planned city walls all the way to the misty area, where he had designated 2 orchards, each intended to cultivate 10,000 fruit trees. Among the 4 mountains, one featured fewer stones and more soil, making it suitable for fruit trees. Tian intended to plant a total of 10,000 apricot, plum, pear, and peach trees on that mountain. The remaining 3 mountains were composed of 80% rock, rendering it inhospitable for ordinary trees. In the auction house, Tian discovered 3 types of high-grade trees: Songyun pine, Jinshang cypress, and tiger fir. These tree species could thrive with just a small amount of soil, taking root even in the fractured rock. Songyun pine would be planted on the axe-chopped stone mountain, Jinshang cypress on the limestone mountain, and tiger fir on the bluestone mountain, with a plan for 10,000 of each. As for the only designated mineral vein, the Xiao stone mountain, he would plant high-altitude purple bamboo, a top-tier timber, which was not available for sale in the auction house. Yuo mentioned that she had acquired a golden treasure chest containing 1,000 saplings, which Tian had successfully bargained for at 100 heavenly Dao coins per sapling. During yesterday's transaction with Yuo, Tian gleaned from her words that an indigenous invasion had occurred in the monster district, allowing for the opening of golden chests. While District 10086 had experienced an unusually calm day. Chapter 11. The Three-Eyed Unicorn Tribe finally accomplished. After 3 days and a morning of hard work, Tian had successfully planted 30,000 ordinary trees. During this period, Tian was responsible for the planting, while Dawa handled the watering. Little White and the 5 tiger generals were tasked with transporting water and saplings. These simple tasks were managed reasonably well by the tigers. Tian had already procured all the saplings, as they had been remarkably inexpensive during this time. Although Tian had acquired many high-grade trees, the sheer number of trial takers from across the universe was overwhelming. Most individuals, upon seeing the lengthy growth period of 8 months for certain trees, instinctively thought to resell them. After purchasing an abundance of medium and high-grade fruit tree saplings, I have only expended 1 million Tian Dao coins. Presently, I still possess a staggering 10 million Tian Dao coins. The sole aspect that disheartens me is the exorbitant cost of fruit tree saplings, which surpasses even that of high-grade timber saplings, and their procurement proves to be rather challenging. Fortunately, I acquired them just a few days prior. Now, apart from overpriced fruit trees, they are no longer available in the auction house. This morning's endeavors were commendable. I shall exceptionally treat you all to some wild boar meat. I have meticulously planned 10 projects, and with 1 project completed, it is indeed a cause for celebration. The wild boar, classified as a D-grade ferocious beast, boasts delectable flesh that is incomparable to ordinary wolf meat, which is reflected in their pricing. Xiao Bai and the 5 tigers are jubilantly exclaiming in delight. As for Dawa, I have procured milk for her, as the little one requires nourishment to bolster her health. Ordinary trees, upon reaching maturity, can yield 10 units of timber. After maturing, an additional unit can be harvested every 15 days. I have no cause for concern regarding the initial 400 birch trees. Indeed, the price of timber has decreased once more. While stewing the wild boar meat during lunch, I took the opportunity to monitor the prices of timber and metals. Currently, timber has plummeted to 1 Tian Dao coin per unit. Logically, such a rapid depreciation is unexpected. After all, even without the brown bears, chopping down trees takes time. However, a significant number of individuals have recently acquired the lumberjack artifact, the solar alloy chainsaw. This device operates with efficiency several times greater than that of chainsaws on Earth. Those unscrupulous merchants do not sell the solar alloy chainsaw, but instead lease it in the auction house's rental section, charging a fee equivalent to 1/10 of the cost to fell each tree. Constructing a few wooden cabins and fences does not necessitate an abundance of timber, leading most trial participants to sell their surplus. They deplete resources without regard for the future. In District 66, I am aware of at least 3 individuals who have obtained the solar alloy chainsaw, including my fellow compatriot Tian who, after finally slaying a brown bear yesterday, opened a solar alloy chainsaw from a silver treasure chest. She offered to lend it to me, but I declined, explaining that I do not chop trees. I am solely focused on planting them. This left Tian utterly perplexed. Such is the paradox of the Tian Dao rules. While they entice trial participants to fell trees with the chainsaw, they simultaneously provide an abundance of saplings. In a few days, the prices of timber, stone, iron, ore, and other metals will plummet to rock bottom. I intend to seize that opportunity to acquire these materials in bulk, preparing for my war manor. The war manor is the next phase of my plans, as I must be ready to face ferocious beasts, indigenous tribes, and even native nations. A standard manor will not suffice. Only a manor fortified with walls can withstand invasions. Indeed, by the time I finalize the forest planning, everyone's clothing will likely be tattered, allowing me to sell garments at a premium. Intelligent beings possess a strong sense of pride. Even a solitary individual within their territory requires clothing. Recently, I have observed the auction house featuring leather garments and handcrafted clothing by trial participants, all commanding high prices due to overwhelming demand. The ability to create clothing is a rarity among beings, and I have plans to craft outfits exclusively for the Sky Clan and the Angel Clan, as I deem them to be monster races with abundant resources. The Angels are self-evident, while the Sky Clan, judging by their clothing, are indeed monstrous. The dimensions of the Sky Clan's garments are over 10 times that of an average human male, indicating that a typical male of their race stands at 20 meters tall. With such stature, creatures like brown bears and wild boars are mere playthings. It is no wonder they are formidable. Notably, I have been laboring until midnight each day, tirelessly digging and planting trees, resulting in an increase of 1 point each in my physique and strength. My current stats are Strength 145, Constitution 131, Speed 130. I have exchanged the design for a medium boutique warehouse 1 for 100 bottles of liquor, rejecting Tian Dao coins and any other materials. Upon entering the district chat, I noticed Skag from the Tian clan once again seeking to trade for alcohol. Whenever liquor appears in the auction house, it is immediately snatched up, making it difficult for the average person to procure. Through the barrage of messages over the past few days, I have discerned that the Tian clan is the legendary race of dwarves, a term used derogatorily by outsiders. It is not hard to surmise that the Sky Clan represents the giant race. The Tian clan is known for their insatiable thirst for alcohol, yet they possess a remarkable skill in weapon forging. Skag previously claimed that anyone who provides him with liquor will receive free weapon forging services, though they must supply their own materials. Weapons of exceptional quality must adhere to certain standards. For instance, my D-grade weapon, the purple steel mountain cleaver, cannot even be crafted at a weapon station. Even if Skag can only forge E-grade weapons, they will be eagerly sought after. Skag, I have only 99 bottles of draft beer, I typed in the chat. Although I possess a blueprint for a large alloy warehouse, it is more suited for storing heavy items like timber and steel. I also require a separate warehouse for high-value smaller items. Upon reviewing the warehouse specifications, which consist of 3 floors above ground and 1 below, it aligns perfectly with my expectations. For me, draft beer is less valuable than water. Acquiring this warehouse design will be immensely profitable. Medium boutique warehouse, design 1, trade, draft beer, 99. Indeed, no sooner had I spoken than Skag eagerly initiated the trade. While munching on meat, I returned to my small wooden warehouse and scanned the stack of draft beer with Tian Dao stones. The transaction was completed, adding yet another architectural design to my collection. Regrettably, there was no villa design available. However, a few overpriced farmhouse designs appeared in the auction house. Yet, I am not foolish enough to construct a quaint farmhouse within the city walls. It would be utterly incongruous. Moreover, the asking prices for those farmhouse designs seem aimed solely at extorting me. A delightful meal followed, accompanied by a bowl of rich meat soup, which was utterly delightful. Attention, Lord. Detection of simultaneous Tian Dao fortune and misfortune has been registered. Please prepare accordingly. Just as I was about to resume my forestry endeavors, the Tian Dao stone issued another alert, this time without specifying a warning period. My formidable prowess instills confidence, and I remain unfazed. At this moment, I quietly sent a message in the district chat, 100 Tian Dao coins, Beast Tinden 1, Silver 1, Copper 1, Timber 1, Beast Core 1. Exchange for Strong Crossbow 1. If arrows are needed, each requires 0-1 iron, 0-1 timber, and 1 Tian Dao coin. Interested parties, please message me privately. I possess the technology crystal for the strong crossbow, and as long as I have sufficient raw materials, I can continuously produce them at an average rate of 1 strong crossbow and 10 arrows per minute. Crafting a strong crossbow necessitates 1 unit each of Beast Tinden, Silver, Copper, Timber, and a manufacturing fee of 100 Tian Dao coins. I only profit 1 Beast Core from this transaction, as I am aware that most are currently holding D-grade Beast Cores. Only ferocious beasts of E-grade or higher yield such cores. They are highly valuable, and when crisis and opportunity converge, the strong crossbow becomes even more precious. Tian's formidable crossbow is no ordinary handheld weapon, although its rate of fire is somewhat languid. It possesses the lethal capability to slay beasts with a physique of 30 from a distance of 100 meters. At this juncture, it serves as an invaluable instrument of defense. The moment Tian disseminated this information, a flurry of private messages ensued. Some individuals, having already divested their beast cores, sought to purchase directly, only to be rebuffed by Tian. With time of the essence, he chose to refrain from responding, particularly to those with peculiar rental conditions. Within a span of 3 hours, Tian amassed approximately 200 D-grade beast cores. He resolved not to sell them, as he had already heard the summons of the 5 tiger generals. Upon exiting the gate, Tian sensed a chilling aura emanating from the direction of the grasslands. Lacking defensive fortifications, he was compelled to take the initiative. Armed with his mountain-splitting blade, he leapt onto the back of Tiger 1, brandishing his whip as they surged northward. Dawa also mounted Little White, and at first glance, they presented a striking image of bravado. Soon, they closed the distance, and Tian discerned the silhouettes of 31 figures brandishing long spears. Each stood 2 meters tall, with alabaster skin, and atop their heads sprouted a singular horn. Unlike humans, they possessed 3 eyes, and through the lens of human aesthetics, their features were grotesque in the extreme. This was the 3-eyed horn tribe, comprising 30 black iron warriors and 1 bronze warrior. Utilizing the heavenly Dao stone for scanning, Tian discovered that these so-called black iron warriors had an average 3-dimensional physique of 60. The bronze warrior, however, boasted a strength of 160, constitution of 158, and speed of 95. Is this what the natives are like? Quite different from what I had envisioned. Tian had assumed that the natives would be draped in animal skins, akin to humans. The disparity between imagination and reality was vast. Upon reflection, Tian realized he had succumbed to preconceived notions. The chat in the separate zones revealed a plethora of bizarre races. Some planets were governed by highly intelligent beings evolved from pigs, others from sheep or deer, with some possessing 4 arms or 3 legs. The world is indeed a marvel, teeming with the extraordinary. While the existence of humanity in the heavenly Dao world is assured, it is equally plausible that these humans may become Tian's adversaries. Dawa, you will engage the leader at the forefront, while I, accompanied by Little White and the 5 tigers, will confront the others, Tian instructed before the battle commenced. Understood, Father, Dawa responded, clenching his tiny, pink fists. Warriors, slay the wicked lord. Seize the divine stone, and the great priest and king shall bestow their blessings upon us. On the opposing side, the bronze warrior bellowed like thunder, leading the charge. His black iron warriors, invigorated and roaring like wild beasts, surged toward Tian. Leaping from Tiger 1, Tian charged forth, plunging into the fray. The bronze warrior, poised to thrust at Tian, was met with Dawa's spirited shout. Springing from Little White's back, he delivered a flying kick. The bronze warrior, sensing the diminutive one's might, ready to counter with his spear, only to be struck in the chest by Dawa's kick, sending him sprawling. The bronze warrior, regaining his footing with a flip, was formidable in defense but lacked speed. Infuriated by being toppled by the little one, he swung his massive spear in a sweeping arc. Yet Dawa, swift and agile, deftly evaded the strike, leaping atop the spear before executing a somersault and landing a kick to the bronze warrior's chin. The towering figure was propelled 3 meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Tian wielded his divine weapon with unparalleled ferocity, carving through the opposition as though they were mere shadows. As Dawa incapacitated the bronze warrior, Tian had already felled 10 of the natives. Chapter 12. Erwa lands Little White and the 5 tigers were equally unyielding. With a single bound, Little White could render an adversary unconscious, as per Tian's instructions. Lest Little White resort to biting through the natives' necks. Each of the 5 tigers faced a native of comparable dimensions, and bolstered by the ferocity of tigers, they held the upper hand. The defeat of the leader, accompanied by heavy casualties, diminished their morale. In this ebb and flow, it was merely a matter of time before the 5 tigers triumphed over the natives. Yield, and you shall not be harmed, Tian declared, producing the heavenly Dao stone to issue a message comprehensible to the natives. At that moment, only 7 or 8 remained standing, unable to escape. Little White flitted about the battlefield like a specter. These natives clearly possessed intelligence. Recognizing the futility of resistance, they discarded their weapons and crouched, clutching their heads. A teachable moment. Tian nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, he had no intention of bringing these natives back to the camp, for their appearance was exceedingly unappealing. Beast taming skills could only domesticate ferocious beasts, and should these three-eyed horned tribesmen betray him, it would pose a significant problem. There was a risk of the three-eyed horned tribe launching another assault on his territory. Tian could not afford to be complacent. He resolved to sell the most difficult-to-control bronze warrior directly, while the surviving black iron warriors would be tasked with reforestation. Once the trees were planted, he would clear the lot. The auction house featured sections for beast and slave transactions. Was this the providence of the heavenly Tao? Only by vanquishing invaders could one attract the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Following the surrender of the three-eyed horned natives, a silver treasure chest materialized beside the bronze warrior. Additionally, a silver treasure chest appeared where the black iron warriors surrendered. Let us open them together, Tian declared, not one to dally. Given his current standing, he felt little desire to open the silver chests. With 4 more chances at the roulette, he intended to accumulate 7 before spinning the wheel. While also unlocking the 2-star roulette, he obtained 5 silver coins, 1,000 heavenly Tao coins, 100 kilograms of refined salt, 100 kilograms of peanut oil, and a design blueprint for a luxurious leather sofa. From the second chest, he garnered 5 silver coins, 1,000 heavenly Tao coins, 1 porcelain technology crystal, a design blueprint for a solar-powered automatic cleaning biogas pool, a design blueprint for a luxurious swimming pool, and 1 ordinary mist scroll. The first treasure chest was unremarkable, yet the second yielded a bountiful reward. The ordinary mist scroll is a consumable item that allows a lord to expend 1 mist scroll to escape the mist. It lasts for 4 hours, after which the lord can transport items acquired outside their territory back home. Splendid, Tian exclaimed, clenching his fists upon reading the description. Human curiosity is an inherent trait. What survivor does not yearn to witness the world beyond? No matter how well-constructed a territory may be, it always resembles a caged bird. Tian planned to venture forth only after selling the slaves, fearing that their mischief might cause chaos in his absence. Next, he began tallying the spoils of war. Tian had been overly harsh, inadvertently killing 2 and critically injuring 3. He decided to finish them off entirely, as he lacked the capacity to care for the wounded. The conflict was a matter of life and death. Notions of mercy were irrelevant, merely differing values at play. He procured some herbs for the lightly injured and administered rudimentary bandaging. The medicinal resources in the heavenly Tao world were notably effective. Tian forged an iron chain, binding the bronze warrior securely. Given the bronze warrior's formidable strength, he was difficult to control. The others were comparatively feeble. After disarming them, Little White and the 5 tiger generals were more than sufficient to instill fear. Opening the auction house's slave section, Tian scanned the bronze warrior with the heavenly Tao stone, listing him for auction at a price of 50,000 heavenly Tao coins, with a note stating, a slave with over 150 in strength and constitution, an excellent worker. A purchase is a profit, accompanied by an iron chain. Caution, those with dimensions below 150 should buy with care. While 50,000 was a steep price, enough to acquire many items, Tian firmly believed that the bronze warrior was worth every coin at this juncture. Value lies in rarity. Indeed, as the auction conducted by Tian commenced, the bronze warrior vanished from its original position, and 50,000 Tao coins were credited. Subsequently, the weapons of these black iron warriors were sold at a fair price by Tian. The captives buried the 5 corpses in the fertile soil of the woods and embarked on an ambitious journey of tree planting. After all, being sentient beings, their industriousness surpassed that of mere brutes. With an average 3-dimensional capability of 60, their work efficiency was thrice that of an ordinary earthling. By around 10 o'clock in the evening, they had planted over 30,000 medium-sized trees, such as black mulberries, ginkgos, poplars, and long ridge locusts, in the cleared land of the northern grasslands. In the evening, they were provided with meat to roast for themselves, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Bai and the 5 tiger generals to prevent rebellion. As the busy day drew to a close, Tian's quality of life improved slightly. He sautéed a dish of pork for dinner. Dawah, unable to use chopsticks, resorted to grabbing the food with his hands, leaving his mouth greasy. Tian spent half a day washing Dawah in a wooden tub before tossing him onto the bed. Tian, a malignant presence in Zone 66 of the human race, was selfish and self-serving. Tian, come forth. Do you have any idea how many of your companions perished today because of you? Cease your cursing. Tian has already been slain by the natives. I witnessed it. His ID remains 99999. Good souls don't live long, while calamities last for millennia. Everyone, refrain from trading with Tian in the future. He is a heartless merchant. What is so remarkable about possessing technological crystals if he also collects a beast core? Look at the auction house. We toiled tirelessly to slay the 3 scourges, and the most valuable item was deceitfully taken by Tian. Blue-skinned Sam, do not be swayed by certain individuals. Tian's powerful crossbow is indeed effective. It was with this crossbow that I felled 2 dog-headed men and acquired a bronze treasure chest. Transactions are consensual. Human Qin fans Huang from Earth, confirmed, residing on the same planet as Tian. Before sleeping, Tian casually opened the district chat channel, only to find a barrage of insults directed at him. It felt as if Tian had become a mere target. Anyone could take a swing at him. Tian pondered, is it really that serious? The auction house didn't sell powerful crossbows. I merely offered mine at a slightly higher price. In the grand scheme of life, a single beast core pales in comparison. Is there any merit in certain beings stirring the pot? The Tao above us sees us as myriads. Seeking profit and avoiding harm is not human nature? Was my technological crossbow crystal found on the ground? Tian sent a message, repeatedly questioning. He had ample reason to suspect that the blue-skinned people, along with a few extraterrestrial provocateurs, were targeting him. After his confrontation with blue-skinned Sam last night, several inexplicable individuals began to take aim at him. At that moment, Tian paid no heed, but upon reflection, it seemed that Sam had begun to form alliances. I do not care for a beast core. Why not sell the crossbow earlier? Why wait until danger looms? Had I possessed a crossbow, I would not have been injured today. Yang Yang, a member of the sheep-headed race, posed a challenging question to Tian. Ah, dear brother. As the saying goes, human effort has its limits. We all share this territory. I toil from dawn till dusk. When would I have the time to craft a crossbow? Were it not for the reminder from the Tao stone today, I would not have thought to make one. Tian spoke with genuine emotion. After his message was sent, the others reflected, recalling their own 7 days in this world, where each day was spent either foraging on the grasslands or laboring, never pausing. I need a crossbow to prepare for the next danger. Can the esteemed one assist me? I can offer a beast core. I nearly fell victim to a monster today, declared Zhu Biao of the pigman race. Certainly, those in need may privately message me. I just saw that a crossbow costs 10,000 Dao coins. A beast core is merely 3,000 Dao coins. Indeed, the auction house had listed a crossbow for 10,000 Dao coins. With a clear conscience, Tian believed that this crossbow would be challenging to sell, as the weak could not afford such a sum, and the strong had no need for a crossbow. Many searched the auction house, and as expected, the crossbow was indeed priced at 10,000. They soon felt that exchanging a beast core was not a loss, and promptly placed orders with Tian. Instantly, Tian became invigorated. After producing 200 crossbows, fatigue overtook him, and he informed them to place orders tomorrow. Clutching the 200 beast cores, he drifted into slumber. On the 8th day, a sigh of relief escaped him. He no longer had to accompany this group of immature siblings. Upon stepping outside his dwelling, an unexpected joy awaited Tian. Erwa was about to descend. From the tone of Erwa's speech, Tian discerned her maturity, unlike the mischievous antics of Sanhua, Siwa, Wuwa, and Chiwa. Father, I have come to assist you, Erwa called out with clarity. The orange gourd landed with a thud, bathed in orange light. The gourd radiated a divine aura, akin to a small sun, difficult to gaze upon. As the orange glow faded and the divine essence was absorbed, a small infant, resembling Dawa in some aspects yet distinctly different, appeared, naked and unashamed. Her large, expressive eyes shimmered with a rainbow of colors, exuding vitality. Name, Ichinger. Race, Gourd Spirit Clan. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Constitution, 100. Spiritual power, 300. Spirit, 200. Talent 1. Clairvoyance, Divine Grade. Enabling sight over 1,000 miles, currently limited to 100 miles due to spiritual and mental constraints, with time restrictions. Talent 2. Clairaudience, Divine Grade. Enabling hearing of wind and movement over 1,000 miles, currently limited to 100 miles due to spiritual and mental constraints, with time restrictions. Note, with both clairvoyance and clairaudience, Erwa possesses an innate cleverness, sensing tenfold compared to beings of equal strength. Skills, none. Detection of divine potential beings within the Lord's territory increases territory points by 10,000. Congratulations, Lord. Your territory has reached level 5, 214,005,0000. Congratulations, Lord. You are the first trial taker in Zone 66 to achieve a level 5 territory, earning rewards of 1 Earth Element Core, 1 Wood Element Core, 1 Metal Element Core, 1 Water Element Core, 1 Fire Element Core, 1 Wind Element Core, 1 Lightning Element Core, and 50,000 Dao coins. Congratulations, Lord. You are the first trial taker in District 10086 to achieve a level 5 territory, earning a design blueprint for a luxury villa and 500,000 Dao coins. Current Dao coin balance, 10,355,000. Tian yearned to shout in exhilaration to convey his joy. However, upon seeing Erwa's eager face, he restrained himself. The little child remained of utmost importance. At that moment, Erwa approached Tian, gazing up, clearly wishing to be held, yet feigning indifference, displaying a composed demeanor. "Huh, my dear daughter, you shall henceforth be my eyes and ears," Tian exclaimed as he scooped her into his arms. Though Erwa lacked offensive capabilities, Her formidable spiritual power suggested that if she were to learn an acquired attack skill, she would become quite formidable. Tian planned to inquire about the nature of spiritual power during his next chat with the Monster District. Chapter 13. Night Raid. I shall be your left and right hand. Father, assisting you with your tasks, Erwa declared, clinging to Tian's neck. Witnessing her maturity, Tian felt assured that Erwa would prove reliable. I am too, father. As Dewa tugged at Tian's pant leg, she spoke with unpretentious confidence. Huh? I could never forget my precious darling. Tian, with his other hand, lifted Dewa into his embrace. Erwa, can you see through the mist? He carried both children outside, raising Erwa high and pointing towards the gray fog to the south. Wait a moment, let me use my divine sight, Erwa replied. Activating her 1,000-mile eye. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of colors radiated from her eyes, both wondrous and intricate. Father, that white mist is quite peculiar. It obstructs most of my divine power. I can only see about 10 miles beyond it, Erwa explained as she peered into the distance. Oh, what do you see? Tian asked, astonished, for the white mist was a manifestation of heavenly laws. He never expected Erwa to see through it, even if just for a short distance. Her divine talent is truly remarkable. Erwa continued, the white mist is merely a thin veil. Beyond that, I see a vast grassland teeming with small creatures racing about, along with several larger beasts and a flock of flying ones. Her words flowed softly and sweetly. Tian could nearly envision the world outside. He then instructed Erwa to look towards the north, west, and east. In the east, she glimpsed a corner of a forest, in the west, a mountain range. And to the north, another expanse of grassland. Not a native in sight. Those natives fled quite far. I had thought they lived right next to me. Erwa's insights were invaluable to Tian. Should the natives attack again, they would have the opportunity to ambush them, whether by setting traps or striking preemptively. Catching the natives off guard, he prepared silk garments for Erwa and provided her with zhu fruit, qingling fruit, and yuling peach to enhance her strength. After her enhancements, Erwa's stats were impressive. Power at 120, constitution at 130, agility at 110, and spiritual power at 335. She could easily contend with 10 black iron warriors and could become a formidable force with suitable martial skills in the future. Thus began another eventful day. Erwa was indeed industrious. While Dewa was diligent, she lacked Erwa's decisiveness. Erwa swiftly learned to independently plant saplings, her speed commendable. By midday, she had planted 20,000 high-quality saplings of Wangwali, Zeton, agarwood, and towering phoenix trees along the western lakeshore, where it connected to the mountains. Observing the natives at work, Tian noted their earnestness, a stark contrast to their previously aggressive demeanor upon entering his territory. These natives had not contributed to his territory points, indicating a hint of rebellion. Now that he possessed the strength to intimidate them, should their kin attack, they would surely rise up against him. The afternoon's plan was to complete the orchards by the lakeside, which could withstand water and humidity, along with the area south of the camp. Once the planting was finished, they could rest. The mountains posed a challenge, especially the stony ones, requiring soil to be transported. He allotted them 3 days for this task. In a rare moment of leisure, Tian set a chair by the lakeside to fish, while crafting powerful crossbows for his territory. After catching 2 hefty wild carp, each weighing 3 pounds, he ceased baiting, letting willing fish take the hook. He remained focused on the crossbow manufacturing until 10 at night, earning an additional 500 D-grade beast cores. With his spiritual power, Tian could distinctly sense the energy within the beast cores, though it paled in comparison to the overwhelming purity found in elemental cores. He understood that the demand for crossbows would diminish over time. In the realm governed by heavenly laws, they were weapons of the weak. Once everyone's attributes reached 50, the effectiveness of crossbows would significantly decline. If the crystallized technology of crossbows did not yield substantial benefits for him, it would feel like a considerable loss. The natives finished their work by 10, which left Tian dissatisfied. He suspected they might have slacked off in his absence. It seemed he would need to supervise them personally the following day. Father, I sensed something amiss and used my 1,000-mile eye to look beyond the northern mist. I discovered a group of 3-eyed creatures lurking just outside the fog, Erwa reported. Having sprinted over to him while he was fishing, the Lord had successfully detected a night raid from the 3-eyed unicorn tribe. The tribe's high priest, having learned through a prophetic crystal ball that the Lord was enslaving his kin, was furious. He resolved to unleash his energy, sending tribe warriors to raid the Lord's territory to rescue their kin, intending to kill the Lord and seize the heavenly stone. The warning from the heavenly stone arrived belatedly. What does that mean? If Erwa hadn't noticed, would you have remained silent? Tian retorted to the heavenly stone, fully aware it would not respond. The heavenly stone was merely a tool, and the Lord's incompetence rendered it mute, even in perilous situations. This impending crisis served as a lesson for Tian. The 3-eyed unicorn tribe was formidable, endowed with both intelligence and humanity. Dewa Erwa, take the slaves to the farthest south with the 5 tigers and keep a close watch on them. Do not let them revolt. Shall Bai join me? We shall eliminate them completely. Thankfully, Erwa had warned him, Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences today. Tian maintained his composure, knowing that even with the assistance of the 5 tiger generals, Erwa's strength might not suffice to stop the escaping captives. These captives were not members of his territory and could flee through the mist at any moment. It was essential to leave the more ruthless Dawa behind. Alas, my strength is somewhat lacking, Tian lamented. He was reluctant to part with precious resources for the 5 tiger generals, as their combined worth was less than a single treasure. Oh well, you were the first to follow me. My conscience compels me. Tian produced 3 treasures for Xiao Bai to consume, and then mounted Xiao Bai, galloping forth. As for the 5 tiger generals, he would wait until their strength reached D before granting them treasures. They were on the cusp of adulthood, and during this growth phase, their attributes had soared from an average of 60 to 75. Once they matured, their attributes should reach 100, comfortably surpassing the D-grade threshold. Only then would they consume spiritual fruits for greater gains. Fierce beasts typically progress through phases: juvenile, growth, adulthood, and senescence. The adult phase is the longest, as exemplified by tigers, which can live for 50 years, with 35 of those in adulthood. After consuming 3 spiritual fruits, the wind and cloud white tiger boasted a power of 125, constitution of 135, agility of 165, and loyalty at 99. The white tiger's growth was rapid. In just 4 or 5 days, it had averaged an increase of 5 points, which elicited envy from Tian. However, upon checking its loyalty, his expression darkened. He tapped Xiao Bai on the head. Do you also have rebellious tendencies? The 5 tiger generals, having not consumed spiritual fruits, would already be at 100 loyalty. Xiao Bai let out a low, aggrieved growl, as if to plead for a modicum of dignity to be afforded to the King of Kings. Time was of the essence, and there was no more to be said. Tian and Xiao Bai swiftly made their way to the grassland, taking cover in the underbrush, where blueberries grew. Tian tasted one. It was quite delightful. Guided by Erwa's insights, he anticipated that the band of thieves would surely pass through this thicket. Within minutes, the mist stirred, revealing a group of natives stealthily entering his territory, armed with long spears. Tian used the heavenly stone to scan the area. 30 elite black iron warriors with an average attribute of 80, 1 top-tier bronze warrior with power at 198, constitution at 188, and agility at 120, alongside 1 ordinary bronze warrior with power at 120, constitution at 110, and agility at 100. Weapons: a bullhorn bow blessed by the high priest, capable of piercing the bodies of beings with a constitution below 500. After perusing the information of these individuals, Tian was left utterly astonished. By the heavens, the quality has escalated far too rapidly. Tian cursed vehemently. Had it not been for Erwa's timely warning, he might have met his demise. Xiao Bai, did you see that? When you unleash your ultimate move, incapacitate that enemy wielding the bullhorn bow and seize it. Then, during the duration of your attack, do your utmost to knock out as many more as possible. Tian discerned that speed was the Achilles heel of the tri-eyed unicorn tribe. Without exception, those black iron warriors possessed both constitution and strength at 90, yet their agility languished at a mere 60. Xiao Bai blinked, seemingly affirming her understanding. Not only was Xiao Bai ready to unleash her ultimate move, but Tian also intended to do so. Harnessing nearly 300 points of strength, he would eliminate the encroaching enemy. They were drawing nearer. At this moment, the two sides were merely 20 paces apart. Tian gave Xiao Bai a playful smack on the rear, and she comprehended the cue, activating her innate talent, Wind Chaser, boosting her agility to nearly 250. In less than a second, she leaped multiple times to arrive before the native wielding the bullhorn bow, delivering a resounding slap to his head before whisking away the bow like the wind. Enemy attack, bellowed the native chief. With the strength of a mountain, Tian charged forth, wielding his mountain-splitting blade, augmented by nearly 300 points of power. Evil Lord, slay him. The native chief was also proficient with a blade, brandishing a hefty machete forged from unknown materials, glinting ominously with an aura of danger, clearly no ordinary weapon. With a fierce swing, accompanied by a howling wind, Tian's mountain-splitting blade, albeit modest in size, clashed directly against the native chief's weapon. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed, deafening in its intensity. The native chief felt his hands go numb, the mighty machete slipping from his grasp. Seizing the advantage of speed, Tian anticipated the chief's strike. In the instant the chief's weapon fell, he swiftly reversed his grip and struck the chief's neck with his blade. A sizable head flew from its shoulders. The enemy's strength was formidable, and Tian could not afford to hold back. This scene left the 30 black iron warriors prepared to charge, utterly shaken. What is happening? What transpired? Wasn't this supposed to be a sneak attack? How could our prince and captain be ambushed and dispatched so swiftly? The captain was set to become a powerful silver warrior. Surrender! Surrender! Lay down your weapons, or you shall perish. Tian raised his bloodied mountain-splitting blade, his expression fierce. What shall we do? The prince's safety is paramount. We must surrender. Indeed, the king will rescue us. As they whispered among themselves, Tian overheard. Prince, Could it be we've captured a significant prize? Yet it seemed of little consequence. The prince's worth might not yield much profit. Tian first swiftly sold off all the black iron warrior spears at a low price. Such weapons could not remain within the territory. Wake up, stop feigning death. Tian tapped the face of the unconscious bronze warrior with his mountain-splitting blade. With such an impressive weapon, it was clear this individual was the prince. He bore no distinguishing features from the other tri-eyed unicorns. To Tian, they all appeared quite similar. The prince awoke groggily, startled by Tian's malevolent visage. Instinctively reaching for the bullhorn bow at his waist. However, the bow lay aside, being toyed with by Xiao Bai. Do not kill me. I am the prince of the tri-eyed unicorn tribe. Upon seeing Tian's blade poised at his throat, the prince's already pale face appeared ghostly in the night. Tian had initially thought he was dealing with a tough adversary and intended to intimidate him into compliance for the morrow's labor, only to find he was a coward. Chapter 14. The function of the heavenly path stone. Answer me a few questions, or that brutish fellow shall be your fate. Tian threatened the prince of the tri-eyed unicorn tribe, gesturing toward the headless corpse of the native chief. The prince cast a glance at the lifeless head, nearly losing control of his bladder, looking at Tian in dread. What is the mightiest strength within your tribe? Tian posed his first question. Our tribe boasts formidable golden warriors, and the messenger of the gods, the high priest. The prince finally found a semblance of courage. Tian furrowed his brow. Golden warriors. According to my understanding, a constitution above 50 is classified as E rank, black iron warriors. Above 100 is D rank, bronze warriors. Above 200 is C rank, silver warriors. And above 500 is B rank, golden warriors. Why then do you not send silver warriors, or even golden warriors to confront us? Tian inquired further. The high priest stated that the barriers of your territory would prevent silver-ranked warriors and above from entering. Your vile lord's domain is not one we can simply enter at will. Yesterday, it was divine guidance that led us to reclaim the heavenly path stone. Tonight's assault requires the high priest to expend his own strength, the prince fervently explained. What purpose do you seek with the heavenly path stone? Tian questioned, perplexed. Upon the death of a challenger, the heavenly path stone is sealed. What could these individuals possibly desire with it? The heavenly stone will bestow our tribe with supreme power, fostering stronger warriors and extending our lifespans, elevating our tribe to a higher echelon. Once the king ascends as a true sovereign, he can establish a nation, a realm recognized by the divine, the prince proclaimed with fervor, unperturbed. Tian fell silent, realizing the prince's claims were likely true. Acquiring the heavenly path stone could indeed augment strength. These indigenous tribes of the heavenly path world would go to great lengths for its possession. Where is your tribe located? Tian posed his final question. The prince fell silent, attempting to maintain his defiance. Tian had merely asked casually. If the prince chose not to answer, so be it. He had other tasks to attend to before selling him off. My lord, allow me to propose a trade. Release me, and I shall offer you recompense. The prince suddenly spoke as Tian prepared to command the native captive back to the camp. Oh, what can you offer? Tian inquired with interest. Selling it would yield at most a few thousand heavenly path coins, negligible in terms of Tian's worth. My mother possesses 2 heavenly stones. I can procure them for you. Please let me go. The heavenly stones are of utmost significance to you. Your lords devour each other's heavenly stones to expand their territories. The prince presented his terms. Upon hearing that heavenly stones could consume one another, Tian's mind reeled. If the challengers were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly resort to any means to attack other territories. Tian speculated that one of the functions of the common myth scroll was to assault neighboring lords' territories, particularly among those monstrous races who would desire to expand their own domains. Very well. Do not tell me you intend to return to your mother and obediently deliver the heavenly stones. Tian's blade glimmered ominously as he spoke, his tone laden with menace. No, I can contact my mother immediately, the prince stammered, fear evident in his voice as he hastily produced a crystal ball from his robes. He activated the orb, and shortly, Tian discerned a figure within it. A tri-eyed unicorn, though lacking the fierce countenance of the males, appeared relatively pleasing to Tian's eyes. Mother, the raid has failed. I have not achieved any glory and have been captured by the malevolent lord. Upon seeing the queen, the prince was unable to hold back his tears. Lord, please release Anunu, or our tribe shall unleash the most ferocious retaliation upon you. The queen, noticing Tian beside Anu, immediately resorted to threats. Do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade? Tian disdainfully placed the purple steel mountain opening blade against Anunu's neck. From Anunu's words, Tian discerned that the 3-eyed unicorn tribe would be incapable of rallying sufficient power to attack him in the near future. Cease at once. State your terms. I wish to redeem Anunu. The queen, startled, sprang to her feet, revealing her maternal anxiety. Provide me with 2 heavenly stones, and I shall release your son. Otherwise, prepare to collect his remains. Tian feigned a ruthless demeanor. Very well. Inform me of your divine stone information. I wish to negotiate. The queen did not hesitate. With the lord's presence everywhere, and guided by their god, acquiring the divine stones would not pose a challenge. The lives of her son far outweighed the value of 2 divine stones. Tian divulged his regional district ID, and the queen indeed initiated a conversation on his private channel, making Tian acutely aware of the intricacies of these tribes. Sealed Heavenly Stone 2. Transaction. Three-eyed unicorn tribe Prince Anu. Such a transaction left Tian no room for deceit. After all, as a man of honor, how could he renege? Three-eyed unicorn tribe Prince Anu. Three-eyed unicorn tribe Great Warrior's Corpse. Transaction. Sealed Heavenly Stone 2. Respect your warriors. May their souls return home. It was too late. There was no time to attend to the corpse. The queen said nothing. The great warrior's body would suffice for her to explain to the tribe. Transaction completed. Anunu vanished without a trace. I hold 55 of your warriors in my possession. Give me 2 more divine stones, and I shall return them to you. If you lack the authority to decide, seek someone who does. They are all warriors, many of whom can become bronze warriors. Let us say this. I grant you 3 days' time. Should you fail to comply, I shall sell them as slaves. Tian addressed the queen. He refrained from demanding excessively, fearing to frighten the three-eyed unicorn tribe, as divine stones held significant importance for them. I shall inform the king. The transaction can occur by tomorrow, the queen replied, confident that the king would acquiesce. Though they were a prominent clan, their tribe consisted of merely hundreds of thousands. Every capable warrior required substantial nurturing. No, 3 days hence. I also wish to treat your warriors to a grand feast, as a gesture of hospitality. With that, Tian promptly closed the chat. Upon returning to the camp, he gathered the captives and delivered a brief address. Warriors, I have struck a deal with your tribe. In 3 days, you shall return home, provided you carry out my instructions diligently. I hope you will labor sincerely during these 3 days and refrain from actions you might regret. The captives were elated. The once listless and despondent captives were now invigorated by the power of hope. A detection revealed an ordinary unclaimed heavenly stone. Devouring it could expand territory by 1 square kilometer. Please select the terrain and location for the expansion. Tian was contemplating how to devour it when 2 heavenly stones aligned, and a light screen appeared before him. Options included lakes, mountains, grasslands, plains, deserts, and saline lakes. Forests were notably absent. The ordinary heavenly stone suggested that the lord of this stone had likely never devoured other territories. Had he done so, the area gained would have been significantly larger. Choosing the plains, Tian's words prompted an expansion of 1 square kilometer centered around his camp, a development that seemed entirely reasonable. Initially, he had considered establishing a modest estate within his camp, but now he envisioned a grand estate encompassing an area of 1 square kilometer. The estate would include a warehouse, vegetable garden, livestock farm, clothing workshop, and various other buildings. One must always prepare for the future. Tian stepped out of the camp and headed for the high-grade timber area. Noticing that high-grade saplings were not selling well at the auction house, he decided to alleviate the pressure on his fellow traders. Upon utilizing the last heavenly stone, 500 acres of land appeared at the junction of the high-grade timber area and Stone Mountain, and Tian planned to plant over 60,000 high-grade saplings. Tonight, he would scour the auction house for supplies. If he successfully planted all the high-grade saplings, he could expect to harvest over 110,000 high-grade trees in the future, even yielding over 1 million units of high-grade wood during their prime. At midnight, he finally sat down to a meal. The little one was quite famished. Dinner consisted of 2 grilled Christian carps, a piece of roasted wild boar, and some cooked rice porridge. The district channel had passed the chat's peak. Were you attacked by the natives tonight? Tian inquired through a message while eating. Surely not. Tian, did the natives attack you? There was no alert for me regarding the heavenly stones. What is going on, Tian? Were there native attacks? How many? The incredulity of his statement ignited a flurry of responses. After all, such an attack seemed utterly fantastical. Yesterday, I captured a few natives and set them to trivial tasks. To my surprise, while preparing dinner tonight, I noticed some figures stealthily creeping into my territory, prompting the heavenly stone to signal a revenge attack from the native tribe, who sought to rescue their captured brethren. Fortunately, I discovered them in time and laid an ambush. Tian downplayed his experience, pondering why other lords could slay natives without drawing retaliation, questioning whether it was due to his territory's level or some other factor. Wait, Tian mentioned capturing a few, then ambushing them. The only entity that attacked me yesterday was a red-eyed monster, but it was evident they were sentient beings. What was Tian up to? What level is Tian's territory? My territory harbors several ferocious beasts, which likely attracted more natives. Noticing the absence of chatter regarding attacks, Tian opted to remain reticent. He speculated 2 potential reasons. Either he had been too ruthless in capturing prisoners, or his territory had leveled up. Tian picked up the horned bow beside his bed. It seemed the high priest's enhancement had been withdrawn. Nonetheless, this horned bow was of exceptional quality, crafted from the horn of a beast, likely sourced from a C-grade ferocious creature. This horned bow possessed a draw weight of 1,000 pounds, capable of piercing beings with a constitution of 300 even at full draw. Despite Tian's immense strength, he could barely manage to draw it fully. He planned to craft all-metal arrows to enhance their lethality and armor-piercing capabilities. If he could master archery, it would significantly bolster his prowess. Gazing at the two young ones cuddled together in slumber, he sighed. The bed was too small. He resolved to begin gathering materials the following day. On the 9th day, a more formidable force joined the ranks. After each captive enjoyed a piece of roasted meat, their spirits soared. In a single day, they conquered 3 mountains. This day, Tian expended 1 million, sweeping up 60,000 high-grade saplings, causing the value of high-grade saplings to rise by 1 heavenly coin. Chapter 15, The War Estate. Meanwhile, the price of wood had plummeted to 50 spirit coins per unit, a staggering 20-fold decrease compared to the initial price. Tian sensed that there was still room for a decline. However, he did not dwell on it for long and promptly purchased 500,000 units of timber. Constructing a grand villa required a level 4 building platform, so Tian first spent 500,000 to upgrade the platform to level 3. Then another 5 million to elevate it to level 4. The tool station's upgrade to level 4 cost a total of 100,000 along with some materials, while the weapon station's upgrades to levels 3 and 4 amounted to 1 million and additional materials. Stone was the primary material for the villa and the city walls, and Tian required a substantial amount of it. He dismissed the ordinary stone available at the auction house, instead setting his sights on high-grade stone. This type of stone not only enhanced the territory's score when constructing villas and walls, but also significantly bolstered their defensive capabilities. The Grand Villa required 300,000 units of high-grade stone, while the war walls demanded 1,000 units of stone per meter, totaling 4,000 meters, which equated to 1 million units of stone. The extra 100,000 units would be utilized to forge city towers. Ultimately, Tian acquired 5 million units of various high-grade stones, providing a much-needed boost to the high-grade stone market. These high-grade stones originated from the soul mine of the lords, while other unfortunate lords only possessed intermediate stone mines. Nevertheless, the expenditure on these premium stones was substantial. Ordinary stone cost 10 ling coins per unit, intermediate stone 1 tiandao coin per unit, and high-grade stone, known for its formidable defensive power and territory score enhancement, sold for 10 tiandao coins per unit, even in such a sluggish market. Thus, Tian spent a staggering 50 million tiandao coins solely on high-grade stones. Iron was priced at 1 tiandao coin per unit, and copper at 2 tiandao coins per unit. Tian purchased 1 million units of iron and 500,000 units of copper, spending 2 million. Silver was 10 tiandao coins per unit, and he acquired 100,000 units, costing him 1 million. Gold was priced at 100 tiandao coins per unit, and he procured 100,000 units of gold, enviously eyeing those who possessed gold mines, costing him 10 million. Additionally, various alloys of precious metals totaled 400,000 tiandao coins. A plethora of materials such as glass and plastic incurred another 400,000 tiandao coins, while leather and silk also amounted to 400,000 tiandao coins. Designs for a water closet, a luxurious bed, a solar shower system, an exquisite kitchen layout, and an elegant gazebo cost 100,000 tiandao coins, with Tian still in the process of gathering other designs. In this shopping spree, Tian spent a total of 25 million, leaving him with a balance of 31 million tiandao coins. If not for the expansion of land, the materials would hardly fit. There's never enough money. Tian sighed. He understood that this was not the end and that further expenditures were inevitable. The construction platform for tiandao stones required many irreplaceable items, which were substituted with precious metals, hence Tian's need for such a vast quantity of gold. For instance, the design for a large luxurious villa demanded as much as 10,000 gold. Everything was in readiness, but the favorable wind was yet to come. He would commence immediately after tomorrow's lottery. On the 10th day, he prepared for a 7-fold draw. Early in the morning, Tian activated the lottery wheel. A bit excited about drawing 7 times. Ding! The lottery commenced. Ding! Congratulations to the wheel master for obtaining the exquisite pattern table and chair design. Ding! Congratulations to the wheel master for obtaining the granary design. Ding! Congratulations to the wheel master for obtaining 100 iron. Ding! Congratulations to the wheel master for obtaining 100 copper. Ding! Congratulations to the wheel master for obtaining an E-grade weapon, the Xuanhua grade axe. Ding! Congratulations to the wheel master for obtaining a solar technology crystal. Ding! Congratulations to the wheel master for obtaining an E-grade elixir, the energy boost pill. It seemed that only the solar technology crystal was particularly impressive. The rest were rather insignificant. Wait a minute. This energy boost pill prevents hunger and fatigue for 3 days and invigorates the spirit. This is not just an energy boost. It's clearly a super buff. I already feel quite energetic. I'll save it for later tonight to maximize its benefits. Tian tucked the elixir away, planning to consume it when his energy waned in the evening. Ding! Due to the wheel master reaching 10 draws in the 1-star lottery, The 2-star prize wheel has been activated, granting the Wheel Master 1 unlimited draw. Ding. Lottery points awarded daily have increased from 1 to 2. The 2-star draw requires a consumption of 5 points. 10 draws on the 2-star wheel unlocks the 3-star wheel. In front of Tian, the 1-star lottery wheel appeared alongside a larger, white 2-star wheel. This white wheel bore 2 stars at its pinnacle. It contained 48 segments, with the grand prize being an A-grade reward, a mere 48 to 1 chance, quite slim. However, there were 3 B-grade rewards, 5 C-grade rewards, 10 D-grade rewards, and another 10 E-grade rewards. The remaining 19 rewards consisted of various mineral resources, high-tech rewards, and 2 special draws. Although it costs 5 points, he would aim for the 2-star draws in the future, as the prizes were evidently on a different level. Henceforth, he would draw every 5 days. I must use the unlimited draw now. Tian silently chanted, God-tier rewards, God-tier rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the Wheel Master for obtaining 10 acres of high-grade soil. Ding. Insufficient space. Please select a drop location promptly. The mechanical voice of the Tian Dao will reminded him. High-grade soil merely increases crop maturation speed and yield. Perfectly. He planned to designate 10 acres of high-grade land within the estate for the cultivation of rare herbs. Tian was quite satisfied with this lottery outcome. He summoned 10 of the most physically fit individuals from the tree planting team to assist him in moving miscellaneous items. In no time, a 10-acre plot was cleared. This was a meter-thick layer of black soil. Tian positioned it in the southwest corner of the war estate, adjacent to the city wall, intending to later fashion it into a flower bed with stones. High-grade soil promotes plant growth at 4 times the rate of ordinary soil. It is worth noting that the ordinary soil of this world is many times superior to that of Earth. However, one drawback is that high-grade soil cannot exploit the life water bug. Tian instructed the captives to transplant watermelons, vegetables, and cabbages from the yard onto the black soil, knowing that with such fertile ground, failure would be improbable. Additionally, there were 5 apple saplings in the yard, all of which were relocated to the southern orchard. The rare herbs did not need to be disturbed, as Tian had already planned their placement. The villa was to be constructed behind the rare herbs. Placing it in front would necessitate relocating the gourds, which was evidently impractical. Next, all buildings and fences were to be dismantled. Once the area was cleared, Tian and the locals began transporting the materials for the villa's construction. This grand luxurious villa would consist of 4 floors and 24 rooms of varying sizes, resembling a small castle. Following Earth's design principles, not all rooms would serve as living quarters, but Tian had no intention of entertaining such chaotic thoughts. The villa would feature gardens both in front and behind, perfectly suited for collecting spiritual fruit. The requirements included 300,000 high-grade stones, 100,000 timber, 10,000 silver, 10,000 gold, 10,000 tiles, 500 glass, 1,000 plastic, 10 beast cores, 1 earth element core, 100,000 iron, 10,000 copper, and 200,000 Tian Dao coins. Tian speculated that the earth element core was intended to substitute for materials like cement. As for the gold, Tian was at a loss for words. Construction. Activating the construction platform, Tian placed the design blueprint of a grand, luxurious villa upon it and designated the site for its erection. An abundance of resources was automatically sorted, as if by a miracle, and the villa, resembling a small castle, sprang forth from the ground in all its breathtaking beauty. It became evident to me that this sum of 10,000 gold was likely a fee for the intervention of the heavenly Tao. Tian gazed upon the villa, feeling both joy and a pang of sorrow. This magnificent edifice would yield 13,000 territorial points for Tian. Next, he prepared to erect the city walls. Among the 4th-tier constructions, there existed a wall 3.5 meters thick and 13 meters tall. Each meter required 1,000 stones, ordinary stones permissible, 10 units of iron, 1 unit of copper, and 100 Dao coins. Such walls were constructed in segments of 100 meters. On the walls, siege engines and crossbows could be positioned. The city gates were the widest, spanning 6 meters, and the gatehouse comprised 2 levels. Tian had never abandoned his plan to recruit the indigenous people. Otherwise, he would not have expended such considerable resources to construct these walls. The strength of one individual is inherently limited. The advanced stones were, in truth, not numerous. Tian had procured these stones primarily for the foundation. Within the detection range of the construction platform, the towering, robust walls stood erect. By nightfall, Tian had completed 1,000 meters of wall. Without hesitation, he consumed an energy-restoring elixir, replenishing his vitality. Time is life, time is power, time is currency. After preparing a meal for the little ones, he instructed them to return to the villa for rest. Unsold high-grade timber from the auction house was hastened to maturity by Tian using the water of life, which he then transformed into luxurious leather sofas, opulent beds, and exquisite tables and chairs. Tian resumed his diligent work. One night, one day, and another night passed. He toiled relentlessly. As long as he could endure, he would labor to the utmost. Finally, Tian completed the construction of the walls. The towering behemoths instilled fear in the captives. Henceforth, the domain of the demons would be spoken of in hushed tones among them. The construction of the walls cost an additional 400,000 Dao coins. Today marked the day for the redemption of captives, with 5 small hills and 60,000 high-grade saplings newly cultivated in the land below the hills, all completed. For the subsequent tasks, Tian, leveraging his tenacious spirit, proceeded at a steady pace. The captives were conveniently returned in exchange for more valuable Dao stones. Sealed Dao Stone 2, Transaction, Alalai, Ababa. The captives vanished, leaving the space much emptier. However, this was of little concern. The tenacious spirit still had a day and a half remaining. The large alloy steel warehouse was placed against the eastern wall of the estate. Spanning 20 acres, the warehouse consumed 200,000 advanced stones, 500,000 iron, copper, gold, and manganese alloy materials, alongside a construction cost of 50,000 Dao coins. Upon completion of the large warehouse, a medium boutique warehouse was situated not far from the villa on its western side. This 3-story boutique warehouse also featured a basement. It required 100,000 advanced stones, 10,000 each of iron and copper, and 5 beast cores. The granary was positioned against the western city wall. It consisted of 10 medium warehouses and 2 large warehouses, each medium warehouse capable of storing 300,000 kg of grain, while the large warehouses could accommodate 1,000,000 kg. A pavilion was erected at the very center of the entire city. The paths leading to each warehouse were paved with stone tiles, which Tian had purchased from the auction house as ordinary bluestone, quite economical. Although advanced stones were still available, Tian preferred not to squander them on such matters. Utilizing the design blueprint for advanced water piping, the entire villa was supplied with water. Underground pipes connected from the lake to the estate, passing through a 3-tier filtration system, subsequently flowing into 4 10-ton water towers, and finally connecting to every room in the villa. Of course, water for the kitchen remained supplied by a water purifier. There was only one design for the flush toilet, situated in the master bedroom on the 4th floor. The solar shower system was likewise singular, also placed in the master bathroom. The kitchen on the 1st floor was exquisitely decorated and quite beautiful, much to Tian's satisfaction. The design blueprint for the luxurious swimming pool was utilized on the villa's rooftop. The rooftop was ideally suited for a swimming pool, occupying minimal space. Should the rooftop prove unfit for construction, Tian would sell the swimming pool design. In the living room, the luxurious leather sofa had cost Tian a significant sum. Additionally, the table and chairs in one corner of the living room were crafted from authentic Wangwali wood. Tian harnessed solar energy crystals to create a solar panel. He also fabricated a solar-powered automatic cleaning biogas pool, placing it in the southeastern corner. Whether for the estate or the villa, both were in their nascent stages, with plenty yet to be arranged. Once everything was settled, the state of heightened energy concluded. Tian felt extremely fatigued and slept soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, he realized it was the 14th day since entering the Dao world. Chapter 16, Level 6 Territory. Yesterday, it seemed there was a prompt regarding Dao stones. I am utterly exhausted. My brain feels numb. This energy-restoring elixir must not be misused. Rising from the luxurious bed, Tian vigorously shook his head. Detection confirmed that the Lord was in a state of awakening, triggering a reward. He could not remain on the 4th floor of the villa. Tian leapt from his bed and dashed downstairs. Detection indicated that the Lord's territory had reached a basic level 6 status, currently at 83, 250, 200, 000. The Lord's territory had attained level 6. Level 6 represents the apex of ordinary territories. The world of the heavenly Dao is now open for competition within this realm. The first 100 lords to reach level 7 territories will receive substantial rewards. The second segment regarding Dao stones must be temporarily disregarded. It remains too distant, and the situation is not yet favorable. In essence, the comprehensive construction had resulted in a total increase of 62,000 territorial points. The villa contributed 13,000. The walls accounted for 40,000 points, including the 4 city gates and gatehouse. The large alloy warehouse added 3,000. The medium boutique warehouse contributed 1,000. The granary added 1,000, and the biogas pool, swimming pool, pavilion, sofa, bed, tables and chairs, water towers, and tiger den collectively amounted to 3,500. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully becoming the first trialist in Zone 66 to reach level 6 territory, rewarded with 2 water element cores, 2 earth element cores, 2 fire element cores, 2 wind element cores, 2 lightning element cores, 2 gold element cores, 2 wood element cores, 2 light element cores, and 2 dark element cores, as well as 60,000 Dao coins. Congratulations to the Lord for becoming the first trialist in the 10086 district to reach level 6 territory, rewarded with an SS grade heavenly treasure, the dragon blood sacred fruit tree. Additionally, the Lord received 600,000 0.000 Dao coins. The Dragon Blood Sacred Fruit Tree is an SS-grade spiritual fruit tree, yielding fruit every 9 months, producing 24 fruits each time. It grants an increase of 20 to strength, constitution, and agility. The effects of consuming the Dragon Blood Sacred Fruit are only valid for the first consumption. Tian salivated at the sight of the Dragon Blood Sacred Fruit. This time, he decided to plant the Dragon Blood Sacred Fruit tree in the rear garden, transforming the original rear garden into a front garden. The rear garden was rather empty. Planting a single Dragon Blood Sacred Fruit tree would lend it some substance. In the boutique warehouse beside the villa, Tian retrieved 900 drops of the water of life. Blooming, fruiting, and ripening ensued. The blood-red fruits were no less delectable than the previous 3 varieties of spirit fruits. Strength coursed through his limbs, bringing exceptional comfort. My 3-dimensional attributes. After the old bull state yesterday, it seems my strength has increased by 2 points, constitution by 2 points, and agility by 1 point. Lord, Tian. Race, Earthling. ID, 10086 District, Zone 66, Number 99999. Strength, 167. Agility, 151. Constitution, 153. Spiritual power, 35. Mental power, 260. Talents, Mountain Strength, Acuteness of the 7 Apertures. Skills, Beast Taming LV5, Hunting LV5, Water Mastery LV4. Technology Station, Solar Technology Crystal, Steel Technology Crystal. Alloy Steel Technology Crystal, Powerful Crossbow Technology Crystal, Ceramic Technology Crystal, Large Purifier Technology Crystal. Level 4 Construction Station, Level 4 Weapon Station, Level 4 Tool Station. Level 1 Smelting Station. Dao Coins, 30. 5 million. Spirit Coins, 10,000. Territory Level, Level 6, 83, 250, 200, 000. In the large warehouse, 200, 000 units of wood, 200, 000 units of iron, 300, 000 units of copper, 80, 000 units of silver, 120, 000 units of other non-ferrous metals, 200, 000 units of plastic, 10, 000 units of glass, 200, 000 units of cotton fabric, 100, 000 units of silk, 20, 000 units of beast skins, and various other goods. Outside the warehouse, there are 200, 000 units of high-grade stone stacked. In the medium boutique warehouse, 7 earth element cores, 4 water element cores, 3 fire element cores, 3 metal element cores, 3 wood element cores, 3 wind element cores, 3 thunder element cores, 2 light element cores, 2 dark element cores, 11, 501 D-class beast cores, 1 icehouse blueprint, 23, 000 drops of life water, various spirit fruit seeds, and 1 ordinary mist scroll, beast tendons and fangs. Several E-class divine weapons such as the thick-backed broadsword and the decorative flower-grade axe, and 80,000 in gold. Additionally, a semi-automatic clothing machine is temporarily placed on the first floor. Lords, please be advised that a heavy spring rain is imminent, so prepare accordingly. Early in the morning, the Dao Stone began its weather forecast. A spring rain, with no significant winds expected, so Tian need not worry about his young saplings not having matured. The southern region of the War Manor is part of the territory, being the highest point aside from the mountains. There is no need to fret about drainage issues. Tian possesses 2 sealed Dao stones, and he has already conceived their uses. One will be placed between the 2 orchards in the southernmost area, establishing a small lake named Lake Number 2. He plans to excavate a small stream that traverses the manor, ultimately flowing into Lake Number 1. The southern highlands will facilitate the stream's flow, making it quite convenient. The entire length of the stream will be approximately 3 kilometers. Tian intends for the stream to be 1 foot deep, with a maximum depth of 3 feet. He plans to cut a space 1 yard long and half a foot high from the high-grade stones at the base of the southern and northern city walls. This space will pose no threat of indigenous creatures or beasts entering, unless they practice the skill of retracting their heads. Originally, there was only a 2-zhang-wide passage between the 2 orchards, which will now reasonably accommodate a 1 square kilometer lake. However, Lake No. 2 currently holds only a few meters of freshwater and lacks aquatic resources. Tian plans to catch some wild fish fry from Lake No. 1 and introduce them into Lake Number 2. The second Dao stone will be employed in the region southwest of the orchard, just south of the high-grade timber area. It is a swift journey from the western city gate of the War Manor. Tian has chosen flat land for this one, 500 mu of arable land, intending to cultivate crops such as grains, vegetables, peanuts, and cotton. Although he has a fondness for grasslands, they lack a food chain, rendering them somewhat inadequate. The original 4 square kilometers of grassland has now been overtaken by a combination of medium-grade timber areas, high-grade timber areas, and ordinary timber areas, occupying half of the space. There is a scarcity of manpower. Tian checked the auction house, but found no indigenous captives for sale, or those that were auctioned off were quickly snatched away. Tian stubbornly believes that among the indigenous peoples, the human race is more amenable to subjugation than others, particularly in the Dao world, where where tribes exist, their thoughts are generally less complex. Unlike the trial takers, who have been tempered by advanced civilizations and possess numerous ulterior motives, each believing themselves to be the protagonist. Who would yield to whom? Although the weather forecast predicts rain, if it does not fall, one must not squander their life. The watermelons and vegetables transplanted in the black soil have matured. Seizing the opportunity before everyone's crops are ready, Tian promptly sold a large portion of the vegetables, cabbages, and watermelons. He then purchased various vegetable and fruit seeds from the auction house to plant in the black soil. Scallions, ginger, garlic, various greens, radishes, cabbages, tomatoes, beans, bell peppers, winter melons, pumpkins, eggplants, leeks, watermelons, cantaloupes, and honeydews, among others, totaling over 30 varieties, each sown in approximately 3 mu. The black soil not only accelerates crop growth, but also increases yield by 200. Knowing rain is forthcoming, there is no need for watering. Tian, accompanied by 2 infants and 6 tigers, simply dug a hole and planted the seeds. By the time they finished planting 10 acres, it was already afternoon. Yet the rain had not yet arrived. However, the sky was overcast, as if a torrential downpour could occur at any moment. Tian could not discern the intent behind this impending rain. Perhaps it was merely a chance spring shower. Everything should remain within the bounds of rules. There could not possibly be a strong wind accompanying this rain, as everyone's crops had not matured, and the Tao rules had dispensed so many saplings. Even in the event of disastrous weather, it should not occur for at least a month. Plink! Raindrops began to patter on his face, prompting Tian to shout to the tigers, "Let us retreat to the tiger den to evade the rain." The tiger den is located inside the northern gate of the city, a large stone house spanning 150 square meters, featuring an indoor lawn, a grand bed made from high-grade stone for each tiger, simple entertainment facilities, and a luxurious tiger-style restroom leading to the biogas pool. In case of an emergency, the tigers are the first to ascend the city wall and roar as a warning. The city gate is a heavy copper door, designed with great care. With a strength of over 100, one can open and close it alone. Above the city gate lies a watchtower, which provides ample space for storing weapons and defensive equipment. "What, do you expect to live in a villa?" Tian observed that Xiaobai did not follow the 5 tigers back to the tiger den, but rather lay idly in the villa hall. Xiaobai merely glanced at Tian, not roaring, and curled up like a cat. The pure white tiger, devoid of any stray hairs, is the most beautiful feline Tian has ever seen. Without uttering another word, he stepped beneath the villa's eaves, where the rain had begun to fall steadily. It was not exactly a torrential downpour, but barely qualified as heavy rain, accompanied by a gentle breeze. At this moment, any normal person would at least have a small wooden house to shelter from the rain. The 2 infants were frolicking on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. Unbothered by the heavy rain, Tian decided to rest for the afternoon, reclining on the sofa. This was indeed the first time in half a month that Tian had lain on the sofa, as if countless small hands were massaging his back, an exquisite comfort. Listening to the wind and rain, how leisurely and delightful. The stone house could not be compared to a wooden house. Tian opened the partition chat and was the first to notice the words of the Wind Clan chief. He recalled that this lord had a notably high initial 3-dimensional score, which made it reasonable for him to live comfortably. "The big shots have stone houses now, and I am still shivering in a small wooden house," sighed the anthropomorphic sheep-headed man, Yang Yang. "Alas, the trees in the woods are too young to build tree houses. Otherwise, I would certainly be quite at ease," said the forest elf, Mu Mu Ching Ching. Mu Mu Ching Ching, have you considered expanding the area of the forest? Tian harbored a profound curiosity towards the forest elves and casually inquired about them. "Naturally, my ambition is to transform my territory into a verdant forest. Regrettably, I have only managed to plant less than 10,000 saplings thus far, and the majority are merely common trees," Mu Mu Ching Ching replied. She devoted all her economic resources to the procurement of saplings for afforestation. "I firmly believe that you will be fortunate in the future. If Mu Mu Ching Ching succeeds in establishing a forest territory, there will undoubtedly be delightful surprises awaiting her." "Tian, why have I not seen you around these past few days?" Qin Fan Huang, a member of the Earthling race, asked curiously. She was a friend of Tian, and as long as he was online, she would be the first to know. Otherwise, she would have thought that Tian had encountered some peril. "I have been preoccupied with constructing a campsite and have had no time," Tian replied. "Are you building a castle? Isn't constructing a stone house a matter of mere minutes?" Zhu Biao, a member of the Pigman race, chimed in. "Not at all. It is merely a villa," Tian clarified. "Goodness, my little wooden cabin still has drafts, and you have already moved into a villa? Do you require any embellishments for your majestic abode? How have you managed to develop so rapidly? Please enlighten me. By the way, shouldn't a villa require a blueprint? That sort of thing costs hundreds of thousands of Dao coins. Moreover, the materials for building a villa surely exceed 1,000,000 Dao coins. Constructing a modest villa would at least necessitate a level 3 construction platform, wouldn't it?" As rain fell outside, most individuals gathered at the auction house, meandering through the chat channels. The mere mention of a villa had drawn the attention of many. The barrage of comments in the regional chat soared rapidly. What a bunch of fools. Do you really believe everything he says? Building a villa would require at least 1,000,000 Dao coins. I even claim to have spent 10 million on constructing a castle. This human is notoriously deceitful. Sam, a member of the blue-skinned race, was quick to undermine Tian. The blue-skinned faction stirred the pot, prompting a flurry of skepticism and insults directed at Tian. He had not anticipated such a reaction. He had only spoken casually. It is worth noting that he had spent 5 million merely upgrading to a level 4 tool platform, ignoring the villa's blueprint. The various materials and Dao coins involved would easily amount to over 10 million Dao coins, marking it as a high-end standalone villa. For a typical small villa using standard stone, Tian estimated that with a level 3 construction platform, he could build it for less than 500,000. Unbeknownst to Tian, he was also being ridiculed by 2 other Earthlings. These 2 seemed to be allies of Sam, echoing his sentiments. Sam is quite right. The Huaxiao people are prone to boasting and are notoriously unscrupulous, remarked Jin Yuxian, another Earthling. Indeed, the Huaxiao people are shameless. We, the Yamato people, cherish peace and strive for civilization, added Meichuan Naiku. Just as Tian thought that the mockery was limited to these 2. He was met with further derision from yet another Earthling. The Huaxiao people have been suppressed by us on Earth to the point that they cannot lift their heads. Now that they have left the horizon, they have become inflated with pride, David Bryan taunted. You are the shameless ones. Qin Fanzhuang seemed to rally in support of Tian, though she was not particularly adept at insults and managed to stammer out 2 words after a long pause. Heh. Brian, keep those 2 mutts on a leash. We wouldn't want them biting indiscriminately. And that blue-skinned fellow, a pauper who earns barely a Dao coin a day, dares to prattle on about villas? Tian then activated the replication function and scanned the villa, causing the information to appear immediately in the regional channel. Until now, Tian had maintained a low profile, preferring to keep a subtle presence rather than seek glory. Although the villa was merely a fraction of Tian's assets, the 5 million spent on the city walls was the truly astonishing structure. In that moment, the chatter in the regional chat abruptly ceased. A large luxury villa. Astonishing. For stories, with 24 various rooms. A lavish set of genuine leather sofas, a deluxe king-sized bed, exquisite rosewood tables and chairs, a flushing toilet, a shower system. A large water purification device, an advanced recirculating water system, a luxurious rooftop swimming pool, and a fully renovated kitchen. Tian continued to post in the chat. Since the grand villa was now exposed, he had little reason to hold back. After a considerable wait, no one dared to respond, rendered speechless by Tian's impressive display. As fellow trial takers, why was there such a stark disparity in living standards? Why was it that within half a month, Tian had achieved such remarkable feats? Lying on his light wooden bed, Sam felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing he could vanish into a crevice. Concurrently, he harbored a growing resentment towards Tian. Feeling increasingly indignant that a seemingly weak human, with an average attribute score of 60, could crush him in an instant. The Tao is unjust, exclaimed Kong Ming, a member of the winged race. Why is this happening? Is this human here on vacation? Asked Elsa, a light elf. Human, how have you accomplished this? Inquired Cece, a dark elf. Alas, I cannot match your speed with my 4 hands, lamented Tian Jinmi, a member of the 4-armed race. A true powerhouse, declared Zhang Ying, a centaur. You must be the first in the region to slay the 3 nuisances, exclaimed De Xiao, a member of the star race. Many high-ranking beings, who typically refrained from speaking, began to voice their astonishment. These individuals usually looked down upon others, viewing regional chat as akin to watching ants squabble. Now, they were utterly taken aback. Among them, the forest elves and other races boasted terrifying dimensions post-maturity. Currently, the elves and similar races within District 66 were still in their growth phase, comparable to a human at the age of 15, far from their peak. Even Sam, despite being a blue-skinned individual, was regarded as insignificant in their eyes. Had he not entered the Tao world, with his dimensions capped at 50, he would be at the pinnacle while they were merely beginning. Fake. All of it is fake. Jin Yuxian stubbornly refused to believe, sending out 3 consecutive messages. A grandiose facade. The higher the territory's level, the more ferocious the attacks it endures. Let us see how you withstand it by the end of the month. Meichuan Nika scoffed. Heh. In the game of the strong, the weak should remain silent. You are only aware that I will face formidable attacks, yet you are oblivious to the immense rewards awaiting me. For every level my territory ascends, the Tao bestows upon me hundreds of thousands of Tao coins, along with various treasures that enhance my dimensions. The gap between the strong and the weak will not narrow over time, it will only widen. When that day comes, you will not recognize your own weakness but will instead perceive my strength, for our disparities are far too vast, Tian boldly asserted. With this single statement, many who had previously derided Tian fell silent. Sam had rallied a faction, establishing a group called the Blue Gang. To Tian, however, it was merely trivial skirmishes. This time, no one dared to refute Tian's words. He had imparted a valuable lesson to the inhabitants of District 66. Most believed that Tian's dimensions had surpassed 100 points, while the majority required at least 1,500,000 Dao coins to elevate their dimensions. The villa controversy soon spread from District 66 to the vast realm of 10,086. The entire region became aware of the emergence of a remarkable figure in District 66. A human nonetheless. Many sought to add Tian as a friend, flooding the private chat channels, but Tian, feeling overwhelmed, ultimately decided to close the private chat function altogether, offering no favors to anyone. When the chat channels buzzed with discussions about him, Tian lost interest in reading. He opened the auction house to check the market prices. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was there a possibility that this torrential rain would persist for 3 days, or even longer? Would food become scarce? Would meat prices soar? Tian meticulously analyzed the situation. If the rain continued for more than 3 days, meat prices would rise, but not drastically. With the 3 nuisances recently eliminated, meat prices remained exceptionally low. Many trialists are aware that the meat they cannot sell or consume is often smoked to prolong its shelf life. Furthermore, the first batch of vegetables planted recently is about to ripen. Thus, hoarding is not a prudent strategy. As for iron ore, gold, ore, and timber, the prices have remained stagnant over the past few days, seemingly fixed at this stage. In Tian's large warehouse, there is a considerable stockpile. He neither sold nor replenished it, as there are no significant profits to be made in the short term. Tian has 2 lucrative ventures at hand, one in clothing and the other in large water purifiers. He intends to exploit these avenues to reap benefits. Having prepared in advance, he purchased a batch of raw materials for stock. Other ventures, such as ceramics and solar energy, are not yet suitable for this stage. The Purple Phoenix Moon Dance has requested a chat. Could there be good goods on offer? Tian has conversed with her twice before. The first encounter yielded 2 rare treasures and a design blueprint for a large alloy warehouse, while the second brought in 1,000 top-quality bamboo shoots, specifically Highland purple bamboo. Do you know where one might find techniques to stimulate spiritual power? As soon as the chat connected, Tian eagerly posed his question. One's desires are but foolish fantasies. Techniques cannot be transcribed. To attain them, one must achieve self-realization. They cannot be imparted. This is a rule of the heavenly Tao world. Otherwise, we might as well publish a technique in a special auction house and transact with mere ants like you, replied the Purple Phoenix Moon Dance. Her lofty tone irked Tian. Had she expected him to perish like Sam, that impoverished wretch? He mused that if they were ever to meet, he would demonstrate his prowess. Is the Phoenix clan truly so formidable? What is it that you want? Speak plainly. My time is worth hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to squander it? Although Tian continued the conversation, his tone shifted. I have a bronze mechanized guardian technology crystal that my friend asked me to sell on his behalf. The price is non-negotiable. If it does not meet your expectations, feel free to leave. Gritting her teeth, the Purple Phoenix Moon Dance produced a weapon. The bronze mechanized guardian boasts the following attributes: strength, 180, stamina, 150, speed, 120. With skills including spear throwing, capable of hurling a spear up to 500 meters and causing harm to beings with stamina below 200, and proficiency in polearm techniques. Note: the bronze mechanized guardian requires a D-class beast core to operate, allowing it to patrol for 24 hours. In combat, it can sustain itself for 12 hours. Are you foolish, or am I? Tian mused. This item is a gold mine. Manufacturing a bronze mechanized guardian is not worth as much as purchasing a captive from the slave market. Indigenous captives can perform myriad tasks, while this bronze mechanized guardian merely consumes heavenly Dao currency while standing idle. Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, he understood that to purchase an item, it is best to depreciate its value to the utmost. The Purple Phoenix Moon Dance claimed the crystal was not hers. But such a feeble ruse could not deceive Tian. He recognized that her dimensional attributes were so elevated that the bronze mechanized guardian was akin to an ant. For someone of her caliber, what she truly needed were capable slaves, not a combatant of mediocre strength. At this moment, Tian's city defenses were vulnerable. He required such guardians to protect the walls. He could not always charge into a crowd alone. While Tian could vanquish 10 men, or even 100, could he truly face 1,000? The purpose of constructing a war manor was to rely on formidable walls to inflict damage upon the enemy's living forces and then strike based on the situation. This bronze mechanized guardian, formidable and derived from a golden treasure chest, was indeed a valuable asset, as the Purple Phoenix Moon Dance disclosed its origins. Are you jesting? I have seen bronze treasure chests yield similar results. If you obtain this from a golden treasure chest, it merely speaks to your misfortune. I suggest you manufacture your own bronze mechanized guardians and auction them off. Rest assured, I will buy one to guard the gate. Tian chuckled softly. He calculated silently. A bronze mechanized guardian, based on current market prices, would cost 50,000 heavenly Dao currency for materials to production, and each activation requires a D-class beast core. The equivalent slaves at the auction house sell for about half that price and can perform various tasks. The bronze mechanized guardian, aside from defense, merely consumes beast cores. Tian, naturally cautious, did not lack for funds. In his view, slaves could betray and fear. Just look at the three-eyed unicorn tribe. Their visages fierce, resembling demigods. A slight intimidation would render them as meek as lambs. From princes to soldiers, it is plausible to expect they could win when the wind is at their backs. But in adversity, they would simply run faster than anyone else. Very well. My friend urgently requires heavenly Tao currency. I will sell it to you for 200,000. The purple phoenix moon dance's tone softened. Tian had struck a chord with her. She did not dare to integrate it into her technology platform. The bronze mechanized guardian held no utility for her. Fearing it would not sell, given its production cost of 50,000, how much should she sell it for? She sensed that the bronze mechanized guardian had its merits, as it was among the most precious items obtained from a golden treasure chest. Considering our harmonious cooperation, I shall acquire it for 100,000 to conduct further research. Tian finally relented slightly. This is a crystal, not a design blueprint. Came the audible strain in the purple phoenix moon dance's voice. So what? With the passage of time, D-class strength will soon be obsolete. Our region averaged a dimensional score of only 15 half a month ago. Now it exceeds 100 per person. It will not be long before bronze is rendered obsolete, paving the way for silver's prominence. Of course, Tian spoke without basis. The monster district could not possibly be aware of their local circumstances. 1 million is my friend's final offer. The purple phoenix moon dance was incensed. A golden treasure chest yielding 1 million is indeed a significant windfall. Naturally, Tian would never grant her wish, 500,000. If you disagree, we shall part ways. To be fair, a golden treasure chest is worth at most this amount. Tian did not press too hard. Such a bronze mechanized guardian is indeed a rarity. No one anticipated it would sell for a high price, given its production cost. Perhaps in due time, metal prices would rise, and even then, it would garner no attention. Tian remained unconvinced. He felt that such an item was tailor-made for individuals like him. Will there be silver mechanized guardians or golden mechanized guardians in the future? Bronze mechanized guardian technology, Crystal 1, transaction, heavenly Tao currency 500,000. The purple phoenix moon dance, though reluctant, completed the transaction. She was in dire need of funds, requiring substantial heavenly Tao currency to maintain her region's leading edge. By the way, has it rained over there? Tian casually inquired after the transaction concluded. Receiving no reply, he chose not to press further. Chapter 18. 400 Guardians. The bronze mechanized guardian belongs to the weapon category and can be constructed at a level 4 weapon platform. Tian, wielding an umbrella, exited the villa and ascended the city wall. He did not draw upon his stockpile, but opted instead to purchase materials directly from the auction house. 5,000 copper, 200 gold, 500 silver, 10 top-grade stone, and 10,000 heavenly Tao currency. The required materials were minimal yet exceptionally pure. In reality, when constructing the weapon platform, other powers would be infused. Trialists refer to this as the power of the heavenly Tao, a concept both profound and enigmatic. Top-grade stone is immensely sturdy, imbued with spiritual energy, and is valued at 500 heavenly Tao currency per unit, surpassing even gold in worth. Commence construction. At the weapon platform, the bronze mechanized guardian crystal materialized, and a multitude of metals rapidly fused upon the city wall, forming a towering copper-armored warrior. Standing at 2 meters tall, it wielded a spear measuring 2.5 meters in length, with 10 short spears strapped to its back. Clad in bronze armor and donning a mask, its features remained obscured. Tian discovered that the hands of the brass golem were soft. Approaching it, he quickly realized that, apart from its armor and weaponry, its body was as pliable and resilient as that of a human. This was no mere brass. He speculated it must be a refined substance derived from brass itself. No wonder it required 5,000 units of copper. Tian retrieved a beast core and inserted it into the slot on his back. Shall I activate the brass golem? The heavenly Tao stone inquired. Activate. Tian commanded, fully aware that he could choose to keep the brass golem dormant until enemies approached, at which point he could control it directly with the heavenly Tao stone. Greetings, Lord. The brass golem knelt before Tian on one knee, demonstrating remarkable agility. From this day forth, you shall be known as Brass One. Are you capable of distinguishing between friend and foe? Tian inquired. I shall obey the Lord's commands and will attack any who harbor malicious intentions toward the Lord. As it spoke, Tian caught a glimpse of its eyes glowing with a white light beneath the mask. Brass One possessed a method for discerning enemies. Very well. Begin your patrol. Return to the North City Tower when your energy is depleted, Tian instructed Brass One. Subsequently, Tian continued to construct more brass golems. Each one was placed within the North City Tower, culminating in a total of 99 brass sentinels, alongside Brass One, making it a perfect 100. Each of these brass golems was equipped with a D-grade beast core, which remained inactive, for activating them would cause the cores to be absorbed. In the absence of enemies, it was best to allow them to rest. The South City Tower, West City Tower, and East City Tower also each housed 100 brass golems. Due to space constraints, 50 golems were stationed on the second floor of the towers. This endeavor cost a total of 20 million heavenly Dao coins. Given that mineral resources were still in a slump, Tian chose to expend heavenly Dao coins while conserving material supplies. At this juncture, only 5 million coins remained. The need for resources was ever present. Each D-grade brass golem added 50 points to the territory's total, with 400 golems contributing a cumulative 20,000 points. The territory's score stood at 103, 250, 200, 000. The walls now resembled a formidable beast lying in wait amidst the misty rain. While it appeared that only brass ones stood atop the walls, in reality, the four towers concealed numerous poised brass golems. Even while Tian resided in the villa, he could rely on the heavenly Dao stone to activate the brass sentinels. Before returning to the villa, Tian visited the tiger's den, tossing a piece of meat to each of the 5 tiger generals. Lacking a freezer, he typically purchased meat fresh. Yet, even if the auction house had no meat products, Tian would still manage quite well. Within the villa, there was a pantry stocked with various biscuits, chocolates, packaged beef, milk, and juices, sufficient for him and the 7 little ones for a month. Additionally, the kitchen contained nearly 400 pounds of flour and rice. If grains were available at the auction house, Tian would certainly purchase over 1 million pounds for storage. The heavy rain persisted throughout the afternoon and into the evening, showing no signs of abating. With little wind, one could venture outside under an umbrella, but working required braving the downpour. The cold rain made Tian feel that his constitution should withstand the chill, yet he sensed an inner resistance. In District 66, impatience had begun to surface. The chat was rife with complaints. Many voiced hopes for the rain to cease so they could harvest the first batch of crops. E-grade beast cores, 2,000. D-grade beast cores, 2,000. In the villa, devoid of entertainment facilities, after playing with the little ones for a while, Tian felt somewhat out of sorts. He scoured the auction house, spending 10 million to acquire 4,000 beast cores. E-grade cores averaged 2,000 at the auction house, while D-grade cores fetched 3,000. The surplus of D-grade cores explained their lower price. The expenditure matched his 10 million heavenly Dao coins, leaving him with a mere 500,000. The materials for manufacturing large water purifiers required beast cores. 1 E-grade core would suffice. The D-grade cores were intended for the brass golems. With only 600 cores remaining in stock, purchasing more would bolster his resources. Rain or no rain, he decided to have the eldest and second eldest children craft clothing, while he himself would produce water purifiers. Tian had a stock of 200,000 plastic, enough to create 2,000 large purifiers. The total of cotton and silk combined was 300,000. Regrettably, these materials were insufficient, and the auction house was already out of stock. Until the cotton matured, the fabric could not be procured. There were, however, quite a few weavers in the district. On this rainy night, the entire war estate lay in tranquility. Tian and the 2 little ones had drifted into slumber. Upon seeing Tian ascend the stairs, Little White promptly sprawled on the sofa, adopting a boastful pose akin to a carefree peasant singing. Outside the villa, the 5 Gourd children stood resolutely in the rain, their gourds serving as their best shelter. In the front and back gardens, 4 spirit fruit trees continued to absorb and exhale spiritual energy with unwavering rhythm amidst the rain. All seemed poised for the night to pass in this serene manner. At the hour of the pig, 100 meters away from the gourd vines, due to the lack of paved stone, this area had accumulated pools of water from the relentless rain. The downpour fell like threads, splattering into the puddles and creating tiny eruptions. Suddenly, a puddle erupted, muddy water splattering everywhere. Yet, in the rainy night, no shadow was discernible. In the next moment, another puddle burst forth, mud and water flying as if a large beast had leaped into the pool. Splash! Splash! The mud flew in chaos, extending toward the gourd vines. Sister, something seems amiss. The 6th child shook the gourd, colliding with the 7th child beside her. Pat pat pat. The 6th child struck 3 times but failed to rouse the 7th child, who remained blissfully asleep, mistaking the noise for thunder. 5th sister, 5th sister. The 6th child swung with greater fervor, knocking into the 5th child. What is it? Came the drowsy voice of the 5th child. There's a monster approaching us. One that can become invisible like me. During this moment, the 6th child had already discerned the impending threat. The 5th child began to jostle the 4th child, who in turn nudged the 3rd child. Second sister, a monster is coming. At this point, the Gourd children had little means to defend themselves. The astute 6th child promptly shouted at the top of her lungs. The gourd vines were several dozen meters from the villa, and the 2nd child was on the 4th floor. It was a rainy night. Logically, the 2nd child should not have heard them. However, the bond between the Gourd children was profound, and coupled with the 2nd child's innate perceptiveness, she awakened instantly from her slumber. Employing her acute hearing, she caught the cries for help from her Gourd siblings, alongside a strange, heavy breathing. Father, elder sister, there's a monster. Hurry and save my sister. The 2nd child leapt onto Tian, shouting fervently. What? Tian's hair stood on end, and he found himself wide awake, banishing all traces of sleep. He scarcely had time to don his coat and shoes before hastily dashing downstairs, with Dawa and Erwa closely trailing behind. At the moment, Tian awoke. The invisible monster launched an assault on the Halua, directly sinking its fangs into the yellow gourd. Thud! Sanhwa sensed the impending danger and swiftly swung her body, wielding the gourd like a colossal hammer against the creature. With a dull thud, the monster seemed to be knocked off balance. Realizing Sanhwa was a formidable opponent, the monster then lunged at the slumbering Chi-Hua, who was blissfully dreaming of watermelon. Chi-Mei, 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 cried Si-Hua Wu-Hua and Lu-Hua in unison, yet Chi-Hua remained impervious to their calls. In that critical moment, Sanhwa, still possessing a flicker of divine essence, decisively severed the gourd vine. The yellow gourd radiated a brilliant light, shooting forth like a cannonball towards the invisible monster. Humph! Once again, Sanhwa struck the creature, which let out a wail. The yellow gourd danced protectively in front of her sisters, akin to a guardian. However, after the monster ceased its attack, Sanhwa could no longer sense its presence. Unbeknownst to her, the creature had stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the Halua as it leapt towards the green gourd. A tremendous splash erupted from the ground. Sanhwa was unable to provide support in time. Si-Hua, though skilled in spiritual power, lacked the brute strength of Sanhwa. Just as the situation seemed dire, a purple mountain-splitting blade hurtled towards the invisible monster. The blade missed its mark, but succeeded in obstructing the creature's advance. Tian, sprinting 10 meters from the gourd vine, keenly sensed Si-Hwa's predicament amidst the splattering water and hurled his weapon. In a few swift strides, he reached the gourd vine, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. He suspected a highly stealthy beast had infiltrated the war estate. As he contemplated summoning the guards to seal the city, the Heavenly Stone's alert arrived belatedly. Detecting the arrival of one of the spring beasts, the rain beast, the Lord must prepare for confrontation. The rain beast. Only one exists in a major district, with the 10086 district's rain beast being a top-tier D-class entity. Power, 175. Constitution, 199. Speed, 150. Spiritual power, 150. Mental power, 300. Special talent 1, Rain God, which allows it to merge with the rain on rainy nights. If its mental power does not exceed twice that of the rain beast, it cannot be detected. Special talent 2, Soaring Rain, enabling the rain beast to fly during rain. However, it cannot perform any actions while controlling its mental power to merge with the rain. Special talent 3, Divine Gift, disregarding any negative effects, it cannot be tamed. Note, the rain beast feeds on heavenly materials and earthly treasures, becoming increasingly fixated as it grows in level. It will pilfer any heavenly materials and treasures from testers, even absorbing the spiritual energy of unripe spiritual fruit trees, causing them to wither. The rain beast represents an opportunity for a select few testers and a calamity for the majority. Free talents. What a perplexity. Simultaneously, Tian abandoned the thought of calling for help, as summoning even once would require over 1 million. The rain beast's ability to fly would likely frighten off any assistance. Father, over there. It is about to move. Upon the arrival of Erwa and Dawa, Dawa took a vigilant stance by the gourd vine. Erwa leapt onto Tian's shoulder, activating her keen hearing. Despite the rain beast's formidable rain god talent, Erwa's farsight was rendered ineffective. Yet, on rainy nights, every drop of rain and heartbeat was perceptible to Erwa's acute hearing. Chapter 19. Sanhwa emerges, lifting mountains and supporting the sky. After Erwa pinpointed the rain beast's location, Tian immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Given the rain beast's constitution of 200 and considerable strength, it would be difficult to engage without employing his full power. Father, it has escaped. Towards the villa garden, Erwa's words deflated Tian's spirits. The rain god talent was too overpowered. If the rain beast was determined to evade, even Tian's might would be ineffectual. Although Erwa could provide guidance, she remained unable to strike it well. Damn, my spiritual fruit. Xiaobai. Tian quickly comprehended the rain beast's intentions. This creature was intent on consuming the heavenly materials and treasures of testers, unable to access divine materials for the time being. It had shifted its focus to the S-class spiritual fruits. Xiaobai, initially reluctant to venture into the rain for fear of ruining his fur, had no choice but to leave the villa upon his master's command. With a few leaps, he arrived before the Zhu fruit, Qingling fruit, and Yuling peach. Roar! He bellowed, activating his Beast King skill. However, it proved futile, as the rain beast possessed the divine gift skill. At this juncture, Xiaobai had consumed the dragon blood holy fruit. He was on the verge of maturing from his juvenile phase, experiencing rapid growth with power at 150, constitution at 160, and speed at 190. The rain beast sensed that Xiaobai was not to be trifled with and kept its distance, observing from afar. The rain knight was its advantage. At the D-class level, their powers were comparable or even in the rain beast's favor. Even with the rain god talent, it was challenging to gain the upper hand. For the rain beast, ambush was instinctive, not shameful. Meanwhile, the 5 tiger generals had arrived. Despite their modest strength, they were far more reliable than Xiaobai. Along with the 5 tiger generals came Tongyi, Dawa, lead the 5 tiger generals to guard our dragon blood holy fruits in the back garden. Tongi, can you pinpoint the invader's location? After Dewa took the 5 tigers to the backyard, Tian inquired of Tongi. I cannot perceive directly but can sense with a delay, provided I am within a 50-meter range, Tongi replied in a steady voice. Very well. Then do your utmost to find an opportunity to strike it. Tian sighed. Despite their numbers and strength, they were at a disadvantage. The rain beast's rain god and soaring rain abilities rendered it nearly invincible. Fortunately, the rain beast could not attack while flying, or it would be even more troublesome. Erwa was aware of the rain beast's hidden position. Although it remained still, its heartbeat could not deceive her. However, Tian whispered to Erwa not to provoke the rain beast. This creature was exceedingly cunning. Whenever Tian observed it taking a few steps, it would immediately relocate. One last attempt. Taking a deep breath, Tian advanced with Tongi in a probing manner, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact with the rain beast's position. As they approached within 50 meters, Tian retrieved a short spear from Tongi's back and hurled it towards the rain beast. Tian's unleashed power exceeded 300, but he was unaware of the creature's size or appearance, resulting in a reasonable miss. A dreadful scream pierced the rainy night. Tongi had struck true. As Tian and Tongi prepared to throw again, Erwa pointed skyward. While the ground allowed for positional determination via landmarks in the sky, Erwa could only indicate a general direction. Tian arrived at the location where the rain beast had been wounded and discovered Tongi's 2 short spears embedded in the earth, one stained with blood. Damn it! Rain beast, howling as if it were mortally wounded from a mere scratch. Observing the bloodied spear, Tian realized the rain beast had only sustained a superficial wound. Erwa, has the rain beast departed? Tian suddenly felt raindrops pelting his face, his body muddied, and looked upwards at the sky. Cautious, cunning, and obsessively fixated on heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Tian sensed the rain beast would undoubtedly return. Perhaps today, or perhaps tomorrow, as long as the rain persisted. It flew away so swiftly, beyond its territory. It can no longer be heard, Erwa replied to Tian. This is no opportunity for a select few. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength, it is utterly impossible to subdue it. Tian sighed. As long as the rain beast remains, the territory shall never find peace. Upon arriving in the heavenly Tao world, Tian, despite feeling fatigued, had experienced a series of fortunate events. Yet, for the first time, he found himself confronted with setbacks. In this bizarre realm, teeming with peculiar and formidable beasts, he found himself at a complete loss against an adversary whose physical prowess was ostensibly inferior. Was he to remain perched upon the gourd vine until the torrential rain ceased? Father, Manhwa bounced toward Tian, presenting him with a large gourd. Manhwa, if you descend to the ground prematurely, will you not suffer from stunted growth? Tian cast aside thoughts of the rain beast and regarded Manhwa with concern. Do not fret, father. I have absorbed most of the divine essence of the gourd vine. Only the essence of the gourd remains, and I shall emerge by tomorrow. The yellow gourd wobbled in Tian's arms. That is relieving. Tian finally felt at ease. He gathered some timber and constructed a small wooden shed beside the gourd vine. Fearing a surprise attack from the rain beast, he resolved to remain vigilant here. Tongi patrolled behind the villa, while Xiaobai and Wu Hu stood guard at the front, engaging in conversation with the little ones until dawn. Tian sensed that the rain beast had retreated before he allowed himself a brief respite in the wooden shelter. Suddenly, a tiny hand pinched Tian's nose, prompting him to open his eyes. Before him stood a rosy-cheeked little girl, her skin as radiant as white jade. It was evident that she differed from Erwa and Dewa. Manhwa. Tian instantly discerned that Manhwa had hatched while he slept. Name, Huang Air. Race, Gourd Spirit Clan. Strength, 150. Constitution, 200. Agility, 150. Spiritual power, 100. Mental power, 100. Talent, divine level talent, indestructible. Upon activation, within 60 minutes, base constitution triples. And spiritual power transforms into divine energy that melds with the physical body, resulting in an indomitable form. This ability cannot be reused for 3 hours after activation. Divine passive talent, battle spirit. During combat, base strength, agility, and constitution increase by 50. Skills, none. Detection of a divine level potential entity grants 10,000 territory points. Current points, 113. 250, 200, 000. Tian's heart raced. Indeed, how formidable was this little warrior of the Gourd clan? Though Manhwa's passive talent appeared modest, it provided a substantial enhancement without a time limit, effectively boosting her overall attributes by half. In other words, during combat, her strength would reach 225, constitution 300, and speed 225. Once she activated indestructible, her constitution would soar to 700, complemented by the protective divine energy. The only lament was that indestructible did not amplify the battle spirit. With such prowess, had it not been for the rain beast's ability to fly and become invisible, Manhwa could have easily bested 7 or 8 of them. Cursing the rain god, Tian felt a headache coming on. The creature's aerial and stealth capabilities were undeniably challenging. What would you like to eat today, Sanhwa? Father will prepare it for you. Tian lifted Sanhwa, chuckling. I want watermelon, she declared without hesitation. Tian knew that for the little ones, watermelon was the first fruit they encountered, making it a favored choice. Not wanting to delay, Tian handed 4 spirit fruits to Sanhwa, encouraging her to enhance her strength further. After consuming the 4 fruits, Sanhwa's stats improved: strength 190, constitution 250, agility 180, spiritual power 135. Though impressive, facing the rain beast felt akin to striking cotton with a fist. In their brief encounters, Tian observed the cunning and caution of the rain beast. It refrained from launching any attacks, not from a lack of desire, but due to uncertainty. Just as Tian contemplated setting a trap with bait, the thought dissipated. Waiting idly was fraught with too many variables, rendering it a futile endeavor. Heavenly Tao Wheel, grant me 2 2-star draws. Tian recalled that today marked the 15th day since his arrival in the Heavenly Tao world, and he had accumulated 10 points for the lottery, sufficient for 2 2-star draws. Moving to an open area within the estate, he commenced his draws. The 2-star wheel materialized before him, the pointer initially slow, then quickening before finally slowing again. At last, it settled on a special technology reward. Ding! You have obtained a special technology, large solar-powered harvester. A harvester, twice the size of those on Earth, with an oddly shaped design, appeared before Tian. Scanning it with the Heavenly Tao stone revealed that it could harvest not only wheat and rice but, with a switch of components, also cotton and soybeans. Tian nodded in satisfaction, as he had a vast expanse of land awaiting cultivation. With this harvester, tasks would be accomplished with remarkable efficiency. Given that crops in this world matured every 20 days, human labor could manage an acre or two but would be utterly exhausting over 1,000 acres. Ding! You have received a B-level reward, automatic beast catching net. Tian promptly scanned the large iron box that had appeared before him. The automatic beast catching net, crafted from B-level beast tendons and special metals, was a masterful fusion of high technology and forging artistry. Activation required 1 D-level beast core, with the capability to automatically capture beasts within a 200-meter radius. Capture rates were 100 for E-level beasts, 90 for D-level, 50 for C-level, and 5 for B-level. Note that if energy is depleted, the beast will escape. Tian clenched his fists in excitement. Heaven assists me. With a 90 capture rate, rain beast. This time you shall not escape. With the net capable of reaching an extraordinary distance, he placed it before the gourd vine, ensuring all spirit fruits were ensnared. Initially, he intended to test it with Fengyun Baihu, but Xiao Bai, being exceptionally clever, returned to the den to summon her companions upon sighting the large iron box. Products from the wheel are always of premium quality. Nevertheless, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Tian resolved to spend the night in the shed beside the gourd vine, entrusting the task of luring the rain beast to the other 4 spirit fruit trees. With a 10 chance of failure, Tian dared not risk the little ones. Having been thoroughly exhausted the previous night, Tian felt out of sorts during the day, merely eating, sleeping, and listening to the rain. With the rain beast still at large, his heart remained troubled. He conserved his energy during the day, only to keep watch at night. Approaching 10 o'clock, Tian occupied himself by observing the chat in the district to pass the time. He firmly believed that the rain beast would come. Its existence seemed purposefully aimed at those who ranked highly in the district. Whether due to the rules of the Heavenly Tao or its innate nature, there were many things here that it desired. Haha, Tian, you little rascal, let us see how you contend with me in the future. Suddenly appeared a message from the blue-skinned Sam in the district chat. Tian was puzzled. What nonsense was being spouted at such a late hour? Long live the leader. The leader is invincible. The leader is favored by the Heavenly Tao. The leader is mighty. Tian felt somewhat speechless. It had only been a day since he last saw them, and they were rallying like it was a rebellion in the rain-soaked night. After yesterday's events, Tian had thought the Blue Gang's morale had waned, yet this individual still wielded considerable influence. How many Heavenly Tao coins had he distributed to his followers? Now, nearly everyone in the district knew of Tian's extraordinary attributes, and few dared to offend him, for none could predict when they might need to visit one another. Welcome, everyone, to our Blue Gang. Once the restrictions of the Heavenly Path are lifted, we shall unite our efforts and prosper together. The member from the Blue-Skin tribe, Sam, continues to bombard the chat with messages, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Heh, who do you think you are? What a ridiculous notion of the Blue Gang. The Wing tribe's Kong Ming scoffs in disdain. How dare you speak to our leader in such a manner? Our leader is the child of destiny, favored by the Heavenly Path. It is audacious for the earthling Jin Yuxian to emerge and insult Kong Ming. It is apparent that Sam has emboldened him significantly. Chapter 20, The Golden Treasure Chest. With this exchange, the subchannel erupts in fervor. They cannot fathom why Sam would dare to be so brazen, as if he were the supreme being of the Heavenly Path, with everyone else beneath him. Initially, the discussion revolved around the ripening crops and the relentless rain that hampered the harvest, with the Heavenly Path tormenting humanity. Yet, Sam boldly positioned himself as if commanding the 66th district, inciting resentment among all. Sam was among the earliest lords to eliminate the 3 harmful forces. And by offering minor favors, he garnered a substantial following to establish the Blue Gang with grand ambitions. Sam's stats are Strength 110, Constitution 60, Agility 55. His talent, an S-rank gift called Power Domination, boosts strength by 50 for 100 seconds upon activation. After a brief exchange in the chat, Sam shared his personal information, causing a ripple of astonishment among the lords. The combination of his 110 strength and the Power Domination talent left many in awe. Those who were about to hurl insults at Sam promptly reconsidered, filled with regret and silently hoping he would not remember their IDs. According to the Heavenly Pathstone, such talents are exceedingly rare, especially in S-rank. Sam is poised for greatness. Even those who consider themselves noble cannot help but envy Sam's fortuitous acquisition of such a formidable talent. Tian, however, scoffs at the notion of an S-rank talent being labeled as the child of destiny. What then would his SSS and divine ranks be called? Tian perceives Sam as foolish. It is his first encounter with someone so brazen as to copy their information into the chat. Tian suspects that Sam believes he has become invincible, free to act as he pleases. Given their past conflicts, Tian is wary of Sam's power domination. Initially, Tian regarded Sam with some seriousness, but now he sees him as merely a buffoon. Tian is certain that there are numerous lords in the district contemplating how to eliminate Sam. The heights from which one stands determine how far one can see. The size of one's heart defines the vastness of their stage. Tian, stop playing dead, come forth. Bow to the leader. The earthling Manhwaedit is also bouncing about. Everyone knows my stats exceed 100. You think your pitiful scores of 50 or 60 in strength and agility intimidate me. Earthling Tian finds it utterly ridiculous. Balance in strength, constitution, and agility is essential. This is a lesson he deeply understands. Do you even comprehend what talent means? Sam angrily messages. Exposing your underwear before tens of thousands and still daring to speak of talent? Earthling Tian. Countless individuals burst into laughter at this remark. Indeed, it does seem to ring true. The pressure Sam brought dissipates with Tian's words. Tian, await your doom. I shall surely end you one day. Sam, lacking the eloquence of Tian, resorts to threats. Tian, uninterested in further discourse, recognizes that Sam, with his immense potential, has garnered the attention of many. After all, this is a world for the strong. Tian has seen through the essence of the Blue Gang. It is a loose organization where individuals scatter when danger looms. Many join the Blue Gang merely as a temporary measure. Convincing someone to genuinely submit is no simple task. Every lord harbors their own pride. Of course, there are a few spineless individuals who have knelt for far too long. Tonight, we wait, patiently wait. The little ones, save for the second child, are sleeping beside Tian. He need not be overly vigilant, merely keeping an eye on the 4 gourds. The hour has passed, and the early morning is approaching. The rain falls gently. The automatic beast-catching network's main detector is fully operational, silently at work. With a whoosh, circles of ropes are launched swiftly into the southern sky, aimed at the space above the dragon blood sacred fruit. As Tian anticipated, the target of the rain beast is the SS rank spiritual fruit, the dragon blood sacred fruit. The ropes of the beast-catching network are composed of B-rank beast tendons, remarkably sturdy. 4 ropes in total, each with a semicircular metal end equipped with a detector, capable of automatic tracking and binding. At this moment, the beast-catching cage shakes violently after releasing the ropes. The ropes are taut, yet they cannot pull the rain beast back. Big kid, you go and secure the cage, Tian commands, brandishing his purple steel mountain-splitting knife as he steps into the rain. Following the ropes, he sees 4 ropes ensnaring the air near the dragon blood sacred fruit. 2 ropes have already been broken, and as Tian arrives, the 3rd is also torn free. Wasn't it supposed to be 90 effective? How can this happen in just a few seconds? Tian curses loudly, activating his strength to strike down upon the mass of air. Blood flows. After delivering 1 blow, Tian follows up with another, fearing the rain beast might escape. With a swift thrust after 10 strikes, he drives the entire blade into the rain beast's body. Just as Tian believes the rain beast is about to lose its strength and reveal itself, a cloud of white mist appears where the rain beast once stood. As the mist dissipates, it leaves behind a golden treasure chest, adorned with 2 orbs above it. Congratulations, Lord, for slaying the rain beast, earning 50 points to allocate freely. Congratulations, Lord, for slaying the rain beast. You have received a rain beast heavenly pearl, a golden treasure chest, and a rain beast core. It turns out the 2 orbs are rewards as well. Rain beast core. Upon use, a spiritual rain will fall within your territory for 3 hours, causing all crops to mature in 1 month. The rain beast heavenly pearl, obtained by slaying the 8 great heavenly beasts, allows the Lord to collect 4 heavenly pearls to fuse into a divine talent. Only heavenly pearls acquired by the Lord are effective. A jolt of excitement courses through Tian at the mention of a divine talent. Although he possesses a seemingly useless divine talent, he cannot deny the strength of the little ones. For heavenly pearls can forge a divine talent. What about 8? Naturally, Tian only dares to fantasize about it. For dealing with one is already a formidable challenge. He believes the other heavenly beasts are equally enigmatic. The utility of the rain beast core also brightens Tian's eyes. After planting crops in his territory, they will mature in 3 hours. Furthermore, all his trees can grow to maturity a month earlier. Tian calculates the potential benefits in his mind, only to realize they will not lead to his immediate wealth. After all, food is currently abundant, grains are cheap, and timber is inexpensive. Even if he harvests 3 million kilograms of grain, it would only yield 3 million heavenly path coins. This sum includes the costs of seeds and other expenses, alongside his precious labor costs. 3 million heavenly path coins would merely suffice to purchase a few water purifiers. Opening the golden treasure chest for the first time, a flicker of excitement courses through him, oblivious to the pouring rain. Inside, he finds 5 gold, 5,000 heavenly path coins, a B-rank spiritual fruit tree, the black gold apple tree, a crystal of the Baal God crossbow technology, a design blueprint for an exquisite 5-story, for unit building, a B-rank beast core, and a skill scroll. Truly deserving of its title as a golden treasure chest, the contents it reveals are nothing short of opulent. What does the intricate design of a 5-story, for unit building signify? A total of 40 suites, each comprising 3 bedrooms and a living room. One can only imagine the sheer volume of materials required. The black gold apple, which takes 50 months to blossom and bear fruit, yields a total of 48 fruits. Upon consumption, the black gold apple bestows an enhancement of 5 to both strength and constitution. The crystal of the power crossbow, operable by a single individual, represents the pinnacle of solo archery, capable of effortlessly vanquishing beings with a constitution of 100 and even posing a threat to those with a constitution of 150. This far surpasses the original power crossbow crystal in strength. Beast cores. The skill scrolls allow for the random acquisition of a skill. What an explosion of potential. At least, this is what Tian believes. With the allocation of free attribute points, constitution and agility each increase by 20, while strength rises by 10. Strength, 177. Constitution, 173. Agility, 171. As for the black gold apples, they are planted beside the peach blossom tree. With rain pouring down, Tian hesitates to squander the precious life-giving water, thus choosing to refrain from utilizing them for the time being. He returns to the villa with 3 little ones in tow, looking forward to a restful slumber in the latter half of the night. Learning. Upon opening the skill scroll and confirming his acquisition with the celestial Dao stone, an inexplicable force surges into Tian's mind. A figure draws a bow and nocks an arrow, demonstrating the essence of archery. The principles of drawing the bow and measuring its strength are all encompassed within. Congratulations to the Lord for mastering the skill. Archery Proficiency, LV1. With Archery Proficiency, LV1, the power of arrows is enhanced by 10%. At this moment, Tian has transformed into a master archer. Merely knowing how to shoot arrows does not grant one the ability to comprehend archery proficiency. One must first become a master archer to grasp it. Tian possesses a fine horn bow, yet has never found the time to learn until now, making optimal use of the opportunity. After taking a shower, he returns to the bedroom where the little ones are sprawled in every direction. Though small in size, they occupy a significant portion of the bed. After carefully placing the horizontally sleeping third child in a proper position, Tian finally finds room for himself. Day 16. The rain shows no signs of abating. Tian observes the chat in the district, noting that many are already planning to brave the rain to harvest crops, despite the scarcity of raincoats. In District 10086, the general constitution is rather low. One can only speculate how many will fall ill after a rainstorm. A young man from the Deerfolk tribe expresses concern. Are we to confront the indigenous invaders while enduring the rain? Yet this serves as a wake-up call for Tian. Given the nature of the celestial Dao, such a scenario is entirely plausible. Perhaps this deluge is intended to prepare survivors for various environments. Big brother, second brother, third brother. Do you see clearly? In the exquisite warehouse, Tian attempts to craft a silk garment for the angelic race. It is quite simple as long as the raw materials are prepared. One merely needs to shake the machine. Presently, Tian possesses only 50 to 60,000 pieces of clothing material, and fabric is no longer available for purchase. Thus, he aims for the high-end market. A mere half-minute is sufficient to produce a garment, exceptionally exquisite, with the option to set patterns. The cuffs and collar are crafted from leather, adorned with a copper zipper and silver buttons. If all machinery operates simultaneously with the program correctly set, he can produce 10 identical garments per minute. Tian decides to initially create 100 pieces, evenly split between men's and women's wear, to test the waters. As for the Titan race, Tian initially considered engaging in trade with them, but soon realized that the fabric required for their garments is 20 times that of ordinary races. I, Tian, am a conscientious merchant. What price do you expect me to sell at? Tian has already formulated a plan. A set of cotton clothing for the angelic race will be priced at 1,000 Dao coins, while silk garments will cost 2,000 Dao coins. Surely, he cannot price the Titan garments in the tens of thousands, even if they were stark naked. They would not don Tian's creations. Demonstrating the production of 100 pieces, he designs 50 silk garments for both the angelic male and female. Once these 100 garments in various sizes are displayed, they bear the note: Angel race attire, top-tier design, premium craftsmanship, finest materials, suitable for the most distinguished of you. Tian keeps a vigilant eye on this venture. With no angels in his district, he is unable to disseminate information himself. It must be discovered and relayed by members of other districts. Before long, Tian lists another 100 silk garments for the human race. Taking a bold step, he prices each set at 2,000 Dao coins. Should they fail to sell, he can simply cancel the auction and incur a minor fee. Tian observes that as soon as his human garments are listed, numerous purchases are made, selling dozens of pieces in no time. Many buyers are not even human, yet their physiques mirror that of humans perfectly, having opened a golden treasure chest. Tian is acutely aware that the Lord of District 10086 has labored for half a month, achieving barely half of what a golden treasure chest in the monster district could yield. Tian crafts dozens of garments for higher races, producing only 10 of each before auctioning them off. As he prepares to leave the exquisite warehouse on the first floor, all angelic garments have sold out, indicating that the news has spread. The angelic race prides itself on nobility, beauty, and a keen sense of self-image. The subsequent tasks are entrusted to the little ones, directing them to manufacture a portion for the human race and another for the angelic race. Once completed, they shall await Tian's return for sale. Tian has other matters to attend to. Upon leaving the exquisite warehouse, he carries away the previously purchased 2,000 E-grade beast cores. Chapter 21. The Beastly Bandits. In the large alloy warehouse, with raw material costs nearing 10,000 Dao coins, I plan to sell for 50,000 Dao coins. Surely that is not too much to ask. Only a minuscule portion of the population possesses water purifiers. What I bring to them is an enhancement of living quality. Alas, the constraints of raw materials hinder my development. Plastic, a resource more scarce than gold, is a rarity I can procure only in small quantities. Initially, a large number of individuals had stockpiled plastic, but once they realized its extensive use in tool stations, they ceased to sell. To my astonishment, the auction house still has water purifiers for sale. However, upon seeing your prices, I feel a sense of moral satisfaction. In the auction house, mid-sized water purifiers are priced at 50,000, small ones at 20,000, and a large purifier at 100,000 Dao coins. The markup is simply excessive. The ability to sell at these prices is purely a stroke of luck. Within the vast universe, there are undoubtedly many fools. However, those who can amass immense wealth within half a month are certainly not among them. Drinking water does not grant one immortality. Boiling lake water will not safeguard against illness. Throughout the auction house, the number of individuals who have mismanaged prices reaches into the billions. The outcomes for these individuals will invariably be either minor losses or significant ones. The efficiency of the tool station remains sluggish. If only a single sweep could yield thousands of units. When manufacturing, the large water purifier technology crystal must be placed on the tool station. Tian labors until 10 o'clock at night, managing to produce 600 large water purifiers. The tool station produces items one by one, stifling Tian's progress. If a bulk manufacturing feature were available, Tian would spare no expense to activate it. The completion of 2,000 units will, at the very least, require another 2 days. Since the afternoon, Tian has listed 100 large water purifiers every 2 hours. As a well-known merchant, and with competitors to highlight his prowess, sales have been quite promising. The trialists capable of purchasing water purifiers must possess a minimum of 3 attributes exceeding 100. Those with attributes below 100 exert tremendous effort to elevate their stats. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Tian had successfully sold 500 water purifiers. 100 more remained at the auction house, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated receiving payment by morning. Lord, please be advised that calamity has befallen the 10,086 district. Kindly take necessary precautions. Most of the inhabitants of the 10086 district had already succumbed to slumber, while a portion had drifted into sleep. This ominous warning from the heavenly Tao stone incited a profound fury, yet there was nothing to be done. Weapons, hand crossbows, and bows, regardless of their might, were sharpened and prepared, with no room for complacency. What a torment it was. Tian felt a deep sympathy for the challengers of the 10,086 district. In the subchannel, many challengers, armed and ready, vented their frustrations at the heavenly Tao. It seemed a cathartic release. The pressure within was immense, and without such venting, their sanity might unravel. Urwa, there are enemies approaching. Can you sense which direction they are coming from? We need to prepare in advance. If the enemy numbers were substantial, Tian would awaken the bronze mechanical guardians. If they were few, they would charge forward to engage. Sure, Father, as long as they aren't invisible creatures. I can foresee their approach. The invisible creatures referred to by Erwa were the rain beasts, whose abilities were so advanced that they seemed to merge with the night rain itself. Even if Tian were to slay a rain beast, he would never catch a glimpse of its true form. Night had fallen. Were these foes natives, ferocious beasts, or something else entirely? Tian gazed outside the villa, noting the rain had intensified, as if a final fury was unleashed. Brandishing his horned bow, he had a quiver containing 20 iron arrows with alloy tips, and at his waist hung a beast-skin scabbard for his broadsword. Tian, I still lack a strong crossbow. I need to purchase another. He remained vigilant, monitoring the developments in the subchannel. At that moment, Qin Fanzhuang sent him a message. The loading speed of crossbow bolts was slow, and a repeating crossbow would lack sufficient power. Hence, Qin Fanzhuang kept a spare for emergencies. I possess a more powerful Ba Li Shun crossbow capable of slaying 100 units of vitality, though it comes at a considerable price. Would you be interested? Tian delicately inquired of Qin Fanzhuang. I currently have 200 units of gold. Do you think that's sufficient? If not, grant me a few days. I have a gold mine that, if I can survive today's crisis, will allow for gradual extraction. Qin Fanzhuang replied. The 200 units of gold here were not merely 200 grams, but a special unit within the heavenly Tao world. The weights of various materials, wood, stone, plastic, and metals, differed significantly in this realm. Everything was determined by the heavenly Tao stone. In this world, only food that was essential for survival was measured in kilograms. 1 unit of gold was the size of a mahjong tile, 1 unit of iron the size of a basketball, and 1 unit of stone comparable to a bedside table. Among many variations, Ba Li Shun crossbow 1 trade, 150 gold. We are fellow villagers. How could I possibly ask you for such a sum? 150 units of gold will suffice. Tian was poised to craft a Ba Li Shun crossbow, having tested its efficacy, which proved to be negligible. Initially intended as a toy for the Gourd babies, they quickly lost interest after a few tries. The cost of the Ba Li Shun crossbow was approximately 5,000 heavenly Tao coins, equating to 50 units of gold. Tian planned to sell it for 20,000 heavenly Tao coins in the future. A gold mine, what luck akin to that of a European monarch? Tian pondered. Bemused at why Qin Fanzhuang had been silent over the past few days, it turned out she was secretly amassing wealth. Within the heavenly Tao stone lay a first-level smelting platform. By placing or upon it, one could swiftly produce a unit of metal. To enhance efficiency, one must upgrade the smelting platform. Lacking metal ore, Tian had not upgraded it. The thought of a woman mining in a cave while the rain poured outside filled him with a sense of melancholy. In the heavenly Tao world, there were no delicate flowers, only resilient wild grasses. One must be as strong as the wild grass upon the plains to survive. Tian held a high regard for Qin Fanzhuang's potential, for gold should not be so inexpensive. The current low price of gold was due to others not utilizing it, as Tian had. Once everyone realized that gold was not merely a good luck charm, but an essential for crafting high-end architecture, items, and weapons, its value would soar tenfold. Since there are only 2 of us from Huaxiao in this subchannel, we must look out for one another. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall extend an 8% discount to you. Tian recognized Qin Fanzhuang as a potential major client. Of course, he was not so unscrupulous as to exploit his kin. There remained a bond among their people. Thank you, Qin Fanzhuang responded, deeply moved, believing Tian was selling her the Ba Li Shun crossbow at cost. After all, a vitality of over 100 was a distant goal for her. Human strength is finite, and to transform the gold mine into wealth and power would require time. Father, a group of creatures riding beasts is approaching from the east, Erwa informed Tian after activating his distant sight. Enemies are already upon us. Stay alert. After sending a message to Qin Fanzhuang, Tian closed the chat channel. At the eastern city gate of the War Manor, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10. 8, 3. Erwa kept counting the number of approaching foes, but with only 10 fingers, he often lost track. After reaching 10, he would invariably miscount. Tian sighed, realizing he would need to teach the little ones basic mathematics in the future. However, he could surmise that many foes were indeed on their way. Erwa, no need to count further. Just alert me if they decide to split their forces. Even with a physique exceeding 170 and eyesight 10 times that of an ordinary person, the rain-soaked night posed significant challenges. The eastern mist was the closest to the War Manor. Once within the mist, a dash at 100 agility could reach the eastern city gate in just 1 minute. Heavenly Tao Stone. Activate 50 bronze mechanical guardians on the first floor of the eastern city gate. Tian, with ample resources, decided to deploy 50 warriors as a precaution. As the guardians emerged from the tower, Tian did not reveal their presence, but instead crouched behind the parapet, ready to hurl javelins. Tian also crouched behind the parapet, as the little ones did not need to hide. They were not tall enough to require it. They've entered the mist. Erwa observed through the gaps in the parapet. Roars and howls of beasts echoed, and Tian had initially expected a stealthy assault, only to find the foes charging boldly towards the city walls. The cacophony of beastly roars and human shouts displayed utter disdain for Tian's existence. He was not naive enough to believe that these natives, mounted on wild beasts, could not scale the walls. As the distance rapidly closed, some beasts even charged into the ordinary forest area, trampling the saplings Tian had painstakingly cultivated. Capturing them would not merely mean uprooting a few trees. Unlike other forest areas, this one was personally planted by Tian, and he had hoped they would mature swiftly. High-quality trees required 8 months to mature, an eternity. This was why Tian had planned this area as an ordinary forest. As they drew closer, Tian finally discerned the nature of these intruders. There were fully 200 enemies, accompanied by an equal number of beasts. Some road lions, others tigers, some wild boars, others bison, and still others leopards. Each warrior was draped in animal hides, exuding a fierce aura. The beast bandits, consisting of 200 bronze marauders, possess a combined attribute score of approximately 110. The silver bandits number 4. The bandit leader, Bada, boasts a strength of 220, constitution of 200, and agility of 180. The subleader, Huolong, exhibits strength at 210, constitution at 220, and agility at 195. The deputy leader, Tian, shows strength of 170, constitution of 180, and agility of 205. Another subleader, Lan Yo, has strength of 201, constitution of 190, and agility of 180. Upon observing them, Tian felt a sense of relief. If this was all there was to contend with, he mused, it shouldn't be overly challenging. The D-rank bandits posed little threat. Their highest attributes barely reached 150, and Tian's 50 bronze guardians would certainly be more than a match for them. The primary concern lay with the 4 C-rank bandits, who could prove to be somewhat troublesome. Tian further noted the heterogeneous nature of this bandit group, comprising various races, goblins, minotaurs, werewolves, 3-eyed unicorns, and even 3-meter-tall giants with blue skin, potentially belonging to Sam's kind. He even spotted some indigenous people among them. This bandit faction was a veritable melange. Drawing a deep breath, Tian nocked an arrow, preparing to shoot from within a 50-meter range. Had it not been for the heavy rain and the cover of night, he would have undoubtedly engaged them from 200 meters away. It was essential for him to strike a silver bandit first, as they would certainly be on guard after the initial arrow, and with nearly 200 agility, hitting them would become exceedingly difficult. "You there, blue-skinned one," he whispered, crouching low to observe the foremost combatant, a blue-skinned rider. The Celestial had warned him that this individual was named Lan Yo. Chapter 22. A resounding victory launch. Tian bellowed, commanding the bronze mechanical guardians. With his mastery in archery, the power of his arrows surged by 10. Whiz. The bowstring twanged like a thunderclap, and a sharp iron arrow struck Lan Yo, knocking him off his beast. Simultaneously, the 50 bronze guardians rose en masse, hurling their 50 short spears at their targets. The spears rained down, and only 3 silver bandits narrowly evaded the onslaught. "This lord is a fat lamb. Let us storm the castle and slay him to reap immense benefits." Bada, unfazed by the casualties among his men, shouted as a steel wire shot from his hand, anchoring itself to the battlements. Towering at 3 meters, he leaped from his massive rhinoceros mount, preparing to scale the walls. With his prowess, he could surely ascend within seconds. The remaining unscathed bandits followed suit, using steel wires to clamber up the walls. Their skills were evident, indicating a history of sieges and plundering. Taking advantage of the moment, the bronze guardians commenced their second round of throwing. In an open battle, the 200 bandits might have triumphed over the bronze guardians. However, this was a siege, and the bandits were on the offensive. As the marauders scrambled up the walls, they became prime targets for the bronze guardians. Manhwaadiobook. Keep a close watch on those 3 most formidable foes. Erwa, take Xiao Bai and Wu Hu down from the tower to prevent any stragglers from infiltrating the estate. Tian ordered methodically, opting not to awaken the other guardians. Meanwhile, he drew back his bow once more, aiming at Bada. If he could eliminate Bada, the bandits would lose their backbone, making them easier to annihilate. Whiz. The arrow flew straight for Bada's chest. Yet Bada was no fool. He snatched a shield from his waist to block the blow. The shield, fashioned from an unknown material, absorbed the impact, albeit with a crack forming upon it. Hey! Seizing the opportunity while Tian was occupied, Bada accelerated suddenly, grasping the battlements. His face lit up with triumph as he prepared to leap onto the wall, only to be met with a kick from Hua that sent him tumbling down. Charge! Sanhua, the fiery girl, activated her innate talent, leaping from the wall to deliver a kick to Tian. Just as Tian narrowly dodged 2 spears and was about to scale the wall, a small child descended upon him. The overwhelming force left Tian breathless. Although he was swift, he could not compare to Sanhua, especially during a siege when his speed was significantly hampered. Thud! Before Tian could even draw his sword, Sanhua's kick struck his head, causing him to release the steel wire and plummet to the ground below, landing heavily in the mud, unconscious. Sanhua landed deftly atop Tian's back. At this moment, empowered by her battle spirit, she exhibited 285 strength, 270 agility, and 375 constitution, utterly overpowering Tian. After dispatching Tian, Manhwa moved like a living weapon among the bandits, delivering blows that either incapacitated or killed, navigating through them as if they were mere shadows. Bada, just recovering from being kicked off the wall, stood up dazedly. His towering figure resembled a small giant, but his head was disproportionately small, giving him a comical appearance. Upon witnessing Manhwa kicking bandits off the wall one by one, he was taken aback, bewildered by the prowess of this diminutive figure. The intel was flawed. I've struck a solid wall. Bada, abandoning his ascent, shouted to the dwindling bandits, "The wind is fierce, retreat." With that, he mounted his white rhinoceros, preparing to flee. Whiz. Fear gripped Bada, and as he turned, a metal arrow pierced his neck. With apprehension clouding his judgment, his defenses faltered, and Tian seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. With Bada's demise, only Huolong remained as the leader of the beast bandits. Tian had refrained from targeting him, considering the possibility of recruiting him as labor, given the burdens of managing the territory alone. With Huolong possessing C-rank strength, he was an adept worker, yet Tian understood that subduing him would be a formidable challenge. At that moment, Huolong had sustained numerous spear wounds. Had it not been for his 220 constitution, he would have perished long ago. As the bandit numbers dwindled, Huolong became the focal point of the Bronze Guardian's attention. Ants can kill an elephant, he thought, as the 13-meter wall rendered Huolong's ascent arduous. Upon hearing the retreat order, Huolong breathed a sigh of relief. Relinquishing the rope and leaping down, the death of Bada shattered his resolve, and he disregarded everything to escape. Just as he turned, before he could mount his steed, Manhwa delivered a kick to his back, sending him sprawling face-first into the mud. Follow the wire down and slay every beast. Tian commanded as he recognized the bandits' imminent defeat, gripping a steel wire to slide down. The other Bronze Guardians followed suit, using the wire to descend one by one. Thud! Tian swiftly dispatched a goblin rider atop a wild bull, intending to tame the creature. Cannot be tamed, it belongs to a master beast. Only after the beast master's death can it be subdued. Tian surmised, understanding that the beast master of the beast bandits had not participated in this invasion. With no other option, he mercilessly ended the wild bull's life. 200 ferocious beasts, predominantly of E-rank, were only accompanied by 4 D-rank beasts ridden by the silver bandits. Under the relentless assault of the bronze mechanical guardians, only a handful of the beasts managed to flee, while the bandits suffered total annihilation. As the bandits attempted to retreat, Manhwa severed their escape route. How could the ordinary bronze bandits cross the formidable defenses of Manhwa's unyielding walls? After Tian and Dawa leaped from the city wall, they compelled the last dozen bandits to kneel and surrender. Tian was exceedingly pleased with the outcome of this skirmish, thanks to the strategic advantage of the city's defenses. Not a single bronze guardian was harmed. Had this battle taken place on open ground, even if Tian and the younger ones could easily vanquish the silver bandits, the bronze guardians would have sustained significant losses. Next came the grim task of clearing the battlefield. Among the bandits, including the leaders Bada and Lan Yo, 100 perished on the spot. Approximately 50 others were severely wounded, pierced by javelins, and under the relentless downpour, their chances of survival were bleak. Thus, Tian granted them a swift end. There were still 20 more incapacitated by Manhwa, with 15 sustaining minor injuries and another 15 captured. Both Huolong and Tianin survived, now prisoners of Tian. The captured bandits were immediately shackled with alloys forged into chains, preventing any potential resistance. What to do with the corpses? Tian surveyed the blood-soaked ground, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Burying them was impractical, especially with the torrential rains persisting for 3 days. Feeding them to fish was out of the question. The lake served as Tian's vital water source. Xiaobai, take this corpse to the eastern mist and see if you can dispose of it, Tian instructed. Grasping the body of a dog-headed creature, Xiaobai, though reluctantly, complied, swiftly vanishing into the stormy night with the corpse. Shortly thereafter, Xiaobai returned and nodded at Tian. Excellent. You and the 5 tiger generals should dispose of these sentient corpses into the mist. Upon completion, I shall reward you with a feast. Once they are cast into the mist, the scent will soon attract wild beasts, an efficient and ecological solution. As for the nearly 200 beast carcasses left behind, Tian merely extracted their cores and auctioned the corpses at a starting price of 1,000 Tiandao coins each. He had no time to butcher such a multitude of beasts. For other lords, the average 2,000 kilograms beasts, along with their pelts and sinews, represented a lucrative opportunity. Within mere minutes of being listed, Tian amassed 190,000 Tiandao coins. He retained only 1 D-rank beast, a 3,000 kilograms wild bull with blue skin, as a mount. The spoils of battle were plentiful. Tian acquired 200 E-rank weapons and 3 D-rank weapons, while a certain Tianin wielded a C-rank divine weapon, a longsword. These weapons were stored in Tian's premium warehouse. In addition to the weapons, Tian collected 10 C-rank beast cores, 300 D-rank cores, and 1,000 E-rank cores from the corpses of Bada and his ilk. The value of these cores alone amounted to several million Tiandao coins, leading Tian to suspect that beast cores served as a form of currency in the outside world. Otherwise, why would everyone carry them, often in pouches resembling coin bags, filled with numerous small golden orbs likely serving as currency beneath the beast cores? It appeared that Tian was the son of the bandit leader. Had he sent his son to attack me, confident of my defeat? Tian mused, holding a crystalline orb with a smile. He had seen a similar orb on Anunu, recognizing it as a device for transmitting messages. The natives possessed even more advanced communication tools capable of trading with Tian. Suddenly, a prompt from the Tiandao stone alerted Tian to an incoming connection with the communication crystal. Connection established. Just as Tian spoke, a flash of white light illuminated the orb, revealing a burly man with a bushy beard. He bore a sharp nose and eyes of an eerie violet hue, much like Tian's. Lord, release my child, and I shall no longer pursue your transgressions. The leader of the Beast Bandit Corps stated bluntly, his gaze fierce. I am immensely grateful to you for assaulting my territory and providing me with such abundant resources. Huh? Tian scoffed, relishing the spoils of this encounter, which far outweighed the rewards of opening 10 silver chests. How could he not be elated? Lord, you are still weak. Do you comprehend what you face? Tens of thousands of troops, led by golden warriors of the Beast Corps, the leader warned in a low voice. Well then, I would appreciate it if you could send more troops next time. I haven't had my fill of slaughter, Tian retorted fearlessly. Fully aware of the rules, golden warriors could not breach his territory. Following the calamity of the Tiandao, without the means of a high priest from the three-eyed unicorn tribe, the Beast Bandit Corps could only endure in silence for now. Are you not afraid of our retaliation, Lord? I know you rely on our inability to invade your territory. However, divine power wanes eventually. When next it diminishes, I shall send forth even more formidable warriors to attack your lands, the leader warned, impatience evident in his tone. Huh? Do you think I am easily intimidated? Feel free to unleash your full arsenal. In the game of kings and pawns, today I have triumphed. And I have the right to relish the fruits of victory. Should you manage to slay me, then that shall be my fate. Conversely, it is yours. Within a day, provide me with 10 divine stones, or I shall dismember your son, Tian declared, abruptly severing the connection to the crystal orb. A true man delights in the balance of vengeance and grace. How could he cower in fear? Tian feared no threats. Chapter 23. The Lord's Contract. Meanwhile, in a castle nestled within the forest, the leader of the Beast Bandit Corps, Tianbao, raged, nearly shattering the crystal orb in his fury. Summon the sorcerer. He commanded his subordinates. Tianbao ordered the second-in-command of the Beast Bandit Corps, the most enigmatic figure in their ranks, the sorcerer, into the hall. That vile lord has captured my son and threatens me with demands for divine stones. Sorcerer, unleash your powers. I wish to strike against that wicked lord once more. As soon as the sorcerer entered the grand hall, Tianbao roared in anger. That lord is too distant. I lack the energy to activate the teleportation array again. The sorcerer replied, shaking his head. Clad in dark robes and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, he cradled a crystal orb in his hands. I will procure a substantial quantity of beast cores from the treasury. Tianbao insisted. That lord is immensely powerful, even if I could teleport. I could only send 100 bronze warriors at most, the sorcerer reiterated, still shaking his head. Curse it, that wicked lord. Does the sorcerer have any other means? Tianbao gritted his teeth, regretting allowing his son to seize the divine stones. That lord's territory is of a high level. The barrier has become significantly thinner. By the end of the month, it will be even more diminished, and then we can strike back. If you wish for Tian to survive, you must temporarily acquiesce. The sorcerer spoke, the crystal orb glowing with an enigmatic light, embodying an air of deep mystery. Like the high priest of the tribe, the sorcerer was synonymous with the enigmatic forces of this world. It was said that they could hear the will of the heavens and converse with the divine, earning the respect even of the leader of the Beast Bandit Corps. As dawn broke, the torrential rains that had persisted for 3 days finally ceased. Who could it be that ignited the sun? Gazing at the unfamiliar yet familiar crimson sun in the sky, Tian couldn't help but reflect. Changing into a fresh set of clothes, he adorned himself with a C-rank long sword at his waist. At this moment, Tian stood atop the East City Tower, gazing towards the northeast. Manhwa rode on Xiaobai, while the 5 tiger generals busily oversaw the captive laborers planting trees. Once the trees were planted, Tian intended for them to dig a small creek and cultivate the land. Idleness was not an option. This morning, the 5 tiger generals had officially reached adulthood, their attributes soaring to a level of 100. They might progress further, yet their potential was limited, peaking at just over 100 points. Tian had prepared for them dragon blood sacred fruits, zhu fruits, qingling fruits, jade spirit peaches, and black gold apples to elevate their attributes. At this moment, the 5 tigers possessed strength of 145, constitution of 155, and agility of 130, sufficient to instill fear in the captives. The black gold apples had just ripened that day, and both Tian and Manhwa had already consumed them. Currently, Tian's strength stood at 182, constitution at 178, and agility at 171, bringing him a step closer to C-grade power. Suddenly, the beast roared and pursued a fleeing figure. A jailbreak. Tian had just been contemplating how the 5 tiger generals could intimidate the captives when he was surprised to find someone daring to escape. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Tian, who, emboldened by his speed exceeding 200, intended to flee. The location where they were planting trees was merely 100 meters away from the fog. Freedom awaited just beyond it. However, Xiaobai and Manhwa stood firmly between the fog and the woods, preventing their escape. Tian had schemed for a long time, planning to evade Xiaobai and Manhwa by taking a route slightly further south. Unfortunately for him, he had underestimated the situation. The shackles on his feet hampered his speed by at least 30%. Xiaobai activated the wind chase, swiftly closing the distance with a few leaps. Manhwa delivered a swift kick, sending Tian tumbling, dragging him back like a lifeless dog. All gather, Tian commanded, his anger palpable as he descended from the tower, summoning the captives. He intended to make an example of them, to demonstrate that labor was honorable. Under the intimidation of the 5 tiger generals, the group of bandits assembled awkwardly, fear etched on their faces, terrified that Tian would execute them. As the saying goes, victors are kings, and vanquished are bandits. These ruthless robbers had invaded his benevolent domain. Instead of exterminating them, he had offered them sustenance and a chance for redemption. Yet, after such effortless labor, they dared to flee, betraying his kindness. He could no longer tolerate such defiance. To prevent further escapes, he resolved to amputate one of their legs. Tian's voice was filled with heartfelt sorrow at the beginning, but by the end, a smile graced his face, albeit one laced with murderous intent. As if removing their leg was a trivial matter. As soon as Tian's words fell, he unsheathed his long sword, its gleam competing with the sun's brilliance. "My lord, you cannot do this," Tian cried, his face contorted in despair. "We had no knowledge of his escape." Fire Dragon pleaded. The others fidgeted, yet were deterred by Manhwa, the little harbinger of death, while the 5 tiger generals watched ominously nearby. In the brutal world of Tian Dao, losing a leg would significantly diminish one's strength. Even if they managed to escape in the future, they would be discarded like refuse. "You scoundrels!" Tian fled, and you did nothing to stop him. "It is evident you conspired with him. You wished for Tian to escape, only to return with others to assassinate me, correct? It appears I have been too merciful. I shall remove an arm as well." Tian glared with intensity, his words flowing forth unbidden. "Unjust, my lord," Fire Dragon stammered, his resolve faltering. "We only hoped the captain could redeem us. We had no other intentions." Fire Dragon, already trembling, now feared for his arms as well. If he lost an arm, what difference would he have from being useless? "Unjust? How do you prove your innocence?" Tian retorted with interest. Fire Dragon stammered, unable to reply. "Very well, you shall sever Tian's thigh, as proof that you had no intention of escaping." Tian calmly instructed Fire Dragon, his gaze sharpening. "Otherwise, it shall be treason." Fire Dragon's complexion paled. He dared not take the sword. Tian's father, Tian Bao, had been a golden warrior 60 years prior, with unfathomable strength, feared by many tribes. Moreover, Fire Dragon was one of Tian Bao's subordinates, well aware of his merciless nature. "Humph, you clearly wish to conspire against me," Tian declared, fixing his gaze on Fire Dragon, his sword poised for carnage. "Wait," Fire Dragon shouted. Tian regarded him with a deep stare and handed him the sword. "Fire Dragon, what are you doing? You, a human slave, dare to touch me? My father will flay your skin." Tian bellowed as he noted Fire Dragon's dismal expression. Tian responded with a kick to Tian's chest, distorting his features in agony. Fire Dragon took a breath, recognizing that it was better to offend Tian than to perish. With a swift motion, Fire Dragon stepped forward, the sharp divine sword easily severing Tian's thigh. The pain was compounded by the fact that the sword was originally his. "Oh!" Tian howled, his leg severed, yet still shackled to the other foot. "Fire Dragon, just wait. I will ensure you suffer for this." He cursed as he writhed in pain. "Ah, it seems I misjudged you," Tian said, receiving the sword back and wiping the blood on Tian's body. Fire Dragon could only manage a bitter smile. "Fire Dragon, although you did not intend to escape, others surely harbor such thoughts. From this day forth, you shall be the labor captain, leading them in their work. Should anyone dare to flee, I will hold you accountable." Tian patted Fire Dragon's shoulder, a look of approval in his eyes. "Yes, my lord," Fire Dragon replied, willing to serve with utmost diligence. After a long internal struggle, he knelt before Tian. In that moment, he felt an invisible force binding him, rendering any attempt to break free from the fog wall impossible. The human, Fire Dragon, pledged his loyalty to the Lord. For the first time, a sentient being in the Tian Dao world had committed to Tian, earning him 24 Lord contracts as a reward. Note, each level of territory requires 4 contracts, and the current Lord's territory level is 6. Upon the blood of a sentient being dripped onto the Lord contract, betrayal becomes impossible, or else death is immediate. Fire Dragon's strength was rated C level, increasing the territory points by 100. Note, as humans possess vast potential variability, Territory points increased based on strength standards. Tian contemplated the thick stack of lord contracts in his hand, reflecting on how the Tian Dao world indeed encourages lords to seek allies. Very well. Let us seal this with a drop of blood. Tian presented a contract to Fire Dragon. Submitting now did not guarantee future loyalty. Fire Dragon, fearing for his life, had severed Tian's leg. This fact was not lost on Tian. Yes, Fire Dragon, aware of his lack of options, gritted his teeth and dripped a drop of blood onto the contract. The moment it touched Fire Dragon's blood, the contract transformed into a beam of light and vanished. All right, disperse. Get to work. Remember, do not entertain thoughts of escape. Tian's severed leg is the consequence of such actions, and rebellion will not be tolerated. Those who rebel shall be met with ruthless punishment. Tian dismissed the indigenous people, although there were still 5 human captives among them. Tian did not plan to utilize the lord contracts just yet. He intended for Fire Dragon to first train them. Xiaobai and Manhwa continued to vigilantly observe the captives. My lord, thank you. After Tian released the Fire Dragon from its chains, the creature expressed its gratitude once more. Fire Dragon, how far is your base from here? Tian inquired, gesturing with his hand. Replying to my lord, we are billions of miles away. We arrived via a teleportation array. I am unaware of the exact distance. Only the wizards can manipulate the coordinates and the teleportation. The Fire Dragon replied, shaking its head. Oh, are there no Trilist territories nearby? Why did you come to attack me? Tian asked, perplexed. The wizards informed us that within your domain lie countless resources. By annihilating your territory, we would not only acquire divine stones, but also enough supplies to sustain the Beast Bandit clan for an entire year, the Fire Dragon answered candidly. Is it a warehouse? Then, how did the bandit wizards come to know of my abundant resources? According to your statement, we have had no contact whatsoever. Tian pondered in confusion. I do not know. We merely follow the orders of Tian Bao and the wizards. Even the coordinates were provided by them, the Fire Dragon admitted, unable to elucidate further. What is your standing within the Beast Bandit clan? Tian pressed on, disregarding other matters to focus on this crucial question. The Beast Bandit clan comprises 300 silver warriors, of which I am but the lowest tier, the Fire Dragon confessed, unable to deceive Tian and feeling a sense of embarrassment. Very well. Work diligently, and if you perform well, I shall reward you. Ensure the captives remain industrious. Strive hard, transform diligently. Labor is honorable, and construction is glorious. Tian solemnly instructed before allowing the Fire Dragon to depart. Shall I activate the communication crystal ball? Tian contemplated internally as he sensed an impending situation. My lord, please relay your territory information to me, Tian Bao remarked, gazing at Tian with a malevolent expression. Longing to strike him, but feeling utterly powerless. Just wait, my lord. Your demise shall come in half a month, he seethed. Sealed Heavenly Dao Stone 10, trade Tian N. Tian Bao, filled with resentment, initiated a trade. As a bandit leader, he had always been the one to rob others, never the victim of extortion. Now, facing such humiliation, he felt a surge of indignation. Tian attempted to scan the unconscious Tian N, discovering a severed leg, and surprisingly, the trade succeeded. Lord, why is my son missing a leg? Explain. An enraged voice erupted from the crystal ball. Are your eyes blinded? His leg is still attached to his other foot. Tian retorted before abruptly severing the connection, closing the private channel as well. Meanwhile, witnessing his son in a state of unconsciousness with a severed leg, Tian Bao roared in fury within the grand hall, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Tian. Chapter 24. The traces of spring beasts upon returning to the manor. Dawa and Erwa busily crafted garments. Tian, unoccupied, continued to construct large water purifiers in the warehouse, with the Fire Dragon under his command. Along with Manhwa, Xiaobai, and Wu Hu observing, the captives posed no threat. At this juncture, Tian's primary focus was on generating wealth. In the afternoon, upon the Fire Dragon's return with news of the replanted trees, Tian commenced the expansion of his territory. He manufactured an additional 400 large water purifiers, all listed for auction at the same price. 10 heavenly Dao stones. How would the territory be expanded? The manor could not be enlarged without redesigning the walls, which would be financially ruinous. Moreover, the current area of the manor was sufficiently vast. After surveying the territory, Tian devised a plan. Firstly, 1 heavenly Dao stone would be allocated to the second lake, and another to the first lake, enlarging the first lake to 3 square kilometers and the second to 2 square kilometers. A further heavenly Dao stone would be utilized to increase the arable land from 1,500 acres to 3,000 acres in the southern region of the high-grade timber forest. In the southern section of the first and second orchards, near the misty areas, 3 heavenly Dao stones would be employed to form 7 small hills, connecting with the existing hills, thus creating a total of 13 peaks within the territory, establishing a southwestern barrier. The remaining 4 stones would be utilized to expand the area north of the city and south of the first lake, preparing to plant 240,000 high-grade trees, with a stream planned to flow from this forest into the first lake, as the first lake would be further away. Tian decided to source his domestic water from the second lake, revising the water conduit accordingly. It was not that Tian wished to expand the farmland. With more land than people, 3,000 acres was ample for him. After all, the crops matured every 20 days. The previous 1,500 acres had gone unattended due to his lack of time. Within the auction house, ordinary tree saplings had become scarce. Yet high-grade saplings remained plentiful. Trialists preferred not to plant rather than risk unsold crops. As many anticipated an exit in a year, around April, and could not afford to wait for 8-month-old trees. Tian continuously purchased goods, acquiring a total of 310,000 high-grade saplings, intending to fill the hills with them. 2 days later marked Tian's 19th day in the heavenly Tao world. That afternoon, he completed the assembly of all materials for the water purifiers. In total, he sold 2,000 large purifiers, netting a staggering 100 million heavenly Tao coins. The little ones had also performed admirably, exhausting all silk and cotton, selling a total of 20,000 silk garments and 40,000 cotton garments, yielding a profit of 80 million. After deducting the cost of the 310,000 saplings, Tian's heavenly Tao coin balance soared to 182 million. Tian's assets had once again surpassed the 100 million mark. Under the Fire Dragon's leadership, the captives toiled relentlessly, working over 18 hours a day. Within just 2 days, they had filled the 7 hills with saplings. The Fire Dragon also recruited 5 human subordinates, ruthlessly exploiting the other indigenous captives, who could only gnash their teeth in silent fury. The Fire Dragon possessed a strength of 210, a physique of 220, and agility of 195. Even combined, the indigenous captives, adorned with the handcuffs, were no match for the Fire Dragon. Furthermore, the 5 newly recruited subordinates were formidable in comparison to the captives, averaging a 3-dimensional strength of 130. In the midst of his busy schedule, Tian took the time to address them, urging them to work diligently, promising rewards for merit and penalties for faults. Additionally, akin to the Fire Dragon, he provided them each with a stone house, ensuring 3 meals a day, complete with meat and vegetables. Perhaps it was a sense of kinship or perhaps the simplicity of human nature, but the loyalty of these 5 human subordinates exceeded 70, making them somewhat trustworthy in Tian's eyes. Due to their weakness, Tian refrained from wasting his limited lord's contract on them. With 1 million gold pieces at hand, Tian, seizing the opportunity while gold prices remained low, invested 100 million heavenly Tao coins to acquire 1 million units of gold, adding to his original 80,000. He now possessed a total of 180,000 gold pieces, securely stored in the basement of his premium warehouse, destined to become his underground treasury. Based on Tian's experience, once the importance of gold became widely acknowledged, its value would undoubtedly rise. Storing gold would serve as a safeguard for the future, whether for emergencies or as an investment. As long as he could survive, it would be a guaranteed profit. Leaving 82 million heavenly Tao coins in reserve was sufficient to address any unforeseen circumstances. Oh dear, how terrifying. A flying beast has devoured all the vegetables, grains, and saplings within my territory. As Tian opened the partition channel, he was greeted by a barrage of messages. Ah, is it true? Did the sky monster not devour you? Some clearly do not believe it. No, I was trembling in my house. That beast is formidable, with a mere bite. The great trees in the forest uprooted. The heavenly Tao refers to it as the spring beast, boasting dimensions exceeding 200, along with a plethora of innate abilities. The invaders from the beast have returned. Haha, the more we speak, the more absurd it sounds. How could a creature with dimensions over 200 possibly appear in our region? And a plethora of talents at that. Do you think talents grow on trees? In our district, we have only one person with innate abilities, Big Sam. Someone scoffed. It is true. This morning, I too was invaded by the spring beast. My territory now lies in ruins, akin to a wilderness. Fortunately, I had reserves of Tao coins. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits. The Dark Elf Shadow CC. It seems so. The Dark Elves in the sub-district inquired this morning, yet no one believed them. The Deer Folk, Libiang. It seems you all are oblivious to the district channel. In the neighboring 65th sub-district, at least 200 people were attacked by the spring beast yesterday. It is said that one person even claimed he would shoot the spring beast, and then his ID vanished. Today, the spring beast has come to wreak havoc in our district. In short, the spring beast is invincible. When you encounter it, simply lie down and accept your fate. Everyone should prepare their rations and Tao coins. There are 100 sub-districts in our region. There is but one spring beast. So only a minuscule fraction of people will suffer calamity. The pig folk, Zhu Biao, sent a lengthy barrage of messages. If its dimensions are indeed over 200, coupled with innate abilities, it is utterly insurmountable and exceedingly unreasonable. Could it be that in our district, there are indeed powerful beings with dimensions exceeding 200, thus giving rise to such a spring beast? The four-armed clan, Tian posed a question. It is normal for one powerful individual to emerge among 100 subdistricts. Look at our own subdistrict's Big Tian, who has long since moved into a super villa. Is that reasonable? The turtle folk, Goajia. God bless. I hope the spring beast does not pay me a visit. Oh dear, is that a large bird in the sky? Earthling David Bryan. What nonsense. Here, the heavenly Tao reigns supreme. The so-called gods of your planet are mere toys in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, why would we come here? Tian observed the bustling barrage of comments. One of the 8 heavenly beasts, the spring beast. A C-grade heavenly beast. Will my beast-catching net still be of use? The last time I captured a D-grade heavenly beast, if I had been a few seconds slower, it would have escaped. Reading the comments. This time, the heavenly beast possesses wings and belongs to the raptor category, capable of launching attacks even from the sky. Tian possesses an abundance of resources, and with the arrival of the spring beast, he could find himself back to square one overnight. Tian believed that as the slayer of the rain beast, the spring beast would most likely target him. The chance of the spring beast invading others' camps is a mere 0.001, while the probability of it visiting Tian's territory exceeds 50. Otherwise, the task of gathering heavenly pearls would be in vain. Tian has recently been selling water purifiers and clothing from various races, amassing a considerable fortune. Just as he opened the auction house, he received a chat request from Yuwu, and he casually opened it. I haven't earned much. It's just a small business. Tian humbly replied. Now, seeing how profitable Tian's water purifiers are, many have teamed up to produce them, preparing to compete for a share of the market. However, they, like Tian, are constrained by the scarcity of plastic. Currently, there is not a single piece of plastic in the auction house. A piece of fabric cannot last a second. In our district statistics, you've earned at least 150 million, Yuwu remarked. Is your district quite idle? Do you have any idea what 150 million means? Speaking without thought, Tian was taken aback that someone was keeping track of his sales. And the figure was quite accurate. However, Tian would never admit it. Do not deny it. This time, let us engage in a significant business transaction. Many people in our district are selling rare materials. What do you say? Yuwu shifted the topic, inquiring of Tian. Tian, ever astute, immediately assessed the situation in Yuwu's district through her words. First came the rain beast, then the spring beast. The rain beast has an affinity for rare materials, so it stands to reason that the spring beast would as well. It must be that the rare materials in the monsters district have been ravaged by the rain and spring beasts, leading to a widespread urgency to sell them off. Alas, do not even mention rare materials. Speaking of them makes me furious. The last batch of rare materials you sold me turned into withered trees overnight after I planted them in my yard. I still do not understand why. Despite the heavy rain, my few spirit fruit trees withered away. Now, our district is spreading rumors of the spring beast, which devours anything it sees and uproots trees, causing widespread panic. One can only imagine that today's newly planted rare materials will be devoured by the spring beast by tomorrow. Tian sent a lengthy barrage of messages, as if he were lamenting with tears and snot. I see. I know of the spring beast, but its chances of invading territories are not high, except for particularly unfortunate individuals. Yuwu certainly knew that during the rainy season, the rain beast's presence caused tremendous headaches for the district lords. Originally not high, but after acquiring rare materials, it has increased. Our district is not like yours. Even if we have rare materials, they are merely E-grade or D-grade. If I possessed a batch of rare materials, the spring beast would undoubtedly appear in my territory. Tian was once again throwing up smoke screens. This batch of rare materials is quite inexpensive, and since you have so many Dao coins, why not consider it? If they mature, the harvest will be bountiful. Yuwu became anxious. Although she did not spend much Dao coins acquiring those rare materials, she initially thought Tian would be gullible enough to sell at the previous price and make a large profit. Who would have thought such circumstances would arise? Given the maturation period for rare materials, if she did not sell them to Tian, they would certainly rot in her hands. First, the rewards are substantial, but whether I have the longevity to enjoy them is still uncertain. Second, while I have a bit of money, it does not grow on trees. Tian corrected Yuwu's assessment. Tian's words made Yuwu anxious. Chapter 25. Comprehensive enhancement. Yuwu gritted her teeth and could only quote a buyback price. Hoping to offload the hot potato, I have 5 B-grade spirit fruit trees, 5 A-grade spirit fruit trees, and 100 various medicinal herbs for healing. All B-grade and A-grade healing elixirs. How about a total of 2 million? After you purchase them, you will surely profit immensely. Under normal circumstances, she would never have looked down upon the weak human race. At this moment, however, Yuwu could only humble herself and pray for Tian to make a purchase. Too expensive. 150,000 is negotiable. I would consider them as ornamental trees and flowers. Tian estimated in his heart that it was quite a bargain. 180,000 Dao coins. Yuwu was at a loss for words, her heart bleeding with regret. Why did she even think of acquiring rare materials? When someone in the sub-district was selling rare materials at a discount, Yuwu's first thought was of the detestable human race, believing there was a profit to be made. Now, with the rain beast first and the spring beast following, who knows what other beasts may appear in the future? Trial takers do not have the luxury to spend decades waiting for rare materials to mature. Yuwu had already determined that it would be very difficult to sell rare materials in their district again. Everyone knows that rare materials are treasures. This is undeniable. Yet, here in the world of the heavenly Tao, I suspect your cost is around 2 million. You are not suited to be a merchant. I can offer 250,000, allowing you to earn a little. You can come to me for such matters in the future. I need some dreams as a form of spiritual solace. Tian, far from diminishing, only increased his stakes, naturally with his own considerations. He initially sought to negotiate a lower price, fearing that Zihuangyu would demand an exorbitant sum. To his surprise, she harbored no such intentions. In the realm of commerce, mutual profit is paramount. Tian could only hope to acquire the spirit fruit trees again in the future. Otherwise, Zihuangyu would undoubtedly seize her collection of spirit fruits and would not sell them to him again. When compared to the potential of future spirit fruit trees, the sum of several 100,000 Tiandao coins was negligible. A level wood spirit fruit tree 1, a level gold spirit fruit tree 1, a level fire spirit fruit tree 1, a level wind spirit fruit tree 1, a level water spirit fruit tree 1, B level 2 colored plum tree 1, B level ice heart snow pear tree 1, B level purple banana tree 1, B level 3 combined apricot tree 1, B level spirit orange tree 1, B level sacred heart herb 3, A level illusionary purple grass 1, trade, Tiandao coins 2. 5 million. A lengthy order appeared, and after scrutinizing it carefully, Tian confirmed the transaction, reassured by the lack of malice from Zihuangyu. Tiandao coin balance, 77. 7 million. Very well, Tian, let us wait and see. Zihuangyu had anticipated a loss, but the situation took an unexpected turn. She felt that Tian was toying with her, hence her unfriendly demeanor. Despite the pleasantness of the transaction, she seemed agitated. Tian, observing her abruptly in the conversation, could not suppress a smile. He proceeded to carry all these spirit fruit trees to the front yard of the villa. After a brief arrangement, he decided to plant all 10 spirit roots in the front yard. The A-level trees would yield 36 spirit fruits each, while the B-level ones would produce 48. Tian had long hoped for a tree that bore only a single spirit fruit, yet such a tree remained elusive. These 10 spirit fruits, if consumed one each, would increase strength by 30, agility by 40, constitution by 30, and spiritual power by 75. Naturally, he would hasten their ripening to enhance his abilities in preparation for the arrival of the spring beast. The inhabitants of his territory would also benefit, as they would be able to fly and assist in combating it. A total of 750 drops of life water were used, proving to be more cost-effective than SS spirit fruits. However, the significance was different. It was said that for S-level beings, even consuming A-level spirit fruits yields minimal enhancement. While others might gain 30 points, an S-level might only gain 1. Yet, by consuming dragon blood holy fruits, they could achieve an increase of 60 points. Tian did not consume the fruits immediately. Instead, he first planted 100 spirit flowers and herbs. These were half-finished products, only partially grown, possessing the ability to heal internal injuries, external wounds, detoxify, counter mental attacks, and restore energy. He planted these treasures in black soil, where even Tiandao stones could not ascertain their maturation timeline. In the black soil, various vegetables had matured 2 days earlier due to its effects. However, Tian intended to collect seeds from these vegetables and was not in a hurry to harvest. In the far corner, after gathering some vegetable seeds, he removed the remaining old vegetables from the ground, which were not selling well. He disposed of them as if they were mere trash, half giving them away in exchange for spirit coins. Tian then took out a wooden watering can, added 200 drops of life water, and mixed it with lake water to irrigate the 100 spirit flowers and herbs. He could distinctly feel the spiritual treasures rising, with flower buds beginning to bloom. I've done my best in nourishing you. Now, grow at your own pace. Currently, he had only 22,000 drops of life water left. With no immediate need for these treasures, Tian decided to pause. He estimated that with the capabilities of the high-grade soil, they might mature in a month or two, as spirit flowers and herbs typically ripen much faster than spirit fruits. Thus began the Feast of Spirit Fruits. Sharing in the banquet were Tian, 3 milk babies, Xiaobai, and the 5 tiger generals. After consuming the fruits, Tian's strength reached 212, constitution 208, agility 211, and spiritual power 110, marking his status as a standard early sea level. After consumption, the eldest milk baby boasted strength of 290, constitution 250, agility 180, and spiritual power 210. Tian was astounded. He realized that aside from the spirit fruits, the eldest's attributes had increased by over 10 points each. Though he had not grown taller, his prowess flourished remarkably in less than 20 days. If the eldest were to unleash a mountain-splitting strike, who could withstand his 500 points of explosive power? Alas, the eldest's agility remained a drawback, still lower than Tian's. The second milk baby registered strength at 177, agility 172, constitution 188, and spiritual power 420. Tian noted that while the second milk baby's attributes had not increased significantly, their spiritual power had risen by 10 points since birth, clearly distinguishing them from the eldest. The third milk baby displayed strength of 228, agility 222, constitution 290, and spiritual power 210. Without the enhancement of their battle spirit, their power surged to 342, agility 333, and constitution 435 when amplified. The third milk baby was a paragon of sustained combat capability. At the moment, the three milk babies each showcased their unique strengths. When it came time for Wind Cloud Baihu, Tian's expression darkened again. Loyalty remained at 99. Damn it, he was no more diligent than the 5 tiger generals. And in battle, had not proven more effective. Slacking off was rampant. The persistent low loyalty indicated a rebellious heart. Don't think I don't know. Yesterday, when I tasked you with monitoring the captive planting trees, you snuck off to the other side of the mountain to sleep. If I catch you again, you'll be punished with 3 days of no food. Tian scolded Xiao Bai sternly. Xiao Bai was incredulous. How had such a covert act been discovered? Could it be that someone had heightened awareness? At that moment, Xiao Bai recalled the sinister visage of the fire dragon and resolved to show him who the true master was. After consuming the fruits, Xiao Bai achieved strength of 182, constitution 193, and agility 235. Both human and tiger were growing, yet Tian's progress was sluggish. Finally, the attributes of the 5 tiger generals were recorded. Strength 175, constitution 185, agility 170. Keep striving and pushing yourselves. In the future, you will surely transcend the shackles of your bloodlines, reaching sea level or even further in your potential. Faced with the 5 tiger generals, Tian adopted a more amiable demeanor, patting their heads to encourage them. Roar! The 5 tiger generals growled in unison, driven by an impulse to die for those who understand them. Eldest, second, third milk babies, a formidable beast lurks nearby. Should it dare to approach, we must coordinate our efforts to subdue it in one fell swoop. Upon returning to the villa, Tian devised a strategy with the 3 milk babies to confront the spring beast. He mused that no matter how formidable the spring beast, it must adhere to the laws of science. With the combined strength of the 4 of them, even if the spring beast took to the skies, they could bring it down and slay it. Tian had gleaned insights into the spring beast's strength and talents from his investigations within the divisions. Spring beast, strength 220, constitution 250, agility 210. Special talent 1, divine gift, identical to the rain beast's talent. Special talent 2, celestial body, which reduces any damage taken by 50. Special talent 3, divine claw, which amplifies any attack by 50. No wonder the monsters in the great beast zone were helpless against the spring beast. The first talent aside, the second and third special talents were practically on par with divine level talents. Second milk baby, that beast can fly, but it lacks the talent for stealth. Keep a keen eye on its movements and ensure you are prepared for battle before it enters our territory. Tian assigned the task to the second milk baby first. Don't worry, father. My spiritual power has increased. My distant sight can see further and for longer. The second milk baby proudly patted their chest. Third milk baby, you are powerful. While I shoot at it with my horned bow, support from the side to give the eldest time to prepare. Tian estimated that his horned bow could at most inflict injury upon the spring beast. Although his horned bow, coupled with alloy armor-piercing arrows, could slay a being with 300 stamina, the spring beast possessed a somewhat invincible celestial skill. All right, father, I have the indestructible shield. I shall not allow you to come to harm, Manhwa declared with earnest sincerity. Should Manhwa activate his indestructible shield, even with the spring beast's divine claws, it would be unable to breach his copper skin and iron bones. However, what Tian needed was to decisively slay the spring beast, eliminating the threat while simultaneously reaping rewards. The last D-grade celestial beast had yielded a golden treasure chest. Thus, he felt hopeful for a platinum chest this time with the C-grade celestial beast. Dawa, when you have the chance, practice with the alloy iron chains I prepared for you. Your task is to ensnare the spring beast with the chains and use your innate divine strength to pull it down to the ground. The lower it is, the greater our chances of victory. I will coordinate with the beast capture celestial net. Even if it can hold the beast for but a moment, it shall present us with an opportunity, Tian instructed Dawa solemnly. Although the beast capture celestial net claimed a 50 success rate in capturing C-grade ferocious beasts, the spring beast was not merely a ferocious beast, it was a celestial being, defying common logic. Tian believed that the javelin could not slay a celestial beast. Only by bringing it to the ground could they ensure a 100 kill rate. Father, I will practice diligently, Dawa replied earnestly, lifting his small face. Very well. I shall prepare a feast for you this evening. Tian had learned that the spring beast had no precedent for nighttime attacks, allowing them to enjoy a peaceful night's rest. The bronze mechanized sentinels were incapable of intervening against the spring beast. Their javelins were merely a tickle to it. This was the perverse nature of celestial beasts. Even a ferocious beast with 300 stamina would be severely incapacitated by a volley of hundreds of spears. Yet this principle did not apply to the spring beast. Only through greater brute force could they conquer it. Before retiring for the night, Tian inspected the captives' work, noting their efficiency. A small plot had already been cultivated to the north of the city. He encouraged their efforts regarding the fire dragon and critiqued any shortcomings before returning to the villa. Tian had his own plans. The large water purifier and clothing were constrained by raw material limitations. However, he possessed a crystallized crossbow of immense power, and he could focus on acquiring celestial coins from this point onward. Chapter 26. The Sea Eagle. The Celestial Wheel of Fortune was ready for a 2-star lottery. Upon awakening early in the morning, Tian made his way to the open ground. He did not forget that today marked the 20th day. With 2 lottery points earned daily, he now had a total of 10 points, allowing for 2 attempts at the 2-star lottery. With a mere thought, 2 lottery wheels materialized before him. He had little interest in the 1-star lottery, as the disparity with the 2-star lottery was vast. The 2-star white wheel spun rapidly, revealing 48 sections filled with an array of splendid prizes. A design blueprint for a small factory. Tian exclaimed as he perused the specifications. The integrated design included a raw material storage area, a workshop, and a finished goods warehouse, occupying only an acre of land. Considering he lacked a clothing workshop, he decided to construct this as a makeshift facility for garment production. Even if clothing prices were to plummet in the future, he would not worry about sales among the myriad races of the universe. At worst, he would earn a little less. The principles of a conscientious merchant dictate a steady, long-term approach. He spun the wheel again. The first draw yielded an average result, but he eagerly anticipated the second. To his astonishment, he received an A-grade reward, a pair of sea eagle eggs. Seeing the A-grade designation, Tian had momentarily expected a divine weapon or a precious elixir, almost leaping with excitement. Instead, he received 2 large eggs. Was this some kind of joke? The illustrious reputation of the sea eagle was well known to Tian, as it was famously described in the Compendium of Materia Medica, with the finest being referred to as the sea eagle. In Huaxia, the sea eagle symbolizes a divine falcon. Yet, the question remained, what use were the eggs? The life water could not be fed to animals. Alas, I suppose they will serve as a morning snack. As the celestial wheel of fortune vanished, Tian found himself with 2 eggs larger than basketballs at his feet. With a soft crack, a small hole appeared in one eggshell, revealing a sharp beak breaking through the shell from within. Another soft crack echoed as the second egg mirrored the first. The shells seemed remarkably sturdy, as the 2 eaglets struggled for some time without further fracturing the shells. Unable to assist, Tian was about to give them a gentle tap to help them hatch when he recalled hearing on Earth that forcing assistance during hatching could result in congenital defects. These enormous eggs, many times larger than those of Earth's sea eagles, surely contained a super falcon. Tian carefully moved them under the eaves of the villa, allowing them to hatch at their own pace, for he had no time to watch over them. He proceeded to the alloy warehouse, directing the captives to transport some timber, stone, iron, and other building materials to the left side of the alloy warehouse. The specifications for the small factory included 10,000 units of timber, 10,000 units of iron, 30,000 units of high-grade stone, 5,000 units of copper, 1,000 units of silver, 100 units of glass, and 2 beast cores. Construct. A small factory covering an acre of land emerged to the left of the alloy warehouse. Due to the use of high-grade stone, the construction of the small factory earned Tian an additional 1,000 territory points. He then pushed a semi-automatic clothing machine from the first floor of the boutique warehouse into the manufacturing area of the small factory, converting it into a clothing workshop. In the auction house, various fabrics appeared, only to be snatched away in an instant. At this moment, the cotton of the lords had matured, and several lords with weaving machines were profiting handsomely. Tian spotted 100 units of cotton fabric and was about to click to purchase when he encountered a failure. The item no longer existed. In a brief span, he witnessed thousands of listings, yet none were successfully purchased. After refreshing, new listings appeared, but they too were quickly claimed by others. This was a manifestation of the acute shortage of fabric. Common items in the auction house refreshed in the billions per hour. Yet Tian found himself helpless and closed the auction house. He was not like those idle lords who merely relied on fabric thievery to produce a few rough garments and were content with that. How infuriating. That goblin I captured managed to escape while I was asleep, and even stole 2 beast cores I had hidden in my room. As Tian was probing the movements of the spring beast in the regional chat channel, he couldn't help but chuckle upon reading this message. You are indeed fortunate. The goblin did not take the opportunity to eliminate you while you slumbered. How audacious. Slaves must always be kept in check, and they should be securely bound during the night. There have been several instances of slaves rebelling against their masters in the region. Thus, it was vital to ensure that the slaves' attributes were at least 10 points lower than those of the lords, lest unexpected incidents occur at any moment. Is the esteemed Yao Wuyo present? I hear you have slaves. Could you share your insights on subduing the natives? If one cannot even develop their own camp, how can they hope to develop an entire territory? Someone called out to Yao Wuyo. Tian had begun to comprehend the dynamics of the regional chat the previous day and learned that Yao Wuyo was idolized as the #1 figure in the district. This individual had established a demon alliance, reportedly boasting over 10,000 followers. Yao Wuyo spoke only 3 sentences a day, yet each bore significant influence within the region. Ahem. I too have only just begun to grasp such matters. We arrive in this world, and regardless of our abilities, we remain but one individual. The heavens bestow upon us a territory that is neither vast nor minuscule. Within this realm lies a small grove, a lake teeming with fish, and a prairie adorned with wild fruits such as blueberries and wild rabbits. On the mountainside, there exists a vein of minerals abundant in stones ripe for extraction. Even with the presence of construction tables, tool stations, and smelting furnaces, our capabilities seem insufficient. As for slaves, I have managed to subdue 2 individuals. Among them one, under the influence of my benevolence and authority, willingly submits to me, captivated by my charismatic persona. Consequently, the heavens have graciously granted me 12 lordship contracts. Upon utilizing a lordship contract, a slave shall no longer betray, becoming a loyal assistant to the lord, the demon of the land, Yao Wuyu. It appears that Yao Wuyu has more to express, yet has reached the limit of his words. It is said that such occurrences transpire daily. Is it an absolute that 12 lordship contracts are bestowed? Some may wonder. As we are aware, subjugation typically involves a blend of generous offerings and coercive persuasion. Once loyalty reaches 60, the heavens tacitly acknowledge the subjugation, followed by the application of the most reliable lordship contract. A first-tier territory grants 4 contracts, a second tier grants 8, and a third tier bestows 12, thus exemplifying the demon of the land, Yao Wuyu. Another statement reaches the limit of expression. Tian muses, a third-tier territory necessitates an achievement of 2,000 territory points. One cannot ascertain how many points this individual possesses to reach 5,000. 5,000 points signify a 4th-tier territory. According to Tian's understanding, the first 4 tiers are merely novice territories. Beyond the 4th tier, each level becomes increasingly arduous. Currently, Tian possesses a 6th-tier territory, yet the heavens still regard it as a primary territory, with advancement seemingly a distant dream. Even if all the magical Gourd children were to descend, there remains a significant gap. Subsequently, the barrage of comments continues to extol Yao Wuyu as the foremost among the demon territories. Yao Wuyu remains silent, seemingly acquiescing. However, he is acutely aware that his territory does not hold the title of the district's finest, nor has he secured a position within the top 10 rewards of the district. Even within their first division, Yao Wuyu ranks merely 4th among the 3rd-tier territories. After a lengthy observation, Tian finally discerns valuable information. The spring beast has arrived in the 57th district, a matter that warrants attention. The 57th district is currently mired in hardship. Tian's mind races as he arranges and deduces the locations of each district. Yesterday, while it appeared the spring beast was invading the 66th district, it was merely a close call, leaving a few unfortunate souls in its wake. The most unfortunate are found in the 56th district, where it is said that around 200 individuals have fallen victim to the spring beast's rampage. The 57th district should be situated to the northeast of the 66th district. To the east lies the 65th district, to the west the 67th district, to the north the 56th district, and to the south the 76th district. Tian feels a pang of frustration, wondering if the spring beast will continue to flee further away. The large child brandishes a hefty iron chain, having spent the entire morning tossing it. With dimensions exceeding 200, such training is often executed with ease. At this point, the large child has successfully ensnared an indistinct object from 30 meters in the air. Once Tian confirms the spring beast's presence in the 57th district, he immerses himself wholeheartedly in his work. As the month draws to a close, a wave of panic spreads across the various districts, prompting many to fervently develop their camps. Ordinary lords begin erecting basic stone walls, relying on sturdy yet modest stone barriers to fend off enemies. While houses may be constructed from wood, the walls must be stone. Additionally, a faction of individuals is upgrading their construction stations to the 2nd tier, crafting higher and more robust fortifications. The 10086 district may not be well acquainted with slaves, but many other districts have begun to employ slaves on a grand scale for development. The slave market, even for ordinary natives lacking levels, is subject to rampant demand. Any native with even a modicum of level commands a price that is not excessively outrageous and is sold in an instant. The higher the price of slaves, the greater Tian's delight. He plans to sell all the slaves in his possession before the end of the month, aiming to profit handsomely. The price for D-level natives has surged from 20,000 to 40,000, nearing that of the bronze mechanized guards. However, with the lordship contract in place, the bronze mechanized guards are indeed far less useful than the slaves. Many lords hold a pessimistic outlook regarding the assessment of the first month. In the 66th district, for instance, 5,000 IDs have vanished over the past 20 days. It is crucial to note that the natives and beasts attacking the lords are generally weaker than the lords themselves. Yet, even so, 1 in 20 has met their demise. Amidst this prevailing atmosphere, Tian senses that the crossbow of great power is poised for a significant sale. For any lord with dimensions below 100, Acquiring a powerful crossbow is undoubtedly more advantageous than merely enhancing 2 attribute points. The only regret is that even with 12 hours of production each day, Tian can only manufacture around 600 units, as he must pause to organize materials. The materials required for the powerful crossbow include D-level beast sinew, 1, copper, 10, iron, 10, wood, 2, A-level beast core, 1, silver, 100, and heavenly currency, 1,000. The cost for these materials is approximately 5,000. Fortunately, as everyone eliminates the 3 pests, D-level beast sinew is not particularly expensive, and there are plenty available in the auction house. Tian plans to continue the production of powerful crossbows until the end of the month. Once this assessment concludes, it is unlikely that the powerful crossbow will sell for less than 20,000 heavenly currency. He will refrain from using his stockpiled silver, copper, iron, beast cores, and wood. He still possesses a considerable amount of heavenly currency, which must be spent to generate profit. In Tian's mind, whether it be silver, copper, iron, wood, or even stone, there exists potential for appreciation. After expending 24 million, Tian acquires materials for 6,000 crossbows. Aside from the material costs, producing such a quantity of crossbows will require an additional 6 million heavenly currency for manufacturing expenses. Current balance of heavenly currency, 7 million, for the sake of convenience. The manufacturing cost of the powerful crossbow has already been deducted. Tian is both tormented and elated, akin to a machine, tirelessly producing crossbow after crossbow. Upon acquiring the Mist Scroll, he initially intended to venture out at some point. However, after the heavy rain comes the Spring Beast. Until the Spring Beast is vanquished, Tian remains trapped in the mist. Fortunately, upon accessing the weapon station, he can also open the district chat channel, enabling him to stay updated on the movements of the Spring Beast. Congratulations to the Lord for the emergence of 2 A-level potential candidates in the territory, earning 1,000 territory points. Current territory points, 115, 500, 200, 000. During this period, the number of small factories has increased by 1,000, fire dragons by 100, the number of human natives by 250, and 2 young eagles by 1,000. Chapter 27. The Platinum Treasure Chest Beneath the Eaves of the Villa. Upon Tian's arrival, 2 fledgling eagles, each the size of a hen, are feasting upon eggshells. Although their wings have yet to develop, their downy feathers are already remarkably beautiful. Chirp, chirp. After finishing the eggshells, the young sea eagle gently calls out, hopping to Tian's feet and affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Its tender chirps lack the imposing presence of an adult, resembling the calls of ordinary birds. Species, sea eagle stage, juvenile strength, 20 agility, 30 constitution, 20 talent 1, A-level talent, bloodline of the divine eagle, when activated. Increases strength and speed by 40 for 100 seconds, usable once every 3 hours. Talent 2, A-level talent, god of 10,000 eagles. Enhances aerial combat attack and speed by 20. 2 identical sea eagles possess extraordinary attributes and talents. This enhanced version of the sea eagle is remarkably formidable. Regrettably, they are still quite small, leaving me uncertain as to when they might assist me. At present, I must care for both sea eagles daily, which leaves Tian feeling quite overwhelmed. Do not be deceived by the little one's ability to work. In daily life, they remain quite naive. Each day, Tian finds himself preoccupied with bathing them, washing their clothes, and feeding them, embodying both father and mother roles. Come, eat some meat, he declared. Having purchased a piece of beast meat from the auction house, the 2 young sea eagles, akin to fledglings, eagerly tore a small piece with their sharp beaks and tilted their heads back to swallow it. A divine fortune from the heavenly Tao has been detected. According to the territory's level, 3 treasure chests will materialize within the domain. The Lord is urged to collect them swiftly. There are 930 seconds remaining before the chests vanish. Initially, Tian dismissed it, expecting only black iron chests, perhaps a bronze one at most. However, upon realizing that the chests would be allocated based on the territory's rank, Tian felt a stirring in his heart. He was indeed in possession of a level 6 territory. While the entirety of the heavenly Tao world is vast and populated by numerous powerful clans, within their 10,086 region, Tian undoubtedly held the title of the foremost territory. At this moment, as fortune from the heavenly Tao descends and treasure chests are distributed according to territory level, it is evident that it is intended to bolster their chances in the imminent challenge at the end of the month. Tian sensed that the heavenly Tao had brought them into this world not with the intent of their demise, but rather to foster their growth, an endeavor that requires gradual progress. Simultaneously, he recognized that the impending assault at month's end would undoubtedly be ferocious. Tian instructed the young sea eagles to eat slowly and refrain from running about, while he accessed the district channel, preparing to unveil the treasure chests. For some, traversing the territory within 3 hours may prove challenging, yet for Tian, it was a simple feat moreover. He had commanded Xiao Bai and the 5 tiger generals to assist in the search. Lo and behold, an old yellow cow was seen wandering outside his camp, burdened with a bronze treasure chest. Nearby, two goats leisurely strolled across the prairie, also pulling a bronze chest. A magnificent steed galloped with a bronze chest upon its back. The heavenly Tao had finally exhibited some benevolence, sending both livestock and treasure chests, albeit bronze ones. Tian felt a wave of optimism wash over him, thinking he might yet survive. Why was he relegated to a black iron chest while a flock of chicks perched atop it? Two bronze chests and one silver chest materialized directly on the prairie. Indeed, his fate seemed to shine brightly. Tian had never witnessed such activity within the district. Level 1 territories should be black iron, while level 2 should be bronze. Sam's territory was level 3, and yesterday, one of his subordinates had boasted about it in the group. Tian understood that gold chests and silver chests differed greatly. Level 4 territories would likely yield 3 silver chests. In his contemplation, Tian soon discovered the first treasure chest, a gold chest, surrounded by 203-month-old local chickens. He had heard from others in the district that black iron chests were typically accompanied by only 7 or 8 chicks. Thus, having 200 was quite impressive. Utilizing the heavenly Tao stone, Tian confirmed that these chickens would not stray from the territory. Consequently, he decided against raising them within the city, opting instead to build a nest on the prairie at the foot of the mountain, allowing them to grow naturally. With no birds present in the territory, the insects on the prairie lacked natural predators, which would soon lead to ecological degradation. The task of pest control was thus entrusted to these local chickens. Upon opening the gold chest, he found Gold 5, Heavenly Tao Coins 5,000, a design blueprint for a large solar refrigeration unit 1, intermediate silver mechanical guardian blueprints 4, and B-grade metal black mysterious iron 1. Was this it? Tian felt a pang of disappointment. The silver mechanical guardian was merely a design blueprint, albeit an intermediate one. From the heavenly Tao stone, he learned that silver guardians came in 3 tiers: junior, intermediate, and senior. The intermediate silver mechanical guardian boasted over 300 dimensions. The large solar refrigeration unit piqued his interest, as it could easily serve as a substantial cold storage facility. Tian possessed a blueprint for a cold storage unit, which had remained idle in his premium warehouse. He had initially planned to create a traditional ice house reminiscent of ancient Earth, utilizing ice blocks for refrigeration. Now, it seemed he could directly construct an electric cold storage unit. Without a cold storage unit, food preservation remained an insurmountable challenge. The auction house operated on a blind trading system, and Tian had been duped by unscrupulous merchants numerous times. The meat he purchased often teetered on the brink of spoilage. The auction house's systematic approach meant that items would not be removed until they were thoroughly rotten, a predicament that had ensnared many trial participants. With a cold storage unit, Tian could store meat, vegetables, and fruits. Although, according to Earth standards, frozen meat was no longer considered fresh due to its diminished taste in the realm of survival. Few cared about taste when faced with the alternative of consuming rapidly decaying meat. As for the B-grade mysterious iron, Tian felt little inclination to examine its details and promptly stored it in the premium warehouse. Roar. At that moment, Tiger 4 arrived with a call. Tian understood immediately, leaping onto Tiger 4's back as they raced across the prairie. There, 30 sheep appeared, with the strongest goat carrying a gold chest. After subduing the lead goat, Tian opened the chest without hesitation. Inside, he found Gold 5, Heavenly Tao Coins 5,000, B-grade metal ice iron. A design blueprint for an automatic grain processing factory 1, B-grade spirit fruit wine 10, a design blueprint for a small villa 1, and a skill upgrade scroll 1. Tian reviewed the contents and deemed the chest quite rewarding. The spirit fruit wine, contained in a ceramic bottle of 1L, would grant an increase of 1 point each to strength, agility, and constitution upon consuming 100 milliliters, after which it would only satisfy one's palate without further enhancing attributes. For wine enthusiasts, this was a rare and precious elixir. The automatic grain processing factory included both the building and equipment, suited to be placed alongside a granary. The design blueprint for the small villa was of no immediate use to Tian. He could either store it for a suitable opportunity to sell or trade it. The skill upgrade scroll could elevate any skill by 1 level. Without much deliberation, Tian chose to enhance his archery proficiency, which was now at level 2, increasing arrow power by 20. The ice iron was stored in the premium warehouse, as Tian currently lacked the means to manage special metals. Roar. Xiaobai approached, striding elegantly with its head held high, exuding an air of superiority, clearly having located the final treasure chest. The last chest was situated at the foot of the mountain west of Lake 1, being carried away by a cow, surrounded by 9 others of varying sizes. Upon witnessing a distinctly different white light from the silver one, Tian's heart soared with joy. A platinum chest. The cows were docile, having been tamed, and Tian intercepted them to seize the platinum treasure chest. Upon opening the platinum chest, he discovered Platinum 5, Heavenly Tao Coins 30,000. A design blueprint for Wind Element Warriors 1, a high-level fog scroll 1, Luminous Trees 100, a town stabilizing stone 1, and A-grade metal star iron 1, along with a large package of beast cores 1. The Wind Element Warriors possessed attributes of wind, with a spiritual power value of 500, strength of 100, agility of 100, and constitution of 100. They could unleash wind blade attacks, featuring the skill Wind Slash, which could be triggered once every 300 seconds, capable of slaying all entities with a constitution below 500 over a wide area. What does this mean? A spell flow? Just a mere bronze melee fighter could easily dismantle it. The Advanced Mist Scroll allows one to leave the territory for 12 hours, after which they will be teleported back. The Luminous Tree, a premier species, is an extraordinary treasure tree that remains evergreen throughout the seasons. Once night falls, its leaves emit a soft glow, illuminating the surroundings. Each luminous tree contributes 10 territory points to the domain. Is this not akin to a natural street lamp? The mere thought of the entire war estate being as bright as day at night fills Tian with delight. The town pillar stone enhances the defensive capabilities of all stone materials within a 1 square kilometer radius by 50 and adds 1,000 territory points. What a splendid find. It is perfectly positioned in the center of the estate, safeguarding all the walls. With the walls already constructed from superior stone, this enhancement makes it even harder for enemies to breach. A-grade Star Iron, a beast core gift pack containing 1 A-grade core, 5 B-grade cores, 30 C-grade cores, and 100 D-grade cores. Upon reflection, this acquisition is quite substantial, additionally boosting the overall defense of the territory. 1 Wind Element Warrior and 4 Medium Silver Mechanical Guardians instill Tian with greater confidence as the month end approaches. As night falls, Tian activates the capture, relocating the luminous trees and the town pillar stone, which occupies 100 square meters, back to the estate. The town pillar stone is enormous. It requires the collective effort of everyone to barely lift it. On the prairie, to conserve energy, Tian purchases materials on the spot to construct a barn for cattle, a sheepfold, and a large chicken coop, directing them to the prairie for self-sufficiency. They shall not go hungry before winter. To ensure the safety of the poultry and livestock, Tian holds a small meeting with Xiao Bai and the 5 tigers, warning them against stealing from the livestock, particularly threatening Xiao Bai, should it dare to pilfer. It would be stewed. Frightened, Xiao Bai shrinks back. Tian labors until midnight, finally completing the planting of all the luminous trees. Each luminous tree illuminates a radius of 20 meters, perfectly lining the path from the villa to the 4 city gates. Just as Tian's estate radiates brilliance, the chat group tonight is ablaze with light. Even in a level 1 territory, there are 2 black iron and 1 bronze chests. Level 2 territories boast 3 bronze chests. Level 3 territories contain 2 bronze and 1 silver chest. Except for a few who faced bad luck, most participants managed to gather 3 treasure chests. E and D grade rare materials, special metals, various design blueprints, technological marvels, and some peculiar treasures. Toilet technology, Crystal 1. The Turtle Man tribe's Turtle Jia showcases his haul. Utterly useless. Who would need a toilet at this moment? D-grade weapon spear 1. Now that is a life-saving treasure. The Sheepman tribe's Yang Yang presents D-grade rare material power apple 1, which increases strength by 3 points after 15 months. Gentlemen, what do you think? 15 months. That's over 3 years in this world. Far too long. Look at my D-grade elixir Great Rejuvenation Pill 1, which boosts strength by 3. I plan to consume it after my strength reaches 50 for greater benefit. Envious of the esteemed individuals above. At present, Tian possesses C-grade strength, making the effects of a D-grade elixir negligible. He has no intention of acquiring these low-grade rare materials. Chapter 28. Elemental Warriors and Body Refinement Techniques. Where is Tian? I now demand your submission to the Blue Gang. Surrender your villa, or I shall make you regret it. Sam from the Blue Skin Tribe. As Tian observes everyone revealing their treasures, he is suddenly disgusted by Sam. Has he awakened some talent? Why does he seem to have inflated in size? Tian is puzzled. Over a trivial matter, the verbal conflict between Tian and Sam escalates. Sam has consistently suffered in their exchanges, while Tian has never regarded him as a worthy opponent, merely a narrow-minded clown. Tian, come out, or I shall not be polite. Sam from the Blue Skin Tribe. As soon as Sam finishes speaking, his entourage echoes his words, making Tian feel like the public enemy of the 66th district. Why the rush to call you father? No, forgive my slip of the tongue. I have no trash for a son like you. Tian finally speaks, recalling how the little ones call him grandpa, and promptly retracts his words. Humph. Sharp-tongued. Cursed Crystal 1. Sam from the Blue Skin Tribe. Tian examines the information on the cursed crystal, which curses any being with a mental strength below 200, bringing misfortune until death. No wonder this fellow is so arrogant. He possesses a deadly weapon. I am so afraid. With a mental strength of 260, Tian can easily disregard it, not to mention his keen intellect. Undoubtedly, this was extracted from a silver chest by Sam. The heavens are conspiring. This item is indeed a tool for threats. Tian plans to let Sam waste the cursed crystal. Otherwise, many lords would fall prey to his cunning. Afraid? Surrender all your assets, or you shall find no resting place upon your demise. Sam believes Tian is genuinely frightened. Failing to grasp the underlying mockery in Tian's words, I fear you dare not use it. Cowardly dog, my apologies to dogs. Wielding a broken crystal to intimidate your grandfather. Tian unleashes a barrage of insults, leaving Sam utterly humiliated. Those who engage in unjust acts shall meet their demise. Bullying others with power will lead to a grim fate. Qin Fan's from the Earthling tribe. At this moment, all present are mere spectators, with only this countryman daring to speak. Tian feels a twinge of guilt. He shouldn't have profited so much from selling the powerful crossbow last time. May you perish. Await your demise. Sam is infuriated, wondering why Tian dares to be so brazen. Sam writes Tian's information on the crystal and activates the curse. The crystal shatters, and a wave of black symbols floats into the void. In the realm of causality, the black symbols attempt to merge with Tian, but his mental strength of 260 obliterates them entirely. By the way, did you actually use it? Tian inquires uncertainly. Don't get too smug. I have already utilized the cursed crystal. Soon, you will perish within your territory. Sam cannot bear to look at Tian any longer. He keeps clicking on Tian's ID, praying for 99999 to vanish quickly. Unbeknownst to Sam, his reputation has already soured in the 66th district. Everyone instinctively distances themselves from him. Even his so-called subordinates are wary of him, contemplating how to take advantage of the situation. People may respect the strong, but they detest such nuclear extortion even more. That night, countless individuals are fixated on Tian's ID, 99999. Tonight, he stands alone. Tian chats with Qin Fan's for a long while. She inquires about his well-being, making Tian feel quite awkward, prompting him to excuse himself due to fatigue and exit the conversation. The 21st day, Sam, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, searches for 99999 within the district. Each search yields the same result. This leopard-like number haunts Sam, robbing him of appetite and sleep. Sam reassures himself that Tian is in dire straits. The curse, after all, takes time to manifest. Today, I shall neither work nor sleep. I will watch Tian perish. Only Sam is aware that his silver chest, aside from 5 silver and 1,000 heavenly Dao coins, contains but 1 cursed crystal. The ice storage facility is constructed with a budget of 50,000 stones, 10,000 cotton, 30,000 iron, 2,000 copper, 10,000 silver, and 10,000 Tian Dao coins. The large solar-powered refrigeration apparatus requires 10,000 iron, 10,000 copper, 10,000 silver, 1,000 plastic, 1,000 gold, 1,000 assorted non-ferrous metals for solar panels, and 30,000 Tian Dao coins. All materials were procured from the auction house, totaling an expenditure of 1.04 million Tian Dao coins for the establishment of the solar refrigeration apparatus and the ice storage. The ice storage is situated on a vacant plot in front of the villa garden, occupying an area of 1.5 acres, comprising 1 above-ground level and 1 underground level. The above-ground level maintains temperatures ranging from 0 to -10 degrees Celsius, with different zones designated for various stored items, while the underground level sustains a chilling -20 degrees Celsius. Both the ice storage and the large refrigeration unit contribute an additional 2,000 territorial points to Tian. The automated food production facility, constructed adjacent to the granary, cost Tian a total of 1 million Tian Dao coins and similarly adds another 2,000 territorial points. The required materials included 30,000 silver, 1,000 gold, 100 top-grade stone, and 50,000 Tian Dao coins. Tian can construct only 4 silver mechanical guardians, each demanding an investment of 500,000 Tian Dao coins. Despite their exorbitant cost, Tian resolved to forge them. A silver indigenous slave possesses attributes ranging from 100,000 to 300,000. The average silver mechanical guardian boasts a strength of 350, a constitution of 300, and a speed of 300. They are equipped with hand halberds, carrying 20 halberds that can be thrown up to 500 meters, lethal to beings with a constitution below 400. Mastery in the halberd technique enhances the combat prowess of the silver mechanical guardians. Upon inspection, Tian noted that these guardians, like their brass counterparts, displayed remarkable agility and flexibility. Clad in striking silver battle armor and wielding formidable halberds, the quartet of silver mechanical guardians collectively contributes 400 territorial points. After embedding a sea-level beast core within the silver mechanical guardians, Tian positioned them atop the 4 city towers, 1 guardian per tower, thereby augmenting his defenses against potential enemies with elite combat strength. With the acquisition of a wind element core, alongside an outlay of 150,000 Tian Dao coins for additional materials, Tian successfully crafted wind element warriors. These warriors possess a strength of 100, constitution of 100, agility of 100, and a spiritual power of 500. Capable of conjuring wind blades for attack, releasing 1 every 5 seconds. Their skill, Wind Slash, allows them to brew a colossal wind blade every 300 seconds. Capable of decimating beings with a constitution below 500. Unlike the mechanical guardians, the wind element warriors do not require a beast core for activation and can autonomously absorb wind elements from the surroundings after their elemental power is expended. Although they may be considered frail mages, the wind element warriors surpass the mechanical guardians significantly in capability. Observing the wind element warrior, clad in azure armor and wielding a similarly hued curved blade, Tian nodded approvingly, recognizing that the blade was designed not for close combat, but for elemental release. The warrior, devoid of a mask, bore facial features akin to those of a human male, albeit with azure skin. From this day forth, you shall be known as Fengyi. You will remain within the city, ready to heed my commands at any moment. Tian, wary of potential threats, refrained from assigning patrol duties to Fengyi, fearing he might be easily dismantled by unforeseen entities. Tian envisioned constructing a building where the warriors could reside, maintaining their peak condition. As you command, my lord. Fengyi replied before departing, contributing an additional 200 territorial points to Tian's domain. Current territorial points stand at 122, 100, 200, 000, with Tiandao coins totaling 42. 1 million. There remains a considerable distance to level up. The spring beast has ventured into the 47th zone, continuing to drift further away. What will become of my heaven pearl? Is it possible that it senses my burgeoning strength? Tian pondered with a hint of frustration. He then resumed his inspection of the captive's labor. With over 100 individuals working diligently, their abilities proved commendable. 7 small hills were densely planted with high-grade trees, and half of the 4 square kilometers of land to the north of the city had already been cultivated. My lord, we anticipate completion by tomorrow evening, reported the fire dragon, approaching Tian with enthusiasm. Excellent. If you can indeed finish by tomorrow evening, I shall reward you with an S-level spiritual fruit, the Azure Spirit Fruit. And your 5 subordinates will each receive a B-level spiritual fruit. Tian was quite pleased with the fire dragon's pace, having initially expected completion to take until the day after tomorrow. During his university days on Earth, Tian had participated in a voluntary tree planting initiative, managing to plant 500 saplings in just one day. Those workers could easily plant 600 to 700 trees daily. Given that these captives were several times more capable than ordinary humans, combined with their 18-hour workdays, it was entirely reasonable for them to plant 2,000 trees in a single day. Tian even suspected they might be slacking off. Thank you, my lord. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling your task, the fire dragon exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Previously a mere minor leader within the Beast Bandit group, he had never imagined he would be worthy of consuming an S-level spiritual fruit. By the way, you appear to be around a century old. Humans typically aren't particularly strong innately. How did you manage to attain the rank of a C-level warrior? Tian inquired, curious about the fire dragon's unusual strength. In this world, 4 months constituted a year, placing the fire dragon's equivalent Earth age around 34 or 35. I have been studying the body tempering techniques of my tribe since childhood, but alas, I am rather dull and shall likely never become a golden warrior. The fire dragon lamented with a sigh. The chasm between C-level and B-level is vast. He had questioned an elder silver warrior about this rank, which seemed to stretch on endlessly. Could you show me the body tempering techniques? Tian requested. At his level, it was impractical to rely solely on push-ups to enhance his physical strength. He suspected these indigenous people possessed body tempering methods. Otherwise, how could they achieve dimensions exceeding 200? Please wait, my lord. I shall draw it for you, the fire dragon responded. The body tempering techniques depended largely on talent and opportunity and were not particularly rare, being widely circulated across the world. However, each race possessed distinct body tempering techniques. For instance, dog-headed individuals could not practice their methods, just as they could not adopt those of humans. Fire Dragon explained, though he pondered why such a powerful lord might not have mastered body tempering techniques. Tian considered that some races might inherently possess body tempering methods from the outset, and others might even dual cultivate body tempering and spiritual power. The lords of 10,086 surely had opportunities, as the indigenous people belonged to various races, and capturing a member of the same race could potentially yield body tempering techniques. Do you possess any methods for cultivating spiritual power or controlling it? Tian inquired, thinking of the spiritual power within him. I do not. Only the wizards within the Beast Bandit group have such abilities. I am still not at a level to engage with professions like chi cultivators, mages, or wizards. The fire dragon replied, lowering his head. Tian ceased his inquiries, purchasing several sheets of paper from the auction house, instructing the fire dragon to illustrate the body tempering techniques. My lord, I present to you the heavenly body refinement technique, a method centered on enhancing physical constitution and strength, with agility as a supplementary focus. Once mastered, one may commence the body refinement process. Individuals of exceptional talent may grasp this technique within a month. Shortly thereafter, the fire dragon presented several sheets of paper, offering them with both hands. These comprised 36 illustrations, each depicting a distinct posture. Completing a sequence of these postures can summon the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, facilitating a complete cycle of body refinement that purges flesh, blood, and bone. While it may appear deceptively simple, the reality is fraught with difficulty. Executing 36 intricate movements in a fluid manner is indeed a challenge that cannot be surmounted in a brief span of time. Upon detecting the skill of heavenly body refinement technique, a notification appeared, inquiring whether I would like to expend 10,000 gold coins to practice it. After perusing the technique, the heavenly Tao stone within my mind prompted me. Chapter 29. The fourth child's arrival to practice. Without hesitation, I accessed the auction house and spent 1,000 Tao coins to purchase 10,000 gold coins. Time is of the essence. Despite believing in my extraordinary talent, I cannot afford to squander a month in learning. Even if I were to master it, dedicating a mere 2 hours daily to body refinement would be a formidable task. Simultaneously, I became acutely aware of the paramount importance of gold. It seems that in the future, should I wish to swiftly acquire spiritual techniques, gold will be essential. Although platinum is indeed more valuable than gold, it pales in comparison to gold in terms of versatility. At this moment, my underground vault holds 1,080,000 gold coins. Yet, I am still unsatisfied and find myself contemplating stockpiling more gold. Most lords are hoarding Tao coins to enhance their attributes, while higher races are in dire need of Tao coins to develop their territories. However, I do not require attribute points. My war manor has reached the extent of what I can control. Current Tao coin balance, 41,100,000. I encouraged the fire dragon once more before hastily returning to the manor to test the heavenly body refinement technique. Supporting myself with one hand on the ground, I raised my arms to the heavens, embodying the soaring dragon, the ferocious tiger emerging from its lair, and the monkey reaching for the moon. The 36 movements flowed effortlessly for me, and in merely 2 minutes, I completed the sequence. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth surged, cleansing my body for 3 seconds. I sensed a newfound strength within me, yet something felt amiss. Upon inspecting my attributes, I discovered no change whatsoever. I persisted, once, twice, thrice, and 30 times. After completing the sequence 30 times, I finally noticed a slight improvement in my constitution. My current constitution stands at 209. Henceforth, I shall rise an hour earlier each day to practice the technique, for time is akin to water within a sponge. With a little effort, it can still be extracted. I am acutely aware that development is the only unyielding truth. Originally, I retired at midnight and rose at 7. This shall now change to 6. Alas, the afternoon to evening hours were spent in the creation of the mighty crossbow, with the 3 little ones assisting in organizing materials, slightly enhancing the speed of production. Once 6,000 mighty crossbows are completed, they will be sold at the end of the month. Observing the auction house listing the mighty crossbow at around 18,000, I found it did not meet my expectations. Surely, I am not the only one possessing the crystallized mighty crossbow, yet their financial resources are limited. They can only manufacture one, sell it, and slowly build their wealth thereafter. As the impending crisis approaches at the end of the month, everyone will be seeking ways to expend their Tao coins, and the mighty crossbow is bound to experience a slight increase in value. That will be the opportune moment for me to sell. How are you feeling today, esteemed one? At 11 o'clock in the evening, a member of the Pigman tribe, Pig Biao, called out to me in the sub-channel. I feel quite well today, in good spirits, I replied. As a member of the Earthling tribe, my acquisition of the body refinement technique has indeed brightened my mood. Ah, esteemed one, did not Sam cast a curse crystal upon you? Surely, you must be experiencing some misfortune? Inquired Yang Yang, the goat-head man. Not at all. Justice cannot be vanquished by evil, I asserted. Justice shall prevail, echoed Shanda, a member of the Blackstone tribe. Impossible. You must be on the verge of death, right? Sam, the blue-skinned tribe member, remarked with red eyes. How can you still be alive after 2 days and nights without sleep? Grandson, you're not waiting for my ID to vanish, are you? Grandson, I am nearing my limit. Just wait one more night. I responded. My words were not without merit. Given Sam's petty nature, it was indeed plausible. How infuriating. I refuse to believe you can last through tonight, Sam retorted angrily. What are everyone's current attributes? Mine are a mere 50 across the board. Is that even considered passing? After a heated exchange, the sub-channel transitioned to Marulong of the Tian tribe. That's about right. Those who remain have all opened silver and bronze treasure chests and slain ferocious beasts, retaining some for territorial development. Even with an initial average attribute of 10, one could now possess 50, remarked Skag of the Tianzi tribe. Reaching 50 is feasible, requiring around 100,000 Tao coins. The real challenge lies in advancing from 50 to 100, which necessitates 1.5 million Tao coins. At the very least, one would require 10 silver treasure chests. And with poor luck, perhaps even 20. My goodness, the thought sends shivers down my spine. Lamented Tortoise Jia of the Tortoise tribe. Let us not solely focus on opening treasure chests. We must cultivate vegetables, grains, raise livestock, and mine. While the prices may seem low now, they will inevitably rise, advised another. Moreover, those who acquire technology crystals can produce various practical items. Even common necessities such as toothbrushes, towels, paper, pens, blankets, and pillows, or various kitchen cooking materials can be lucrative. Some have even discovered furniture crystals or fabric production machines, which can yield significant profits. My wealth has primarily accumulated through technology crystals. Everyone should keep an eye on market prices and adjust accordingly. Though there are some within the subchannel who harbor ill feelings towards me, I find solace in observing the discussions. This interaction serves as one of my few pleasures before sleep. I do not wish to see the demise of all 66 subchannel members within a year. Esteemed one, hearing your words has been enlightening. I possess a shampoo technology crystal, which I previously disregarded, yet now I feel a business opportunity has emerged. Indeed, esteemed one, you are the foremost among us in this subchannel. Many echoed in agreement, recalling the astonishment of residing in luxurious villas within a mere fortnight. Little by little, our small businesses are sure to flourish. As I reflected, I began to believe my mirror could also be sold. Many concurred with this sentiment. In truth, my assertions were rather vague. Success relies on individual initiative and discernment. Numerous individuals are engaged in selling daily necessities at the auction house. On the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th days, the entire realm of Tao remained tranquil. I labored intensely for 3 consecutive days, producing the mighty crossbow, at times manufacturing 1,000 units daily. The Spring Beast was currently situated in Zone 53. Indeed, the Spring Beast had taken a wide detour, seemingly returning towards Zone 66, perhaps sensing my affluence. Sam, unable to bear the sight of my persistent ID, found himself in a state of despondency while conceding that I had not been affected by the cursed crystal. Could it be that my mental fortitude surpassed 200? How could that be? As the 25th day dawned, following my practice of the heavenly body refinement technique, my agility finally saw a slight increase. Over the past 4 days, my strength had risen by 2 points, my constitution by 1, and now today, my agility. My current attributes stand at 214 for strength, 210 for constitution, and 212 for agility. Dear father, watch me land. The 4th child shook the gourd, brimming with excitement. She had informed Tian yesterday that today was the day of her descent. After an hour of practice, Tian arrived beneath the gourd vine. By this time, the 4th child's character had already been solidified. She was a mischievous little one. Bang! The gourd fell, just like the 1st and 2nd children upon their arrival. It first emitted a blinding green light, and ultimately, the divine essence of the gourd was entirely absorbed, turning to ashes. Name, Elur. Race, Gourd Spirit Clan. Strength, 100. Constitution, 150. Agility, 150. Spiritual power, 200. Mental power, 200. Talent 1. Innate fire body, a divine level talent, capable of spewing flames from her mouth and absorbing all fire. Simultaneously, she can release the primordial 7-colored true fire, inflicting damage 3 times her spiritual power. After consuming the primordial 7-colored true fire, it requires 3 hours to replenish the source. Talent 2. Divine Thunder, a divine level talent. Upon activation, she can use Divine Thunder to attack. This attack consumes a significant amount of spiritual power, depleting 30 with each use, while dealing triple the damage relative to her spiritual power, with a lightning speed 3 times her spiritual power. Skills, none. Detection of a divine level potential being within the territory increases territory points by 10, 000. Current points, 132, 100, 200, 000. Spring Beast, the later you arrive, the more tragic your demise. Impressive, 4th child. Compared to the 1st talent, the primordial 7-colored true fire, the 2nd talent, Divine Thunder, appears to consume more, yet matches the 1st talent in power. However, the speed of the 2nd talent is astonishing, nearly impossible to evade. Without defensive weapons or talents, one can only take it head-on. Although the 4th child's spiritual power is significantly lower than that of the warriors, her actual strength far surpasses them. Unlike the 2nd child, the 4th child possesses a certain level of defense and speed, though her initial spiritual power is considerably lower. Nevertheless, that is of little concern. Her spiritual power will undoubtedly rise over time. This aggressive gourd child will only grow stronger. Father, the gleaming 4th child swiftly leaped into his embrace, climbing directly onto Tian's neck. Good, 4th child. Tian also playfully engaged with her, eliciting a melodious peal of laughter from the 4th child. The challenges ahead for her were formidable, as she needed to consume 15 various spiritual fruits to enhance her abilities comprehensively. My lord, this morning, the stream flowing from Lake 2 into Lake 1 will be completed. The fire dragon, who has already consumed the vermilion fruit, reported to Tian. At this moment, the passage from Lake 2 into the estate and then out of the estate has been entirely finished. The section flowing north into the lake after exiting the estate has been successfully arranged. Excellent. Once the stream is completed, have them cultivate the 3,000 acres of land outside the estate. Tian instructed the fire dragon on the task. Without plowing machinery, they must rely on manpower to till the soil. However, with over 100 in strength and speed, providing them with several specialized plows will yield faster results than any plowing machine. The strength of cattle is nowhere near that of these D-grade captives. My lord, the captives have barely rested for 5 hours these past few days, and they are grumbling incessantly. If we continue to overexert them, it will be detrimental for future control, the fire dragon subtly suggested to Tian. There will be no future. The more I exploit them, the easier it will be to sell them. The end of the month is approaching, and I am not comfortable leaving them in the territory. Tian instructed the fire dragon to disregard his concerns and to exploit them relentlessly. Once they have planted the crops, we will sell them in exchange for heavenly Dao coins. Understood. Upon grasping Tian's intentions, the fire dragon ceased further discussion. My lord, recently the white tiger has been exhibiting unusual behavior, always attempting to ambush me. Fortunately, after consuming the vermilion fruit, my strength has increased significantly, allowing me to narrowly escape. I suspect the white tiger has been bitten by a wild dog, leading to intermittent rabies. Remembering something important, the fire dragon reported to Tian. Oh, is that so? I shall pay careful attention to this matter. Tian frowned. Wasn't the creature quite obedient last night, being ridden by 3 little cubs? What madness is this? Tian knew the fire dragon would not speak frivolously, indicating that there was indeed a matter at hand. He was aware that mammals bitten by wild dogs could easily contract rabies, having witnessed it firsthand on Earth. A cow afflicted with rabies could become utterly uncontrollable. After the fire dragon departed, Tian noticed the little white creature darting out from the villa's hall. Following closely behind was a fire-spouting child, who, with a puff, released small flames, startling the little white creature, causing its fur to bristle. Upon seeing Tian, the little white creature rushed to his side, nuzzling against his pant leg. Its innocent, wide eyes gazed up at Tian, with a look of grievance etched upon its face. The 3 cubs had already left it overwhelmed. How could another fire-spouting child appear? It nearly scorched its beautiful tail. Chapter 30, The Warrior Pavilion. 4th child. Go find your sisters and gather the grain seeds from the black soil. In the afternoon, I will take you all to play in the water. Tian halted the 4th child from further tormenting the white tiger. All right, father. The 4th child giggled, completely forgetting the earlier incident, bouncing away with glee. Her movements resembled that of the dark sorceress from the game League of Legends on Earth. Little White, have you been feeling unwell lately? Tian stroked Little White's head. Grr. Little White let out a low growl and stood on its hind legs, demonstrating its strength. While you were in the forest, did any wild beasts like wild dogs, foxes, or wolves bite you? Tian inquired further. Grr. Little White's growl grew louder, and it waved its paw as if to say, I am the king of beasts. How could they dare to bite me? They only flee upon seeing me. I heard you have been consistently ambushing the fire dragon. Why is that? Tian's tone shifted, as if sensing something. Ah, no wonder the master's tone seems strange. It appears the fire dragon has been snitching. That little rascal is quite crafty. I shall teach him a lesson next time. Seeing Little White's eyes darting around confirmed Tian's suspicions. How about this? I perceive you may have some latent afflictions. Come here, let me give you a proper massage. Tian smiled slightly. Grr. Little White shivered. Why does the master's smile seem so sinister? It suddenly darted away, leaping 10 meters away from Tian. From now on, if you dare to disrupt the fire dragon and their work, that task will fall to you. Tian knew that Little White despised working. Though he was uncertain why Little White harbored disdain for the fire dragon, it mattered little. He would give Little White another nudge. Grr. Little White appeared to see something terrifying, nodding vigorously. Its favorite activity was basking in the sun during the day and lounging on the sofa at night. Working would only tarnish its pristine white fur. Off you go to assist the cubs in transporting the seeds. Tian playfully scolded before exiting through the southern city gate. The stream began at Lake 2, flowing through the southwestern corner of the war estate, passing alongside the fertile soil, then curving northeast through a small bay, traversing between the villa and the boutique warehouse, before flowing past the town rock and pavilion, ultimately bending northwest, entering the high-quality timber forest area through the northwestern corner of the city wall, passing through vast woodlands, and finally pouring into Lake 1. The southwestern and northwestern bases of the city wall were carved to create a space 1 zhang long and half a chi high. The space was cramped, so much so that even the dwarfs would find it challenging to squeeze through. Tian's intention was to create a picturesque little stream, rather than a muddy ditch. Currently, he had yet to dismantle the final barrier to connect with the lake. While acquiring red sand and pebbles at the auction house, Tian simultaneously laid down the stream. The sand formed the base, while the pebbles adorned the riverbed. The pebbles varied in size. The largest stood as tall as a person, placed at the stream's edge, while the smallest were scarcely larger than grains of sand. At the auction house, pebbles were sold at a bargain, often given away half-heartedly, being cheaper than ordinary stones. These were not suitable for building walls. And auction house pebbles were among the least marketable stones. Many trial takers had an abundance of pebbles on the mountain, as this natural material required no mining. Numerous individuals casually placed them on the market, hoping to sell them. If not, they could simply remain piled atop the desolate stone mountain. Tian continued to lay red sand and pebbles, purchasing and placing them on the spot, which was far more convenient than transporting them. Upon reaching the estate, Tian suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed that he had once again accrued 10 points for the lottery without yet participating. He immediately activated the lottery mode. Eager with anticipation, The white lottery will spun rapidly, eventually slowing to rest on a B-grade item. Ding! He obtained a B-grade potion, the Strength Elixir. Consuming the Strength Elixir raised his strength to 224. Before the second lottery commenced, Tian swiftly consumed the elixir. He activated the 2-star lottery once more, hoping for a potion that would enhance his agility. However, fortune did not favor him. The pointer landed on a unique architectural design. Tian, having little interest in such designs, assumed it was merely a house blueprint. Ding! Blueprint for the Battle Soldier Pavilion. Tian hurriedly examined the information regarding the pavilion. It was a space for enhancing battle soldiers, allowing them to reside within and gain 5 points of spiritual energy, 1 point of strength, 2 points of agility, and 3 points of constitution daily. Tian gasped in awe. This was truly remarkable. However, he was equally taken aback by the pavilion's exorbitant cost. Each of the 9 elemental cores, along with 100,000 gold, 50,000 top-tier stones, 1,000,000 iron, 1,000,000 copper, and 2,000,000 Dao coins, was required. The total cost surpassed that of his luxurious villa. The 100,000 gold equated to 10,000,000 Dao coins, while the 50,000 top-tier stones amounted to 2,500,000 Dao coins. The iron and copper combined required 3,000,000 Dao coins. Adding the manufacturing fee, the grand total reached 40,000,000. This did not even account for the priceless elemental cores. Build it. I am not short on funds. For long-term development, this is invaluable. Though his balance was not substantial, he possessed considerable hidden assets, exceeding 100 million in gold, along with untapped divine crossbows and spiritual fruits. Tian clenched his fists, envisioning the pavilion's location. Shortly thereafter, he rushed to the planned site. The stream? That could wait until the pavilion was completed. He chose a spot 30 meters east of the villa, an area devoid of any structures. The pavilion would be positioned here, allowing battle soldiers to access the 4 gates for defense, conveniently neighboring the villa for mutual support. Within the auction house, Tian swiftly organized operations, accumulating materials at an astonishing pace. Within 2 hours, he spent 38 million. Fortunately, he did not need to upgrade the building platform. A level 4 construction could suffice, or else he would have to sell items. Tian speculated that such a structure represented the pinnacle of level 4 construction. Constructing anything beyond might require 50 million to upgrade the building platform. The Battle Soldier Pavilion required 1 core of each elemental type, along with 100,000 gold, 50,000 top-tier stones, 1,000,000 iron, 1,000,000 copper, and 2,000,000 Dao coins. Battle Soldier Pavilion. Construct. Tian placed the pavilion's blueprint on the level 4 construction platform and commanded the Dao stone. The construction platform first absorbed the blueprint. A radiant light sweeping over the building materials, before commencing the fusion, enveloped in an ethereal black glow. This construction proceeded at an unusually slow pace. It was Tian's first experience with such a protracted build. Even when erecting the villa, it took merely 10 minutes. The black glow gradually ascended, towering over 10 stories high. An entire hour passed before the black light dissipated, revealing a 9-story edifice brimming with a sci-fi allure and an air of mystique. Each floor stood over 4 meters high, adorned in 9 vibrant colors. Atop the 9 stories was a conical structure extending 20 meters high, tapering to a sharp point akin to a lightning rod. Including the apex, the building reached a height of over 60 meters. From the exterior, the materials gleamed with an extraordinary brilliance, neither iron nor stone, enigmatic and breathtaking. In comparison, Tian's lavish villa instantly paled in stature. Had the pavilion not lacked windows, Tian might have considered relocating. The emergence of the Battle Soldier Pavilion officially supplanted the villa, becoming a landmark within the war estate. With the successful construction of the pavilion, territory points increased by 50,000, bringing the total to 182, 100, 200, 000. Dao coin balance, 100,000. Tian summoned Feng Yi, who followed him into the Battle Soldier Pavilion. The first floor, belonging to the realm of metal elements, spanned over 1,000 square meters and was furnished with 400 stone single-seaters. Upon witnessing this, Tian's expression darkened. The spacing between the stone seats was considerable. If one squeezed together, accommodating 2,000 individuals would be feasible. What if the number of individuals of the same element surpassed 400? The interior lacked windows yet radiated light, resembling daylight. Tian observed a wall adorned with countless tiny holes. He did not naively believe these holes were for ventilation. Inspecting layer by layer, he eventually ascended to the 6th floor, which belonged to the realm of wind elements. Feng Yi, give it a try, Tian instructed. As you command, my lord, Feng Yi replied. Upon taking the first seat, the stone chair resonated with Feng Yi, emanating a faint azure glow that enveloped him. This was akin to a living being in meditation. Feng, can you halt this state at any time? Tian inquired. My lord, I can cease at any moment and respond to your call. Feng opened his eyes to affirm. Excellent. From now on, unless engaged in battle, strengthen yourself here. After Tian spoke, he continued his ascent. He tested a stone seat on the dark elemental floor, realizing he had overthought the situation. Descending from the 9th floor to the 1st, the emptiness of the stone seats tugged at Tian's heart. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him, to fill the entire battle soldier pavilion with battle soldiers. Upon exiting the pavilion, Tian inadvertently scanned with the Dao stone. The various pieces of information regarding the battle soldier pavilion surged through Tian's mind. Once the battle seats were filled with soldiers, the elemental world commenced its cycle, bestowing a remarkable twofold enhancement to the soldiers' training. This translated to a daily increment of 10 points in spiritual power, 2 in strength, 4 in agility, and 6 in constitution. Remarkably, this surpassed even the capabilities of divine-grade aptitude, barring the consumption of spiritual elixirs. Tian pondered deeply, realizing that this could amount to over 5 billion. The thought of such wealth was a source of great vexation for him. If only the tool and weapon stations could facilitate mass production, there might be hope. However, the painstaking process of crafting each item individually was indeed arduous. Furthermore, there were the blueprints for the battle soldiers, the elemental cores, financial management, and the gambling on gold. Tian resolved to amass a considerable amount of gold, anticipating its appreciation in value for a future liquidation. Yet, it seemed something was amiss. Each battle soldier required a foundational investment of 10,000 gold. I realized where the discrepancy lay. Thus, I must accumulate even more gold. The significance of gold is self-evident. As one of the earliest to engage with it, Tian understood that its value was bound to rise. Suddenly invigorated, he wished he could obtain 10 more vitality elixirs. Given the pace of development among his peers, it was likely that within 2 months, gold would begin to appreciate. I must diligently gather gold during this time. After the initial excitement faded, Tian resumed the quiet task of laying out the stream. The little ones had finished harvesting the seeds and promptly replanted new ones to aid Tian. After being admonished by Tian, Little Bai refrained from slacking off and quietly assisted him in the stream's layout. Originally, it was supposed to be completed by afternoon, but the construction of the battle soldier pavilion had consumed considerable time. By the time the stream reached Lake 1, night had already fallen. The little ones could no longer play in the water and would have to wait until tomorrow. Once the stream was completed, Tian ventured alone to Lake 2, preparing to channel its waters into the stream. Positioned on high ground, the stream rushed forth at first, but after a while, upon entering Lake 1, it gradually slowed. The water was still murky at this point, but Tian believed that by the following morning, it would shimmer beautifully and be crystal clear. The deepest part of the stream did not exceed 3 feet, while the shallowest was merely half a foot. Standing on the villa, Tian could hear the sound of the stream colliding with the pebbles. Reflecting on the moment, he leaped over the stream while fetching rice from the granary. It seemed rather unremarkable. Tomorrow, several bridges must be constructed. At the very least, the bridge connecting the villa to the premium granary should be completed. Chapter 31. The eve of the grand examination. What a delightful experience. There is food, drink, and comfortable lodgings. If life were to remain so, it would be akin to living among the deities. The Pigmen tribe's leader pondered. What is he thinking? This is the calm before the storm. I believe the last 4 or 5 days will still pose no danger. Yet, the more tranquil it is, the more my heart races. I wonder how many of my brothers will still be around to chat come the beginning of next month. The Turtlemen tribe's Jia contemplated. Indeed, if given the choice, I would prefer to be back on our planet, oblivious to the well-being of my 30-odd wives. I miss them dearly. The Blackstone Star's Sean Dasha exclaimed, how indecent. How shameless. In an instant, many people berated Sean Dasha, clearly indicating that he was speaking of women. The men, on the other hand, envied Sean Dasha's good fortune. Is he an emperor? So flamboyant. The Pegasus Star's Ma Rulong remarked, what use is an emperor? Here, we are all ordinary people. I began my campaign at 16 and spent 10 years unifying the realm. I have yet to enjoy the fruits of victory for even a month before being swept away. What terrible luck. Sean Dasha lamented with feigned sincerity. Upon hearing this, many recognized the extent of his misfortune, and in comparison, their own dispositions balanced considerably. Alas, Sean Dasha. Stop boasting. Our planetary federation has existed for over 300 years. Moreover, wake up. Do you even have a wife? The Blackstone Star's Si Chongling pointed out. In a world where everyone knows each other, how embarrassing it must be to be exposed. Haha, I was merely lightening the mood, nothing more. Sean Dasha replied. Tian lay in bed, flanked by 2 on either side. The bed was almost too small to accommodate them all. After reveling in the joy of their division, Tian also learned from the regional chat that the spring beast had appeared in Zone 64 that afternoon. This meant it had circled back around. Notably, it seemed the spring beast had returned in a triumphant manner. A lord from Zone 64 remarked that the spring beast's constitution had surpassed 300. The survivors felt utterly powerless to resist. With a constitution of 300, combined with its celestial attributes, Could it withstand the lightning of the fourth child? Tian was eager to witness the moment when the fourth child's lightning struck the spring beast. After a day of effort, the fourth child had consumed all 15 spiritual fruits. At this time, the fourth child's stats were as follows: Strength 175, Constitution 235, Agility 220, Spiritual Power 310. The following day, there was only a single point increase in Constitution. After practicing the body refinement technique for over an hour, Tian's Constitution reached 211 points. Compared to the elemental warriors, Tian felt like a mere novice. On this day, while crafting the 100-power crossbow, Tian remained vigilant for any sign of the spring beast, closely monitoring its movements. In Zone 65, discontent was rampant, with many cursing the spring beast's ancestors in frustration. The spring beast had made its first appearance in Zone 65, but had run a full circle only to return. Logically, in a region comprising 100 zones, once it flew away, it should not return. The spring beast's speed was alarming. Within a single day, over 500 individuals had suffered its wrath. Several unfortunate souls had already endured a second encounter with the spring beast. Zone 10086 was in shock. What shocked them even more was that, at dawn the following day, the spring beast was still present in Zone 65. It had been 27 days since the lords had arrived in this world, and with the grand examination approaching, the spring beast acted like a tyrant, mercilessly plundering a single zone. That day, over 500 individuals fell victim to its onslaught. On the 28th day, the spring beast finally departed. The once anxious Zone 65 felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, the lamentations began anew in Zone 66. That day, although Tian was focused on crafting the 100-power crossbow, he remained on high alert. Yet, even as night fell, the spring beast did not arrive. Throughout the night, hundreds wept bitterly, recounting their misfortunes. The spring beast's attacks had exacerbated their already precarious situation. Crops that had finally been on the verge of maturity were devoured, leaving the plains pockmarked and trees toppled, devoid of vitality. Tian furrowed his brow, for the spring beast's constitution had already exceeded 350. It became evident to him that the spring beast was indeed targeting him. It had traversed through the territories of various lords, absorbing energy to fortify itself, treating their domains as its final feast. Tian, having deduced from the territories attacked by the spring beast that it was moving eastward, realized it would likely pass through his territory before crossing into other zones. That night, Tian continued working late in the alloy warehouse, with dozens of materials remaining as he approached the completion of 6,000 100-power crossbows. As he perused the regional chat, he noticed a message from Tian Huang. "I understand now," he casually replied. Tian eagerly anticipated its arrival tomorrow. If it were to come the day after, this fellow would undoubtedly become significantly stronger. Tian had oscillated between valuing and undervaluing the situation, only to reassess its importance once more. There was no need for concern. The spring beasts would arrive without resistance. It was merely a matter of sacrificing some trees and crops. Should the need arise, I shall lend you some funds to aid in your development. Tian reassured Tian Huang, who suddenly offered him comfort. Tian found himself at a loss for words. This elder sister was unaware of the vast resources within his territory. Merely the high-grade timber amounted to over 420,000 units. Various fruit trees and an assortment of ordinary and medium grade would total nearly 100,000, with top-grade bamboo numbering in the thousands. There were also 15 medium and high-grade spiritual fruits, along with hundreds of medium-grade heavenly materials and treasures, not to mention the countless vegetables that were not even worth mentioning. When the spring beasts arrived, Tian would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail against them. It was a matter of survival, with no room for negotiation. Nevertheless, Tian recognized that Tian Huang, as a gold mine owner, spoke with an air of affluence. "Tian Huang, how much gold can your mine yield?" Tian inquired, suddenly curious. "Calculating from the distribution of the ore veins in the small mountain range, I estimate that after refining the ores, we could obtain 100,000 units of gold," Tian Huang responded. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Tian's eyes. Logically, every gold mine owner should possess similar yields. While 100,000 gold was considerable, it was not insurmountable. As everyone's strength grew, the frantic mining would not last long. The current abundance of gold in the auction house was due to the overwhelming number of beings in the universe. Each sector had at least one gold mine owner. Gold was valued at 100 heavenly Dao coins per unit, and this equilibrium had been maintained for quite some time. Gold mine owners tacitly upheld this balance, neither lowering nor raising prices. Once the gold mines were exhausted and the supply in the auction house gradually diminished, prices would inevitably rise, though that would require time. Even when some recognized the importance of gold, the ability to purchase it in substantial quantities remained elusive, making price increases challenging. "Tian Huang, do you possess any slaves?" Tian inquired again. "I have no slaves. I've observed the slaves at the auction house. Those with low attributes offer little benefit to me, while those with high attributes are beyond my control. I dare not purchase them," Tian Huang replied. "I have a brass mechanism guardian technology crystal. I wonder if you might find it useful?" If you provide the materials, I will craft it for you without charge. It will not betray you and is perfectly suited for a gold mine owner. As the assessment loomed, Tian found common ground with Fan's, considering her a friend. Within the division, there was only one other Earthkin, and Tian was keen to assist her. To be frank, a brass mechanism guardian valued at 50,000 was barely within Fan's means. Although he possessed a mine worth 100,000 units of gold, that was not liquid cash. This guardian is remarkable. With it, I can surely navigate this month's critical assessment. Thank you so much, Tian. I'll prepare. Fan's responded, excitement evident in her voice. After glancing at her balance, she realized she could barely afford to. Initially planning to allocate her attributes by month's end, she promptly decided to purchase the brass mechanism guardian. Copper 10,000, gold 500, silver 1,000, top grade stone 20, heavenly Dao coins 20,000. Transaction, none. After a while, Fan's sent the materials to Tian. Why is there an extra 100 units of gold? I genuinely want to assist you. No compensation is necessary. This displeases me. Let it be a one-time occurrence. Tian remarked upon noticing the additional gold. Once the materials were in place, Tian swiftly crafted 2 brass mechanism guardians at the weapon platform. The brass mechanism guardians would only obey the commands of the territory's lord. The guardians were bound by the rules, unable to leave the territory. When traded to any other territory, they would recognize only the territory lord as their master. However, the combat soldiers were different. They heeded only the creator's commands, could not trade, and would fight for their lord outside the territory. For instance, the wind element combat soldier recognized Tian as its lifelong master from the moment of its consciousness's birth. Brass mechanism guardian 2, transaction, none. After completing the manufacturing, Tian sent them to Fan's. All right, I must attend to other matters now. Farewell. As Tian spoke, his 100-power crossbow had been fully completed. The auction house's pricing for the 100-power crossbow aligned with Tian's expectations, surpassing 20,000 heavenly Dao coins, reaching 25,000. It was higher than Tian had anticipated. Tomorrow, or the day after, it might increase by another 1,000. However, Tian did not wait. He listed 6,000 at a unit price of 25,000. The sheer quantity of 100-power crossbows left onlookers astounded. The numbers spoke volumes. If sold entirely, it would amount to 15 million heavenly Dao coins. What does this signify? Wealth beyond measure. Once again, wealth beyond measure. Who exactly is this prominent figure? Draped in the information of the human race? Previously, when someone claimed to be worth over 100 million, they were met with derision. Now, they had no choice but to believe. Ordinary beings fretted over a few thousand heavenly Dao coins, while some conducted business in the millions. Competition breeds envy. Those selling 100-power crossbows pounded their chests, lamenting that if they had tens of millions in capital, they too could be as ostentatious as Tian. It might take them half a day to sell a single 100-power crossbow, making it impossible to rapidly amass wealth. After a few of Tian's 100-power crossbows had been purchased, the transaction volume surged, catapulting it to the top of the 100-power crossbow trading section, then to the top of the bow and crossbow section, and ultimately to the top of the weapon section. This was Tian's advantage. Ordinary merchants, once listed, found themselves at the bottom of the section unless they drastically underpriced their goods to climb higher. The emperor requests to chat with you. While Tian continued to observe the market prices of various commodities, he suddenly received a chat request. Greetings, wealth beyond measure. The emperor initiated the conversation as soon as the connection was established. Hello, what brings you here? Tian replied, accustomed to such chats. He would connect and see if there was anything of interest, generally ending after a few exchanges. He had encountered all manner of absurdities. Even individuals claiming to be earthlings seeking loans. Tian would not lend money, not even to those from Earth. I have a batch of human slaves. Would you be interested? The emperor stated bluntly. What are their capabilities? Tian did not answer immediately, but countered with a question. 32 level D fighters. 5 level C fighters. Originally there was 1 level B, but I acquired him. 3 level C fighters are in the early stages, and 2 are in the mid stages. The emperor replied. What is the price? Tian inquired, genuinely intrigued by this batch of humans. He had already decided to sell the non-human natives. A fixed workforce was necessary. 2 million heavenly Dao coins, non-negotiable. The emperor insisted. Emperor, those won't fetch 2 million at the auction house. Tian frowned. It's different. While they may not be worth that to others, they are absolutely worth it to you. Besides, I could still auction them off for 1,900,000 at the auction house, the emperor asserted confidently. Very well, we can proceed with the transaction. Coming from Earth, Tian had a clear understanding of the concept of equivalent exchange. He did not mind gaining a slight advantage. Yet he felt quite displeased when the tables turned against him. Tian could perceive that the emperor was unlike Zi Huangyu. Once Tian expressed a negative response, the emperor might very well retract his offer. The transaction could wait. It seemed you were faring quite well in your district. Do you possess any elemental cores? Tian inquired, redirecting the conversation towards the emperor. Elemental cores? What? Do you intend to manufacture elemental warriors with your wealth? The emperor replied, I have 2 designs for elemental warriors. If you desire them, I might consider selling them to you. At that moment, Tian finally grasped the sentiments of Zi Huangyu, as this individual had seized the initiative once again. Tian had merely mentioned elemental cores, and the emperor immediately surmised that Tian aimed to create elemental warriors. For those who were a step ahead, it was akin to the ordinary trialists who, upon disrobing, were already aware of what to expel. Between Tian and the emperor, it was a matter of profit. Whoever benefited the most would hold the reins of the conversation. The defeated either resigned themselves to being exploited or withdrew from the discourse. What price do you propose? These warriors are merely at the nascent B-grade level. Tian responded calmly, the implication being quite clear. B-grade slaves scarcely fetched $1 million at the auction house. Moreover, you are offering merely design blueprints. Designing a warrior that barely qualifies as B-grade would require at least $1.6 million. Quite perplexing. Thus, selling these designs would not be an easy task. With $1.6 million, one could acquire a powerful indigenous being of the golden grade, possessing strength that would utterly eclipse that of elemental warriors. The elemental cores, however, were the truly valuable commodities. Tian recalled utilizing an earth elemental core when constructing his villa. Once again it holds true. To those in need, a stone is worth its weight in gold. To those who do not, gold is as worthless as debris. The celestial mechanisms of fate establish such rules for a reason, do they not? Although the emperor was playing coy, he persistently attempted to gauge Tian's intentions. Oh, I concur with your sentiment, esteemed one. I possess an item. In the hands of an ordinary individual with attributes below 50, it is worth 30,000. In the hands of someone with attributes above 50 but below 100, it is valued at 300,000. Thus, beneath the SS grade strength, the higher the level, the more precious it becomes. What do you believe the item in my possession is worth? At this moment, Tian had risen and descended the stairs, preparing to receive the slaves. To establish an imposing presence, he also roused the 3rd and 4th children. The 2 infants, still drowsy, nestled in Tian's arms. At that instant, Tian found himself beside the Qingling fruit, not responding to the emperor, but instead engaging in a game of intrigue. Heavenly materials? The fruit and the tree of the spirit fruit are 2 distinct entities. Regrettably, I have only discovered the spirit fruit tree thus far, not the fruit itself. It was evident that the emperor believed Tian referred to the spirit fruit tree rather than the fruit, with connections to multiple advanced races across various districts. The emperor had yet to discover the spirit fruit, SS grade spirit fruit, Qinglingua X1. Tian did not send a message but scanned the Qingling fruit using a heavenly stone, subsequently relaying the information to the emperor. How did you acquire it? The emperor inquired curiously. 10 additional points to physique, strength, and agility. That's a considerable enhancement. In the world of heavenly laws, without rewards, it would take me months to cultivate such attributes. Territory upgrade. I initially intended to keep it for myself, but the significance of the SS grade spirit fruit is immense. It can elevate S grade strength, Tian subtly hinted. Their conversation continued, with neither party responding for quite some time. I can exchange 2 designs for elemental warriors for the SS grade spirit fruit. Finally, the emperor could no longer resist proposing a trade to Tian. In the emperor's estimation, with his B-grade strength, enhancing his attributes by 30 points through the spirit fruit would be a considerable boon. Those mediocre elemental warriors paled in comparison to the value of the spirit fruit. I also require 2 elemental cores. Otherwise, I will utilize the Qingling fruit to enhance myself, Tian stated firmly. At this point, Tian was only aware of the spirit fruit's worth, not fully comprehending its immense value. He estimated that an SS grade spirit fruit would fetch at least $1 million. Deal. After a brief moment of hesitation, the emperor acquiesced to the transaction. The value extracted from elemental cores was limited. For someone like the emperor, the combat prowess of elemental warriors was negligible. With several opponents in the district, the emperor yearned for strength to face future challenges. However, being outmaneuvered by Tian left the emperor feeling quite disgruntled. You certainly possess many elemental cores. Tian sent a message, and then he scanned a dragon blood sacred fruit. SS grade heavenly material, dragon blood sacred fruit X1. A reward from the heavenly laws. Only this one exists. I require elemental cores, and I need to see sincerity. Tian had sensed the emperor's thirst for the spirit fruit. Should the emperor possess elemental cores that would satisfy Tian, he would not hesitate to trade. However, if it were merely 3 or 5 cores, such a notion was futile. On the other hand, the emperor was utterly shocked. Why? Why did the territory upgrade yield a spirit fruit tree for him, while Tian's upgrade yielded a spirit fruit? SS grade. How could this be possible? If he were to acquire both spirit fruits, his attributes would elevate by 90 points, an enhancement that would normally take years of cultivation to achieve. Indeed, the emperor recognized that Tian sought elemental cores and could test the waters. Yet, at their level, they understood the concept of rarity far more profoundly. Elemental cores were difficult to acquire, but not impossible. In fact, Every leading figure in each district, and even the top individual in subdivisions, possessed elemental cores. The title of wealthy beyond measure carried its own financial clout. If one desired it, elemental cores could surely be obtained. Wealthy beyond measure, 2 each of fire, wood, water, earth, wind, and thunder elements, and 1 each of light and dark. I propose a trade for your 2 spirit fruits. After some time, the emperor presented his bottom line. Not sufficient. I require an additional 25 D-grade indigenous beings and 5 C-grade indigenous beings in exchange, Tian stated with unwavering resolve. Although Tian did not issue a threat, the emperor discerned his steadfastness. That amounts to 2 million heavenly coins. Do you truly believe it is worth it? The emperor did not express himself too clearly. Every item possesses a price, and that price is invariably limited. To an ordinary person, it holds no value. To a formidable individual, it is priceless. Tian appeared to have the upper hand over the emperor, echoing the emperor's earlier sentiments back to him. Through the emperor's capture of B-grade strongholds, Tian predicted that the emperor possessed A-grade strength. However, Tian's estimation was erroneous. The gap between B and A grades was considerably greater. One must surpass 1,000 in attributes to be deemed an A-grade powerhouse. You truly are a difficult individual, the emperor remarked after a moment. Issuing a lengthy transaction. Fire Elemental Warrior Design X1. Water Elemental Warrior Design X1. Gold Elemental Core X1. Cloud Sea, Cloud Dragon, Cloud Flying, Cloud Clear, Cloud Wave, in exchange for SS Grade Spirit Fruit. Dragon Blood Sacred Fruit X1. S Grade Spirit Fruit. Xing Ling Gua X1. Having completed the transaction, Tian stepped outside his villa. If you have channels to acquire designs for elemental warriors or elemental cores, I would be willing to exchange spirit fruits with you. Not to mention, I could enhance your attributes by several dozen points, and even add 100 to your spiritual power. Of course, next time at 1 TB it's such a bargain. After concluding the transaction, Tian sent another message to the emperor. Upon reading it, the emperor felt a stirring within, but nearly choked upon seeing the latter part of the message. You call this a bargain? The emperor replied, I am at B-grade strength. Heavenly materials below B-grade are of no use to me. What? You are B-grade? Had I known, I would not have given you the SS-grade heavenly material. Tian was equally astounded. After all this time, the emperor turned out to be B-grade. Then Tian immediately remarked, if you are at B rank, I can at least grant you 140 attribute points and 110 spiritual power, provided you procure the items I require. The emperor's heart raced. With 140 attribute points, he was on the verge of ascending to a rank. Coupled with 110 spiritual power, his combat prowess would be immensely augmented. What do you require in return for such a boon? The emperor inquired, disliking the notion of undertaking a task without clear direction. 20 design blueprints for elemental warriors and 20 elemental cores, Tian responded. I shall do my utmost. The emperor was aware that the affluent individual before him would not easily part with resources once he had the upper hand. From now on, I will open the auction house every night at 11. You may contact me then. Tian added a final query. Do you possess any B rank or above spiritual fruit trees? Indeed, I have a few, the emperor replied, sensing that Tian was about to play his cards close to his chest. Do not keep me in suspense. Disclose the names of these spiritual fruit trees. Tian stated with unreserved frankness, knowing that the emperor was keenly aware of his other spiritual fruits and dared not offend him. S rank spiritual fruit tree, Silver Mystic Fruit 1, a rank spiritual fruit tree, Thunder Fruit 1, a rank spiritual fruit tree, Tricolor Tripetal Fruit 1. The emperor hesitated but ultimately divulged his spiritual fruit trees to Tian. The time required for cultivation could stretch into decades. If Tian was willing to pay a fair price, it would merely be a favor granted. As for whether Tian could nurture the trees to fruition, the emperor had pondered it but found it improbable. The required amount of wood spirit liquid would be prohibitive. Very well, I shall exchange 15D rank indigenous captives for these 3 spiritual fruit trees. 15D rank captives, according to the current booming market price, would amount to 600,000 heavenly Dao coins. Let us proceed with the transaction. Wait a moment. Tian first dispatched Xiao Bai to locate the fire dragon and bring back the captives. Meanwhile, the newly acquired captives shivered outside the warrior pavilion, thoroughly intimidated by its imposing presence. Compared to the previous lord, this one appeared to be a mere country bumpkin. Among the 30 slaves, each bore chains on their wrists and ankles, their abilities reduced to mere shadows of their potential. 2 small children flanked Tian, providing him with a measure of support, as they possessed the strength of 5 C ranks, 2 of whom had attributes exceeding 300. Chapter 33, The 5 Tigers Ascend. Spring beasts arrive. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the lord of this territory, hailing from the human race of Earth. Though we do not share the same bloodline, the Creator has intertwined our fates. In my domain, there are 2 paths. One can choose to be a member or a slave. Members will reside in high towers, free from worries of sustenance, whereas slaves will have no place to call home, receiving but 1 meal a day. The choice lies within your hands. Tian declared with a smile, addressing the 5 C rank warriors before him. Yunlong, strength 338, constitution 330, agility 342. Yunfei, strength 324, constitution 320, agility 340. Yuntao, strength 280, constitution 275, agility 292. Yunshe, strength 272, constitution 268, agility 280. Yunhai, strength 259, constitution 255, agility 264. The remaining 25D rank warriors averaged around 160 in all three dimensions. Notably, all warriors bore the surname Yun, indicating their shared tribal heritage. This formidable force would have revolted long ago if Yunlong and Yunfei had not sensed the immense power within the four children. Very well. You may contemplate your options. Tian clapped his hands, and four warriors clad in silver armor appeared, brandishing halberds and encircling the 30 indigenous captives. To Tian, the cost for C-rank beast cores was trivial, and he was willing to expend them, as long as it was not hundreds at once. Yunlong and Yunfei felt a chill. The lord before them was a smiling tiger. They wondered if refusal would result in being torn apart by the silver-armored mechanized guards, who clearly possessed attributes exceeding 300. My lord. Fire Dragon arrived and bowed to Tian, accompanied by 5 individuals adorned in exquisite cloth. The captives behind Fire Dragon were a pitiful sight, clad in tattered garments, shackled and looking more like the destitute than individuals with a constitution exceeding 100. Yunlong, Yunfei, and the others felt anxious. Would their fate as slaves render them no different from these wretched souls? The reason I summoned you today is to share good news. You are liberated from your suffering, and I sincerely wish you all find a favorable place to call home. Tian addressed a trembling goblin-like individual and then turned to all the indigenous captives. With that, Tian selected 15 individuals to trade for the silver mystic fruit, tricolor tripetal fruit, and thunder fruit. The trade was swiftly concluded, and the captives vanished, replaced by 3 spiritual fruit trees. These captives had no knowledge of Tian. They did not even know his name, having been of lowly status within the Beast Bandit group. Thus, Tian felt at ease during the transaction. The remaining 30 individuals were promptly placed up for auction. With 3,000 acres of land now sown, there was no need for so many hands. Tian refused to waste contracts on these individuals. Each of the remaining 30 indigenous captives was listed at 40,000 heavenly Dao coins, with a note stating, slaves who have endured torment for over 10 days will surely pledge loyalty with a small act of kindness. Many who had been observing Tian suddenly realized he had ventured into the slave trade, expanding his business considerably. Even late at night, the indigenous captives were quickly purchased, netting him 120,000 heavenly Dao coins. What are your thoughts? After selling the captives, Tian turned his attention to Yunlong, Yunfei, and the others. We are willing to pledge our loyalty and serve you wholeheartedly, they proclaimed, their hearts pounding with resolve. Excellent. Each of you shall sign a contract. Tian presented 5 lord contracts. The lesser minions were inconsequential. As long as these 5 complied, the rest would dare not resist. With 23 contracts remaining, it was imperative for the stability of his territory to secure 5 C-rank warriors. After a brief hesitation, Yunlong, Yunfei, and the others, under Tian's unwavering gaze, pricked their fingers and signed the blood contracts, officially becoming part of his domain. Tian inquired about the emperor from Yunlong and Yunfei, learning that the emperor's territory, while not yet at 5th rank, was not far behind. The emperor even possessed a beast of S-rank potential, which had already reached B rank. Moreover, these indigenous humans hailed from a distant tribe known as the Yun tribe. They practiced a body refinement technique focused on enhancing speed, with constitution and strength as supplementary aspects. Upon discovering this, Tian refrained from investing in gold for cultivation. While he had a penchant for immense strength, he recognized that the heavenly man body refinement technique suited him better. Ultimately, with the prospect of freely allocating attribute points in the future, he would prioritize speed. Many individuals practiced multiple body refinement techniques, but only mastered one, avoiding the folly of losing sight of their primary goals. In this regard, Tian harbored a deep envy for the little milk babies and the little white one, as they effortlessly absorbed the essence of the sun and moon without the need for cultivation. From the moment of their birth, their potential was destined to elevate them to the divine level, to S rank. Fire Dragon, take them to explore the territory. We shall address the housing issue tomorrow. As night fell, the 2 little milk babies were so weary that they could barely keep their eyes open. Tian waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. Meanwhile, the emperor had uncovered Tian's fundamental information from the captives. The imposing city walls were adorned with brass mechanical guardians, silver mechanical sentinels, and a host of exceptionally powerful little milk babies, alongside a pack of ferocious beasts and opulent villas. Recently, a mysterious edifice towering over 60 meters had also emerged. Beyond that, the various structures within the walls remained a mystery to them, with a small stream traversing the city. Even at night, the city glowed as brightly as day. Outside the walls, young trees stood in abundance, as they had recently planted countless high-grade trees. The cultivated land spanned thousands of acres, and as for rare treasures, the captives had not even a hint of their existence. They were not qualified to approach the villa. The stream that flowed past the villa was excavated by Fire Dragon and his 5 companions. Initially, the emperor had believed that the dog-headed man who spoke first was merely trying to deceive him, and had punished him for it. Yet, as more individuals echoed this sentiment, the emperor had no choice but to accept it as truth. This was Tian's developed territory, far surpassing their own region. The spiritual fruits were unlikely to be misleading. This revelation stirred the emperor deeply, further fueling his ambition to develop his territory with fervor. Early the next morning, while the little milk babies remained asleep, Tian, having completed his morning ablutions, departed the villa to practice his body refinement techniques. Over the course of 3 days, Tian's strength had increased by 2 points, and his constitution by 1. According to Fire Dragon, Tian's daily attribute increase was indicative of his extraordinary talent. The S-rank silver mysterious fruit yielded 24 fruits, with a flowering and ripening period of 300 months, enhancing agility and strength by 10 points each, and constitution by 15. It appeared that even among S-rank fruits, there were disparities in yield. Tian placed the silver mysterious fruits in the back garden alongside the dragon blood sacred fruit. Simultaneously, he exerted considerable effort to relocate the Zhu fruit and the Qingling fruit to the backyard. Henceforth, S-rank and above spiritual fruits would be in the back garden, while A and B ranks would be in the front garden. The 3-petal 3-color fruit yielded 36 fruits, maturing in 100 months, granting 7 points each in strength, agility, and constitution upon consumption. The thunder fruit also yielded 36 fruits, with a similar maturation period, enhancing strength and constitution by 10 points each. Thus, Tian possessed 1 SS-rank spiritual fruit, 3 S-rank spiritual fruits, 8 A-rank spiritual fruits, and 6 B-rank spiritual fruits. He retrieved 500 drops of life water from the premium warehouse to hasten the ripening of the silver mysterious fruits, thunder fruits, and 3-petal 3-color fruits. The life water was dwindling, now totaling only 500 drops, prompting a sigh from Tian. After consuming 3 spiritual fruits, Tian's strength reached 253, constitution 244, and agility 229. After completing his morning exercises, Tian ascended the stairs to rouse the milk babies, helping them wash their faces, brush their teeth, and braid their hair. Before preparing breakfast, he was aware that the second child had learned to braid her hair, but stubbornly insisted on having Tian assist her. Such a proud little one. He fed the 5 tiger generals, tossing each 3 spiritual fruits. Tian held a fondness for the 5 tiger generals, as long as they could perform their tasks. They did so with great vigor, unlike a certain tiger. Today, he intended to aid the 5 tiger generals in breaking through their bloodline shackles to ascend to C rank. With a roar, the 5 tiger generals eagerly devoured the spiritual fruits, swallowing them whole in a matter of moments. After consuming the fruits, they dashed about energetically, their auras climbing steadily. Within their bloodlines, certain chains were shattered. With a series of roars, the 5 tiger generals proclaimed their newfound might. The territory registered an increase in the potential of the 5 ferocious beasts, adding a total of 250 points to the territory score. Their current average attributes were strength 210, constitution 220, and agility 190, with the disparity among the 5 not exceeding a single point. Among the 4 milk babies, the little white one had grown even stronger. Come forth, spring beast. Tian focused on the spring beast, and from its invasion ID, he understood that it was drawing ever closer to him. By morning, all the Bali divine crossbows had sold out, proving quite effective. Following this, Tian noticed that the unscrupulous merchants had increased the price of each Bali divine crossbow by 500 Dao coins, with 150 million Dao coins deposited, and an additional 2 million Dao coins from the previous day's sale of slaves. Tian's Dao coin balance had reached 152.3 million. Without hesitation, he spent 100 million to purchase gold from the underground treasury of the premium warehouse, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, Tian's underground treasury now held a total of 2.08 million in gold, with a Dao coin balance of 52.3 million. Just as Tian was preparing to forge battle soldiers, the second child hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Father, a large bird from the east is about to fly into the mist. It has arrived." Tian armed himself with a bow and arrow, calling upon the 1st, 3rd, and 4th children, and mounted the 5 tigers to head eastward. Almost as soon as they exited the eastern city gate of the villa, the spring beast burst into the territory. Its head bore a striking resemblance to the extinct Titanese bird of earth, yet it was adorned with vibrant green feathers, formidable claws, and a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters. This terrifying avian monster was the spring beast that had become the subject of dread over the past 10 days. Those who encountered it among the trial takers offered no resistance, simply submitting to their fate. A few overconfident trial takers had dared to attack the spring beast, only to have their IDs vanish without a trace. Strength, 350. Constitution, 350. Agility, 300. The spring beast was perpetually growing stronger. Yet it still could not match the rapid development of the territory. The spring beast sensed the formidable nature of this territory, which was its ultimate goal. If possible, it would have preferred not to come now. However, today was the last day of its emergence, leaving it no choice but to appear. The moment it entered the territory, the spring beast swiftly ascended into the sky like a gust of wind, racing towards the estate villa. It flew at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Not even the arrows, intended for mere irritation, nor the fourth child's lightning strikes could reach the spring beast at such heights. This is bad. Quickly return to the villa. It intends to ambush it. Tian cursed the spring beast for being as cunning as the rain beast. Recognizing that a direct assault was futile and opting for a strategic flanking maneuver. Who taught it such tactics? Chapter 34. Breaking the spring beast. Little White. Activate the wind chase and return to the villa. Tian promptly mounted Little White, who had now grown to a length of 1.5 meters, making it suitable as a mount. The 4 little milk babies also hopped onto Little White or directly onto Tian. With the wind chase activated, Little White moved faster than the spring beast. Upon spotting Tian and his companions, the spring beast, which had initially been diving, immediately began to ascend. Fourth child, how far must we be to strike the spring beast? Tian inquired, observing the spring beast circling high above. Just a little lower, the fourth child replied. Tian pondered this, calculating that they were roughly 2,000 meters away. After watching the spring beast circle above the estate for a moment, it veered southwest. It intended to wreak havoc upon the trees. Fourth child, you ride atop third child. Third child's speed rivals that of the spring beast. Should it fly low? Strike it down with lightning, Tian instructed. The territory was limited. If the spring beast could not maintain a safe distance, it would hesitate to descend and damage the trees. This time, Tian and the little ones were resolute. They would unleash their most formidable abilities together to eliminate this bothersome creature. Third sister, fourth child giggled as she bounced on third child's shoulders. Third child entered battle mode, activating her combat spirit, pursuing the spring beast. Spotting a structure, third child leapt high. Her leaping prowess surpassed that of all the children, effortlessly reaching heights of 12 meters with her current strength. Big brother, don't go. Tian called out urgently as he noticed Big brother about to chase after. Father. Big brother replied, puzzled. The alloy chains are at the villa entrance. You should hide there. It will return, and once it nears the ground, unleash your talent to pull it down. Second child, you will assist Big brother here, Tian commanded. Big brother had practiced the flying chain technique for many days. Once her innate divine strength activated, she could throw it up to 100 meters. With strength exceeding 1,000, she could easily bring down the spring beast. Simultaneously, Tian ordered Xiao Bai and General Wu Hu to retreat, intending to activate the automated beast-catching net, adhering to his original plan. Initially, he believed that with fourth child's power, the spring beast would be swiftly vanquished at the first sign of aggression. However, he had not anticipated the spring beast's cunning. It seemed aware that fourth child's current strength could only strike within a 2,000-meter range. I leave it to you. Should you falter, prioritize the safety of your unborn sister. Tian solemnly cautioned. The spring beast's 2 bizarre innate abilities rendered Tian's several subordinates futile. Only Big brother's immense divine strength could vanquish the spring beast. Once the flying beast touched down, its agility would no longer be an advantage, especially given its massive size. Do not worry, father, I can do this. Big brother assured confidently. Tian nodded, and then focused on the minuscule figure in the sky. The spring beast was slightly faster than third child. Yet even with a small gap, it dared not descend, sensing the terrifying elemental power within fourth child. It circled the territory's west, north, and then east, but could find no opportunity. Third child, create an opening. Pretend to be exhausted and fall behind the spring beast, Tian relayed to third child after colliding with her. Understood, father. Though Tian was slower than third child, he swiftly maneuvered away from them. Tian suspected the spring beast was attempting a diversionary tactic, but it overestimated itself, failing to shake off third child. Third child was a human weapon, running and leaping as if gliding on air. Now, Tian turned the tables, entrusting the challenge to Big brother, who had been diligently practicing the flying chain technique. Upon returning to the grassland, third child slowed her pace. The previous chase had been intense, but with third child loosening her guard, the spring beast quickly gained distance. It flapped its wings, soaring over Lake 1 and skimming past the trees south of the lake. Realizing fourth child posed no threat, it dove toward the gourd vines within the city. Driven by instinct, nothing was more enticing than divine artifacts. In the face of such power, everything else seemed like mere wax to be chewed. Elder sister, it's coming. It's moving swiftly and is now above the northern city wall. The beast lowered itself, hovering above the pavilion and the ice storage. As the spring beast dove from a great height, it accelerated rapidly, charging toward the gourd, reaching its peak velocity to the point of losing control. The monster is nearly within the capture net's range. Elder sister, we must go out. Second child continuously urged. They needed to contemplate the consequences of failure, as they would rely on Big brother to protect the gourd vines if they faltered. The alloy chains lay just a few dozen meters away from the villa entrance, near the gourd vines. Once Big Brother emerged from the villa, the spring beast keenly sensed this peculiar child, yet found her no more threatening than fourth child. For the spring beast, there was no turning back once the arrow was loosed. Halting was not an easy feat. The coveted divine artifact was tantalizingly close, and it would not relinquish its pursuit easily. Should it waste even a moment, fourth child could strike from outside the city. As the spring beast neared the automated capture net, 200 meters away, the alarm system activated. For ropes, propelled at over 200 speed, soared toward the spring beast. This velocity, however, posed no threat. The spring beast deftly sidestepped the ropes. At this moment, it was a mere 100 meters from the gourd vines. What the spring beast did not anticipate was that the tops of the ropes contained detectors. As it maneuvered, one of these detectors ensnared its claw. The spring beast's speed was halved, providing the other 3 ropes a chance to entwine around it under the guidance of the detector. Grr, the spring beast growled in frustration. The 4 ropes tightened, yet no matter how hard they pulled, they could not draw it nearer to the capture box. Bang, bang. In just a second, 2 ropes snapped. The entire capture box nearly leapt from the ground. The energy of a single beast core was insufficient to restrain the spring beast. Bang. Another rope released. Divine strength. Simultaneously, Big Brother swung the iron chain, launching it toward the suspended behemoth. In that instant, the spring beast finally freed itself from the last rope. Yet it was too late. The massive chain struck the spring beast, wrapping around it. If that had been all, the spring beast would have soon escaped. Huh. The master of the chain, Big Brother, shouted with all her might, yanking fiercely. G.U.H. The spring beast let out a long wail, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting downward. With her full strength, Big Brother's power surged into the A rank, creating an overwhelming disparity against the spring beast. It was yanked down with no strength left to resist. Even pierced by a spear, its celestial nature might not guarantee its demise. The sky was its domain, where its speed and power could reach their zenith. It feared falling to the ground, where it would be butchered. With a thunderous crash, the massive form crashed to earth. As the spring beast landed, Big Brother rushed toward its position. The fallen creature, dazed and disoriented, had barely raised its head to flee when a small, snow-white fist struck its skull. Boom. Its entire head exploded, and its wings, which had just lifted, fell limply. Big Brother stood bewildered, astonished that a single punch had obliterated its head. What followed was even more miraculous. The spring beast's body transformed into shimmering azure light, dissipating into the air. In the place where it had perished remained but a pearl, a cluster of azure material, and a platinum treasure chest. Congratulations to the Lord and the members of the territory for slaying the spring beast. Obtaining 1 spring beast celestial pearl, 1 essence of avian life, and 1 platinum treasure chest. Congratulations to the members of the Lord's territory for vanquishing the spring beast and earning 70 points of free attributes. Tian is still outside the city, and the heavenly Dao stone has already notified him that the rewards have been credited. Well done, Dawa. Tian silently praises Dawa in his heart as he strides back into the city with purpose. With an increase of 50 points in agility, 10 points in strength, and 10 points in constitution, Tian allocates all his free attribute points. His strength stands at 263, constitution at 254, and agility at 279. Tian's training methods primarily focus on enhancing strength and constitution. Hence he emphasizes agility in his free attributes, ensuring a well-rounded development. He aspires to be a balanced man. Father, did the monster disappear? Upon seeing Tian, Dawa leaps onto his father's body, his small head adorned with a question mark. The disappearance signifies that Dawa has triumphed over the beast. Tian affectionately strokes Dawa's head, feeling no surprise. Each major region hosts but a single spring beast, which is clearly a ferocious creature spawned by this world. Oh, no, it is a heavenly beast. Haha, father. Am I impressive? Dawa, unperturbed, clenches his small fist to boast to Tian. Impressive. Tian responds with a thumbs up. Upon reaching the site of the spring beast's demise, Tian first collects the heavenly pearl of the spring beast, then examines the properties of the life essence. The life essence of avian creatures can extend their lifespan by 20 years. If the avian is of below S-class potential, it may elevate by 1 rank. Excellent. However, there is only 1 essence, and there are 2 sea eagles. Who shall it go to? 1 male and 1 female. It shall be divided between them. Tian promptly makes his decision. It's alright if the sea eagle's potential doesn't suddenly ascend. There will be opportunities in the future. He opens the platinum treasure chest. Tian gazes eagerly at the platinum chest, scanning it with the heavenly Dao stone before issuing commands. The rewards include Platinum 5, 30, 000 heavenly Dao coins, 1 design blueprint for Earth Elemental Warriors, 1 design blueprint for a training ground, 100 units of top-grade wood from the Phoenix Tree, 1 design blueprint for a seed nurturing room, and 2 A-class spirit flowers, the illusory purple Qing. After opening the platinum chest, Tian examines the rewards. The balance of heavenly Dao coins stands at 52, 330, 000. The design blueprint for Earth Elemental Warriors can be addressed later. The training ground design blueprint catches Tian's eye. It is quite expensive and requires a multitude of beast cores. However, it offers the benefit of extending the time for spiritual cleansing after each cycle of body refinement. It must be established. Currently, Tian is merely short on funds and time. The seed nurturing room occupies an acre and is also quite costly, requiring 100 beast cores. The top-grade wood from the phoenix tree is not mere saplings but tall and straight, with red leaves dancing in the breeze like a phoenix in flight. He plans to plant 50 around the Battle Soldier Pavilion to the east of the villa and another 50 around the Premium Warehouse and Stream to the west. This will enhance the greenery. The A-class spirit flower, illusory purple ching, a divine healing herb, is already in Tian's possession, though it has yet to bloom. The two illusory purple ching he possesses are both flowering, which is splendid. He will create a spiritual flower garden near the stream beside the villa. These flowers are breathtakingly beautiful, a feast for the eyes. They are the most exquisite blossoms Tian has ever encountered. According to the description, they bloom blue by day and purple by night, remaining vibrant even through winter, persisting for a century. The longer they last, the more potent their medicinal properties. Chapter 35, Level 7 Territory. Little bird, 1/2 for each of you, inhale it. Tian divides the life essence in two and tosses it to the two small sea eagles nestled under the eaves of the villa, drawn by the life essence. The little sea eagles rush over and swallow it whole. 1 minute passes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. No change. It is only after 10 minutes that the two sea eagles begin to grow larger. Initially the size of chickens, they eventually reach 1/2 meter tall. Feathers start to densely cover their bodies, culminating in the weaving of feathers upon their wings. The feathers are sharp like blades, extending from the tips of their wings. Once the metamorphosis is complete, the beaks of the two sea eagles become curved and sharp, their legs robust, and their talons keen. Remarkably, one sea eagle is pure black while the other is sky blue, indicating they are indeed different breeds. Upon completing their transformation, the two sea eagles soar into the sky. A piercing cry reverberates, shaking the heavens. The two sea eagles circle above the villa, their differently colored feathers, equally powerful wings, and keen eyes all in harmony. It is detected that the potential of the two sea eagles within the territory has upgraded to S-class, contributing an additional 1,000 points to the territory S score. Species, sea eagle. Stage, growth phase. Power, 320. Constitution, 320. Agility, 350. Mental power, 100. Talent 1. S-class talent, divine eagle bloodline. Upon activation, strength and speed are enhanced by 50 for 100 seconds, usable once every 3 hours. Talent 2. S-class talent, god of 10,000 eagles. Increases aerial combat attack and speed by 30. Having circled in the air for a considerable time, the sea eagles descend gracefully. Their size is substantial, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters. Otherwise, they would certainly land on Tian, allowing him to experience a wave of left tugging the white and right lifting the azure. Splendid. You both possess a certain level of intelligence and can comprehend my words. First, do not consume the livestock on the grasslands. If you are hungry, inform me. Second, there are 18 spirit fruit trees nearby. Each of you may eat one, but do not overindulge, as excess will be of no benefit. Third, from now on, you shall be called Little Blue and Little Black. The sea eagle's power has already surpassed that of Xiao Bai, and with a bit of nurturing, their strength will ascend to B-class, becoming two formidable allies. Coo coo. The sea eagles nuzzle affectionately against Tian, indicating their understanding. The two illusory purple ching will be planted on the side of the villa near the stream, where Tian will eventually establish a small garden. As for the phoenix trees, Tian has already dispatched his subordinates to plant them. The only source of discontent for Tian is that these towering phoenix trees, reaching 20 meters in height, do not contribute to the territory S points. In contrast, the equally top-grade luminescent trees do add to the score. Each phoenix tree requires at least 30 units of wood. Although reluctant to cut them down, Tian stands before the villa window, entranced by the leaves of the phoenix trees swaying like a phoenix in flight. This reminds him of Zihuan Yuewu. Did he converse with him in a birdman form? Or in a phoenix form? Or perhaps in the state he envisions? The competition within the heavenly Tao world. Am I truly the first lord to achieve a level 7 territory? The regional rewards are so bountiful. What rewards await in the heavenly Tao world? Tian recalls a message from the heavenly Tao stone when upgrading to level 6. Level 6 is the limit for ordinary territories. The competition within the heavenly Tao world will commence. The first 100 lords to reach level 7 territories will receive abundant rewards. As far as Tian knows, only the top 10 territories in both major and subregions will receive rewards. The second and third prizes differ significantly from the first, and the 4th to 10th places diverge considerably from the top 3. However, all challengers who reach level 7 territories will receive rewards. Tian believes the disparities among these rewards are immense. A level 7 territory shall be established today. With the end-of-month assessments approaching, the higher the territory level, the more challenging the evaluations become. Tian understands this while yet remains undaunted. The seed nurturing room will be placed on the opposite side of the granary. The left side of the granary will house the food processing factory, while the right side will accommodate the seed nurturing room. F-level beast core 100, advanced stone 20, 000. Steel 10, 000, copper 10, 000, silver 10, 000, gold 1, 000, heaven's Tao currency 10, 000. The total amounts to 550, 000 heaven's Tao currency. After a thorough sweep of the auction house, Tian swiftly erected a 2-story seed nurturing chamber. From then on, whether it be spiritual fruit seeds or vegetable grain seeds, all would be stored within this chamber. This nurturing chamber possesses a unique effect. Seeds nurtured for over 3 days within its confines yield a 10% increase in crop production. Furthermore, the nurturing chamber contributes an additional 2,000 points to the territory score. Upon the completion of the nurturing chamber, Tian proceeded to the rear of the villa garden. This vacant space, typically used for martial arts practice, would serve as the location for the training arena. A-level beast core 1, B-level beast cores 10, C-level beast cores 100. Premium stone 10, 000, gold 10, 000, heaven's Tao currency 100, 000. The total requirement amounts to 1 million for beast cores, 5 million for stone, and 1 million for gold, culminating in a grand total of 5 million heaven's Tao currency. After procuring the necessary materials from the auction house, Tian completed the construction in approximately 5 minutes. A training platform of 400 square meters emerged, standing 1 meter high, adorned with 8 10-meter tall pillars, each representing the 4 sacred beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. The overall impression exudes a sense of grandeur. The training arena adds 8,000 points to the territory score. Tian reviewed the territory score, 195, 250, 200, 000. The training arena contributed 8,000. The seed nurturing chamber added 2,000. 25 D-level members accounted for 1,250. 5 C-level members contributed 500, and a beautifully crafted bridge made of premium stone added 150. Tian also possessed a formidable asset, the 4-unit, 5-story building design obtained from the Rain Beast treasure chest. This building, which Tian proudly designated as the members' dormitory, despite its size, required only common materials and would increase the territory score by 5,000. The location for the dormitory had long been reserved by Tian. Situated in the northeast corner of the city, he had observed that the native attacks predominantly originated from the northeast, thus situating the dormitory there for convenient access during battles. Particularly in the eastern part of the city, where strategic depth was lacking, rapid troop mobilization in times of crisis was essential. The construction materials included 1 million of medium stone, 10,000 glass, 300,000 iron, 100,000 copper, 500,000 wood, 20 F-level beast cores, 10,000 silver, 10,000 gold, and 50,000 heaven's Tao currency, summing up to 3.8 million heaven's Tao currency. Among these, medium stone was the most expensive, costing a total of 2 million, followed by gold at 1 million, glass at 100,000, silver at 10,000, iron at 30,000, and copper at 20,000. Despite the seemingly modest cost of the apartment building, the plethora of required materials piled up into small mountains. During the construction, Tian invited members of the territory, such as Fire Dragon, Cloud Dragon, and Cloud Fae, to witness this moment of joy. In the entire Heaven's Tao world, who could boast of a benevolent employer like him, investing millions of Heaven's Tao currency to establish luxurious dormitories for his employees? Indeed, the territory score was merely a secondary concern. Construction commenced. The design plans for the 4-unit, 5-story building were placed upon the 4th-level construction platform, and radiant beams of light enveloped the mounds of materials. As the brilliance dissipated, a brand-new building rose from the ground. The building comprised 4 units and 5 stories, with each floor containing 2 suites to the east and west, totaling 40 suites. This lord has observed your commendable recent performance, and thus has constructed this building for you. You are a total of 36 individuals. Please select 12 suites. Each suite contains 3 rooms. And shortly, I will provide water pipes, toilets, beds, tables, water purifiers, toiletries, daily necessities, and kitchen items. Tian earnestly addressed his excited employees. Initially contemplating assigning a suite to each leader, he reconsidered, believing it best for 3 individuals to share a suite for communal meals. The employees were immensely thrilled. As such, splendid accommodations were a rarity in the tribe. In an instant, their loyalty surged, reaching a remarkable 90. Tian employed the Heaven's Tao stone to scan for traitors, nodding in satisfaction upon finding none. Temporarily obscuring the Heaven's Tao stone, he patiently completed the miscellaneous tasks, then proceeded, free of distractions, to claim his rewards. After arranging 12 suites, Tian meticulously set up the water pipes connecting to the lake and the pipelines linked to the biogas pit, laboring until nightfall. Damn, after all this preparation, I've spent another one. 35 million, Tian lamented, realizing he was ill-suited for capitalism, being too considerate of his employees. Upon checking his Heaven's Dao currency, he found it at 40,130,000. The total expenditure from the seed nurturing chamber to the completion of the dormitory amounted to 12.2 million. Returning to the stream later that evening, he found 4 young ones joyfully playing in the water. Tian lifted the information block and claimed his rewards. The territory score registered at 250 points, elevating the territory to level 7. The next upgrade threshold stood at 1,000,000. Congratulations, Lord, for being the first challenger in Zone 66 to reach level 7. Your reward is 70,000 Heaven's Dao currency, 1 Wind Element Core, 1 Thunder Element Core, 1 Light Element Core, 1 Dark Element Core, 1 Gold Element Core, 1 Wood Element Core, 1 Water Element Core, 1 Fire Element Core, and 1 Earth Element Core. Congratulations, Lord, for being the first challenger in District 10086 to achieve level 7. Your reward is 700,000 Heaven's Dao currency and 1 SSS grade heavenly material. The 5 elements Holy Fruit Tree. Tian was left in a state of astonishment. All thoughts of other rewards faded, leaving only the 5 elements holy body etched in his memory. Upon detecting the Lord's awakening of the divine talent, the 5 elements holy body, his spiritual power permanently increased by 200, bringing his current spiritual power to 310. The 5 elements holy body, an innate method, comes with the 5 elements technique. Activating the 5 elements holy body allows the emission of 5 elements divine light, inflicting damage 3 times that of his spiritual power and disregarding all passive defensive talents and skills. After casting the 5 elements divine light once, the source would replenish after 3 hours. With this divine body, I shall no longer be a burden to the little ones. Wait, have I ever been a burden? Tian, having long sought the elusive spiritual power method, now finally attained it. Although he was aware that spiritual power could not be used in conjunction with physical strength, the unpredictable spells of spiritual power had always been his desire. In the future, he could also learn various martial techniques and continuously cast spells. Please select a location for the storage of gold. The Heaven's Dao stone reminded Tian once more. It turned out he had accumulated too much gold, and the space he occupied could no longer accommodate it. Place it. Tian swiftly dashed to the underground vault of the boutique warehouse, depositing the gold inside. As the gold was neatly arranged in rows, Tian's total gold reached 3.08 million units. Regarding the various elemental cores, Tian possessed 43 in total, with the Earth element core being the most abundant at 9. The SSS grade heavenly material, the 5 elements holy fruit, refined from the 5 elements spiritual chi, could enhance living beings' potential. The flowering and fruiting process required 10,000 months, yielding 24 fruits. Consuming them would enhance strength, physique, and agility by 50 each. Remarkable. But the consumption is rather excessive. In a moment of hesitation, Tian pondered whether to utilize the water of life. It is noteworthy that the cultivation of a 5 elements sacred fruit can yield 10 times the dragon blood sacred fruit. Selling 240 dragon blood sacred fruits would result in a substantial profit. Ultimately, Tian resolved to cultivate the 5 elements sacred fruit, but not at the present moment. He planned to do so on the 31st, the very day the grand assessment commenced. As the adversaries approached, he and the milk babies would each consume a 5 elements sacred fruit, thus creating a time differential. The strength of invaders is often correlated with that of their lord. Chapter 36. A storm is brewing at 11 o'clock in the evening. The wealth of the world. I have prepared the blueprints for the elemental warriors and the elemental cores. If you possess spirit fruits, I am ready to barter. Upon connecting the chat, the emperor directly stated his purpose, no longer keeping secrets. How did you manage that so quickly? Tian inquired, astonished that this individual had acquired 20 blueprints for elemental warriors in merely a day, an equivalent of at least 20 platinum treasure chests. Moreover, elemental cores are far more elusive. The emperor indeed has extensive connections. Tian had to concede that if the situation were reversed, he would be utterly at a loss. You list the spirit fruits, and I shall trade once I have reviewed them. The emperor smiled ambiguously, offering no further response. He was particularly eager regarding the enhancement of strength. Descending from his floor, Tian gathered 6 A-grade spirit roots, 6 B-grade spirit roots, and 1 vermilion fruit. S-grade vermilion fruit 1, A-grade jade spirit peach 1, black gold apple. In return, he sought to trade for 20 elemental cores, 20 elemental warrior blueprints. On the other side, the emperor calculated the attributes of the spirit fruits, confirming their accuracy before finalizing the trade. Wealth of the world, I still possess 10 blueprints for elemental warriors and 10 elemental cores. What do you intend to offer? After the completion of his objective, the emperor assumed a commanding demeanor, seemingly attempting to pressure Tian. Silver Xian fruit 1, tripetal tricolor fruit 1, thunder fruit 1. Fine. Let us trade. If not, then so be it. Tian promptly listed the spirit fruits that had originated from the Emperor's hand the previous day. How can this be possible? This is the spirit fruit tree I gave you yesterday. The Emperor exclaimed, taken aback. On Tian's side, the Emperor leapt from his grand bed. How can it be impossible? Are you unaware of wood spirit liquid? 1,000 drops of thunder fruit. 1,000 drops of tripetal tricolor fruit. 3,000 drops of silver Tian fruit. Tian began to persuade the Emperor. The cost is too exorbitant. A golden treasure chest only yields 3 drops, and a platinum treasure chest merely 10. The Emperor pondered, calculating that it was not worth the expense. Precisely because it is costly, I sell it at a premium. Huh? Do you think the heavenly Tao allows us to extract wood spirit liquid for naught? Are we to use the liquid obtained from golden and platinum treasure chests to cultivate cucumbers and potatoes? Tian retorted, then shifted his tone. I am amenable to working with you, hence the price is relatively low. I have invested several billion for the wood spirit liquid. I have underestimated your intentions. I also possess 12 blueprints and elemental cores, which are of no use to me, so I shall give them to you. Elemental cores 12, elemental warrior blueprints 12, in exchange for silver Tian fruit 1, tripetal tricolor fruit 1, thunder fruit 1. The Emperor found Tian's reasoning quite logical and was convinced to some extent. In his heart, he believed that the wealth of the world sought to enhance his own strength at any cost, hence the willingness to engage in trade. The Emperor, with his profound self-regard, thought Tian was attempting to win him over, which is why he was willing to barter. Of course, the Emperor was aware of Tian's high territory level and immense wealth, desiring to cultivate a friendship for long-term business relations. Providing Tian with a couple more elemental cores would not be a loss at all. Due to his background, the Emperor's vision surpassed Tian's, possessing a keener intuition. The trade was completed. Tian now held 32 designs for elemental warriors and elemental cores, coupled with the 3 designs he had yet to utilize. He possessed a total of 35. He intended to manufacture the warriors on the morning of the 31st, culminating in 36 elemental warriors equivalent to native golden warriors, an exhilarating prospect. Let the tempest come with greater ferocity. After exchanging pleasantries with the Emperor, Tian concluded the chat and returned to the villa, transitioning to the district channel. The inexplicable disappearance of the spring beast today was truly peculiar. It was rumored throughout the region that the spring beast had vanished from their district. I have a bold hypothesis. Could it be that some formidable figure in our district, in a fit of rage, exterminated the spring beast? Do not dismiss my words as mere folly. I have my logic. When the spring beast first appeared, its 3-dimensional power was merely 200, hovering at our district's periphery. Yet it dared not enter. It was fearful of a certain powerful individual within the district. Thus, the spring beast embarked on its path of enhancement, returning with a 3-dimensional power exceeding 300. When it passed through our neighbor in District 65, it still feared that individual. Hence it lingered there for 2 days to bolster its strength. The outcome is evident. Even with its enhanced power, the spring beast met its demise in our district. The Turtle Man tribe leader, Turtle Jia, articulated his analysis with conviction. Indeed, it is I, declared the Blackstone Star tribe, Mountain Da. Indeed, it is I, proclaimed the Goathead tribe, Yang Yang. Indeed, it is I, asserted the Heavenly Gift tribe, Skag. Indeed, it is I, affirmed the Earthling tribe, Tian. Indeed, it is I, echoed the Pigman tribe, Pig Biao. Clearly, none believed Turtle Jia's analysis. Although the spring beast possessed a 3-dimensional power of 300, even a lord with 500 could not subdue it. The lords were more inclined to believe that the spring beast would vanish after completing its task by the end of the month. Tomorrow would be the final day of tranquility. Tomorrow, there would be no work. It would be a day of well-deserved rest. The Heavenly Tao has allowed us a respite of over 10 days. Something significant may occur the day after tomorrow. I have heard that the lower the territory level, the simpler the assessment. Tomorrow, I shall dismantle the walls of my house, reducing my territory to level 0. What was mentioned upstairs is theoretically feasible. But how will you secure rewards for your territory? If there are no monthly rewards, what can one hope for in the summer? Life itself could be at stake. And yet there are still rewards to be had. These 2 points led to an unyielding dispute between both parties. As midnight approached, Tian closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. He had meticulously planned for the events that lay ahead. Rising at 5 in the morning, he practiced the celestial body refinement technique for an hour, followed by another hour of the 5 elements technique. After 7, he transitioned to the maternal role. During the early morning martial practice, Tian distinctly sensed that the spiritual energy during the circulation of the universe was double that of his usual experience. After an hour, his constitution increased by 1, and his strength augmented by 1, bringing his strength to 264 and his constitution to 255. Next came an hour devoted to cultivating spiritual energy. Every morning, from 6 to 7, is the optimal time for spiritual cultivation, often yielding remarkable results. The spiritual energy from heaven and earth was absorbed, circulating through his small and large microcosmic orbits, transforming into spiritual power. Of course, A complete cycle of the large microcosm does not necessarily equate to an increase of 1 point in spiritual power. Relying on his divine body, Tian practiced diligently during this prime hour, and his spiritual power increased by just 1 point, reaching a total of 311 points. The heavenly Tao roulette activated a 2-star lottery. Tian sat on the martial arts stage, directing his thoughts to the spinning lottery wheel. Today, his lottery points had reached 10, marking the 7th and 8th 2-star draws. The white wheel spun, initially landing on a special technological item. Ding! You have received 1 cleaning robot. The cleaning robot perceives any litter within the estate, powered by solar energy, requiring no management. After the appearance of a cleaning robot, Tian observed it closely, one hand wielding a vacuum, the other a peculiar tweezer-like device, with a large box strapped to its back. Its visage exudes a futuristic aura, yet it is not the artificial skin that Tian had envisioned. To his astonishment, this robot had even augmented the territory S points by 200. Master, may I assist you in any way? The cleaning robot inquired with a distinctly mechanical voice. From this day forth, you shall serve as the steward of the estate. Managing its environment, Tian entrusted the robot with this significant responsibility. Very well, master. It is my pleasure to serve you. The estate steward, having received its orders, departed with purpose. Once again, the 2-star lottery was activated. The initial draw had been quite satisfactory, akin to acquiring an additional high-tech janitor for 24 hours. This time, however, the lottery pointer landed on ordinary metal. Ding! Acquired 100 silver. Disappointment washed over him, for it was the most meager of rewards. Alas, Tian sighed, acknowledging that one cannot always expect to draw something extraordinary. This day unfolded with remarkable tranquility for everyone. In every major district, even the spring beasts had vanished. The challengers felt a palpable heaviness in the air, an oppressive sense of anticipation. Were they waiting for life or for death? None could articulate it. Presently, all were expending their Dao coins to construct fortified camps, procuring catapults, crossbows, and powerful bows. Many were also setting traps around the encampment, preparing to inflict casualties on any attackers before they even reached the stronghold. Some were more ruthless, positioning their camps atop hills, relying on falling rocks and rolling logs to deplete their foes. Each person displayed their unique ingenuity, whether through intellect or brute force. Those who could endure the trials would be richly rewarded. That evening, Tian distributed formidable weapons to 36 members and addressed them. He made it clear that this time, any kills would be rewarded with spiritual fruits, regardless of who achieved them, with the most basic being of B rank and the highest being SS rank. Given the limited availability of precious materials, it was impossible to provide each individual with rewards. Thus, this method was employed to bolster morale. Observing his subordinates infused with fervor, Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. On the 31st day, nearly everyone rose early, some having not slept at all. Tian was no exception. Today, he refrained from practicing martial arts, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to. First, he utilized 10,000 drops of life water to mature the 5 elements sacred fruits. Joining him in consuming these fruits, aside from the milk baby and Tian, were Xiaobai, Xiaolan, and Xiaohe. The 5 tiger generals abstained, having reached the limits of their potential, where distinctions between 200 and 250 were negligible. Lacking innate talent, they could not offer significant assistance on the battlefield. Even the 5 elements sacred fruits would not grant them any advancement. Indeed, the cost-effectiveness of the 5 tigers consuming these fruits was far too low. With 5 elements sacred fruits, Tian could generate profits of 10 million for each. This was no mere conjecture. It stemmed from witnessing the emperor's fervor for spiritual fruits and his conservative valuation of the 5 elements sacred fruits. Tian intended to seek out items that could genuinely catalyze transformation for the 5 tigers, akin to what Xiaolan and Xiaohe had experienced. A sentimental individual, Tian would not abandon the diligent 5 tiger generals. Should he encounter such items, regardless of the cost, he would acquire them. After distributing the 5 elements sacred fruits, none consumed them until Tian commanded them to do so. Additionally, he had already procured the materials necessary for creating elemental warriors, and the corresponding elemental cores were ready. Construction could commence at any moment. 2 hours later, a beast tide descended upon the Dao world, with its native inhabitants preparing to assault the lords in a bid to seize the Dao stones. At 7 o'clock, the Dao stones finally sounded an alarm. Manufacture. The schematic for the elemental warriors was placed on the weapon platform. With materials prepped, Tian's construction speed was rapid. An hour later, 35 elemental warriors stood before him. Greetings, master. Among these warriors, there were 2 of the metal element, 2 of the wood element, 5 of the water element, 7 of the fire element, 4 of the earth element, 3 of the wind element, 4 of the lightning element, 6 of the light element, and 2 of the dark element. These 9 types of elemental warriors possessed initial strength, agility, and constitution stats of 100, with a spiritual power value of 500. Each elemental warrior employed distinct methods of attack. For instance, the metal elemental warrior could unleash sword light every 5 seconds to strike foes, while its skill, sword rain, could release a barrage of sword strikes, inflicting massive damage. The Earth Elemental Warrior, 2, could launch a stone every 5 seconds, capable of injuring those with a constitution below 500. Its skill, Earth Explosion, allowed it to conjure a massive earth ball and hurl it into crowds for devastating effect. Chapter 37. The Assault Begins. The Water Elemental Warrior's basic attack involved shooting water arrows formed from water elements, while its skill, Ice Soul, allowed it to coalesce an ice arrow that, though not an area attack, increased its power by 50, capable of harming beings with a constitution below 750. The Wood Elemental Warrior would hurl wooden spikes for regular attacks. With its skill, Divine Spear, able to throw a gigantic wooden spear with similar strength. The Fire Elemental Warrior launched fireballs as its ordinary attack, while its skill, 9 consecutive fireballs, enabled it to unleash 9 fireballs instantaneously, injuring those below 750 in constitution. The Lightning Elemental Warrior's basic attack involved lightning strikes, with its skill, Lightning Kill, capable of summoning a large lightning bolt to harm those with a constitution below 750. The Light Elemental Warrior employed light balls for standard attacks, and could unleash a skill called Light Energy Sweep. Meanwhile, the Dark Elemental Warrior wielded shadow blades for regular attacks, with its skill, Shadow Kill, allowing it to create shadow clones to ambush adversaries. The creation of these elemental warriors cost Tian 56 million. At this moment, his balance of Dao coins stood at 34,900,000. The 35 elemental warriors contributed an increase of 7,000 points to Tian's territory score, bringing it to a total of 2,074,501,000. Activate all brass and silver mechanical guardians, Tian commanded. With this order, the cores of the mechanical guardians on every tower were absorbed. Then, led by the silver mechanical guardians, 101 mechanical warriors appeared atop the walls. Tian summoned the members of his territory and assigned tasks. Manhwa, you shall lead 9 warriors to guard the southern wall. Siwa, you will take 9 warriors to protect the western tower. Xiaobai, Xiaolan, Xiaohe, and the 5 tigers. You are to oversee the estate and prevent any beings from infiltrating it in any form. Dowa, Airwa, along with the fire dragon, cloud dragon, and cloud fae. Gather your people and assist me in defending the eastern and northern walls. Tian swiftly completed the task assignments. The main forces were positioned on the northeastern sides. For Tian had offended the three-eyed unicorn tribe and the ferocious beast bandits. Their assaults would likely follow the same trajectory. Understood, father. As you command. The others dispersed to fulfill Tian's orders. Time passed, second by second, and Tian seized the opportunity to consume the 5 elements' sacred fruits. His strength reached 317. Constitution 305, Agility 329, and Spiritual Power 311. The milk babies also saw an increase in their power after consuming the spiritual fruits, with Manhwa attaining a standard B-rank strength under the enhancement of battle spirits. Delwa's foundational strength approached 400, and with the awakening of his innate divine power, he became formidable. Airwa and Siwa required no further elaboration. One was support-oriented, while the other relied primarily on spiritual power for attacks. Xiaolan and Xiaohe boast nearly 500 in three-dimensional attributes, and when their skills are activated, they surpass 600, serving as the mainstay of the Guardian Manor. Xiaobai, however, falls short with merely over 300 in three-dimensional attributes. Tian dispatched personnel to herd all the chickens, cattle, and sheep into their pens, securing the doors to prevent them from wandering and falling prey to some indigenous inhabitants. Towering walls stand tall, with a mechanical sentinel positioned every 10 meters, while elemental warriors are stationed before the city towers, 9 in total, ever ready to heed Tian's command. Airwa, during the battle, you must remain hidden within the city tower, Tian solemnly instructed as the clock approached 9 o'clock. With the recent upgrade of his territory, the intensity of warfare was once more on the rise. Father, I can fight too, Airwa pouted, clenching her tiny fist and unleashing a surge of spiritual energy towards the heavens. This release of spiritual energy is possible for those with a level exceeding 200. After mastering the 5 elements technique, Tian would also be capable of such a feat. However, a mere release of spiritual energy, with 300 in energy, would only yield a 200 effect, rendering it an imprudent expenditure of power. None, including Tian, Dawa, or Manhwa, would resort to releasing spiritual energy in such a manner. Very well, stay close to me. In the event of an enemy siege, merely releasing your spiritual energy will suffice. Tian advised Airwa. He sensed that this time, a formidable indigenous adversary of golden caliber would surely emerge. To confront such entities, they would either rely on the elemental warriors to unleash their skills or execute formidable attacks alongside the little milk baby. Welcome, esteemed lords, to the end-of-month assessment. This past month has served as a protective period for the lords, devoid of significant challenges. However, the upcoming assessment will, to a certain extent, evaluate the growth achievements of the lords. Within this month, some territories have reached level 7, while others languish at a pitiful level 0. I cannot fathom how they managed this or what their intentions might be, but they will undoubtedly regret it after the assessment. The indigenous inhabitants assaulting the Lord's will. According to the rules, dispatch forces that are superficially comparable in strength to the Lord's own. Naturally, exceptions exist. Those who resort to extortion, threats, or other nefarious actions against the indigenous will face retribution. This assessment offers 2 types of rewards. The first is a kill reward. Slaying ordinary foes yields 10 Dao coins. Eliminating E-rank foes grants 100 Dao coins. D-rank foes yield 1,000 Dao coins. Slaying C-rank foes brings in 10,000 Dao coins. B-rank foes yield 100,000 Dao coins. A-rank foes grant 1,000 Dao coins. And S-rank foes reward 10,000 Dao coins. The second type of reward pertains to territorial achievements. The Dao Stone categorizes each level of territory into 3 stages: low, mid, and high. A level 1 territory can yield 1 to 3 black iron chests. A level 2 territory offers 1 to 3 bronze chests. A level 3 territory provides 1 to 3 silver chests. A level 4 territory can yield 1 to 3 gold chests. A level 5 territory offers 1 to 3 platinum chests. A level 6 territory provides 1 to 3 diamond chests. And a level 7 territory can yield 1 to 3 king level chests. In addition to these 2 types of rewards, victors will also acquire commendable spoils. Furthermore, following this assessment, the Dao Stone will unlock new capabilities to enhance communication and growth among the lords. Next month, a degree of difficulty will be introduced for the lords. Best of luck to everyone. I shall await your presence on the 31st of next month. The Dao Stone shimmered with a white light, and a voice resonated within the minds of every participant in the trial, succinct yet laden with information. The lords were astonished to learn that a level 7 territory had already emerged. In the 10086 region, aside from Tian, the highest territory levels belonged to a few level 4 territories. For them, the concept of a territory reaching level 7 was utterly incomprehensible. The monster district had gleaned through certain channels that a level 7 territory necessitates 200,000 territory points. Consequently, affluent individuals were striving to elevate their territories to level 6 in hopes of securing greater rewards during the assessment. Upon the emergence of level 7 territories, leaders in the monster district felt a sense of humility, realizing that there were indeed those more powerful than themselves. Meanwhile, those with level 0 territories, upon discovering the absence of treasure chest rewards, were filled with regret. Of course, some optimistic individuals remained unfazed, believing that the absence of a treasure chest was inconsequential as long as they could pass the assessment with ease. After all, in their territories, there was sustenance to sustain them. Tian was filled with anticipation for the king-level chests. The platinum chests already promised bountiful rewards. Acquiring a king-level chest would undoubtedly yield advancements far surpassing their current development, even if only by a fraction. Tian also received critical information regarding the superficial strength of the lords. What does superficial strength entail? Tian pondered whether innate talent constitutes a hidden strength of a lord. If so, with numerous gifted individuals within his territory, it would bestow a significant advantage upon him. Father, there are 3-eyed people to the north, and many of them. There are also monstrous beings with 2 horns. Shortly after the voice from the Dao Stone echoed, Erwa stood upon the battlements, pointing northward to alert Tian. 2 tribes? Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that there were indeed 2 tribes to the north. Dawa, head to the northern wall, and take 9 elemental warriors with you. First, go west and inform Siwa to assist you. The western front will be guarded by elemental warriors. Yunlong, Yunfei, you 2 take half the forces north to fend off the invaders. Tian did not depart, entrusting Dawa with the crucial task of safeguarding the northern city. Father, enemies are approaching from the east, riding various fierce beasts, as well as some mounted on birds. Just as Tian issued his command, Erwa tugged at his sleeve. Understood, Father, Tian replied without hesitation, already knowing that these were members of the beast bandits. This coalition of tribes attacking me must yield limited benefits. Tian pondered, perplexed as to how several indigenous factions could vie for a single Dao Stone and expect to share the spoils. My lord, there will be trading connections between the high priest and the shamans. They must have reached some form of agreement to divide the resources within your territory. Fire Dragon explained from behind Tian. Since they view me as prime prey, I shall ensure they break their teeth upon me, Tian mused, aware that his territory was rich in resources, not to mention the spiritual fruits and 3.08 million units of gold, which would undoubtedly leave the indigenous faction satiated. As he spoke, the enemies from the north had already crossed the grasslands. From his elevated vantage point, Tian could discern a throng of figures advancing with fierce determination, bearing battle flags emblazoned with their respective tribal totems. The Sanmu Du Jiao tribe boasts 500 bronze warriors, 50 silver warriors, and 1 golden warrior. Elder A Ling Dong, elder of the Sanmu Du Jiao tribe. Strength 550, Constitution 560, Agility 490. The Nyo-Rin-Zu Ding Tian tribe has 500 bronze warriors, 50 silver warriors, and 1 golden warrior. Nyoang, golden warrior of the Nyo-Rin-Zu Ding Tian tribe. Strength 600, Constitution 620, Agility 500. Information about these indigenous people flooded Tian's mind. The bronze warriors were unremarkable, yet among the 100 silver warriors, there were 50 in the early C rank, 40 in the mid-C rank, and 10 in the late C rank. As they entered the forested area from the grasslands, they disregarded the paths, charging recklessly. To the north of the lake, a few modest trees, having finally reached a height of 2 to 3 meters, were ruthlessly uprooted by these individuals, numbering in the hundreds. As they traversed through the ordinary forested areas, many of the smaller trees also met a similar fate at their hands. Particularly, the leader of this group, Nyoang from the Bullman tribe, towering at 3 meters, was akin to a bulldozer. A gentle kick from him reduced stout saplings to mere splinters. Tian, witnessing this destruction, felt a deep resentment, though the loss of these trees was but a trifling matter in the grand scheme of the territory. As a pioneer of afforestation and a guardian of the environment, he was profoundly appalled by their wanton destruction. Just wait. When I catch you, planting a few trees will not suffice as atonement. Tian pressed his palm firmly against the parapet. Roars echoed, a cacophony of ferocity, as a horde of fierce beasts surged into the eastern mist, exuding a palpable aura of menace. In that moment, it seemed as if the misty barrier had been shattered by their charge. "Haha, we have indeed breached the entrance," exclaimed a lion-headed man, mounted upon a lion. The shaman spoke of this territory brimming with gold and teeming with spiritual energy. Capturing it would surpass the conquest of myriad domains. Chapter 38. Ascending the city walls. This city is truly magnificent. The colorful edifices within rise majestically into the clouds, resembling a divine abode, demanding utmost vigilance. A man, appearing no different from a human, marveled at the structure of the War General Pavilion. His name was Gu Qianxiu, a member of the human race from the Tian Dao realm. Buildings reaching heights of 60 to 70 meters are exceedingly rare in this region. Moreover, the architectural form of the War General Pavilion is enigmatic, reminiscent of a natural mountain, crafted by divine hands. With just the two of us, alongside the leader of the heavenly department, subduing a mere lord would be a walk in the park. The shaman is overly cautious. Let us unite with those rustic folk and share the spoils. The lion-headed man, brandishing his copper-ringed broadsword towards the northern city tower, declared defiantly, casting a derisive glance at his companion. Humans are so timid. Does this man even deserve to stand alongside him as one of the 5 golden generals? The Beast Bandit Corps, each member mounted, is a standard configuration. While strength is one consideration, the sheer presence they exude is indeed intimidating. Gu Qianxiu, though slightly stronger than the wild lion, recognized the lion-headed man as the leader of this expedition and felt the weight of the trust bestowed upon him by Captain Tian Bao. The shaman's powers are ultimately finite. Relying solely on him cannot facilitate the entry of more individuals. There is a reason this territory can accommodate our 3 factions. Gu Qianxiu shook his head solemnly. Although gold is not the most precious currency, this lord possesses countless treasures of it. The shaman has indicated that there are opportunities more invaluable than gold. Only the strong are worthy of possessing such treasures. We must be the first to storm the war manor, showcasing the might of our Beast Bandit Corps. The lion-headed man patted the copper-ringed broadsword at his waist, asserting his strength. Mo Yin has broken the rules. The shamans have reached an agreement. Angering them is a burden neither you nor I can bear. Gu Qianxiu frowned, displeased by the arrogance and greed of the lion-headed man. Humph, let the enemy tremble. The lion-headed man disregarded Gu Qianxiu's words, gazing skyward. At that moment, a multitude of large birds swept over the cavalry. These birds, adorned in various hues, included eagles, storks, vultures, albatrosses, golden eagles, and other lesser flying beasts, ranging in strength from E to late C grade. Each of these majestic birds bore atop them feral bandits wielding formidable weapons. They soared with pride, their spirits as fierce as their flight, particularly at the forefront. A golden eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters carried a man with black wings, who, with a sword at his side and hands clasped behind his back, gazed indifferently at the eastern city gate, exuding an air of dominance. Tian took a slow breath, beginning to probe into the information regarding these bandits. There were 1,500 bronze bandits, 150 silver bandits, and 3 golden bandits. Among the silver bandits, 20 possessed attributes exceeding 400, while 50 surpassed 300. The bronze bandits averaged 300 in their 3 dimensions. There were 1,300 E-grade feral beasts, 300 D-grade feral beasts, and 50 C-grade feral beasts. Notably, 3 of the feral beasts served as mounts for the golden bandits, each surpassing 400 in their dimensions. The wild lion, one of the 5 golden generals of the Beast Bandit Corps, with strength 658, constitution 667, and agility 540. Gu Qianxiu, one of the 5 golden generals of the Beast Bandit Corps, with strength 680, constitution 685, and agility 630. Black Feather, the leader of the aerial division of the Beast Bandit Corps, with strength 590, constitution 609, and agility 647. Urwa. If it is confirmed that there are no enemies in the south for the time being, instruct Sanhwa to return with reinforcements, Tian directed. Father. A horde of feral beasts has appeared on the prairie beyond the southern mist, Urwa reported after using his far sight. Then never mind. Tian promptly abandoned the notion of summoning Sanhwa for support. He understood that if the feral beasts reached C-grade, they could potentially leap onto the city walls. Even the mobilization of soldiers from the western city gate was temporarily dismissed by Tian. The western city gate connected north and south, allowing for timely reinforcements to either the southern or northern gates. Only if Tian determined that the battles at the north and south gates were proceeding smoothly would he deploy the soldiers from the western city gate. Tian was more apprehensive about the unpredictable maneuvers of the feral beasts and native tribes, fearing they might split their forces to attack the western city gate. The Beast Bandit Corps did not charge in. Instead, they strolled leisurely towards the eastern city gate, as if awaiting their avian cavalry. All guards, heed my command. When the enemy approaches within 200 meters of the city, launch our ranged weapons. As the bandits drew closer, Tian grasped his horned bow and issued orders to the guards. You are to employ ordinary elemental attacks to eliminate C-grade enemies, and if the opportunity arises, unleash your skills to strike at the enemy leaders. Tian then commanded the elemental warriors. The skills of the elemental warriors are divided into two types: single-target explosive skills and area of effect attacks. Among them, wind, metal, earth, and light elements are designated for area attacks. Tian intended to have them unleash their skills directly, considering the 30-second cooldown was relatively brief. Other single-target explosive elemental warriors, however, must conserve their skills for targeting the 3 golden bandits of the Beast Bandit Corps. The tactics of the Beast Bandit Corps were abundantly clear. The avian warriors would ride their flying beasts into the heart of the war manor, drawing attention and providing cover for the main forces to breach the city. They would control the altitude before launching an assault on the city. Black Feather issued commands to his subordinates, signaling the commencement of the full-scale attack. The aerial cavalry, roaring with fervor, followed in Black Feather's wake, eager to penetrate the city and seize the first victory. Under Black Feather's leadership, the aerial cavalry had always been a source of pride for the Beast Bandit Corps. Today's battle would serve to perpetuate that honor. In the high skies, amidst the cries of birds and the shrieks of eagles, the feral beasts, though tamed, remained feral at heart. They flapped their wings in the heights, moving alongside their riders, soaring through the heavens, armed with blades and swords. The aerial cavalry surged forward with unrestrained fervor, as if victory was already clasped in one hand while the weapon was gripped in the other. Black Feather, invigorated, recalled the instructions and promises made by Captain Tian Bao before their departure, igniting a fierce passion within him. Today, he would return with the most bountiful spoils for the Beast Bandit Corps. The Beast Bandit Corps had always referred to themselves as such, also branding themselves as an adventurers group. They had never claimed the derogatory term bandit. Even when recognized by the laws of Tian Dao as a bandit force, they remained steadfast in their self-identification. Crack. Just as Black Feather and the aerial cavalry brimmed with confidence, believing victory was within their grasp, a bolt of lightning descended from an inexplicable origin, striking the dark-feathered creature soaring a kilometer above. The creature, caught unawares, met its demise in a flash, plummeting from the sky along with its rider. At such a height, even if it had not been struck, the fall would have rendered them into mere fragments. In the blink of an eye, not only were the aerial cavalry left dumbfounded, but even Gu Qianxiu and the Mad Lion were taken aback. Seizing the moment, 2 sea eagles swooped down from above the war manor, targeting the aerial cavalry that were about to fly over the city walls. Xiao Lan and Xiao He did not require the activation of their bloodline talents. Their passive abilities granted them a 30 increase in aerial combat prowess, coupled with formidable attributes exceeding 400, undeniably B-class strength. They plunged into the ranks of the aerial cavalry like eagles among chickens, their claws, sharp beaks, and wings serving as their weapons. With powerful flaps of their wings, they struck down the flying cavalry with devastating force. Most of the aerial cavalry were of C or D rank, bereft of their mounts. They would surely meet a gruesome fate upon impact, with no chance of survival. The landbound beasts and brigands below had no means to catch the falling aerial cavalry. Without the organization of the Dark Feathers, these aerial warriors were utterly defenseless. Some sought to retreat, attempting to escape the onslaught of the sea eagles, while others, more resolute, made the bold decision to summon their beasts and charge into the war manor. Xiao Lan and Xiao He, unable to eradicate them completely in such a short span, focused on eliminating the strongest among them. Even if the remaining aerial cavalry all descended upon the manor, they would still face Xiao Bai and the 5 tiger generals. Ultimately, only a handful of them fell into the manor, among which was a solitary silver brigand. With a fierce roar, Xiao Bai and the 5 tigers, having long awaited, swiftly dealt with the fallen brigands within a minute. As for their mounts, The disparity in strength posed no threat to Xiao Bai and the five tigers. This lightning strike had originated from Siwa atop the North City Tower. The dark-feathered creature fell squarely within Siwa's divine lightning range. To alleviate the pressure on his father, Siwa unhesitatingly expended 30 of his spiritual energy to unleash the heavenly thunder. Attack! This was a divine talent that could not be employed perpetually. Little ones, slay the vile lord. The captain awaits our triumphant return. After a moment of shock, the Mad Lion, witnessing the aerial cavalry being dismantled by the two sea eagles, resolutely commanded the cavalry to charge. He and Gu Qianqiu could hardly believe that the aerial cavalry, organized at great cost by the Beast Brigade, had been so swiftly annihilated. It is well known that taming fierce birds is exponentially more difficult than subduing ferocious beasts. This represented nearly all of the avian beasts within the Beast Brigade. Having suffered an initial setback, the Mad Lion could not afford to falter. The captain placed immense importance on this assault. The Beast Brigade did not tolerate the presence of the useless, and retreat was not an option for the Mad Lion. He could only press forward. He hoped fervently that his suspicions were correct. Talent is inherently limited. If it could be unleashed indefinitely, it would be utterly unreasonable. After issuing his orders, over 1,000 brigands, one hand gripping swords and other weapons, and the other clutching climbing tools, known as siege ropes, prepared for the assault. These siege ropes, appearing as sturdy as steel yet supple as beast sinews, would spring back upon being cut, making them exceedingly difficult to sever. Crafted by wizards, these ropes could withstand numerous strikes, even from B-class weaponry. Once bound to the parapets, they would automatically form a tight knot, difficult to untie. In the first wave, 100 brigands, aided by the rope's elasticity, soared toward the city walls. The second wave consisted of over 200, ready to scale the walls, significantly increasing the pressure on the defenders. Tian, relentlessly drawing his bow, had already felled over a dozen silver brigands. Yet, more brigands surged forth like ants. The sight of nearly 1,000 ascending the walls was nothing short of spectacular. The bronze mechanical guards, with limited throwing speed, managed to shoot down several dozen before hastily switching to long spears, preparing for close combat. Huolong, Yun Tao, and others had been poised for this moment. Having trained tirelessly, today, they would demonstrate their loyalty to the Lord. One brigand, reaching the parapet and barely exposing his head, was instantly impaled by Huolong's spear. The bronze mechanical guards maintained a significant advantage in defending the city. However, the scattered enemy forces gradually allowed some brigands, particularly those of the later silver tier, to breach the walls. The bronze mechanical guards were no match for these silver tier brigands, and one by one, they began to crumble like rusted scrap metal. Despite their fearlessness, the destruction of their comrades did not waver the resolve of the bronze mechanical guards. With their mastery of the spear, they could still momentarily contend with the early silver brigands. Yet, those who first scaled the walls were swiftly met with the might of the earth element warriors, who struck one down with a clod of earth. Huolong, wielding his large gun, showed no mercy in slaying these former comrades, cunningly targeting the bronze brigands. When encountering silver brigands, he would strike twice before retreating, luring them toward the element warriors for resolution. Yun Tao, Yun Hai, and Yun Che excelled in speed. As early silver tier combatants, they effortlessly dispatched ordinary early silver brigands. Their agility allowed them to swiftly eliminate the bronze brigands. However, the formidable tiger cannot withstand the pack of wolves. As more bandits ascend the city walls, their struggle becomes increasingly arduous. Boom. Two fire elemental warriors find themselves besieged by silver bandits, their ordinary attacks charging up. They can only unleash their skills. In less than a second, 9 fireballs are released. Each fire elemental warrior can target one individual or simultaneously strike 9 foes. The 2 fire elemental warriors swiftly eliminate over a dozen bandits scaling the walls, including 7 or 8 silver bandits. A water elemental warrior, having just released a standard water arrow, is forced to employ an ice arrow to dispatch a silver bandit charging towards him. The elemental warriors, faced with an unrelenting tide of enemies, find themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 39. Victory. Howling Moon Silver Wolf. All elemental warriors, fall back. Form teams, half to attack, half to defend. After issuing his command, Tian discarded his horned bow and drew his longsword, swiftly striking at a bronze goblin that had just scaled the city. Before the goblin could react, Tian severed its throat with a single stroke. As another goblin appeared poised to smash a bronze automaton guardian, Tian unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that sent the goblin tumbling. After a silver automaton guardian dispatched a bandit, it turned and crushed the goblin with its halberd. A piercing eagle cry echoed through the air as 2 sea eagles returned, having hunted down the bandit aerial cavalry. They soared past the eastern wall, one eagle snatching a silver bandit and soaring hundreds of meters into the sky before dropping him brutally. They then swooped down again, targeting the mid to late stage silver bandits for elimination. For a time, the battle reached a stalemate, with the bandits unable to breach the defenses. The 3 area attack elemental warriors had fully charged their skills for a second round, significantly dampening the bandits' morale as they pressed against the walls. Brother Mad Lion. The enemy possesses overwhelming high-tier combat power. If we hesitate, we will never prevail. Our losses are already severe, even if we manage to win. We cannot bear the captain's wrath, Gu Qianxiu said, his brow furrowed as he turned to Mad Lion. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Gu Qianxiu urged. We must act. We will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. We cannot allow those two country bumpkins to breach the city first and seize all the spoils. Mad Lion, contemplative, shared Gu Qianxiu's concerns. The dispersion of fireballs and the restraint of ice arrows ignited an idea within him. He glanced at Tian, who was wreaking havoc atop the walls, realizing that Tian was a challenger who intended to capture the leader first. Charge! With resolve, Mad Lion seized his copper-ringed saber, mounted his lion, and prepared to leap onto the city wall. His lion, possessing late-stage silver strength, could easily vault the walls. Gu Qianxiu rode a black panther, which excelled in leaping, making it even easier for him to ascend. Fear not, my warriors. The time has come to slay the malevolent lord, and I shall reward you handsomely. Mad Lion shouted as he galloped forward. After reaching a certain distance, he gave his lion a pat, and together they soared towards the walls. 5 elements divine light. Amidst the chaos, Tian unleashed the essence within him, thrusting his left palm forward. A beam of divine light encompassing gold, wood, water, and fire elements shot forth towards Mad Lion. He had been keeping an eye on the 2 gold bandits, believing they would remain cowardly. Yet, they could no longer contain themselves and entered Tian's attack range. The brilliance reached its zenith, leaving no room for evasion. The annihilating divine light, infused with nearly 1,000 points of destructive force, obliterated Mad Lion along with his lion, leaving no chance for survival. Mad Lion barely had time to express shock and disbelief. Gu Qianxiu, along with his panther, froze mid-air, their expressions one of utter bewilderment. In that fleeting moment, a shadow elemental warrior created a shadow clone armed with a dark elemental blade, lunging at Gu Qianxiu. A seasoned warrior with decades of combat experience, he instinctively dodged, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, his panther met a grim fate, slain by the shadow clone. Gu Qianxiu plummeted to the ground, but before he could land, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking him down. Boom! Gu Qianxiu's head rang with a dull thud as he collapsed, uncertain of his fate. Though the lightning was far less potent than Siwa's divine thunder, it proved devastating for anyone with a physique below 750. In an instant, the tide of battle reversed. The 2 golden leaders made a dramatic entrance, exuding an air of invincibility, and their casualties sent shivers down the spines of the bandits. Many, undeterred by death, were driven by an insatiable thirst for victory. When hope for triumph faded, however, fear filled their hearts. At that moment, the eastern city gates swung wide open, revealing a silver warrior leading a full 100 bronze warriors charging forth to cut off the bandits' retreat. This was the garrison from the western gate. After confirming that the western mountainous region posed no threat, Tian promptly ordered Erwa to lead all the defenders from the western gate to support the eastern gate, intending to conclude the battle there before regrouping forces to aid the northern gate. Additionally, 9 elemental warriors from the western gate leapt onto the walls, initiating ordinary attacks before unleashing their skills. The bandits atop the walls, now paralyzed with fear, suffered heavy losses. Retreat! Retreat! Amid the chaos, a silver bandit shouted, and the remaining bandits lost their will to fight, recklessly leaping from the walls. However, the skies were patrolled by sea eagles, and 100 bronze warriors awaited on the ground to encircle them. The 18 elemental warriors on the wall relentlessly reaped lives. Defeat fell upon them like an avalanche. Surrender meant survival. Those who resisted faced merciless slaughter. After some time, as the bandits quaked in fear, Tian shouted, "Those who surrender shall be spared." The terrified bandits, as if granted amnesty, dropped their weapons one after another, kneeling in submission, whether atop the walls or below. Tian collected their arms while retrieving the handcuffs and shackles he had prepared from the city tower. Next came the purging of the vicious beasts, resources that would also serve as rewards. 9 warriors and 150 bronze automaton guardians set forth to eliminate the beasts. Bai Hu led the 5 tigers and Yun Tao to guard the captives. Tian, accompanied by the remaining 9 warriors and Xiao Lan and Xiao He, made his way to the northern gate for support. The intensity of the assault at the northern gate was not as fierce as at the eastern gate, but the ground was still strewn with corpses. A portion of the bandits had managed to scale the walls. Siwa unleashed flames, mercilessly incinerating indigenous warriors. He even released a burst of 7-colored true fire, reducing the elder of the 3-eyed unicorn tribe to ashes. At this point, Siwa's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of casting divine thunder again. After a brief skirmish, Dawa finally activated her innate divine power, wielding a massive iron spear. She struck down her foes with lethal precision, causing fatal injuries with every encounter. In a matter of seconds, she felled dozens of silver warriors, while many bronze warriors succumbed to the shockwave. Niuang, having underestimated his opponents, was swiftly overwhelmed by 3 elemental warriors unleashing their skills at the onset of battle. Despite his tough exterior, he was left battered and barely able to continue. When Tian arrived, he observed that the enemy was on the verge of retreat. He instructed Yun Fei and Yun Long to capture a batch of prisoners if necessary, while leaving behind 9 elemental warriors and the hawk, Heidonking, to guard the escape route of the indigenous tribe. He then set off alone towards the south gate. Upon reaching the south gate, Tian was met with 2 extremes, the bronze automatons and elemental warriors defending against the ferocious beasts that had leaped onto the city walls, while below, Manhwa exuded a radiant white light, effortlessly navigating through a throng of beasts. An A-grade silver wolf clamped onto Manhwa, yet he remained unscathed, effortlessly retaliating with a punch that sent the wolf flying. With the indestructible might of Manhwa, boasting over 1,000 in physical strength, and his spiritual power merging with his skin, he became impervious to blades and arrows. As Manhwa drew considerable fire, the few beasts that had managed to ascend the walls were swiftly dealt with by the elemental warriors and bronze automatons. Noticing that fewer than 100 beasts remained, Tian leaped down from the wall to fight alongside Manhwa. The bronze automatons also opened the city gates, engaging the remaining beasts head-on. With the strength to move mountains, Tian wielded his sword to slay a wild bull. Following that, he unleashed several more strikes, bringing the battle to its conclusion. The assault on the south gate had not been extensive, with a total of just over 500 beasts. Manhwa seized the lone A-grade beast and unleashed a flurry of blows upon it. The silver wolf, despite its impressive defenses, remained alive. Manhwa, hold on a moment. Upon inspecting the wolf, Tian discovered that it possessed SS-grade potential, just entering its maturation phase, making it worth taming. The silver wolf was rendered defenseless, and after Manhwa ceased his assault, Tian leapt onto its back, activating his taming skill, Initiate Beast Taming. LV5 Taming Skill, Success Rate 50. Detecting the wolf's mental strength at 260 and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf at 80, Tian's mental strength doubled the success rate by 10, raising it to 70. Yet, the attempt failed. As their mental strengths clashed, Tian felt a sharp pain in his head, his spiritual energy rebounding. An irksome voice echoed in his mind, lamenting the failure despite a 70 chance of success. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf, agitated, howled, and struggled violently. Yet, Tian remained steadfast atop it, bolstered by his strength. Had he not activated the strength to move mountains, he might have been thrown off. Do you dare resist, father? Manhwa delivered a punch to the wolf's head, leaving it dazed and howling in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Tian initiated the taming once more. This time, his mental energy effortlessly entwined with that of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Success. Species, Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Potential, SS, Strength, 580. Constitution, 610. Agility, 580. Mental Strength, 80. Loyalty, 80. Talent 1, Howling Moon, an SS-grade talent that enhances combat power by 50 under moonlight. Talent 2, Bloodline of the Celestial Wolf, an SS-grade talent that boosts all 3 attributes by 70 for 100 seconds. After examining the talents of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, Tian realized that it had activated its abilities but had not broken through Manhwa's indestructible form. Once the talents faded, it would be vulnerable. The strongest offense is indeed a solid defense, a saying that perfectly applies to Manhwa. However, the disparity in attributes between Manhwa and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was significant. Under the moonlight, the wolf would likely prevail. Congratulations, Lord, on taming the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Mental strength increased by 50. Current mental strength, 310. Detecting the presence of an SS-grade potential entity in the Lord's territory. Territory points increased by 2,000. Tian noted that there were over 50 injured and surviving beasts. All were captured, even if some were C-grade beasts. Tian had no intention of taming them. He understood that with his mental strength exceeding 300, taming beasts of B-grade potential or lower would no longer increase his mental strength. Should he tame these beasts, they could not be put up for auction. Akin to a lord's contract, Tian, without needing to consult the auction house, was well aware that the price for meat would plummet, cheaper than cabbage. Thus, living beasts would fetch a higher price than their deceased counterparts. Welcome to my territory. From now on, you shall be called Xiaoyu, he said, patting the head of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. The wolf let out a sigh, appearing quite dejected. The system detected that the Lord had passed the assessment. Calculating the rewards in Tian Dao coins, total kills and captures of beasts and indigenous individuals amounted to a reward of 7 million Tian Dao coins. The treasure chest rewards would be distributed after all Lord assessments concluded. Tian mused that a small fraction of the beasts had likely escaped. Tian Dao coin balance, 41. 9 million. Now was the time to clear the battlefield, as the area surrounding the city was a chaotic mess. Returning to the north gate, Tian discovered 250 prisoners crouched beneath the walls, along with over 100 severely injured individuals, including Niuang, bound tightly with alloy chains. At the east gate, 350 bandits had been captured, along with 100 severely injured, including the leader, Guqianqiu. In terms of losses, 100 bronze automatons had perished across 3 city walls, while the silver automatons and elemental warriors remained unscathed. Among Tian's 36 subordinates, 13 were injured, 2 of whom were severely wounded. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. In Tian's medicinal garden, a B-grade healing herb had ripened, perfect for treating injuries of this level. He ordered the collection of all corpses within and outside the city, gathering them together. Queen, it is regrettable that your assault has failed. In light of your bravery, I respect the fallen. I intend to return the bodies of your tribe to you. Tian messaged the queen of the three-horned tribe, referencing their transaction history. With the sheer number of corpses, disposal was unfeasible. As summer approached, Tian feared leaving them outside, as wild beasts would not consume them all, potentially leading to disease. He sought to return them to the three-horned tribe, hoping for some benefit in return. After questioning earlier, he found no significant leverage, if there was any. It was Nuong. Following a transaction with the emperor, Tian's mind was now sharp, realizing that selling these prisoners back to their original tribe would be far more advantageous than at the auction house. Moreover, selling to other lords posed the risk of exposing coordinates. However, Tian found it impossible to contact the Nyo Rin tribe's Ding Tian tribe. How could it be? Our two tribes and the beast bandits united. How could we not conquer you? Soon, the queen responded in shock. The truth is undeniable. You have no choice but to believe it. Three-horn tribe communication crystal ball 5. Tian retrieved 5 communication crystal balls from the spoils of the three-horn tribe. How are our warriors faring? Upon seeing the crystal ball, the queen's hope diminished. After a moment of silence, she replied, around 350, including your elder, though his body is no longer present. Tian responded, you wicked lord, why are you so ruthless? The queen scolded Tian. She felt as if the sky were about to collapse. Their tribe boasted a population of hundreds of thousands. Yet the number of bronze warriors and above barely reached a few thousand. With over 500 bronze warriors lost, including an elder, the very foundation of their tribe was shaken. Today, their tribe was not only attacking the three-eyed unicorn tribe, many black iron and bronze warriors were also assaulting other lords. However, when compared to the situation with the three-eyed unicorn tribe, it was as if a minor sorcerer stood before a great sorcerer. Why? I have no idea. Why are you attacking me? Tian remained unfazed by the queen's fury. If the defenses of Tian were breached, what would the outcome be? Chapter 40. Extortion and bountiful spoils. Surely, you would not allow our warriors to return home without recompense. After a moment of calm, the queen continued to send messages to Tian. Of course, I have always held respect for warriors, came Tian's reply. However, I currently have 150 captives from the three-eyed unicorn tribe, among whom are over a dozen silver warriors, along with 50 severely injured individuals. If you wish to obtain these captives, a price must be paid. Just as Tian finished his message, another one quickly followed. Godstones, perhaps? How many? The queen inquired, her mind racing with the thought of Tian's history of extortion. I do not seek godstones. I desire gold. Tian responded. There are 2 reasons for rejecting the godstones. Firstly, Tian's territory is sufficiently vast, yet trustworthy individuals are in short supply. He cannot control additional lands. And should a disaster strike, the time taken to traverse the territory is incalculable. Secondly, Tian realized that godstones are not particularly rare. With countless populations across the universe, godstones are available in vast quantities. Tian was untroubled about acquiring godstones in the future. If necessary, once his power grows, he could reclaim these tribes. In the predator-prey dynamic, the strong devour the weak. There is no morality among hostile forces. Therefore, there is currently no need to hoard godstones. Extorting gold, which possesses greater potential for appreciation, is the superior option. In the realm of the heavenly Tao, it can be concluded that a greater quantity of heavenly Tao coins signifies a more powerful territorial strength. Moreover, Tian was uncertain about the value of godstones. He understood that if he demanded godstones, the three-eyed unicorn tribe would hardly be able to provide many. How much gold do you require? The queen was also reluctant to part with godstones, as they could enhance the tribe's strength and prolong the lives of their warriors. Moreover, each godstone was obtained at the cost of lives from the tribe's bravest, due to the fog of the lords. The likelihood of the natives dying within their territory was exceedingly high. The collisions between the lords and the natives resulted in devastating casualties for the latter. However, godstones could rapidly foster a new generation of immensely powerful native tribes. The forces across countless regions in the realm of the heavenly Tao were being reshuffled due to the arrival of the lords. Not much. Given the pricing of gold in the heavenly Tao world, I demand 500,000 units, Tian proclaimed boldly. This was 10 times the price of slaves before the 31st. Starting tomorrow, a significant drop in slave prices is inevitable. Many lords would capture slaves, and everyone would want to sell them, leading to a race to lower prices and offload their captives. Impossible. Our tribe does not possess that much gold. The queen flatly refused. I do not believe you. Gold is your fundamental currency. How could a tribe that has existed for thousands of years lack gold reserves? I say this in earnest, and I hope you will reconsider. Tian concluded, preparing to sever communication regarding the godstones. Tian did not believe the queen's words. Lord, I agree to your terms. Let our warriors go free. Just then, a new message appeared. Upon seeing the tone of the message, Tian realized it was not the queen, but rather the king of the three-eyed unicorn tribe. Very well. Prepare the gold. I have the captive Nyong and 100 captives in my possession. Have the spokesperson from your tribe contact me. If I do not hear from you today, I shall sell these individuals. Tian knew that the three-eyed unicorn tribe must have contact information for the Tian Ding tribe. Additionally, if you are on hostile terms with the Tian Ding tribe, I could assist you in eliminating their golden warriors for a modest price. Tian added at the end, no need. We have been allies for hundreds of years. How could we betray one another? The king of the three-eyed unicorn tribe replied coldly. Tian fell silent. He had hoped to exploit some discord between the tribes for profit. Soon, the three-eyed unicorn tribe prepared 500,000 in gold, ready to trade back 150 captives and the bodies of their fallen. Within half an hour, the Tian Ding tribe made contact with Tian. Lord, consider yourself fortunate this time. The next time the barrier weakens, it will be your demise, Tian, the king of the Tian Ding tribe, declared upon contacting Tian. Enough with the chatter. Produce the 500,000 units of gold from the heavenly Tao world to reclaim Nyong and over 100 captives, as well as 50 severely injured individuals. The bodies of your fallen will be given without charge. Should you refuse, I will cast the bodies out of the territory to feed the beasts and sell the captives outright. Tian retorted sharply. Let us proceed with the transaction. After a moment of silence, Tian relented. The natives and lords could not be compared when it came to the extraction of gold. For the natives, gold was merely currency, nothing more. It was not even considered high-end currency. Godstones were high-end, while beast cores represented mid-tier currency. As arrangements were made, 2 small golden mountains appeared outside the northern city gate. The bodies would be treated with respect, and the injured would receive care. However, before the transaction, Tian gave Nyong a beating. Greedy lord, my Tian Ding tribe and I, the Nyo people, shall never coexist peacefully. After the successful transaction, Tian began cursing again. If you have the capability, continue your attacks. Next time, the price will not be the same. The Nyo people are capricious. Are they? With that, Tian ceased to concern himself with Tian. In the transaction message, he sought out the ID of Tian Bao. Tian Bao, what are you doing? Tian sent a message. At that moment, in a corner of the heavenly Tao world, within a castle nestled in a forest, when Tian Bao learned that the attacking forces against the evil lord had been completely annihilated, he nearly smashed the castle into pieces. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao crystal ball on the table emitted a glow, drawing Tian Bao's attention to the message. Caught off guard, he exclaimed, and then smashed the table to splinters. Next time, I will personally come for you and twist off your head to use as a goblet. Tian Bao seethed, exhaling deeply. He would not forget the humiliation of being extorted, nor would he ever forget the pain of his son losing a leg. Setting aside the next time, I inadvertently captured 450 captives. Do you wish to redeem them? Tian inquired. Indeed, there were 450 individuals in total, comprising lightly injured, severely injured, and unscathed. A bunch of useless wretches. What would I want with them? Tian Bao disdainfully replied. Tian frowned at his response, thinking, I am speaking kindly. Yet this is the attitude I receive. However, he quickly understood. The Beast Bandits were merely an organization that emphasized survival of the fittest. They were akin to the heroes of Liangshan Marsh, each standing alone, yet their collective spirit paled in comparison to that of the Liangshan heroes. Both the Tian Ding tribe and the three-eyed unicorn tribe existed in a familial context, where one member was connected to a network of relatives, and they were willing to pay a high price for their kin. It is evidently implausible for the ruthless Tian Bao to redeem captives with a significant amount of gold. However, what shall be done with the over 1,000 corpses? The carcasses of ferocious beasts can be sold at an exceptionally low price. Yet the remains of sentient beings cannot be disposed of in such a manner. Your band of marauders appears indifferent even to golden warriors. How about this? If you are willing to part with 2 divine stones, I shall hand over the captives, along with Gu Qianqiu and the bodies of your fallen comrades. Tian said, his eyes glinting with cunning as he addressed Tian Bao. Agreed. Tian Bao replied without a moment's hesitation, surprised at such a fortunate turn of events. He assumed that Tian was merely inflating his demands in order to abandon the captives. 2 divine stones would not hinder him in his pursuit of breaking through. Very well. I shall first provide you with the bodies and the critically injured free of charge. Once the captives have completed their tasks, we shall negotiate for the divine stones. Tian responded. Tian Bao, oblivious to any underlying issues, confirmed the transaction as Tian arranged a pile of corpses and wounded individuals. Apologies, I misspoke earlier. It is actually 200 divine stones, or 2 million units of heavenly gold. If that is acceptable, let us proceed with the transaction. Tian added. Realizing he had been deceived, Tian Bao's expression soured. The notion of parting with 200 divine stones, or 2 million units of heavenly gold, was utterly preposterous. He was on the verge of advancing to a platinum-level warrior and required divine stones desperately. "The Lord awaits. I demand your demise." A piercing roar echoed through the forest. "It appears your commander is unwilling to redeem you. Are you not worth even 10 divine stones? His worthless son is worth at least that." Concealing the divine stones, Tian gazed at Gu Qianxiu with a smile. Gu Qianxiu, disheveled and in a state of distress, bore a physique of 685. He had survived the onslaught of lightning elemental warriors, showcasing some resilience. Gu Qianxiu exhibited commendable strength, yet remained a member of the human race. Capturing him would bolster the territory with a high-end combat capability. Though Gu Qianxiu's martial prowess was average, he hailed from a prominent clan in Feng Nation, endowing him with a certain level of insight and experience. Should the Lord not find him unworthy, he would be eager to offer his services. Gu Qianxiu performed a complex bow, recognizing that the individual before him, despite appearing average in strength, possessed latent abilities capable of easily ending his life. As they drew closer, Tian's subtle yet palpable power became apparent. He was a qi refining master. The distinction of a qi refining master lies in their cultivation through meditation, relying on their own energy. While mages share similarities with qi refining masters, there exists an essential difference. Mages draw upon divine power, either through direct invocation or as a medium, whereas qi refining masters depend solely on their innate strength. At the moment of his capture, Gu Qianxiu had resigned himself to despair. Tian Bao was merciless and devoid of compassion. It was absurd to think he would redeem him. "This is the Lord's covenant. Upon signing, our fates shall intertwine, prospering together or suffering together," Tian declared, presenting Gu Qianxiu with the covenant. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gu Qianxiu pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to seal the covenant, thus officially becoming a subject of the territory. The territory's points increased by 200, now totaling 204. 650, after a deduction of 5,000 for the loss of 100 copper automatons. Now a captive, Gu Qianxiu disregarded his tattered clothing and singed hair. Promptly assuming his role, he commanded the captives to begin their labor, slaughtering the ferocious beasts. An inept goblin, slow to respond, was sent flying by a swift kick from Gu Qianxiu. The bounty of beast carcasses was overwhelming. Tian selected only those he deemed delectable, such as cattle, pigs, and deer, to be slaughtered and stored in the underground ice house for future sustenance. He estimated the quality of the meat to be superb, totaling 350,000 kilograms. The remaining beast carcasses, after extracting their cores, were sold at half the market price, inclusive of hides and sinews, with each beast fetching merely 1,000 heavenly coins, a clear case of vicious competition. With no other options, faced with over 1,000 corpses, the auction house was inundated with ferocious beast remains, causing a significant drop in prices for hides and sinews, while core prices saw a slight decline. Ultimately, 1.5 million heavenly coins were credited to Tian's account. In addition to the heavenly coin reward, he salvaged a considerable amount of loot from the invaders. They carried, alongside the cores from the ferocious beasts, a total of 13,550 F-grade cores, 1080 D-grade cores, 215 C-grade cores, and 3 B-grade cores. Based on pre-assessment market values, this bounty was approximately valued at 30 million heavenly coins. And even now, it was worth 20 million. Moreover, he acquired over 3,000 weapons. Though a substantial portion were E-grade, these weapons held greater value than the beast cores. Chapter 41. The king-level treasure chest. After everything was tidied up, night had already fallen. A faint scent of blood lingered outside the city, which could not be masked even by a fresh layer of soil. The city walls remained steadfast, fortified by the presence of the town guardian stones, sustaining no damage throughout the ordeal. Managing the 350 captives and 50 ferocious beasts proved to be quite a headache for Tian. However, the slave and beast markets were reeling from the repercussions of this assessment, experiencing a significant downturn. The price of slaves paled in comparison to that of weapons of equivalent rank. Tian's captives were of D and C rank, sellable, but far from his expectations. What purpose would they serve if left behind? The damaged trees had regrown in no time. Should he wait for the crops to mature? Tian pressed his forehead in frustration. With the captives and beasts outside the city, he was compelled to dispatch over 10 elemental warriors and a few subordinates to guard them. With 300 copper automatons remaining, Tian had no intention of producing more. D-grade strength could not keep pace with his ambitions. The eastern and northern gates continued to maintain 100 copper automatons on standby at the city towers, while 50 were stationed at the western and southern gates. As for the rewards Tian had promised his subordinates, he had not forgotten. The 6 C-rank warriors would each receive an A-grade spirit fruit, while the remaining one would receive a B-grade spirit fruit. Tian encouraged his subordinates to work diligently when opportunities arose and to hone their martial skills during idle times. Upon receiving the spirit fruits, his subordinates were overwhelmed with emotion eager to seize their blades and plunge into battle once more. What is this? It is already dark, and my king-level treasure chest has yet to be issued. Could it be that the lords and invaders are playing a game of hide and seek, and I cannot catch them? Tian was filled with discontent, fearing the king-level treasure chest would be pilfered. He promptly opened the regional channel to check on the situation of others. The regional channel was rife with lamentations. Some expressed relief, others weariness, some wept, and others were engulfed in confusion. Has anyone received their treasure chests? Asked Tian, the Earth Dweller. Thanks for the reminder. I had almost forgotten my treasure chest was yet to be issued, exclaimed Yang Yang, the sheephead. I fared well. My territory just reached level 3, so I can barely open a silver treasure chest. Yet, why hasn't the chest arrived? I defeated several of those hideous invaders in under 10 minutes. Lamented Zhu Biao of the Pigman tribe. Truly fierce upstairs. I'm fortunate to have eliminated 2 with traps. Otherwise, I would have been in peril. Noted Ma Rulong of the Celestial Horse tribe. The wealth gap is widening. I opened 3 bronze treasure chests. I heard there are level 7 great beings who can open king-level treasure chests in the heavenly Tao world. I am uncertain about what treasures await in the royal treasure chest. The Turtle Man tribes Goagia. Indeed, I cannot believe that such individuals would perish at the first hurdle. The Blackstone Star's human tribe, Shandashan. The esteemed Tian is at least at level 4, if not 5. May I inquire how many territorial points are necessary for such an ascent? The Pigman tribe's Zhubiao. Level 4 requires 5,000, level 5 necessitates 20,000, and level 6 demands 50,000. The Earthling tribe's Tian. Goodness, how does the esteemed one possess such knowledge? Could it be that the esteemed one is at level 5? I have merely 500 territorial points, while others have already amassed 50,000. The disparity is staggering. To those above, it is not merely 50,000. Today, the Heavenly Tao Stone has announced that there is already a level 7 territory. It could very well be 20,000. The Red Rock Stars Huazhu, tribes Fei Ming. I regret to inform everyone of an unfortunate occurrence. Today, our division has lost over 25,000 IDs. The Forest Elf tribes Mu Ching Ching. How could there be so many? Does this imply that in 4 months, there will be no one left in the division? The Goathead tribes Yang Yang Yang. How terrifying. In just a month, we have already lost 30,000 IDs. There is no need for such pessimism. Survival of the fittest. Those who endure will only grow stronger. Perhaps you have not even realized the transformation within yourselves. After next month's assessment, the number of fatalities will certainly not exceed today's. Tian glanced at Qin Fan Shuang's ID and breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his fellow townsmen had survived. You have not even noticed the change within yourselves. Tian articulates it beautifully. Speak of the devil. The Earthling tribes, Qin Fan Shuang suddenly appeared. Indeed, we have changed. We have all grown stronger. As of now, we resemble superheroes on our home planet. The Pingyuan stars Long. The group engaged in a lively chat, and before long, Tian had exhausted his chat quota. After waiting for another hour, the Heavenly Tao Stone finally resonated. Congratulations, Lord, on completing the month-end assessment. The Lord's territory is at the initial stage of level 7, rewarded with a royal treasure chest. Positioned by a small stream, Tian saw a chest adorned with the images of flying birds and beasts appear beside him. The chest seemed to be forged of iron, yet it appeared somewhat different. Open, royal treasure chest. Tian had waited an entire day and did not wish to delay any longer. At the moment the treasure chest materialized, he promptly opened it with the Heavenly Tao Stone. 5 King S stones, 500,000 Tao coins, SS-grade martial art ice palm, 1 palace design blueprint, 1 acre of top-tier soil, 1 SS-grade spiritual fruit, the glazed holy fruit tree, 1 Heavenly Tao essence, and 1 level 5 skill learning scroll, as well as 1 dragon bow. With the opening of the royal treasure chest, a plethora of items emerged. The King Stones serve as materials for forging advanced divine weapons. The Ice Palm is a high-level martial art that necessitates the possession of water elemental spiritual power for training. Once mastered, one can unleash consecutive strikes, capable of lethally striking foes from a distance of even a kilometer. While martial arts cannot be directly compared to innate talents, those with extraordinary gifts can obliterate foes of higher levels, leaving one to question existence itself. Martial arts thrive on freedom, devoid of excessive restrictions. However, this is not absolute. A martial art reaching the pinnacle of mastery surpasses even comparable innate talents. Mastery is but a legend. The Ice Palm, once learned, can be executed dozens of times as long as spiritual energy is not depleted. Originally, Tian's spiritual energy stood at 311. Upon initiation of the Ice Palm, he would maintain a combat strength exceeding 350. After reaching minor mastery, this would remain at 400. Upon achieving major mastery, it would stabilize at 450, and at perfection, it would consistently reach 500. After attaining mastery, one becomes utterly unpredictable. However, martial arts are not innate. They are incredibly challenging to cultivate. Many chi refiners dedicate their entire lives to mastering a single martial art, yet few achieve significant success, let alone mastery. Even in the heavenly Tao world, Tian could only use gold to initiate the Ice Palm. Beyond that, he must rely on personal comprehension, as the rules of the heavenly Tao world are powerless to assist. The palace design blueprint is somewhat impressive, comprising hundreds of rooms and several palace clusters. Occupying half of a war estate, it is currently beyond his means. The top-tier soil can increase crop growth speed tenfold. Tian contemplated, envisioning how this acre of black soil could be utilized in the front and back of his villa to exchange for better soil for his spiritual fruits. He planned to gather all spiritual fruits, retaining only the remaining small milk baby, while selling the rest to buyers. With tenfold growth speed, B-grade spiritual fruits would mature in merely 5 months. The glazed holy fruit, an SS-grade spiritual fruit, yields 24 fruits, requiring 1,000 months to blossom and mature. Upon maturation, it enhances 3 dimensions by 20 and spiritual power by 30. Truly, it boasts a potency surpassing even the dragon blood holy fruit by 100 months. The heavenly Tao essence can replenish the essence of life and reconstruct severed limbs. How remarkable! This is an invaluable treasure for Yanghua. Whenever he encounters Yanghua, he shall sell it, for only Yanghua could offer the highest price. The skill learning scroll allows one to master a level 5 skill. Upon opening it, Tian immediately began learning. In his mind, the image of a legendary master wielding a sword materialized, with every sword movement etched into Tian's consciousness. In an instant, it felt as though he had practiced swordsmanship for a decade. Congratulations, Lord, on mastering sword technique proficiency LV5. The power of sword techniques has increased by 50. Whether employing swords, sabers, or spears, I possess C-grade divine weapons. Today, I even acquired a B-grade copper ring broadsword. Since I have learned sword technique proficiency, it is undoubtedly more fitting to use a sword. Tian was exceedingly pleased with this skill acquisition. The dragon bow, with its red body carved with dragon patterns, features a bowstring made from the tendons of a flood dragon and a body crafted from flood dragon bones, capable of injuring or even slaying those with a physique of 1,000. Tian attempted to draw it, only to find it challenging to fully draw back. After activating the lift mountains and carry vessels skill, Tian barely managed to pull it fully. Not bad. The horn bow is no longer suitable. This dragon bow can serve him well for a long time. Upon weighing the bow, Tian concluded that it might be the least impressive item from this draw, yet it remains practical for him. A royal treasure chest is indeed a royal treasure chest. Setting a modest goal, he aims to open 2 royal treasure chests by the end of next month. Tian, looking at the ice palm manual in his hand, spent 20,000 gold to learn it to the entry level. Quite costly. His Tao coins diminished by 2 million in an instant. The ice palm is now at entry level. From here on, it will be up to Tian to practice diligently. Seizing the opportunity at just 9 o'clock, Tian began to cut the black soil, intending to utilize the light from the nightlight tree to replace the soil for the spiritual fruit trees. With the assistance of the small milk baby, they toiled until midnight to complete the soil replacement. The glazed holy fruit tree was planted in the back garden, and 1,000 drops of the essence of life hastened its maturation. Only 500 drops of the essence of life remain. He must use it sparingly from now on. All spiritual fruits in the front and back gardens were harvested by Tian and stored in the villa. All spiritual fruit trees have commenced a new cycle. The spiritual fruits do not easily decay. Even in the hottest weather, they can be preserved for over 3 months. Moreover, 3 months ensure that their spiritual power does not dissipate. After 3 months, spiritual power will wane, significantly diminishing their efficacy. Upon consuming the glazed holy fruit, Tian's strength peaked at 334, agility at 349, physique at 325, and spiritual power at 341. The 4 milk babies, along with Xiaobai, Xiaolan, and Xiaohe, all exhibited significant enhancements. Notably, Xiaolan and Xiaohe officially ascended to B-grade fierce birds, with both strength and agility hovering around 505 and physique at approximately 515. Tian contemplated the opportune moment for Xiaoye to consume the spiritual fruit. After devouring the fruit, the Xiaoye silver wolf's attributes soared beyond 700 in all dimensions, particularly its physique, which reached an astonishing 800, unmatched in its might. Currently, Tian possessed over 400 various spiritual fruits. As the Xiaoye silver wolf had only recently entered its growth phase, its rapid development necessitated a pause before indulging in the spiritual fruit, allowing it to temper its vigor. Tian resolved to preserve the portion designated for the Xiaoye silver wolf. Gu Qianxiu's strength was recorded at 680, physique at 685, and agility at 630, indicating potential for further cultivation. As the new quarter commenced, marking the first day of summer, the mercenary function was activated. To become a mercenary, one must purchase a teleportation talisman and activate the teleportation feature of the heavenly Tao stone, costing 1 million Tao coins. The functionality for personal auctions was also initiated. Those whose trading volume at the auction house stood at the forefront during the first month would earn the privilege to host personal auctions and acquire design blueprints. Shortly after midnight, the heavenly Tao stone alerted Tian within his mind. This mercenary system seems rather exploitative. He mused. Typically, being a mercenary yields profit. Yet this system required payment. The hefty sum of 1 million Dao coins left many individuals stranded at the gates of mercenary status. Furthermore, participating in personal auctions demanded expenditure on blueprints and the construction of an auction house to register for personal sales. Clearly, these features were designed for the affluent. Chapter 42. The wealthy tycoon. The system detected that the Lord's trading volume in the previous month eclipsed all others at the auction house, bestowing upon him the title of 5-star merchant and granting eligibility to host a 5-star auction. Upon announcement, the auction would be highlighted across the auction house's interface, with the ability to design a 5-star auction house. The heavenly Dao stone once again reminded Tian, gazing at the trove of spiritual fruits accumulating in his chamber. He suddenly perceived an opportunity. Hosting a spiritual fruit auction would undoubtedly yield optimal prices for the fruits. However, that was a matter for tomorrow. As weariness began to overtake him, on the first day of summer, Tian awoke at 5 o'clock to engage in physical and energy cultivation. His physique, strength, and spiritual power each increased by 1 point. Lord, Tian. Race, human of Earth. ID, District 10086, Zone 66, Number 99999. Strength, 335. Agility, 349. Physique, 326. Mental power, 310. Spiritual power, 342. Talents, Mountain Lifting Strength, SSS rank. 7 Apertures Cleverness, Divine rank. 5 Elements Divine Body, Divine rank. Skills, Beast Taming LV5, Hunting LV4, Water Mastery LV4. Archery Mastery LV2, Celestial Body Refinement Technique, Swordsmanship Mastery LV5, Heavenly Ice Palm, Beginner. Technology Table, Solar Energy Crystal, Brass Mechanism Guardian Crystal, Steel Crystal, Crossbow Crystal. 100 Power God Crossbow Crystal, Large Water Purifier Crystal, Ceramic Crystal, Alloy Steel Technology Crystal. Territory Level, Level 7, 20465010000000. Gold, 4.08 million. Dao Coins, 41, 9 million. Spirit Coins, 10,000. Elemental Cores, 40 pieces. Early in the morning, after tending to the little ones, Tian proceeded to inspect the captive camp. My lord, to facilitate management, I have selected 3 mid-tier silver humans and 10 late-tier bronze humans from the captives to oversee this group. They harbor resentment against Tianbao's abandonment, Gu Qianxiu reported to Tian. I observe there are more than 13 humans among the captives, are there not? Tian inquired, perplexed. The others possess undesirable traits and feared you would disapprove of their inclusion, Gu Qianxiu replied. Indeed, we do not require such individuals in our territory. In that case, I may relocate the elemental warriors for their recuperation. Tian nodded in agreement. Previously, Tian had judged the elemental warriors by their appearance, presuming their defenses were feeble and easily shattered. However, a recent battle revealed that while elemental warriors were indeed fragile, they exhibited remarkable agility, surpassing that of ordinary folk. Upon being attacked, they would promptly initiate their counterattacks or even unleash skills. Though their attacks currently required 5 seconds of charging and skills took 300 seconds. Their growing spiritual power would accelerate their casting speed over time. The 3 mid-tier C-grade warriors recruited by Gu Qianxiu passed the loyalty assessment. And since they could not leave the territory, the Lord's contract was not wasted. At this moment, bolstered by Gu Qianxiu's intimidation, alongside 3 B-grade ferocious beasts, the C-grade warriors had transformed into a formidable mid-tier force. At the auction house, Tian recalibrated the prices for the new quarter, noting that meat had plummeted to 50 spirit coins per kilogram, remarkably low. In contrast, vegetables remained at 3 Dao coins per kilogram. Other items like tomatoes, beans, mushrooms, and eggplants varied between 4 to 10 Dao coins, depending on market supply. Grains were priced at 1 Dao coin per kilogram, and the influx of meat had rendered grains slightly more affordable than the previous month, although they remained scarce and hard to procure. The low prices were attributed to an overabundance of crops, which matured swiftly, leading to a diminished demand for grains as everyone enjoyed ample meat. Once the grains ripened, prices would inevitably plummet. Timber, iron, copper, and other metals had doubled in price, as many realized the value of these non-renewable resources after earning substantial profits by month's end. Gold prices remained stable, even for the construction of modest buildings, as gold was not a requisite. This quarter saw an overwhelming influx of fabrics at the auction house, as if everyone had suddenly acquired a bounty of cloth, leading to a rapid decline in fabric prices and leaving those lords who owned weaving machines in dismay. The surge in fabric availability was merely a precursor. The lords with weaving machines, having recognized the potential for profit, eventually reached an understanding to hoard stock and manipulate supply for exorbitant gains. However, the sudden influx of fabric disrupted their orchestrated balance, causing prices to plummet. Tian was unfazed. He possessed a garment machine, and while his profits might dwindle slightly, the quality of his clothing was exceptional. Despite the high prices that drew criticism, his products were well received. Tian contemplated shifting towards the high-end market, where profits would still be attainable. During this assessment, numerous lords unveiled plastic manufacturing machines. Tian, aware that the plastic known on Earth was merely a semi-finished product from chemical factories, remained uncertain about the nature of these machines. Regardless, a decline in plastic prices was inevitable. After perusing the auction house for a while, Tian accessed the personal auction section. Design blueprints for 5-star auction houses were available for purchase by 5-star merchants, while blueprints for 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star auction houses were similarly accessible to their respective merchant tiers. Only those achieving a certain sales volume in the first quarter would be designated as 1-star merchants. Regardless of the star rating, the cost for each auction house blueprint was 1 Dao coin, a nominal fee primarily intended as a reward for the auction house's major clients. Without hesitation, Tian acquired the blueprint for the 5-star auction house, noting that the design itself was practically free, though the materials would prove quite costly. High-grade stone, 300,000. Iron, 100,000. Wood, 200,000. Copper, 100,000. Gold, 10,000. Beast cores, 500. Tian Dao coins, 500,000. The prices of metals have surged, and this entire set requires a staggering 6 million. Despite the rising costs of metals and wood, Tian still chooses to procure his materials from the auction house. The inventory serves as a reserve, and depleting it all at once would be unwise. The auction house is strategically located in the northwest corner of the city. Once completed, one merely steps outside to find a babbling brook. After familiarizing himself with the personal auction house, Tian learns that it can project into the auction hall. All items within the auction house can be inspected by customers using the Tian Dao stone on-site. In the entire Tian Dao world, anyone can participate in any personal auction without the need for a deposit. Once the auction commences, as long as you declare the highest bid within the Tian Dao stone, the item becomes yours. Whether it is a 1-star or 5-star auction house, the functionality remains the same. It is merely a matter of prestige. After a series of operations, a 5-story ancient-style building rises majestically, increasingly reminiscent of the famed Tungwang Pavilion of Huaxia. The establishment of the auction house grants 10,000 territory points, bringing the current total to 214,650. Tian Dao coins balance, 35,900,000. A notification from the Tian Dao stone detects the Lord's establishment of a 5-star auction house and prompts for the confirmation of its name. Without hesitation, Tian declares, "Let it be named Rich and Powerful Pavilion." The name is confirmed. The 5-star auction house, Rich and Powerful Pavilion. The auction house has projected into the personal auction section of the auction hall. As the Tian Dao stone announces this, a golden flash appears, revealing the 5 characters fanfictionaudiobook in song typeface on the plaque atop the building. The Tian Dao stone's professionalism is questionable, if not in cursive. At least it should be in regular or clerical script. Tian muses, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with the song typeface. Perhaps he has not encountered it before. Such font is typically seen in restaurants. The Tian Dao stone, however, is unable to respond. After a brief moment of annoyance, Tian opens the auction section of the auction hall. Unlike other sections presented in text form, this one is displayed with images. In the image of Tian's auction house, lords can see not only the rich and powerful pavilion, but also a glimpse of the towering city walls and the brook outside the pavilion. In that instant, the prestige of the 5-star auction house reaches its zenith, showcasing the owner's wealth, strength, and unique taste. The 5-star auction house can host 5 auctions a month. The Tian Dao stone prompts Tian to select a date for the first auction of this month, though he may choose to postpone organizing one. The auction is set for the 2nd day of this quarter. Feeling the day too rushed, Tian decides on the 2nd of this month. Lords must place their auction items on the auction platform before the event and may also issue announcements. After this message, the Tian Dao stone ceases further prompts. Tian had already planned accordingly. Returning to his villa, he retrieves 20 spirit fruits and places them on the auction platform of the rich and powerful pavilion. He currently possesses 20 spirit fruit trees, 1 SSS level, 2 SS level, 3 S level, 8A level, and 6B level. Each will be auctioned with 1 spirit fruit to maximize initial profits. Once everything is in place, Tian issues an announcement. The rich and powerful pavilion will hold an advanced spirit fruit auction on the 2nd of this month at 9 a.m. sharp. This auction features 1 SSS grade 5 elements sacred fruit, 1 SS grade dragon blood sacred fruit, and 1 SS grade glazed sacred fruit. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the auction will proceed as scheduled. Friends from all races are welcome to bid. Following Tian's announcement, a barrage of comments floods the auction hall's notice board. As all lords still present see this news, countless individuals are astounded, their tongues tied in disbelief. The spirit fruits are extraordinarily high grade, particularly the SSS and SS levels, rendering them unattainable for many. Spirit fruits are known as the elixirs of heaven and earth. Although most can only consume one, the attributes they confer are irresistibly enticing. Within the auction hall, there are occasionally spirit medicines and some low-grade spirit fruits cultivated with spirit liquid, but nothing above B grade has ever appeared. The news Tian releases sends shockwaves throughout the Tiandao world, thrusting him into the limelight. Previously, only a small faction of lords knew of rich and powerful Pavilion, merely circulating rumors of his wealth, but after this auction, it would be common knowledge. As Tian browses various items in the auction hall, he receives a flurry of chat requests. Ignoring them, he suddenly receives a connection from a member of the Destiny Divine clan. Upon reviewing the information, Tian perceives this clan to be quite prestigious, and thus he accepts the chat. Rich and powerful Pavilion, I am Tian Hen of the Destiny Divine clan. The individual introduces himself. Human race, rich and powerful Pavilion. Tian responds, never using his real name in the auction hall. Your spirit fruits are remarkable. Hand them over to me, and I shall protect you. The frailty of the human race makes survival difficult, even with spirit fruits. Tian Hen boldly demands Tian's spirit fruits. Do you truly think that feasible? Or perhaps if I find myself in a crisis, how would you protect me? Tian chuckles. Believing Tian Hen to be a fool for assuming the Destiny Divine clan was formidable. Even the Phoenix clan, despite their stature, engages in honest trade. And Tian has encountered names of great renown, such as the Emperor. He can surmise with ease that this divine clan is not as advanced as the Emperor. Self-awareness is crucial. Making promises one cannot fulfill only invites disdain. Pitiful human, do you know to whom you are speaking? Tian Hen fails to miss the mockery in Tian's tone. Yet so what? You cannot aid me, nor can you set foot in my territory. We are not from the same world, nor will we ever be. Tian replies to Tian Hen. And, do you believe I could utter a single word to prevent your auction from transpiring? Tian Hen, infuriated, threatens Tian. I don't believe it. Tian retorts without a moment's hesitation. While Tian Hen may hold influence in his district, the Tiandao world is vast. Not to mention, the district of Zhuangyue boasts a 9-digit population, and she has never concealed her identity. Furthermore, lords can change the name of their auction houses at will. Thus, Tian Hen's threats are of no consequence. If you do not arrive in the Tiandao world, or if our elders cannot reach the Tiandao world, what do you humans amount to? You are unworthy to even carry our divine clan's shoes, Tian Hen rages. Thus, the Tiandao gives us a glimmer of hope, an opportunity to surpass you. Tian responds. Very well, I shall offer you another chance. I will purchase your spirit fruits with Tiandao coins. Please do not reject the friendship of the Destiny Divine clan. Tian Hen, both angry and amused, realizes that this arrogant individual is completely unaware of the Destiny Divine clan's true power. The spirit fruits are vital to him, and he is unwilling to let them slip away. I fear you cannot afford them, Tian scornfully remarks, doubting Tian's purchasing power. I will pay 1 million Tiandao coins to acquire all your spirit fruits. Tian Hen, suppressing his anger, attempts to negotiate with Tian. Save that million to buy candy for your son. Just a single 5-element sacred fruit is worth more than 10 million. Tian replied. You must be out of your mind for money. 10 million. Who can afford that? Tian Hen exclaimed. We shall see. Tian concluded, abruptly ending the chat. During the assessment at the end of the month, the Celestial Stone listed the bounty for killing and capturing an S-class powerhouse as a staggering 10 million celestial coins. This clearly indicated that someone had indeed slain an S-class lord. After terminating the conversation with Tian Hen, Tian was inundated with chat requests from countless individuals across various factions, but he chose to ignore them to preserve his peace of mind. Throughout the celestial realm, innumerable souls were disseminating information about the upcoming high-tier spirit fruit auction in the regional chat channels. Some affluent lords were liquidating their assets to amass funds. Driven by an insatiable desire for the spirit fruits, particularly a select few top-tier young talents of S-class strength, who had set their sights on the SSS level 5 elements sacred fruit, they prepared to gather every celestial coin they could muster. Upon reaching the tailor's workshop, Tian spent 200,000 celestial coins to acquire a substantial amount of fabric, allowing the little ones to continue crafting garments during their leisure. Unable to endure the incessant disturbances, Tian ultimately decided to shut down the auction house. Meanwhile, in a dazzling district within a wooden loft, Zhuangyue gritted her teeth. So, you, the wealthiest of the world, dare to swindle me and yet refuse to accept my chat requests. Upon hearing in the district channel that the wealthiest of the world was auctioning spirit fruits, most of which she recognized, Zhuangyue immediately realized that these fruits originated from the spirit fruit tree she had sold to Tian. She recalled Tian mentioning that the spirit fruit tree had been drained by the rain beast, and in retrospect, it was clear that Tian was siphoning her resources. This cannot stand. Although my spiritual power is S-class, my physique, agility, and strength are still lacking. I must acquire the 5 elements sacred fruit. Our Feng clan cultivates both body and spirit, and I would not hesitate to spend 2 million if necessary. Zhuangyue mused. She recognized that such SSS-level spirit fruits could cleanse the body and enhance potential, far surpassing any SSSS-level offerings. Cursed merchant. Once again, the wealthiest of the world incited her ire, her exquisite visage marred by rage. The celestial stone reminded Tian in his mind about the successful purchase of a teleportation talisman and the option to become a mercenary. Initially, Tian had no intention of becoming a mercenary. He yearned for grand ventures with substantial profits. Mercenary work carried risks, and the supposed rewards were disproportionate to his worth. However, upon discovering the advantages of mercenary status, he promptly acquired the teleportation talisman. Each year, the celestial stone selected 10,000 mercenary kings, bestowing upon them 10 million celestial coins along with a mysterious reward, and these mercenary kings were granted tickets to enter secret realms in search of treasures. Tian was particularly sensitive to such terms as secret realms and treasures, believing that these secret spaces must be significant dungeons. At the same time, obtaining a ticket posed a formidable challenge. Tian understood that within the celestial realm, countless lords surpassed him in strength. Becoming a mercenary king was not merely a matter of strength. 3 criteria were assessed: the success rate of missions, the number of missions undertaken, and the difficulty of those missions. The celestial realm measures 4 months as a year, thus Tian still had ample time. "I will become a mercenary," Tian responded to the celestial stone. At the moment of his confirmation, the teleportation talisman transformed into a stream of white light and merged into the celestial stone. From Fire Dragon and Ancient Chinchio, Tian learned that in the celestial realm, traveling long distances could only be accomplished through teleportation. No matter how fast an S-class native ran, they could never escape the confines of the map. Please select your mercenary codename. A mercenary codename. On Earth, special forces and mercenaries often have striking codenames like Dragon Tooth, Wolf Fong, Tiger Tooth, and Dog Tooth. Thus, Tian was not unfamiliar with the concept of codenames. However, when it came to choosing one, he found himself at a loss, as naming was not his forte, and neither was devising a codename. How to create a name that is both imposing yet nuanced, while remaining understated. What a contradiction. Alas, there was no Duba to assist with the search. Tian mused. "My name reversed is Tian E, which connotes the first in the world. Wouldn't that seem too arrogant? My auction house is already the wealthiest. Perhaps I should be more modest, and simply go by the name second in the world." In the mercenary system, Tian established his codename as second in the world. Upon assessing his lordly attributes, the celestial stone indicated that his potential as a lord was quasi-B class, allowing him to choose between becoming a B class or C class mercenary. C class it is. Tian possessed the 5-color divine light, the strength to move mountains, and the dragon bow. However, these were his trump cards. And accepting a B class mission recklessly carried the risk of failure. Failure would tarnish his perfect win rate. Tian aspired to be an impeccable man. Please adjust your status. Adjust the employer's hiring fee. C-class mercenaries can set a minimum fee of 10,000 celestial coins. Tian evaluated his status. Mercenary statuses were categorized into 2 types, active and resting. In active status, he would appear in the corresponding levels area, where employers could choose to hire him. The celestial stone would promptly notify mercenaries, allowing them to accept or decline based on the information provided by the employer. If an employer fabricated information, the mercenary could withdraw without penalty. Should an employer harbor malicious intents, the mercenary could eliminate the employer, deeming it a completed mission without facing repercussions. If an employer's information proved accurate and the mercenary withdrew due to inferior strength, the mission would be deemed a failure and no hiring fee would be awarded. Mercenaries risk injury or even death, as they must hold the celestial stone during teleportation. Otherwise, they cannot teleport. Hence, there exists the possibility of being attacked and unable to retrieve the celestial stone. The number of tasks and the success rate of mercenaries cannot be concealed. Furthermore, the duration for completing a task is set at 8 hours. Exceeding this time frame results in a failure. Tian adjusted his status to active, setting the hiring fee to the minimum of 10,000 celestial coins, prioritizing the number of missions. This lowest pricing structure was designed to prevent high-level mercenaries from underpricing themselves to inflate their win rates. Currently, there were fewer than 100 active mercenaries, all of whom were B-class or higher. As the only C-class mercenary, Tian was akin to a lifeline for ordinary lords. Engaging a B-class mercenary costs a minimum of 50,000, an A-class mercenary a minimum of 300,000, and an S-class mercenary a minimum of 1 million. Ordinary lords could scarcely afford such expenses. Congratulations, Lord, on becoming a distinguished mercenary. Your mercenary codename is second in the world. Mercenaries prioritize reputation. The mercenary system includes a mercenary manual. Please review it carefully. After completing the registration process, Tian awaited the arrival of a task. Brothers, what are we saying about tomorrow's spirit fruit auction? In the regional chat channel, a group was engaged in discussions about the auction hosted by the wealthiest of the world. I have a total of 100,000 celestial coins. Can I buy a B-class spirit fruit? Turtle Clan's Turtle Jia inquired. Brother Turtle, isn't your attribute score just over 60? You might as well spend those 100,000 celestial coins on boosting your attributes directly. I heard a B-class spirit fruit only adds 10 points to attributes. Indeed, the B-grade spirit fruit holds considerable value for lords with dimensional power exceeding 100. For us, it is merely a matter of 100,000. The Blackstone Star's indigenous people, the Mountain Clan, still lack the necessary dimensional power. Upon seeing Mountain Clan's leader, someone jested. Not even close. With the need to develop territory using Dao coins, how could one possibly accumulate so many attribute points? By the way, where is Zhu Gu? Isn't he usually quite the chatterbox? From dawn till dusk, he must utter a few words. Yet it's already afternoon, and he hasn't spoken a single word today. Curiosity arose regarding Zhu Biao's whereabouts. My friends, I am done for. Large crematorium design. I opened this yesterday from a silver treasure chest. Is the Dao hinting at something? Zhu Biao lamented as he jumped out with a mournful expression upon being called. It's merely a coincidence. Look at how frightened you are. Do you think you're the richest in the world? Would the Dao give you a hint? Zhu Gu. I can only say that you are on the brink of prosperity. If you utilize this crematorium wisely, you could amass great wealth. It all depends on your courage and fearlessness, said Tian, a member of the Earth Clan. Tian, what brings you to this conclusion? Zhu Biao queried, perplexed. To him, the crematorium seemed entirely superfluous. Why build one just to dispose of a few natives? I dare say, should you construct the crematorium and charge 100 Dao coins for processing each body, your business would thrive. Our territory is quite small. It could accommodate the burial of 1 or 10. However, if after each skirmish we bury the enemies, it wouldn't be long before our land is riddled with graves. Only a handful might find it inconsequential, but most would be overwhelmed by the sheer number of corpses. You cannot fathom how many people fret over dealing with hundreds or thousands of bodies. I took a look at your crematorium, with 5 incinerators. It can handle mass cremation efficiently. Once you recruit a few assistants, your business will undoubtedly flourish, bringing in substantial daily profits. Zhu Gu, will you take this on? Or shall I purchase the design from you? I will offer 50,000 Dao coins for it. Let it be mine. I fear not the bodies. I bid 70,000. I offer 100,000. After Tian's encouragement, the crematorium instantly became a coveted asset. The Biaoche crematorium will officially open tomorrow. All brothers and sisters in the district will receive a 20% discount. Please frequent my establishment in the future. Tian, you will receive a half-price rate henceforth, declared Zhu Biao with renewed vigor. Having been prompted by Tian, Zhu Biao's eyes sparkled with ambition as he resolved to establish the Biaoche crematorium. All right. You said it, Tian affirmed. Tian faced numerous adversaries. Should the situation worsen, he could find himself dealing with thousands of corpses, some manageable, others not. He would not hesitate to invest in Zhu Biao's crematorium, even at a cost. A notification from the mercenary system alerted him of a task request from an employer. Eliminate the ferocious beast, the flying leopard, with dimensional stats, strength 308, constitution 280, agility 359. Would he accept the task? Acceptance would lead to teleportation based on the employer's coordinates. While engaged in lively conversation in the district channel, the mercenary system presented Tian's first task. Chapter 44, Blood Spirit Liquid. Accepted. Its speed is marginally superior to my own. The rest is inconsequential. After obtaining his sword, Tian embraced the challenge. Grasping the Dao stone, the teleportation array activated, and in an instant, he found himself atop a small hill. At that moment, a humanoid man with 6 fingers, pointed ears, and red skin was valiantly resisting a leopard. This leopard, known as the flying leopard, earned its name not from the ability to fly, but from its remarkable leaps of over 10 meters, resembling flight. The man, leveraging the terrain's advantage, wielded a spear while fending off the flying leopard, sustaining several wounds as the creature relentlessly sought an opportunity to attack. Tian assessed the attributes of the flying leopard, confirming the employer's description was accurate, then scrutinized the red-skinned man. The latter possessed a Dao stone, rendering his information inscrutable. The Dao stone alerted Tian that although he could not investigate, he surmised that the man's agility exceeded 300, with strength and constitution nearing the same threshold. Mercenary, hurry, I can't hold on much longer. The red-skinned man exclaimed with relief upon spotting Tian. The flying leopard, noticing Tian, leapt back, baring its teeth. Kill. Tian's sense of professionalism compelled him to draw his sword and charge at the flying leopard without hesitation. The leopard's fierce gaze locked onto him, and it launched itself in a deadly pounce. In less than a second, Tian and the flying leopard were entangled. Mastery of swordplay LV5. Using a sword enhances strength by 50%. With a deft sidestep, Tian evaded the leopard's assault, whirling his sword as light flashed, leaving an afterimage across the leopard's body. An exquisitely executed strike, combined with Tian's formidable strength, severed the leopard's throat. The leopard tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before lying still. Brother, you're impressive. That 10,000 was well spent. The red-skinned man sighed in relief, praising Tian. Having saved my life. Can it not be worth it? Is there a beast tide occurring in your district? Tian inquired. Not at all. This flying leopard was purchased from the auction house. I am a beast tamer, but unfortunately, I could not control it, leading to this predicament, the red-skinned man confessed sheepishly. Oh, then it's no matter. Should our paths cross again, take care. Tian nodded to the red-skinned man and activated the teleportation array to return to his territory. Incidents of slave rebellion and ferocious beast uprisings occurred daily. Should a mercenary complete a task and eliminate their employer, they would face severe repercussions. Not only losing their mercenary status, but also seeing their mercenary system vanish from the Dao Stone. This task was rated C level, and the mercenary, second to none, boasted a 100% success rate upon accepting the task. Upon returning to his territory, the Dao Stone provided feedback regarding the task, and the 10,000 Dao coins were deposited. Current Dao coin balance, 34,710,000. No sooner had Tian returned than another notification from the mercenary system chimed. A new task invitation has been issued by an employer. Task details: eliminate the D-grade ferocious beast, the blue wolf, with dimensional stats, strength 118, constitution 120, agility 103. Understanding the situation, Tian realized that due to the absence of D-grade mercenaries, the employer had no choice but to spend 10,000 Dao coins to hire him. A C-grade mercenary. Although Tian's prowess was insufficient for D-grade mercenary tasks, it did not prevent lords below C-grade from enlisting his assistance. The sooner he became a mercenary, the greater the advantages would be. Waiting several months could result in missed opportunities and difficulties in securing tasks. For instance, a mercenary who had accepted tasks 10 times with a completion rate of 100% would be an obvious choice over a novice who had never accepted any tasks. Tian would not let an easily accomplished task slip away. Upon choosing to accept, he found himself in a courtyard surrounded by 3-meter-high stone walls. Observing the stone house's roof, he spotted a girl with cat ears sitting atop it, trembling in fear. A cat girl. Before he could properly admire her, a blue wolf lunged at him from the courtyard. With an indifferent kick, he dispatched the blue wolf effortlessly. Come down. Tian beckoned to the cat girl. Is it dead? The cat girl asked, uncertain. With such a timid demeanor, how did you pass the assessment? Tian was perplexed and chuckled, inquiring, what is the matter with this blue wolf? I do not know. It suddenly intruded upon my territory without any warning from the heavenly Dao Stone, the cat girl replied. Tian, puzzled, remarked. Your dimensions should exceed 100, so why not confront the blue wolf? If the Lord lacks sufficient strength, such blue wolves would not be attracted, the cat girl responded. Indeed, it appears that 4 D-class ferocious beasts are approaching. Tian suddenly paused, smiling at the cat girl. This little cat girl seems rather clever. Please help me. I believe I know why the ferocious beasts are coming, the cat girl said, her face paling as she gazed at Tian from the rooftop. Oh, why would the ferocious beasts specifically target you? Tian inquired. Yesterday, I acquired a box from a native, which contained a vial of spiritual liquid. The heavenly Dao Stone identified it as blood spirit liquid. The scent emitted by this liquid can travel thousands of miles, and once the ferocious beasts catch a whiff, they will pursue it relentlessly. I merely opened it for a moment and quickly sealed the vial. Yet this inadvertently attracted the beasts, the cat girl explained candidly. If you help me drive away the ferocious beasts, I will give you the blood spirit liquid. Noticing Tian's hesitation, the cat girl quickly added, after all, this liquid is a curse to me. The reason the blood spirit liquid attracts ferocious beasts is that it stimulates their bloodlines, enhancing their potential. Whenever they encounter such a scent, they rush towards it heedlessly. Only those with a modicum of intelligence among the beasts would avoid such a trap. As a mercenary, I am obligated to fulfill my duties for the remuneration received. Ignoring the consequences would tarnish my reputation as the second greatest under heaven. Rest assured, I shall assist you in vanquishing those 4 ferocious beasts, and their carcasses shall be yours as well, Tian stated, extending his hand towards the cat girl. The cat girl cast a disdainful glance at Tian, gracefully leaping from the rooftop and producing a crystal vial from her bosom, which she handed to him. Upon confirming its authenticity with the heavenly Dao Stone, Tian found it to be genuine. Although the blood spirit liquid was a liquid, once the cap was removed, all contents would evaporate within 3 hours, dispersing into the air. Tian's forces were robust. He could use this substance to lure ferocious beasts into attacking his territory, subsequently harvesting their remains for beast orbs, hides, and meat. However, not at this moment, as the market for ferocious beast meat was currently too low. One must wield their resources wisely. Exiting the courtyard, Tian observed 4 ferocious beasts charging towards him: a bull, a pig, a leopard, and a wolf. These 4 beasts were stronger than the blue wolf, yet they met their match in Tian, who dispatched them with a few punches and kicks. There may have been more ferocious beasts lurking beyond the mist, but their strength was too formidable. Constrained by the Lord's power, they could not breach the fog. Well then, little cat girl, until we meet again, Tian said to the cat girl after eliminating the 4 beasts, before teleporting back to his territory. Watching Tian depart, the cat girl stomped her foot in frustration. This task was graded D level, and the mercenary, known as the second greatest under heaven, had accepted the assignment twice with a success rate of 100%. Later, not until 8 in the evening did Tian change his mercenary status to resting. Having completed 4 additional tasks, 3D level and 1C level, all with remarkable ease, Tian's total task count reached 6, with a success rate of 100%. Though there was a significant margin for exaggeration, any employer would certainly regard the second greatest under heaven with great esteem. That night, upon witnessing the fire dragon retrieve over 1,000 kilograms of meat from the ice storage, Tian's countenance darkened. The captives had completed their tasks in the morning, leaving the entire territory devoid of work. The captives lounged outside the city, basking in the sun all afternoon. As their lord, he had tirelessly labored the entire day for 60,000 heavenly Dao coins. This was unacceptable. He must devise a way to release them. Queen, I have 340 captives, all of whom are bronze warriors or higher, including 10 silver warriors. If your tribe is in need of slaves, I can sell them to you at a reasonable price. Tian directed his attention towards the three-eyed unicorn tribe. These captives, valued at over 10 million heavenly Dao coins at previous prices, were now scarcely worth 500,000. Our tribe has run out of gold, the queen replied immediately. 200,000 gold is a very reasonable price. These are all healthy slaves. Additionally, I will throw in 50 D-class and C-class ferocious beasts. Tian was solely intent on selling these individuals, not overly concerned about the profit margin. He was unafraid of empowering his adversaries. After the auction of spiritual fruits, Tian would engage in substantial acquisitions of elemental warrior design schematics and elemental cores. Please provide me with the information on those captives and ferocious beasts, and I shall consider it. The queen noted Tian's favorable pricing, eager to facilitate the transaction. Within tribal dynamics, ordinary slaves held little value. Only black iron-level slaves were marginally noteworthy. Bronze-level slaves were considered high-end, excelling in various tasks. Upon arriving at the prisoner camp, Tian copied all details of the slaves and beasts for the queen. Very well. You may proceed with the listing. The queen deemed it acceptable, noting the inclusion of 10 silver warriors and 5 silver-level ferocious beasts. Once the transaction was completed, the area outside the city became significantly quieter. Tian instructed his men to begin depositing the gold. The current gold reserve stood at 4,280,000. Tian estimated that once they reached 5 million, the basement would be full. However, this was not an issue. The first and second floors could also be utilized for gold storage, while the third floor would be reserved for precious items. With high-quality stone buildings and town-shaking stones, could there be a concern of collapse? Queen, your tribe has existed for a millennium. You must possess numerous treasures. I would like to propose a trade. What do you think? After concluding one round of transactions, Tian sent another message. Do not harbor delusions. I will not fund my enemies. The queen of the three-eyed unicorn tribe lost interest in Tian's proposal upon reading his message. After stating this, she ceased all communication with him. Tian did not wish to engage in futile pursuits. This trade was initially proposed by him, favoring the three-eyed unicorn tribe. He had hoped that, if possible, he could acquire items not available at the auction house to enrich his treasury. Thankfully, the captives had been sold, yielding a considerable profit. As summer commenced, the challenges ahead remained uncertain. In the eyes of the lords, it was merely a matter of facing more intense assaults. With all possessing a physique above 50, could the heavenly Dao world truly bring about their demise through heat? Yet, Tian felt an instinctive sense that it would not be so simple. Brother Tianxia, do you still have that Lioli sacred fruit and the 5-element sacred fruit? At 11 at night, Tian was online as usual. The emperor was the first to connect with Tian for a trade, albeit this time adopting a more cautious tone as a subordinate. After careful consideration, I believe an elemental warrior design schematic is worth 100,000. An elemental core is valued at 500,000. As old friends, I shall offer you a discount of 20% on the final auction price of the 5-element sacred fruit and Lioli sacred fruit tomorrow. You may exchange them for equivalent value in elemental warrior design schematics or elemental cores. Tian replied to the emperor. The pricing for elemental warrior design schematics and elemental cores had yet to be standardized. Tian decided to set the prices himself. He also planned to announce that, in addition to heavenly Dao coins, elemental warrior design schematics and elemental cores would be accepted during the auction tomorrow, with clear pricing displayed. Those capable of purchasing S-class spiritual fruits would undoubtedly possess elemental cores. When urgency and financial constraints coincide, the elemental core may also be put up for auction. Chapter 45, the inaugural personal auction. The design blueprint for an elemental warrior is priced at 100,000, and Tian finds this amount entirely reasonable. The cost of an elemental warrior reaches an astounding 1,600,000, far exceeding the price of a B-grade slave. Furthermore, the spiritual energy of the elemental warrior barely surpasses the B-grade threshold. It is lacking in some respects, yet sufficient in others. Such is the nature of the elemental warrior. It is precisely because Tian possesses the warrior pavilion that he aspires to gather elemental warriors. In truth, the emperor has questioned Tian's sanity on more than one occasion. The elemental core, priced at 500,000, has also crossed Tian's mind, as he realizes that this item is indispensable for many superstructures. To be frank, the value of the elemental core undoubtedly exceeds 500,000. Rest assured, my esteemed brother, I am acquainted with over a dozen high-ranking districts. You must reserve a piece of the Lioli sacred fruit and the Wuxing sacred fruit for me. The emperor was elated. For not only did Tian grant him a 20% discount, but the last time he procured the elemental core, it only cost him 400,000. What the emperor does not know is that tomorrow, Tian will standardize the price of the elemental core across the entire Dao world to 500,000. On the second morning of summer, Tian's physical training yielded an increase of 1 point in constitution and 1 point in agility. His spiritual energy rose by 1 point as well. His statistics now stand at constitution 327, agility 350, spiritual energy 343. At 8:30 in the morning, the grand entrance of the Fortunate Wealth Tower officially opened. This is established by the rules of the Dao, where half an hour prior to the commencement of a personal auction, the auction house will project its interior to the auction realm, allowing all lords to observe the auction house's contents through the Dao stone, including the items displayed on the auction platform. 20 spirit fruits, suffused with spiritual energy, were presented, ranging from the lowest to the highest, which included the Wuxing sacred fruit on the top stand. By now, the attributes conferred by these spirit fruits were well understood by all. The lords calculated: strength 172, constitution 187, agility 157, spiritual energy 140. Terrifyingly formidable. Especially for the majority of beings whose three-dimensional attributes do not exceed 100, these figures are nothing short of fantastical. Jumping from E grade to C grade is a dream come true. For lords with B grade strength, these spirit fruits could equate to over a decade of arduous cultivation. In the Dao world, time is life. Any opportunity for enhancement cannot be overlooked, as even a slight attribute boost may become the proverbial straw that saves them in the future. Lords, will you enter the auction house in your true form? The Dao stone reminded Tian. No. Tian resolutely declined. He still needed to work as a mercenary, and revealing his true identity would undoubtedly invite unnecessary troubles. When Fortunate Wealth and the second in the world are the same person, there will certainly be those harboring ill intentions, even setting traps against him. Take, for example, that self-proclaimed deity. If he were to be caught off guard upon landing, he wouldn't even have time to escape. The personal auction is nearly indistinguishable from a live broadcast. After Tian decided not to reveal his true identity, it was not simply a matter of being pixelated, which would have felt too contrived. When Tian entered the auction house, all the lords could see through their Dao stone projections that he appeared as a figure shrouded in mist, making it impossible to discern his form, let alone his face. Many trial takers were greatly disappointed, as they had anticipated witnessing the world's wealthiest individual in person, only to find that he opted for an air of mystery. As the only 5-star merchant in the Dao world, Fortunate Wealth is undoubtedly revered as the wealthiest in the realm. Some speculated that Fortunate Wealth's net worth exceeds 300 million Dao coins. From a corner of the city wall, one could see that the entire structure is constructed from high-grade materials, suggesting that Fortunate Wealth's territory is at least level 6. Possibly even the legendary level 7, having unlocked a royal treasure chest during assessments. In the Dao world, possessing wealth does not necessarily equate to strength, but lacking wealth certainly precludes one from becoming powerful. The level of a territory is intricately linked to the rewards from each treasure chest, even if one possesses S-grade strength. Without Dao coins to develop their territory's level, they will soon be surpassed by others of equal strength. For instance, at this auction, S-grade individuals with limited Dao coins could only watch helplessly, as a single Wuxing sacred fruit is worth at least 3 years of a genius's hard work. Not to mention the enhancement to potential that the Wuxing sacred fruit provides. Welcome, esteemed lords, to the Fortunate Wealth Tower. I am the auctioneer for today's event, Fortunate Wealth. I hope to bring good fortune to all the lords present. First, allow me to explain the auction rules for this event. Do you see the competition platform not far away? That is the bidding stage. When I place an auction item on the competition platform, lords may scan it with their Dao stones. Your bids will be displayed through my Dao stone. I will inform you of the current highest bid. Rest assured, I cannot artificially inflate the prices under the Dao's rules. This auction will accept Dao coins, elemental warrior design blueprints, and elemental cores as currency. The design blueprint for an elemental warrior is priced at 100,000 Dao coins, while the elemental core is priced at 500,000 Dao coins. Now, the bidding commences. The design blueprints for elemental warriors and elemental cores are items most survivors have never even heard of. Yet, here stands Fortunate Wealth, announcing such prices. Is this a game for the wealthy? Many powerful individuals nodded in agreement, finding Fortunate Wealth's price for the elemental core to be quite reasonable, and if necessary, it could be sold. The first auction item is the Black Gold Apple, a B-grade spirit fruit that increases constitution by 5 and strength by 5 upon consumption. The starting bid is 10,000, with each increment no less than 10,000. Lords, please place your bids. Tian placed the Black Gold Apple on the competition platform, signaling for bids to begin. He monitored the screen of his Dao stone as bids escalated from 10,000 to 20,000, 30,000, and finally reaching 100,000. When the price hit 150,000 Dao coins, it ceased to rise. The current price for the Black Gold Apple stands at 150,000 Dao coins. Barring any new bids, it will be auctioned off in 30 seconds. Since bidders cannot see others' bids, they rely on Tian's announcements to gauge the highest current price. After Tian's reminder, all lords felt reassured and began a new round of bidding. The current price for the black gold apple is now 250,000 Dao coins. If no new bids are placed, the black gold apple will conclude its auction in 30 seconds. The price rose to 350,000. The current price for the black gold apple is now 500,000. The current price stands at 800,000. With the countdown approaching, 3, 2, 1. The auction concludes. The black gold apple ultimately sells for 800,000 Dao coins. As Tian's words echo, the black gold apple vanishes from the competition platform. The auction result far surpassed Tian's expectations. This signifies the value of 10 attribute points. Tian finally comprehended why his subordinates would weep tears of joy upon receiving B-grade spirit fruits. Even selling them wouldn't yield a tenth of their worth. The spirit fruits, Ling Orange, Purple Banana, Two-Colored Plum, Tri-Combined Apricot, and Ice Heart Snow Pear, were subsequently auctioned off, each fetching around 800,000. With the Ice Heart Snow Pear achieving the highest price at 900,000. From just these 6 spirit fruits alone, a profit of 5 million Dao coins was realized. Tian discovered that his treasure trove was only just beginning to be unearthed. The next item for auction is the Jade Spirit Peach, an A-grade spirit fruit that increases constitution by 10 and spiritual energy by 15. Spiritual power is an essential prerequisite for aspiring sorcerers and Qi practitioners. As for the path to becoming a sorcerer or Qi practitioner, I firmly believe that the heavenly Dao world will present us with opportunities. Possessing spiritual power will place one ahead at the starting line. The initial bidding price for the Jade Spirit Peach is set at 10,000 heavenly Dao coins, with subsequent bids required to exceed 10,000 coins. During the auction of the Jade Spirit Peach, Tian notably emphasized its significance to sorcerers and Qi practitioners, subtly enhancing its value. Each civilization harbors its own legends. Fireballs, lightning, the ability to split mountains with a sword or sever seas with a blade. How enviable such powers are. The price of the Jade Spirit Peach fluctuated rapidly on Tian's Heavenly Dao Stone. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. The first wave of bids was quite fierce. The current price for the Jade Spirit Peach stands at 500,000 Heavenly Dao coins. If no new bids emerge, the transaction will conclude in 30 seconds. The second round of bidding commences, and Tian immediately notices an anonymous lord placing a bid of 1 million, showcasing tremendous wealth. The current price for the Jade Spirit Peach is now 1 million Heavenly Dao coins. The price escalates to 1.5 million, then to 2 million, and finally reaches 250,000 Heavenly Dao coins. As the countdown for bidding concludes, 3, 2, 1, the auction is completed, and the Jade Spirit Peach is sold for 250,000 Heavenly Dao coins. Tian had once again underestimated the value of the Jade Spirit Peach. Gratitude fills his heart for this personal auction. Thank you, Heavenly Dao. Following this, 7 varieties of A-grade spiritual fruits are sequentially auctioned, including the Jade Spirit Peach. Tian reaps a profit of 20 million Heavenly Dao coins. The appearance of the S-grade spiritual fruits elevates the entire auction to a climax. The prominent figures from various top-tier regions have gathered specifically for the S-grade spiritual fruits. Only these fruits hold significance for them, enabling them to maintain their advantage. The next item up for auction is the S-grade spiritual fruit, the Azure Spirit Fruit. Consuming the Azure Spirit Fruit increases strength, constitution, and agility by 10 points each. The starting bid is set at 100,000, with increments no less than 100,000. As the auction begins, Tian observes a familiar name dominating the first wave of bids, Zihuang Yuwu, at 3 million. The current highest bid stands at 3 million. If no further increases occur, the transaction will be finalized in 30 seconds. Logically, acquiring 3 different B-grade spiritual fruits would yield a total increase of 30 points, costing just a little over 2 million. Yet, the implications differ vastly. A prodigy from a top-tier race can cultivate 3 attribute points within a single day before reaching A-grade. However, upon advancing to S-grade, it may take 3 days to achieve even a single attribute point. The art of body refinement becomes increasingly arduous. It could take 10 days or even a month to gain a single attribute point. Achieving S-grade in Constitution elevates one's life tier, effectively doubling one's lifespan. The current highest price reaches 4 million Heavenly Dao coins. The highest bid now stands at 450,000, inclusive of 1 wind element core. As the countdown for bidding ensues, 3, 2, 1, the auction concludes, with the Azure Spirit Fruit selling for 450,000 Heavenly Dao coins and 1 wind element core. The bidder is not Zihuang Yuwu, who does not appear for the second wave, seemingly just showcasing her prowess. Indeed, during the auctions for the Silver Mysterious Fruit and the Crimson Fruit, Zihuang Yuwu placed initial bids of 3 million before disappearing again. The Silver Mysterious Fruit, slightly more potent than the Azure Spirit Fruit, ultimately auctions for 5 million, along with 2 elemental cores and 2 designs for elemental warriors. The Crimson Fruit astonishingly fetches an even higher price, 500,000 heavenly Tao coins, 3 elemental cores, and 3 designs for elemental warriors. The Dragon Blood Sacred Fruit is auctioned at 10 million heavenly Tao coins, accompanied by 2 designs for elemental warriors and 5 elemental cores. A formidable individual bids 5 million, offering 20 elemental cores and 3 designs, successfully acquiring the glazed sacred fruit. Tian silently notes this name, Shenyun. Finally, the highlight of this auction emerges, the most potent spiritual fruit beneath the divine fruit, the 5 elements sacred fruit. Consuming the 5 elements sacred fruit grants an increase of 50 points each in constitution, strength, and agility. Its greatest utility lies in enhancing the potential of living beings, accelerating their cultivation speed, and allowing them to traverse greater distances. Tian understands that the potential enhancement offered by the 5 elements sacred fruit is limited, perhaps insufficient to elevate the C-grade 5 Tiger Generals to B-grade. However, the Heavenly Tao Stone provides hints in this regard, and Tian merely needs to follow along to elevate the atmosphere. Chapter 46. A bountiful harvest. The auction commences for the 5 elements sacred fruit, starting at 1 million, with increments no less than 100,000. As Tian places the 5 elements sacred fruit on the competitive stage, a fierce rivalry among the elite begins. The reason for the minimum increment of 100,000 is to accommodate the inclusion of designs for elemental warriors. In the first wave of bidding, Tian anticipated that the elites would initially test the waters, courtesy before conflict, after all. However, to his surprise, one elite defies convention, launching a bid of 20 million heavenly Tao coins directly above Tian's head. Zihuan Yuwu. Tian realizes he has underestimated her power. Yet, there is one aspect he has not misjudged, her capricious nature. Her dislikes, joys, intentions, and every action are expressed unreservedly and without disguise. The current price of the 5 elements sacred fruit stands at 20 million heavenly Tao coins. If no new bids arise, it will automatically conclude in 30 seconds. Tian's words leave the crowd in astonishment. Some individuals with attributes barely exceeding 100 are left dumbfounded. For them, 20 million heavenly Tao coins is an astronomical figure, now merely the price of a single spiritual fruit. No, the transaction has not yet been finalized. As a lord, how can the disparity be so vast? No wonder the rules of heavenly Tao categorize them into distinct regions. Many lords are grateful to have attended this auction. Though they may not have purchased anything, they have broadened their horizons and expanded their perspectives. The elites are left speechless. Previously, the glazed sacred fruit had undergone numerous increments before being finalized. Now, an immediate bid of 20 million leaves them perplexed. To be labeled an S-grade elite signifies their capability to slay or capture S-grade powerhouses during the monthly assessments. As it is only the beginning of the month, even those with ample resources cannot afford such bidding increments, especially considering the need to reserve some heavenly Tao coins for territorial development. After approximately 10 seconds, Tian observes a flurry of transactions appearing. This time, the heavenly Tao coins remain unchanged, all bids comprising elemental cores. The bidders are the foremost of their respective regions. Who among them lacks dozens of elemental cores? The current price of the 5 elements sacred fruit stands at 20 million heavenly Tao coins, with 10 elemental cores and 3 designs for elemental warriors. The price then adjusts to 20 million heavenly Tao coins, with 15 elemental cores and 4 designs for elemental warriors. The price rises to 20 million heavenly Tao coins, with 20 elemental cores and 3 designs for elemental warriors. This bid from Zihuan Yuwu reveals her resources to Tian. He contemplates that even if Zihuan Yuwu fails to secure the auction, it is of little consequence, as he has set his sights on her wealth and connections. As the countdown for bidding continues, over 20 seconds pass without any movement. Just as Tian prepares to announce the final seconds, several bids emerge, one of which carries a decisive weight. The current price of the 5 elements sacred fruit is 20 million heavenly Tao coins, with 30 elemental cores and 5 designs for elemental warriors. The value has now reached an astonishing 35 million Tian Tao coins. Many spectators found their hearts racing with anxiety. Yet, Tian remained composed, engaging in lighthearted banter. He glanced at the timer. 25 seconds, 26 seconds. As the auction countdown reached its end, 3, 2, 1, the transaction was completed. The price for the 5 elements sacred fruit was set at 20 million Tian Tao coins, accompanied by 30 elemental cores and 5 designs for elemental warriors. Congratulations to this lord for acquiring the grand finale spirit fruit of this auction, Tian proclaimed, clapping his hands. As his words echoed, the 5 elements sacred fruit vanished from the competitive platform. Long Xianming. Tian etched this name into his memory. He observed that these S-rank bigwigs rarely concealed their identities, opting for their true names rather than pseudonyms. Is this the confidence of the powerful? Thank you, lords, for your support, which has led to the successful conclusion of this auction, with all items sold. He announced that another auction would take place on the 7th of this month at the rich and powerful tower. The spirit fruits that appeared today, including the 5 elements sacred fruit, The glazed sacred fruit, the dragon blood sacred fruit, along with other items, will grace the auction once more. Stay tuned. Seizing this moment, Tian preemptively informed them of the next personal auction schedule and hinted at the availability of SSS-level spirit fruits. It was imperative to notify them, otherwise, these individuals might upgrade their territories without enhancing their own strength, a detrimental habit. Having said this, Tian departed at a leisurely pace. This auction had been remarkably fruitful, yielding returns far exceeding expectations. Most significantly, Tian had clarified the pricing for spirit fruits and elemental cores, eliminating any uncertainty for the future. Reflecting on his earlier dealings with the Emperor, he realized he had not profited but rather incurred losses. Such as life, progress often arises from failure. Tian harbored no intentions of avenging himself on the Emperor with the 5 elements sacred fruit or the glazed sacred fruit. Zhuangyu undoubtedly commanded the top tier of the district, while the Emperor ruled the advanced district and maintained connections with many elite areas. Tian resolved to find ways to sustain these connections. The ordinary district, intermediate district, advanced district, and top-tier district all coexisted within the Tian Dao world. Yet an invisible barrier hindered the flow of information. However, after this auction, the Emperor would face challenges in acquiring the glazed sacred fruit and the 5 elements sacred fruit, valued at 35 million and 15 million respectively. 50 million. Even with a 20% discount, it would still amount to 40 million, requiring 80 elemental cores. Tian understood that the Emperor was a 2-star merchant, but he was uncertain about his wealth accumulation methods. As Tian calculated his earnings from this auction, 75 million Tian Dao coins, 51 elemental cores, and 15 designs for elemental warriors, he realized he now possessed a total of 91 elemental cores. His Tian Dao coin stood at 109,076,000. This auction enlightened Tian to the preciousness of spirit fruits. Moreover, he understood the necessity of foresight. He could not solely rely on spirit fruits to extract every last coin from the lords. Spirit fruits were finite, and if he relied solely on them, the rich and powerful tower would eventually face closure. Tian contemplated introducing novel elements. However, many of the items he possessed were already available at the auction house. To ensure the ongoing prosperity of the rich and powerful tower, he would need to auction items that were not available elsewhere. The indigenous people. Tian pondered the possibility of establishing contact with the indigenous populations outside his territory to trade for rare items not found within. The Mist Scroll. He felt compelled to venture beyond his territory. Upon returning to the villa, Tian adjusted his mercenary status, preparing to undertake some tasks. In the villa's grand hall, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf sat on the sofa, while Xiao Bai, beneath the sofa, bobbed his head in servitude, no longer exhibiting his former arrogance. 2 sea eagles resided in a cave on the mountain, keeping to themselves, while Xiao Bai had always believed himself to be the master's top steed, reigning supreme indefinitely. Little did he anticipate the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's overwhelming presence, which left him utterly humiliated, forcing him to yield to the elder sister. Tian's arrival prompted Xiao Yu to jump up, leaping from the sofa like a playful husky, eagerly rubbing against Tian's trousers and circling around him. Strangely, Xiao Yu had learned to wag his tail. The dignity of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf had been cast aside. It mused, without flatteries, I have no choice. If I desire spirit fruits, I must please my master. Very well. Once you advance further, I shall grant you spirit fruits. Tian affectionately patted Xiao Yu's head. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf was in its growth phase, rapidly maturing. The more spirit fruits it consumed, the greater the benefits it would reap. Xiao Bai, you seem rather discontent. Do not despair. You currently rank 4th among the fierce beasts in the territory, with 5 more to contend with. Surely, you won't be reduced to 9th place in a matter of days. Tian understood Xiao Bai's frustration and offered words of comfort. Among the 5 tigers, Xiao Bai could still display his royal demeanor. Xiao Bai's eyes brightened, and he puffed out his chest, as if preparing to uphold his remaining dignity. All right, you two amuse yourselves. Xiao Yu, do not bully Xiao Bai. With that, Tian vanished from the spot. A new task awaited him, this time involving a D-rank lord. This lord had purchased a goblin from the slave market, which was slightly taller than himself. However, before the lord could activate the contract, the goblin broke free from its bonds and rebelled. Tian swiftly approached, knocking the goblin unconscious and kindly forcing it to recognize its master. The employer was profoundly grateful. If possible, he would undoubtedly award Tian a 5-star rating. Upon returning to his territory, Tian accessed the auction house, intent on contacting Zhuangyu. Just as he logged in, a chat request from her appeared. Long time no see, Zhuangyu. Rich and powerful tower, do you still possess any merchant integrity? Did you deceive me regarding the spirit fruit tree? After the chat connected, Tian and Zhuangyu simultaneously initiated their first message. Business is a mutual agreement. How could it be termed deception? Besides, I did not coerce you. You did not incur any losses, Tian replied. Rich and powerful tower, you are in danger. Do you not know? Many within our district are inquiring about your district's subdivisions. Once the Tian Dao rules permit, They will treat you like a fat lamb ready for slaughter. Zi Huangyu warned Tian. A mere personal auction could yield him hundreds of millions. Weak lords could only watch enviously, while powerful lords seethed with jealousy. Moreover, Tian was a human, a race rated as mid-tier among the myriad species of the universe. This mid-tier status was propped up by a handful of advanced civilizations and several cultivation civilizations that continually broke through with genetic potions. The highest grade, side effect-free genetic potions could elevate one's dimensions to 200, enabling them to pilot cosmic warships and mechs, wielding star-destroying energy weapons to intimidate those of medium races. Yet, humans remained merely human. Even with planet-destroying weapons, they were still flesh and blood, incomparable to deities. For those inherently powerful races, the rich and powerful tower, being human, appeared as a tempting target. It is no exaggeration to say that the number of beings wishing to hunt Tian likely surpassed that of all beings in the entire 10086 district combined. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing jade invites calamity. The wisdom encapsulated by our ancestors is indeed profound. Even within the highest echelons of races, a person of impeccable integrity, upon witnessing Tian's wealth, may find themselves tempted to act. I am truly honored to be regarded by you formidable beings. Tian had long anticipated such occurrences, and, half in jest, remarked, Zi Huangyu, do you perceive me as a mere lamb for the slaughter? Naturally, should I encounter you, I would also be inclined to reciprocate. The conversation with Zi Huangyu abruptly ceased. In the realm of the way, communication is not typed. Rather, thoughts materialize in one's mind, and spoken words take form. Realizing her misstep, Zi Huangyu, in a fluster, inadvertently transmitted her incomplete thought to the chat with Tian. Of course, I would not conspire against you. We are trading partners, and our collaboration is quite enjoyable. She swiftly added, albeit insincerely. She was still preoccupied with the transaction of spiritual fruits, fearing that Tian might terminate the chat. We are friends, and I will certainly assist you. Zi Huangyu added, appearing flustered. There is no need for pretense. I am fully aware of your intentions. Your motives are not those of a hypocrite, and I remain indifferent. Cultural perceptions vary across races. Akin to how humans might seize a jade ring held by a bird without a shred of guilt, oblivious to the bird's plight. And perhaps even considering it a stroke of luck, a blessing from the heavens. After a month of training, Tian's heart had grown expansive. He understood that this is a world governed by the law of the jungle. You are quite remarkable to discern my thoughts, remarked Zi Huangyu in astonishment. Huh. If that bird clutching the jade ring were not a sparrow, but a dragon sparrow, even the mere thought of it would be sacrilege. Tian mused. Tian was issuing a challenge to Zi Huangyu and other apex races, as well as those who fancied themselves as deities. Chapter 47. The Onset of Summer. The Fish-Eating Stork. Dragon sparrow? What is that? Zi Huangyu inquired with great curiosity. Tian paused momentarily. He had been lost in the narrative and only now recalled that Zi Huangyu might indeed be a phoenix. In our clan, there exists a legend of the phoenix, suggesting that it once thrived on our planet, or at the very least, visited it. Among our people, there is also a tale that the dragon sparrow is the mightiest of phoenixes. In its youth, it resembles an ordinary water bird, yet upon reaching maturity, it grows to an immense size, unfurling its black wings to obscure the sun and stars. Tian recounted. Legends are mere fables. Our phoenix clan has no such dragon sparrow. Zi Huangyu retorted, clearly skeptical, deeming it fanciful fiction. Some things exist only if one believes. In our Huaxia, the phoenix is also a legend. Tian replied, pointedly. And so what? You have rambled on for ages. What exactly do you wish to convey? Zi Huangyu clearly did not grasp Tian's meaning. I am playing a tune for a deaf audience. What I mean is, our friendship is rather superficial. If you desire the 5-element sacred fruit, you must offer the price from today's auction in exchange. Tian was unapologetic. Speak no more. I have gathered the necessary items. Let us transact. Zi Huangyu declared, sending a transaction message. 10,000 Dao coins. 20,000. Elemental core. 30. Elemental warrior design blueprint. 5. For the exchange of 5 elements sacred fruit. Tian was rendered speechless. He had initially sought out Zi Huangyu, even contemplating offering her the fruits regardless of her financial capability, and perhaps asking her to gather elemental warrior blueprints from her region. Little did he expect that shortly after the auction's conclusion, she had managed to procure them. More money is always welcome. Tian had only ever heard of one person who held no interest in wealth. Such a level of enlightenment was beyond him. Transaction successful. Current balance of Dao coins, 129,770,000. Elemental cores, 121. Elemental warrior design blueprints, 20. Are you interested in the Zhu fruit, Qingling fruit, Ancient fruit, Lioli sacred fruit, and Dragon blood sacred fruit? You help me gather the elemental warrior blueprints and elemental cores, and I will sell these spiritual fruits to you at an 80 discount. Tian messaged Zi Huangyu. Are you genuinely so benevolent? Zi Huangyu replied, perplexed. In her mind, Tian had always been a shrewd merchant, perpetually scheming to swindle her of her money and diminish her profits. Elemental cores are one thing. As for the elemental warrior blueprints, what use are those scraps? Constructing an elemental warrior, from the blueprint to the elemental core to the necessary materials. Costs over 2 million. A B-class slave could be purchased for 3.5 of those. Zhuang Yuwu had only attained S-class spiritual power. Her physical form had yet to catch up, making these S-class and SS-class spiritual fruits exceedingly valuable to her. Of course, I have always been a man of my word. Tian replied, I am out of Dao coins. Save them for me. I will buy more after the month end when I hunt down the natives and ferocious beasts. Zhuang Yuwu responded. For her, the assessment was the primary economic source. A reward of 10 million Dao coins awaited the slaying of an S-class native or ferocious beast, an exhilarating prospect indeed. You must assist me in gathering the elemental warrior blueprints first. You must have some funds available. After all, your entire region is comprised of S-class lords. Rendering the blueprints useless. Tian stated to Zhuang Yuwu, who told you our region is filled with S-class lords. Currently, I am the only one. She replied, isn't it stated that the dimensional difference between each lord in the Dao stone should not exceed 50 points? Tian wondered. The Dao stone does not convey that to us. Nevertheless, I will assist you in collecting the elemental warrior blueprints. Just ensure you reserve those spiritual fruits for me. Zhuang Yuwu cautioned. Agreed. Let us finalize this arrangement. Tian found it peculiar. It seemed the initial proclamation by the Dao stone regarding each region was not uniform. With business at hand, Tian noticed a C-class order involving 3 avian ferocious beasts. Piquing his interest. Following the coordinates, Tian teleported to the employer's territory. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a man whose beauty rivaled that of a woman. Adorned with long silver hair, draped in silk garments, and possessing pointed ears. An elf? Mercenary, 3 fish-eating storks have arrived. They neither attack me nor anything else in the territory. They merely plunge into the water to catch fish, and in a short while, they consumed thousands of fish of varying sizes. The handsome male elf introduced the 3 large blackbirds to Tian. Fish-eating stork, strength, 250, constitution, 280, agility, 230. There are 3 in total, with attributes not differing significantly. Their forms resembled that of Earth's red-crowned cranes, with long, sharp beaks and webbed claws, suggesting their adeptness in swimming. As Tian spoke, the 3 fish-eating storks dove into the lake. They remained submerged for quite some time, causing Tian, who was preparing to operate his dragon bow and knock an arrow, considerable embarrassment. Mercenary, those fish-eating storks will emerge in 3 minutes, the male elf informed Tian. His own strength barely surpassed 200. Even armed with a bow, he was incapable of slaying the fish-eating storks. He feared provoking them and inviting danger upon himself. The male elf was curious about Tian's race, but refrained from asking further, mindful of the mercenary's taboo. Across the cosmos, countless races bear resemblance to humanity. Many powerful divine beast races, although capable of transforming into divine beasts, are born as humans. It is said that the human form is the closest to the principles of the way, universally referred to as the Dao body. Not only humans possess this innate Dao body, numerous other races do as well. Even after eons of evolution, many divine beasts possess an innate Dao body. Thus, the male elf has never regarded Tian as a member of the human race. Employer, why has this fish-eating stork attacked your lake? Tian inquired with curiosity. Previously, a similarly purposeful attacker had been the spring beast. From the fish-eating stork, Tian discerned tactics reminiscent of the spring beast. I had been within my territory when it suddenly appeared. I assumed it would assault me, but who would have thought it came merely to feast on fish? The male elf was equally perplexed. With a sudden splash, a pillar of water erupted into the sky as a fish-eating stork surged forth from the lake. Tian swiftly drew his bow, the dragon bow only partially drawn, and released the alloy steel arrow. The stork let out a horrific cry as it plummeted into the lake. At that moment, 2 more fish-eating storks burst forth simultaneously, enraged by their companion's attack. Their broad mouths opening in a cacophonous shriek as they charged at Tian. With a mastery of archery at level 2, and his 3-dimensional prowess far exceeding that of the storks, these creatures were no match for Tian. He loosed another arrow, striking one down, while the other closed the distance of less than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Tian remained unfazed, calmly knocking another arrow. As the stork approached within 10 meters, he released the arrow, which pierced through its neck. It fell, only 3 meters away from him, doomed to its fate. The male elf, once pale as snow, turned even whiter, nearly fleeing in terror. However, the glory of the light elves compelled him to stand resolute like a warrior. Congratulations, Lord. Your archery proficiency has increased to level 3. This unexpected delight accompanied the completion of the task. Task accomplished. Until we meet again. Tian bid farewell to the male elf and transported himself back to his territory. Upon detecting that this task was classified as C-grade, the system noted that the Lord had accepted and completed 8 tasks, achieving a remarkable success rate of 100. The task completion yielded 10,000 Dao coins. Tian opened the mercenary page, observing that there were already tens of thousands of active mercenaries. He was startled to see an S-grade mercenary with a mere 2 tasks and a success rate of only 50. This revelation troubled him. Could it truly be that even S-grade mercenaries could fail their missions? Furthermore, he noticed numerous mercenaries whose success rates were no longer at 100. This served as a stark reminder for Tian to act within his means and remain vigilant. Not long after his return, Tian received another mission, once again involving fish-eating storks, this time classified as D-grade. He realized that this month's trials had finally commenced. The previous Dao Stone had indicated that the first month would serve as a novice protection period, implying that the challenges ahead would be exceptionally arduous. However, surrounded by ample resources, Tian found it difficult to perceive any genuine hardships. The presence of fish-eating storks seemed to be a deliberate constraint on the aquatic resources available to lords. This mission was straightforward, requiring the elimination of just 2 D-grade fish-eating storks, which Tian dispatched with ease. Following this task, he spent the entire afternoon and into the evening completing missions, achieving a total of 41 successful tasks, bringing his total accepted tasks to 50. He amassed an impressive 410,000 Dao coins, raising his balance to an astounding 13,019,000. Armed with the dragon bow, Tian enjoyed a significant advantage over the fish-eating storks, often dispatching them with just a few arrows. Observing his peers, he noted that many of them experienced failures throughout the afternoon. With a flawless completion rate of 100 across 50 tasks, he stood out distinctly. Despite only being a C-grade mercenary, as night fell, the fish-eating storks did not appear, prompting Tian to refrain from accepting further tasks. Simultaneously, he instructed Gu Qianxiu and others to fortify the defenses of their territory. Upon spotting any fish-eating storks, they were to immediately summon elemental warriors. In the district and sub-district chat, a sense of tranquility reigned, with no one aware that numerous districts were suffering under attacks from the fish-eating storks. In fact, a staggering 999 of territories had their aquatic resources ravaged, with the gluttonous storks sparing even the tiniest fry and shrimp. Many lords had perished while confronting the fish-eating storks, with only a select few managing to eliminate them or successfully hire mercenaries. The majority chose to lie low. Few dared to probe the attributes of the fish-eating storks, while Tian informed the 66th sub-district of the situation, advising them to assess their circumstances and, if necessary, to gather fish in advance to make salted fish. There were many skeptics, but belief remained a personal choice. Having dwelled in the Dao world for a month, Tian had come to recognize the essence of this realm. It was a path of empowerment, rather than a mere survival game. When a lord persists in a constant struggle for existence, they have already fallen behind. Mercenaries also represent a route to strength, as evidenced by the rewards bestowed upon the king of mercenaries. Brother, I have gathered enough design blueprints for the elemental warriors and elemental cores of the SS grade glazed sacred fruit. May I request that my younger brother be granted the glazed sacred fruit first? At 11 o'clock at night, the emperor connected with Tian and sent a message. Currently, the emperor's finances were constrained, rendering him unable to acquire the 5 elements sacred fruit, thus opting instead for the glazed sacred fruit. Certainly, Tian replied with a nod. Once the auction results were revealed, he realized the emperor would not be able to gather the necessary items in the short term. The transaction proposal read, Elemental Warrior Design Blueprints 24, Elemental Cores 24, Glazed Sacred Fruit 1. Having promised the emperor a discounted price of 20, the figures aligned perfectly. Tian valued the emperor's connections highly. Although the emperor pursued profit, he maintained a balanced approach. His cultivation level paled in comparison to Zihuang Yuwu. Yet his understanding of human relations and wealth accumulation surpassed her prowess. Simultaneously, Tian remained ever vigilant during the transaction, as their relationship could be characterized as mutually beneficial. The emperor required Tian's resources, while Tian sought the emperor's connections and intelligence. Rest assured, I will reserve one of the 5 elements sacred fruits for you. Still at the 20 discount, Tian solemnly assured the emperor as a bridge to the higher districts. With those words, the emperor felt a weight lift from his shoulders. After the successful transaction, Tian now possessed a total of 44 elemental warrior design blueprints. Feeling a surge of energy, he made his way to the warrior pavilion, preparing to craft all the warriors. After scouring the auction house for resources, he opened the level 4 weapon station and began the process of creating elemental warriors. One by one, the design blueprints were placed upon the weapon station. By consuming resources, he transformed them into a multitude of elemental warriors, each adorned in various colors. Tian spent a staggering 70 million to construct 44 elemental warriors. Though these warriors currently only reached B grade, with training at the warrior pavilion, A grade and S grade would not be their limits. Tian was nurturing these warriors, who would not only serve him in the present, but also in the future. Upon detecting the emergence of 44 B-grade fighters within the territory's points increased by 800. Current territory points, 223, 450. Current balance of Dow coins, 59, 790. 000. Elemental cores, 97. Greetings, my lord. The elemental warriors knelt on one knee. Proceed to your designated area within the warrior hall. Tian instructed the elemental warriors. A total of 80 elemental warriors, increasing their spiritual power by 150 points each month at this pace, far surpassing even the famed Calabash brothers. On the third day, from dawn until 2 in the afternoon, Tian tirelessly accepted tasks from employers, D and C grade, without interruption. Armed with a bug weapon and possessing mastery in archery at level 3, Tian became the nemesis of the fish-eating stork. A mere handful of these storks posed no threat to him. In fact, some lords, whose territories were underdeveloped, faced only a single stork, which was akin to offering him celestial coins or victory rates. In total, he completed 70 tasks, accumulating 700,000 celestial coins, with the total number of tasks accepted reaching 120. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tian observed the emergence of fish-eating storks within the designated area. He decisively changed his mercenary status. Rest. He recognized that the storks arrived in large numbers. Tian dispatched Flame Boy and 20 elemental warriors to guard Lake 2, while 60 elemental warriors and the remaining personnel defended Lake 1. Lake 2 only housed small fish and shrimp. Given Tian's infrequent consumption of fish, Lake 1 was abundant with larger specimens. His aversion to fish did not permit the storks to wreak havoc. Fish represented a resource reserve. In the event of calamity, they could prove invaluable. Chapter 48. Annihilation of the fish-eating storks, an unexpected turn. 10 minutes after the disaster struck the designated area, a flock of fish-eating storks headed toward Lake 2. Tian placed his trust in 4 Boy, patiently awaiting his adversaries. Another 10 minutes passed, and a shadow darkened the sky as the storks approached from the north. 1,000 C-grade fish-eating storks and 10 B-grade white fish-eating storks appeared. Tian was aware that, due to the level of his territory, he would receive special treatment. Unlike their black counterparts, the white fish-eating storks were significantly larger, 3 times the size, with wingspans of 7 to 8 meters. Gu Chinchio, take 9 C-grade warriors to protect the elemental warriors. Do not allow the fish-eating storks to approach them. Elemental warriors. Focus on eliminating the leading 10 white fish-eating storks. Xiao Bai, Wu Hu, Xiao Yu, Dewa, Senhua, you two shall protect the elemental warriors. Xiaolon, Xiao He, you will provide support from the side. Tian, positioned 300 meters north of Lake 1, assigned combat tasks to the members of his territory. He did not send the D-grade warriors into battle. Their strength was insufficient, akin to a death sentence. Once the battle concluded, they would be tasked with cleaning the battlefield. The mechanical guardians had only activated 4 silver mechanical guardians. Each white fish-eating stork possessed attributes around 600, and a coordinated attack from the elemental warriors could easily dispatch them. Attack. As the 10 white fish-eating storks soared 200 meters overhead, Tian commanded the assault. In an instant, lightning crackled, ice and fire intertwined, and shadows of wood and darkness flew through the air. In the briefest of breaths, all the white fish-eating storks plummeted from the sky. Caw, caw, caw. The actions of Tian's territory enraged the remaining storks, who seemed to lose their sanity, desperately charging toward Tian and his companions. The group attack elemental warriors unleashed their skills: Wind Slash, Earth Burst, Sword Rain, and Light Beam. Over 30 elemental group skills directly obliterated more than 200 fish-eating storks. Their bodies fell like rain. Once the skills were exhausted, 60 elemental warriors commenced ranged attacks, releasing elemental energy every 5 seconds, each strike capable of slaying a stork. Just as Tian loosed 2 arrows, he noticed 3 storks diving toward him. He hastily released a 3rd arrow and swiftly performed a backflip to evade their assault. Drawing his longsword. Mastery of swordplay. Tian's technique was both precise and fierce, each movement a seamless expression of artistry. The 2 fish-eating storks, each with attributes of 300, found themselves punctured through the skull after a brief encounter with Tian. Engaging with the storks required merely vigilance against their sharp beaks. After resolving one entanglement, Tian continued to draw arrows from his quiver, targeting the storks that approached the elemental warriors. Tian successfully drew the attention of 5 storks, who charged at him, one boasting attributes exceeding 400, demonstrating great ferocity. Uplift the mountains. Tian, not daring to underestimate the situation, activated his skill and pulled the dragon bow to its full moon. Whoosh! The arrow flew towards the strongest fish-eating stork at an imperceptible speed. Caw! The full moon drawn on the dragon bow rendered a shooting speed far beyond the reach of 400 agility. The stork sensed danger and attempted to swerve, but the arrow pierced through its neck before it could evade. The remaining 4 storks remained undeterred, intent on attacking Tian with singular focus, their only thought being to pierce his skull with their beaks. With no time to loose another arrow, Tian slung the dragon bow over his shoulder, drawing his sword to parry against the stork's lethal beak. Crack! With over 600 in strength, Tian's longsword cleaved through one stork's elongated beak. The sword in his hand reversed with remarkable agility, in one fluid motion, as he severed the stork's beak. He swiftly countered to pierce the neck of another stork approaching from the side. Utilizing his superior speed, Tian dodged the last two stork's lunges, then lunged upward, stabbing through the head of one stork. With a quick withdrawal of his sword, he twisted his body, severing the neck of the final stork. At that moment, two sea eagles were also wreaking havoc, with a swarm of white fish-eating storks falling victim to Tian's cunning. Xiaolan and Xiaohe reigned supreme in the skies, effortlessly tearing apart the bodies of the storks and specifically hunting those with attributes exceeding 400. Dehua and Sanhua each wielded a long spear, providing unwavering protection around the elemental warriors. The two little milk babies were land gods of war. If the storks attempted to outmaneuver them, Dehua and Sanhua would be at a loss. However, they were bound by rules. Refusing to consume fish meant they had to eliminate the lord. Once battle commenced, it was a fight to the finish. Xiao Bai and Xiao Yu faced no challengers, especially Xiao Yu, who could leap over 10 meters, actively striking down the bothersome birds. Gu Qinxiu, burdened with his mission, remained on the defensive. In contrast to the strenuous efforts of others, he, on the verge of attaining the mid-golden stage, navigated the battle with ease. The elemental warriors maintained their reserves, typically with 40 warriors advancing while 20 remained for elemental defense. The tactical coordination among these elemental warriors was seamless, leaving no opportunity for the fish-eating storks. "Father, I am coming." At this moment, Boy leaped forward with 20 elemental warriors. Leading them, she unleashed a fiery pillar into the sky, followed by the elemental warriors releasing their skills. The scent of roasting meat filled the battlefield more intensely, as the first wave failed to breach Tian and his companions. These fish-eating storks were destined to be methodically eliminated, one by one. Whoosh! Tian once again loosed an arrow, piercing the last fish-eating stork midair, causing it to plummet to the ground. The battle had reached its conclusion. While not overwhelmingly powerful, these fish-eating storks exhibited a strikingly programmed behavior. Many among them surpassed Tian in strength, yet his territory boasted a greater number of members. Just last night, he had forged 44 new warriors. "Siwa, how fares the situation at Lake 2? Tian inquired. "Father, I arrived there even earlier. With a single breath of primordial spirit fire, I nearly incinerated them all." Each elemental warrior dispatched their assigned foe, and they fell swiftly, Siwa replied. "How impressive, Siwa," Tian encouraged, gently ruffling her horned pigtails. Siwa beamed at the praise, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, her long lashes fluttering. "Father, more are coming." Just as Tian prepared to orchestrate the battlefield cleanup, Erwa called out. This time, the fish-eating storks approached not from the north, but surged forth from the western mountains. As Erwa shouted, Tian spotted dark shapes in the distance, approximately 400 to 500 C-class fish-eating storks. "Intercept them," Tian commanded without a moment's hesitation. Should these storks breach the confines of Lake 1, they could devour all the fish and shrimp within in a single sweep. A throng of warriors and soldiers marched resolutely towards the western edge of the lake. Quack, quack, quack. Unlike their predecessors, this group of fish-eating storks, upon sighting Tian and his companions, squawked and dove down, ready to attack. Yet, with only 400 storks against the combined forces of two waves of soldiers, they could not contend with Tian. They met a far grimmer fate, failing to come within 50 meters of Tian and his allies. However, the sheer number of storks posed a challenge, and Tian found himself at a temporary impasse. "Father," from the east, large birds approach again. This time they are white. Just as the battle raged intensively, an unexpected development unfolded. 5 white fish-eating storks, accompanied by over 100 ordinary fish-eating storks, burst through the forest, speeding towards Lake 1 at an astonishing pace, at least twice the speed of those from the west. Their dimensional power exceeded 700, far surpassing the initial 10 storks. Faint to the east, Tian mused, unable to fathom that the seemingly dull-witted fish-eating storks would employ such a tactic. 10 fire elemental warriors and 10 light elemental warriors. Accompany me to the east at once. Xiaohe, Xiaolan, you two intercept one. Tian decisively issued his orders. With dimensional powers surpassing 500, Xiaohe and Xiaolan, utilizing their aerial combat prowess, activated their divine eagle bloodline, fully capable of taking down a fish-eating stork. The elemental warriors obeyed Tian's command, rapidly withdrawing from the battle to hasten towards the east alongside him. "Siwa, can you unleash divine thunder?" Tian inquired of Siwa, who had just finished unleashing a flame. "Yes, father. However, I just used primordial 7-color true fire, and my spiritual energy can only summon it once." Siwa wiped her mouth and responded, "Once is sufficient. Come with father." Tian contemplated briefly, cradling Siwa as they traversed along the lakeshore. With a piercing cry, 2 eagle shrieks rang out as 2 sea eagles surged ahead, each targeting a white fish-eating stork. These aerial predators, armed with lethal weaponry, possessed combat capabilities that were incomparable to those of the white storks. The 2 white storks advanced to meet the 2 sea eagles, preparing for a fierce clash. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 storks, undeterred, charged straight for Lake 1, now less than 300 meters away, commencing their dive into the water. Attack! Tian and the elemental warriors sprinted at full speed, managing to reach the eastern shore of the lake just before the storks could plunge into the water. Crack! As Tian's command echoed, a bolt of divine thunder erupted from Siwa, instantly vanquishing the highest dimensional fish-eating stork. 5 elements divine light. Tian unleashed the essence within him, sending forth a palm that pierced through another white stork's chest, creating a gaping wound. Whoosh! Seizing the fleeting moment, Tian drew his dragon bow to its full moon, aiming at the last remaining white stork. A resounding twang of the bowstring heralded the arrow's flight, striking the stork's body. With sufficient force, even the gentlest of breezes could fell its target. The arrow's speed surpassed that of a bullet, leaving the fish-eating stork solely focused on its meal, no chance to evade. Caw! The white stork let out a pained cry. Its robust physique enduring the blow without immediate death or a vertical descent, it continued its diagonal plunge towards the lake. Whoosh! Tian quickly knocked another arrow, this time striking the stork's neck, yet it could not prevent the stork from landing in the water. The elemental warriors also launched their offensive. Despite the scattered nature of the 100 or so storks, they were unable to escape their fate. A barrage of grouped skills followed by a round of ordinary attacks overwhelmed them, especially the fire elemental warriors, each capable of attacking 9 storks simultaneously, while the light elemental warriors merely needed to follow up with finishing strikes. It seemed as though they were determined to perish in the water. Over 20 storks, fueled by their final moments of life, fell into the lake, even if just at its periphery. Caw! On the other side, 2 sea eagles engaged in a fierce battle with 2 fish-eating storks of over 700 dimensions. Reaching a stalemate, with a powerful cry, they activated their divine eagle bloodline, boosting their speed and strength to 800. In that instant, Xiao Bai and Xiao Lan became the rulers of the skies, their every wing beat exuding an air of majesty. The divine eagle bloodline lasted only 100 seconds. And without hesitation, Xiao Lan and Xiao He dove toward their targets with unparalleled speed. Xiao He struck first, as it passed by the white fish-eating stork. Its claws, capable of shattering divine weapons, sank into the stork's wing joint. Tear! Caw! Xiao He tightened its grip, tearing the stork's wing apart, and with a blood-curdling shriek, crimson droplets rained down like a deluge. With a graceful aerial maneuver, Xiao He circled back, diving towards the disoriented white stork, crushing its skull with its talons. 10 seconds after Xiao He concluded its battle, Xiao Lan followed suit, snapping the white stork's neck. The ferocity of the beasts in combat was truly harrowing. Meanwhile, the skirmish in the west had also drawn to a close. Tian lingered at the lakeshore, waiting for a moment to allow Hua to assess the winds. It was not until half an hour later that Tian confirmed no further fish-eating storks would breach his territory. This battle had nearly exhausted his strength. Had another wave of white fish-eating storks arrived, the territory would have certainly faced devastating casualties. Gu Chinxiu, gather your men and collect all the fish-eating stork corpses. Extract the beast cores, and if they are edible, slaughter them for the ice storage. Tian instructed Gu Chinxiu to commence the cleanup. Lord, these fish-eating storks only consume fish, rendering their meat exquisitely tender, a premium among fowl. Their feathers are often collected by tribes to craft quilts and garments to ward off the winter chill, Gu Chinxiu explained, well aware of the stork's many uses. Good. Then proceed with the task, Tian replied. Tian observed that the fish-eating stork bore a striking resemblance to the cranes of Earth, albeit on a much grander scale, leading him to speculate on its delectable taste. It is said that the meat of the crane is particularly beneficial for those suffering from kidney deficiencies. He wondered if the fish-eating stork might possess similar properties. In this battle, only Long Tao suffered injuries, while the others emerged unscathed. Despite exerting their utmost efforts, they achieved a resounding victory. In the regional channel, a chorus of lamentations arose. Alas, my fish is gone. The fish I adore most. I too have lost everything. Not a single one remains. The audacity of these fish-eating storks was infuriating, devouring both large and small fish alike. Does anyone have fish fry to sell me? They pleaded, filled with regret for not heeding Tian's advice. It's not as though we have none of us have meat to eat. Must it come to this? Fortunately, I had dried some salted fish beforehand, escaping the notice of the storks. I love salted fish. So do I. They groaned in despair. It was a near brush with death, all in the effort to fend off the fish-eating storks. Did the Great One slay the fish-eating stork? Someone exclaimed. Impressive indeed. Another added. I too exerted considerable effort. One more encounter, and I would have been in peril. Fortunately, I had assistance, or my fish would have met the same fate. Is it true, Great One, that you have so many? Might I be granted a fish for my future cravings? My deepest gratitude to you all. The entire regional channel echoed with cries of despair, with fewer than 1 in 1,000 lords having vanquished the fish-eating stork. After observing for a while, Tian adjusted his mercenary status and continued to ride the coattails of the fish-eating stork's momentum. He had originally planned to explore his territory today, but the storks had delayed him. Now, with the hour growing late, he opted to refine his battle record while earning some coin. Once deranked mercenaries appeared, business would become increasingly challenging. At present, there were already dozens of C-ranked mercenaries, and as time passed, their number would only swell. Throughout the afternoon, Tian embarked on 50 missions, the majority of which were deranked. He would often complete tasks with just 2 arrows. Yet, despite this efficiency, he felt utterly exhausted. He accrued 500,000 Dao coins, and with the additional 700,000 from the morning, his total earnings reached 1.2 million. His Dao coin balance now stood at 99 million. Having accepted 170 tasks, he boasted an impressive success rate of 100. Tian understood that such opportunities for record enhancement were rare. With his current success rate, he would find it easy to accept future tasks. However, resolving a mission in 5 minutes would prove to be quite a challenge. On this day, Tian rose early, dedicating an hour and a half to physical refinement. Yet he could only muster an increase of 2 attribute points, 1 in strength and 1 in constitution, the same as yesterday. His spiritual power remained stable with an increase of 1 point. His stats were now strength 337, constitution 329, agility 350, spiritual power 345. Today marked my 9th and 10th attempts at the 2-star lottery. The last time he activated the 3-star lottery, he received an unrestricted draw. He wondered if fortune would smile upon him again this time. Today was the 4th day of summer, and his last lottery was on the 30th day of spring. Between the 31st of spring and the 4th of summer, precisely 5 days had elapsed. The Dao wheel commenced the 2-star lottery. Tian gazed upon the 2 wheels before him, 1 large and 1 small, 1 white and 1 black, and issued his command. The white wheel spun, gradually accelerating before finally slowing to a stop on a B-ranked item. Ding. Obtained B-ranked elixir, Holy Healing Pill. The Holy Healing Pill, suitable for those with B-ranked power and below, could quickly heal severe injuries upon consumption. Upon examining it with the Dao Stone, Tian deemed it a valuable item. Being only C-ranked, he could utilize this elixir for quite some time. Should it go unused, he could always auction it later. He proceeded with another 2-star draw, this time landing on C-ranked metal. Tian's interest waned immediately. Ding. Obtained C-ranked metal, blue iron 1. A sizable piece of blue iron fell to the ground. Ding. As the Lord completed 10 2-star draws, the 3-star lottery wheel has been activated. Ding. Daily lottery points have increased. Daily points now rise by 3 instead of 2. Ding. Each draw from the 3-star wheel will cost 30 points. Ding. After 10 3-star draws, the 4-star lottery wheel has been unlocked. Ding. As the master of the wheel activates the 3-star lottery, an A-ranked item or above will be awarded, along with 1 unrestricted draw. With a flurry of notifications, Tian took a moment to process the information. First, he would now receive 3 lottery points daily. Second, each draw would require 30 points, with a 10-day interval before he could draw again. Third, he had earned an unrestricted draw, guaranteeing at least an A-ranked item. This last announcement filled Tian with delight. As the notification ceased, a purple lottery wheel materialized before him. The wheel, adorned with 3 stars atop, was 1.5 times larger than the white wheel, consisting of 60 slots in total. The highest tier slot contained SS-ranked items. In addition to SS-ranked items, there were 4 S-ranked slots, 10 A-ranked slots, 30 B-ranked slots, and 10 C-ranked slots. D-ranked and E-ranked items could only be obtained from the 1-star lottery, while ordinary medals were to be sought in the 1-star draws. Among the remaining 5 slots, 2 were designated for special technological items, 1 for a unique architectural blueprint, another for a special item, and 1 for randomly assigned talents below S-ranked. The probability of obtaining an SS-ranked item stood at 1 in 60. Indicating that my life water was one of those 60 chances. No, the 1 in 60 merely signifies the chance to draw an SS-ranked item. There are countless SS-ranked items, including various elixirs, weapons, metals, and rare materials. Perhaps, akin to the life water and the milk babies, this was my singular opportunity in this lifetime. Tian sighed deeply. However, in the next moment, he rallied his spirits and commanded the lottery wheel. Dao wheel, I wish to initiate an unrestricted draw. Ding. Would you like to commence the unrestricted draw? The Dao will confirmed once more. Yes. Tian replied resolutely, initiating unrestricted draw. After a full minute of anticipation, Tian silently chanted divine level talent, divine level talent. Ding. Obtained SSS ranked rewards. 1 each of the 5 elemental origins from fierce beasts. What in the world? He exclaimed. Having drawn the elemental origins of fierce beasts, Tian had never encountered fierce beasts that could unleash elemental powers. And he quickly utilized the Dao Stone to examine the 5 colorful energy orbs now hovering before him. SSS-ranked metal elemental origin of the fierce beast. Upon fusion, the beast will undergo a transformation in potential, gaining the power of the metal element. SSS-ranked wood elemental origin of the fierce beast. Upon fusion, the beast will undergo a transformation in potential, gaining the power of the wood element. SSS-ranked water elemental origin of the fierce beast. Upon fusion, the beast will undergo a transformation in potential, gaining the power of the water element. SSS ranked Fire Elemental Origin of the Fierce Beast. Upon fusion, the beast will undergo a transformation in potential, gaining the power of the fire element. SSS ranked Earth Elemental Origin of the Fierce Beast. Upon fusion, the beast will undergo a transformation in potential, gaining the power of the earth element. After observing the scene, Tian inhaled sharply, realizing that his 5 tiger generals were on the cusp of transformation. Soon, his initial confusion gave way to excitement. After consuming the elements, their strength would undoubtedly surge, providing him with 5 formidable allies. Retrieving the lottery wheel, Tian proceeded with the 5 elemental orbs to the tiger's den. 5 tigers. The time for your metamorphosis has arrived. He cast the 5 orbs into the den: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each orb radiating hues of white, green, black, red, and yellow. As these luminous spheres floated within the den, they seemed to reflect the visage of ancient ferocious beasts. A palpable aura of power swirled around them, and the 5 tiger generals sensed the might of the orbs, feeling a mix of trepidation and eager anticipation. Go forth, 5 tigers. Choose the element you desire, consume it, and you shall aid me. The 5 tiger generals understood their predicament within the territory, though they bore no resentment towards the bullying by Xiaobai. The inability to assist their master weighed heavily on them. With a thunderous roar, Tiger 1 lunged towards the golden elemental beast's essence, swallowing it whole. Tiger 2 swiftly followed, devouring the wood essence. Tiger 3 embraced the water essence, while Tiger 4 consumed the fire essence, and Tiger 5 ingested the earth essence. In that pivotal moment of consumption, their fur bristled as they experienced excruciating pain, akin to being sliced by countless blades. Simultaneously, a formidable SSS-level beastly aura awakened within them, symbolizing a reconfiguration of their physical forms, an elevation of their life levels, and an enhancement of their intelligence. Early the next morning, as Xiaobai lazily lounged on the sofa, he lifted his head. What a powerful beastly aura. Why do I feel so unnerved? Bewildered, Xiaobai gazed towards the tiger's den, unaware of the transformations his 5 subordinates were undergoing, though an unsettling feeling began to rise within him. A series of 5 resounding roars pierced the sky, reverberating throughout the entire territory in relentless waves. Not only Xiaobai, but even the howling moon silver wolf felt its fur stand on end. In a small cave at the territory's edge, Xiaolan and Xiao He cautiously peered out, only to hastily retreat. At the northern city gate, the 5 tiger generals dashed out of the den, leaping onto the city wall to complete their final transformation. Fortunately, Tian had utilized precious heavenly materials to elevate them to C rank, providing them with an opportunity to break through their bloodline shackles. Otherwise, the 5 tiger generals might not have endured the process. At this moment, Tiger 1 was enveloped in golden light, his fur transforming to a white adorned with intricate black golden patterns, distinct from Xiaobai's purity. Tiger 2 radiated green light, his entire coat turning green, bearing patterns akin to those of Tiger 1. Tiger 3 was cloaked in black light, his fur becoming wholly black, with blue patterns adorning his body. Tiger 4 glimmered with red light, his fur becoming red, with purple patterns emerging. Tiger 5 shimmered with yellow light, his fur becoming more lustrous and radiant. As the brilliance subsided, the 5 tiger generals leapt down from the city wall, encircling Tian, deeply moved. Their potential evolution had significantly heightened their intellect. Previously classified as mid-level intelligent beings, they had now undergone several awakenings, soaring to the ranks of advanced intelligent life, surpassing even the wind and cloud white tiger in awakening instances. Once mere wild tigers of the forest, their existence precariously balanced amidst the flora. They owed their current evolution to their master's bountiful gifts. This transcended mere beast taming. With newfound wisdom, their hearts were as pure as ever. Ding. Detection confirmed that 5 ferocious beasts within the territory had evolved to SSS potential, accruing 24,500 territory points. The current territory score stood at 247,950. Each of the 5 tiger generals had contributed an additional 4,900 points. Name, Tiger 1. Species, Tiger Clan. Stage, Growth Phase. Strength, 600. Constitution, 600. Agility, 600. Spiritual Power, 500. Talent, Golden Tiger Roar, SSS level, producing blade-like sound waves with damage equivalent to double its spiritual power. The remaining 4 tigers shared identical stats with Tiger 1, differing only in their talents. Tiger 2's talent, with Tiger's Vines, SSS level, capable of ensnaring beings whose attack power does not exceed double the Wood Tiger's spiritual power. Tiger 3's talent, Water Tiger's Weak Water, SSS level, capable of emitting corrosive weak water with damage equal to double its spiritual power. Tiger 4's talent, Fire Tiger's Wrath, SSS level, capable of unleashing fierce flames with damage equal to double its spiritual power. Tiger 5's talent, Earth Tiger's Mountain Shifting, SSS level, capable of condensing earth into a mountain with damage equal to double its spiritual power. These abilities were rooted in their essence, akin to the talents of Tian and the Calabash brothers. Once used, Their essence required 3 hours to recover. At this juncture, the 5 tiger generals could also unleash ordinary elemental skills akin to elemental warriors, executing attacks every 3 seconds. Moreover, the 5 tiger generals were formidable in close combat, boasting both offensive and defensive capabilities, complemented by their powerful techniques. Tian was thoroughly pleased with this lottery outcome, having acquired 5 robust allies in one fell swoop. With their newfound strength, the 5 tigers, now at the threshold of B rank, could rival A rank opponents. Even the golden warriors of the late phase with stats exceeding 900 would find themselves easily subdued by the 5 tigers. Their might had surged to extraordinary levels. The lifespan of the 5 tiger generals had multiplied several times over. Initially at the adult stage, they had now entered the growth phase. Having absorbed the essence of ferocious beasts, they would rapidly propel themselves to even higher realms. Upon returning to the villa with the 5 tiger generals, Xiao Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. Are these still my 5 subordinates? How have they transformed into such imposing figures? Now, in terms of ferocity, strength, life level, and intelligence, the 5 tigers overshadowed Xiao Bai. The younger brothers had outgrown their elder brother. Xiao Bai felt despondent, counting on his fingers. It seemed as if he had become the weakest beast in the entire territory. From once being the leader, he had fallen to the 3rd, then the 4th, and now was relegated to the 9th position. The former leader, now a mere memory. Little 9, no, Xiao Bai. The 5 tiger generals have undergone their transformation. What reason do you have to not strive for greatness? Tian gently patted the bewildered tiger's head, imparting earnest advice. Xiao Bai wore a dejected expression. You 5. From now on, Xiao Bai is the youngest. Do not bully him. Tian admonished the 5 tigers. With a low growl, Tiger 1 affirmed their bond. We are the older brothers. He is our little brother. Indeed. Tian made his way to the bedroom, retrieving 5 sacred fruits of the 5 elements and 5 glazed sacred fruits, intending to further enhance the 5 tiger generals. Roar. Tiger 1 shook his head, indicating refusal of the spiritual fruits. Tian, perplexed, could not comprehend the intentions of Tiger 1 and the others. Roar. Tiger 1 let out a roar, sketching the form of the ferocious beast's essence in the air with his paw, then patted his own chest, followed by a gentle tap on Tiger 2's chest. Indeed, they said, after assimilating the essence of feral beasts, our prowess shall soar to unprecedented heights, with a growth rate several-fold that of ordinary beasts. The efficacy of spirit fruits pales in comparison. There is no necessity for them. The 5 tigers responded in unison. Tiger 1 gestured for Tian to conserve the spirit fruits for more advantageous purposes. Tian surveyed the 5 tigers and then glanced at Xiao Bai, contemplating the situation. What is this called? Vision. Chapter 50. The terrifying mountain of the mountain from the mercenary system. Tian discerned that all major regions had already endured the onslaught of the fish-eating stork. Consequently, he resolved not to accept any further missions. He retrieved a long-preserved junior mist scroll, intending to venture outside and witness the surrounding environment firsthand. Tian possessed 2 mist scrolls, one advanced and one junior. This time, he opted to test the waters with the junior version. With the Lord present, the safety factor remained assured. Should danger arise, he could teleport back at any moment, albeit at the expense of the mist scroll. The junior mist scroll could only transport 5 beings in and out. Tian's first companion was Erwa, followed by Tiger 1. He deemed this sufficient, as they were not heading into battle. If any issues arose within the territory, the heavenly Tao stone would alert him, allowing for immediate return. Tian and Erwa mounted Tiger 1 and approached the mist's edge to the east. Upon activating the junior mist scroll, a beam of light emanated from it, marking Tian's feet. This light established the coordinates for the teleportation function of the mist scroll. Another beam shot forth, directed into the mist, causing a door to slowly open. The boundary gate has detected the Lord's use of the junior mist scroll and is now open. It shall close in 10 seconds. The voice of the heavenly Tao stone echoed in Tian's mind. Without hesitation, he instructed Tiger 1 to step through the boundary gate. As they crossed, they found themselves in a different world, where even the air felt distinct. Tian stood on a flat expanse, with a forest not far off. As he gazed upon the woods, an impulsive thought crossed his mind, to fell the trees and transport the timber back. He abruptly shook his head, discarding such frivolous notions. Tiger 1, into the forest. Tian commanded. Tiger 1 leaped into the woods with the swiftness of the wind, racing deeper within. With only 4 hours at his disposal, Tian was determined not to squander a moment. He sought to discern whether other lords or tribes resided nearby. Tribes and lords need not always be adversaries. Before any conflict arises, they could potentially become allies, mutually beneficial companions. For instance, the abundance of timber here could serve as a lucrative resource. Should the lords find themselves in need, he could arrange for the natives to harvest wood, selling it for a handsome profit. Moreover, Tian could procure items at the auction house that were exceedingly cheap, yet highly valued among tribes, establishing a symbiotic relationship. Erwa skinned the surroundings for any anomalies. After a while, Tian gently pinched Erwa's little face, who sat before him. All right, Daddy, she replied. her eyes sparkling with light. Here, unbound by the constraints of the boundary, she could see for miles. "Daddy, I see no people, only some feral beasts. But they are surely no match for Tiger One," Erwa informed him. "Let us venture further." After an hour of racing through the forest, it became evident that the landscape was dominated by trees, seemingly endless in their expanse. The feral beasts, sensing Tiger One's formidable presence, kept their distance. Erwa intermittently activated her farsight, providing Tian with updates on their surroundings. "Daddy, 100 miles ahead, there's a misty barrier that resembles our own." After another use of her farsight, she turned to Tian, her little face lifted in curiosity. "Detected the territories of other lords. During the use of the Lord Mist Scroll, one may freely enter and exit other lord territories. However, once within another's domain, the teleportation function of the Mist Scroll becomes ineffective." The voice of the Heavenly Dao Stone resounded in Tian's mind. "Is this a jest? Heavenly Dao?" Tian was acutely aware of the ramifications of the Mist Scroll's capabilities. "Tiger One, to the mist." After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to enter and investigate. Tian preferred to develop his territory in silence. He had no desire for invasion nor to invade others. His curiosity was piqued. Was Sam lurking within that mist? Or perhaps a motley crew of Sam's minions, who often berated him? Should that be the case, Tian would show no mercy. Of course, if Qin Fan Shuang's estimations were accurate, based on Sam's ID, it should be quite distant from Tian's territory, with Tiger One's remarkable speed and endurance. The 100-mile journey was traversed in a mere 10 minutes. "Charge in." Upon reaching the mist's edge, Tian unhesitatingly commanded Tiger One to plunge forward. 66th District, 999th Lord. Blackstone Stars Mountain to Mountain. "Mountain Emperor, won't you perish if you cease your boasting?" "Indeed, Mountain Emperor, enough with the bluster. Focus on developing your territory. We shall not believe your tales." Mountain to Mountain was indulging in his habitual boasting, engaging in idle chatter with a group of unfamiliar district individuals. Relishing the comfort of companionship, he thrived in this ambience. It was a remedy against loneliness. With his indigenous slaves, he found no common ground for conversation. Having reclaimed 4 slaves, albeit of rank, they proved to be adept workers. He would no longer fret over sustenance. Mountain to Mountain mused, in this manner. "I am akin to an ancient emperor. Attention lords, an incursion by an external lord has been detected. Please remain vigilant." A voice reverberated in Mountain to Mountain's mind, startling him from his slumber. "Brothers, I am under invasion by another lord. What is happening?" He hastily sent a message through the district channel to inquire about the situation. "Mountain Emperor, this is no jest," replied Pigman Clan's Zhubiao. "Indeed, Mountain Emperor, perhaps it's time for a different tale. No one believes this one," added Goathead Clan's Yang Yang. "Pig brother, Goat brother, I assure you, I speak the truth. Otherwise my fate is sealed," pleaded Mountain to Mountain. "Has anyone else experienced this?" "There have been occurrences. I once encountered a junior Mist Scroll, which allows a lord to take a few individuals out of their territory. Be cautious. The visitor may not come with good intentions," warned Forest Elf Moo Moo Ching Ching. "Oh no, an invader of that caliber must surely belong to Sam's ilk. I am doomed. Brothers, remember me, Blackstone Stars Mountain to Mountain." With a profound sense of despair, Mountain to Mountain began penning his will. "Fear not, Mountain Emperor. The invader is surely from our district. Tell us who it is, and we shall avenge you." Zhu Biao replied with a sense of camaraderie. Though moved by the opportunity to speak, Mountain to Mountain refrained from responding, intent on exposing the malevolent intruder who dared to invade his domain, ensuring their infamy would endure through the ages. Unbeknownst to Tian, the turmoil unfolding in the group, he observed the territory before him. Unremarkable. The grove's trees were sparse, and the mountain appeared stark and barren. A distant, rhythmic clanging akin to the sound of stones being struck echoed through the air, indicative of mining activities underway. The courtyard was impressively constructed, with thick stone walls towering over 4 meters high. Beyond the courtyard stretched over 100 acres of verdant land, lush and flourishing. It wasn't long before he arrived at the grand entrance of Shandashan. With a creaking sound, the heavy ironclad wooden door swung open, revealing Shandashan, who emerged with spear in hand and bow slung across his back, exuding a fearless demeanor. Upon his first glance, Shandashan's eyes were not drawn to Tian, nor to Erwa, but fixated upon the imposing white tiger. Tian, possessing the Taoist stone, was inscrutable to him. But the information about the white tiger was instantly divulged. Strength, 600, agility, 600, speed, 600. The legendary spiritual power stood at an extraordinary 600 a talent of SSS rank. The golden tiger roar. Shandashan was nearly paralyzed with fear. His resolve to fight to the death faltered. Even 100 of his kind would be no match for the golden tiger. How had his ill fate followed him from Blackstone Star to the world of Tao? In his panic, he failed to utter a final message, even neglecting to notice the information from the shadowy Tian urging him to hire mercenaries. "Lord, reveal your name. Which clan do you hail from?" Tian's expression hardened as he demanded an answer from Shandashan. This individual was certainly not Sam. Could he be one of Sam's subordinates? Though he bore the appearance of a human, he might not be one. Shandashan, a member of the human race from Blackstone Star, he instinctively responded, shaken by the presence of the golden tiger. Who is this formidable being? Why do you bully me in my humble domain? With your prowess, you ought to conquer the great regions and seek wealth untold. You are Shandashan? Tian mused. Noting that he was not Sam, he scrutinized the man, often jested about in their district as the Mountain Emperor. Tian had engaged in playful banter with him a number of times. Names like Turtle Jia, Pig Biao, Scar, Shandashan, Yang Yang, Lu Bai Wang, and Maru Long were familiar figures to Tian. No, though we share the same character, I am not Sam. Shandashan's mind raced. Could this be someone seeking vengeance against Sam? Sam had a knack for provoking many with his caustic tongue. Although he often bragged, he was generally kind-hearted, never cursing anyone, only delivering light-hearted jests. Ah, then all is well. Mountain Emperor, do you mind if I step inside for a moment? Tian, cradling the infant, leaped down from Tiger E. Divine One, please. Shandashan's heart, which had been racing, began to settle as he realized this visitor was not here to bring him trouble. He found himself intrigued by the infant in Tian's arms. How remarkable that such a powerful figure could bring a child along. What was the secret behind it? The Taoist stone indicated that only individuals aged between 15 and 40 could traverse. If only he could bring his daughter along, he would not feel so lonely amidst a throng of men. Wait, something felt amiss. Curse it, I am still a virgin on Blackstone Star, with no girlfriend. Shandashan had not utilized the Taoist stone to scan Erwa. Otherwise, he would not have harbored such thoughts. The resources here are quite plentiful. Tian observed the various cured meats and sausages hanging under the eaves, as well as the vegetable garden flourishing with a variety of greens. Daddy, this place is so shabby. Such a rundown house. The haughty Erwa remarked disdainfully. Shandashan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Shabby? I assure you, I live quite comfortably. Tian felt somewhat sheepish himself, recalling their own humble beginnings in a small wooden house. May I inquire your esteemed name, Great One? Shandashan asked Tian, assuming he was one of those self-proclaimed noble lords who seldom engaged in conversation within the district channels. Such lords were plentiful, only asking questions when matters arose. I am Tian. You should be familiar with my name. Tian had no intention of concealing his identity. The only thing he truly wished to keep hidden was his wealth. If the existence of his fortune were revealed, those who had employed him would realize that the second greatest wealth belonged to him. Once the auction house spread the word, the world of Tao would be aware. Unless Tian ceased to accept mercenary tasks, he would always have to guard against betrayal. Ah, so it is the esteemed Tian, truly a man of remarkable stature, just as I imagined. And the infant, how adorable. Shandashan expressed his astonishment. The Tian he had conversed with frequently was not only a lord of considerable prowess, but also possessed extraordinary strength. The human race had such a formidable warrior among them, and he felt a sense of pride. Indeed, Sam harbored the deepest animosity towards Tian, and their enmity harked back to a time long past. If Sam were to cross paths with Tian, he would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Chapter 51, Liu, 7 Hearts. Flattery is so juvenile, Erwa remarked, crossing her arms disdainfully as she nestled in Tian's embrace. Young one is quite precocious, Shandashan noted. Renowned for his thick skin, having realized that this divine being was none other than Tian, whom he often chatted with, a sense of relief washed over him. Children are often unaware of their words. Please don't take offense. Tian offered an apologetic smile. Nonsense. The arrival of a great one graces my humble abode. My dwelling may be modest, but I recently opened a C-grade spiritual tea from a silver treasure chest. After my initial consumption, it enhanced my agility and physique slightly. Today, I offer it to you, esteemed guest, and hope you will not find it lacking. Shandashan prepared a cup of tea, pouring hot water into it before preparing another for Erwa. In less than a minute, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air, filling the entire room. Then I shall graciously accept, Tian thought to himself, recognizing the quality of the tea. His grandfather had been an ardent tea enthusiast during his lifetime, and as such, Tian had developed a fondness for it as well. After sipping the tea, he noted an increase in both agility and physique, leading him to conclude that Shandashan was indeed a commendable individual. Delicious, even better than milk. Erwa licked her lips, unexpectedly offering praise. Indeed, I arrived using a beginner's miss scroll, and time is of the essence. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Should any troubles arise in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. After finishing his tea, Tian rose to express his gratitude. With less than 2 hours remaining, he wished to pursue other discoveries and did not linger. How he longed to engage in an intimate conversation with the Great One. Once he possessed the Mist Scroll, he vowed to visit Tian's domain. Shandashan held a favorable impression of the refined and gentle Tian, feeling a kinship as fellow humans. Refined and gentle, that encapsulated Shandashan's immediate impression of Tian. He was powerful and affluent, yet did not regard those weaker than himself as mere insects. Shandashan found himself willingly captivated by Tian. Alas, I too feel as if we have met too late. Farewell. Shan escorted Tian to the door, where Tian, cradling the infant, leaped onto Tiger and bid farewell. With a roar, Tiger darted away, vanishing from Shan's sight. District Channel, Mountain Emperor. Mountain Emperor, are you still there? The Mountain Emperor ID remains active. Could it be that he has been captured and subjected to severe interrogation? Are the enemies too formidable? Has the Mountain Emperor been rendered unable to send a message? We have not only lost the Mountain Emperor, but also our enjoyment. Thank you all for your concern. I am currently quite safe. Those who have entered my territory are not invaders, but rather the esteemed Tian. He has come in search of Sam and inadvertently found his way to my domain, where we engaged in delightful conversation. Sam is doomed. Tian's mount boasts an impressive average of 600 in dimensions, with a spiritual power exceeding 500 and possesses an SSS-level innate talent. Tian himself is a magnificent figure, effortlessly lifting the heavens and shattering the earth beneath his feet, exuding both elegance and an aura of dominance. His daughter, too, is a charming and beautiful member of the Blackstone Star clan, known as Shan. In his final remarks, Shan spoke at length, eventually reaching a point where she could say no more, lavishing praise upon Tian to extraordinary lengths. However, the locals were skeptical, believing it to be mere exaggeration. Who would believe such claims? A mount with dimensions of 600? A spiritual power of 500? SSS-level innate talent? What a farce. Has Mountain Emperor lost his sense of reality? If such a mount could be tamed, would that not mean Tian could penetrate the mist? Upon exiting Shan's territory, Tian began to allow Hu to roam aimlessly once more. Regardless of where he ran, he would ultimately be teleported back. The forest is vast, and it is evident that Shan is not the only lord here. There must be tribes entrenched within, given the seemingly infinite timber and various levels of ferocious beasts. Father, 100 miles away, a group of horned people is pursuing two individuals. An hour later, having activated his long-distance sight, alerted Tian. Horned people? The Topping clan? Would they have ventured into the territory of the Topping clan? Those horned beings are quite formidable and harbor ill will towards Tian. A task has been detected from the Mist Scroll. Tian was taken aback. The Mist Scroll can issue tasks? He unclipped the scroll from his waist, pondering its extraordinary nature. This is merely the initial level. Upon opening the scroll, a series of words appeared. Defeat the Horn Clan's Topping clan pursuers and rescue the Flower Spirits. Upon completion of the task, one will earn the favor of the Flower Spirits. Flower Spirits? Could they be akin to the spirit of the gourd? As this thought crossed his mind, Tian's spirits were lifted. Hui, over there. Tian commanded Hui, gripping the hilt of his sword, prepared for battle. Is not particularly strong. Although Tian possesses martial skills, he can only practice the water attribute technique known as the Ice Palm. Being of no elemental affinity, must find a technique suited to his unique power. Hui increased his speed, and within moments, they arrived at the scene where the Flower Spirits were besieged. There, towering horned beings, each 3 meters tall, were attacking two delicate Flower Spirits, displaying a savagery unbefitting of civilized beings. Yet, these two Flower Spirits proved formidable. One was Luewewa and the other Kixinua. Luewewa unleashed petals from her sleeves, capable of making even divine weapons falter. The impact of the petals was devastating. Kixinua, with her slender red needles, wielded a lethal precision that rivaled the petals. Moreover, these two Flower Spirits moved with grace, like celestial beings among flowers, releasing their spiritual energy while retreating. The horned beings, known for their strength and endurance, struggled to subdue the Flower Spirits. They resorted to exhausting the Spirit's energy with their rugged resilience. What shall we do, sister? My spiritual power is nearly depleted, Kixinua exclaimed anxiously to Luewewa. I too am running low, Luewewa replied, her complexion pale. Should they be captured, the Horn clan would undoubtedly consume them. After being pursued for so long, their innate talents had long been exhausted. The Horned clan had once boasted a golden warrior, but he was vanquished by the combined efforts of the two Flower Spirits. Now, Luewewa and Kixinua found themselves besieged by dozens of silver-horned beings, nearing their limits. Even in death, they would be devoured. Despair filled their hearts. A thunderous roar pierced the air, reverberating through the forest and striking fear into the hearts of the horned beings. Tian, riding Hui, appeared not far away. The horned beings exchanged glances, instinctively taking a step back. The fierce gaze of the white tiger warned these battle-hardened horned beings of their impending doom. Young master, save us. Luewewa and Kixinua, sensing a kinship with called out for help, hoping for a miracle. Upon closer inspection, Tian realized that he had misjudged the Flower Spirits. They were not mere children, but rather mature and strikingly beautiful. Their natural beauty and unique aura evoked a sense of familiarity. Hui charged. Observing the strength and numbers of the horned beings, Tian decided against engaging directly. Instead, he dismounted Hui, allowing the beast room to maneuver. We are from the Topping clan. You should step aside. The leader of the horned beings, whose dimensions exceeded 400, bellowed at Tian, his voice trembling with a fear that betrayed his bravado. Clearly, He too was intimidated by Hui's imposing presence. Huh. It is you of the Topping clan that I seek to vanquish, Tian declared, and as his words fell, Hui lunged forward with ferocity. A single strike erupted like thunder. Boom. The resounding impact sent the leader of the horned beings flying several dozen meters, crashing through 3 large trees, likely rendering him lifeless. The remaining horned beings, now gripped by fear, scattered in all directions. These horned beings were cunning. They did not flee towards a single destination, but rather dispersed widely. Hui pursued 2 horned beings, swiftly dispatching them with a single blow each. As one horned being attempted to flee, a golden sword struck him down, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Hui was about to pursue others when Tian called out, "Hui, do not chase them. Time is of the essence." Obeying immediately, Hui returned to Tian's side. As Tian approached Kixinua and Luowewa, the 2 flower spirits huddled together, casting fearful glances at Hui before turning to the smiling Tian. "Are you willing to return to my territory with me?" Tian inquired of Kixinua and Luowewa. "You are the Lord. You saved us, our savior. We, as sisters, must repay our debt. As long as you do not consume us, we are willing to recognize you as our master." Luowewa expressed her gratitude. Seeing Tian was akin to herself, she felt reassured. Haha, why would I ever consume you? Follow me, and I will ensure you are well treated. Tian laughed heartily. Once the flower spirits attain sentience, they become top-tier intelligent beings, distinct from spirit herbs. Achieving sentience is a rare opportunity, one that cannot be sought after. Just as the 4 little ones can never revert to gourds, Kixinua can never revert to a 7-petal flower, and Luowewa can never revert to a liua flower. "We bow to you, master." Kixinua and Luowewa, feeling at ease, echoed their reverence to Tian. "Excellent. Time is of the essence. Let us return to my territory." Tian retrieved the mist scroll, silently invoking its return function. The mist scroll emitted a radiant white light, enveloping the 3 beings and 1 child, transporting them back to the territory. The initial mist scroll shattered into motes of light, dissipating. The detection system registered the emergence of 2 SSS-level potential beings within the territory, increasing the territory's points by 400, bringing the current total to 251,950. Name, Liua. Race, Flower Spirit. Strength, 108. Physical Constitution, 130. Agility, 125. Spiritual Power, 420. Mental Strength, 206. Special Talent, Language of Flowers. When cultivating spiritual flowers, the potency of the flowers is enhanced by 100, and their growth rate is accelerated by 100. Talent, Rain of Blossoms. SS Rank. When casting Rain of Blossoms, the power of spiritual energy is amplified by 70, with the attack range varying according to the strength of the spiritual energy. Skill, Ethereal Steps, Beginner, SS Rank. Name, Chishin. Race, Flower Spirit. Strength, 101. Physical Constitution, 122. Agility, 118. Spiritual Power, 416. Mental Strength, 201. Special Talent, Language of Flowers. When cultivating spiritual flowers, the potency of the flowers is enhanced by 100, and their growth rate is accelerated by 100. Talent, Floral Needle of Heaven, SS Rank. When casting Floral Needle of Heaven, the power of spiritual energy is amplified by 70, with the attack range varying according to the strength of the spiritual energy. Skill, Ethereal Steps, Beginner, SS Rank. Liua, Chishin, how long have you both been spirits? These 2 ladies, devoid of physical dimensions, rely solely on their spiritual energy for all their assaults. With such high SS potential, it is slightly disappointing that they are not divine. Furthermore, it is solely due to their SS rank ethereal steps that they have evaded capture, suggesting that both have encountered extraordinary fortunes. Master, we have both grown within a spiritual spring nestled in a cliff cave, nourished by its waters to transform into flower spirits. It seems we have existed for 13 years now. Many beings have sought to consume us, and we have lived a life of constant evasion, facing perilous situations multiple times. This time was the most dangerous. Had it not been for you, Master, we would have been captured by those monsters. Liua, unlike her more demure sister Chishin, possesses a graceful wit and eloquence. Rest assured, within my domain, no one shall harm you, unless my territory is destroyed, Tian reassured, perceiving the tumultuous fates of the 2 women. Thank you, my lord. You are truly the most admirable person. The 2 ladies were deeply moved by Tian's grandiose declarations, and their loyalty surged to 100, showcasing their simplicity of heart. I see that you both have a flair for adornment. Can you cook? Tian inquired of Liu. If these 2 could tend to the little ones and manage the villa's household chores, would he not find himself with significantly more leisure? Both my sister and I can cook. Having lived together for over a decade, we can manage anything, Liu replied to Tian. Chishin nodded in agreement.